Alongside Allen, Gates won a bid from MITS, the creators of the 8800. Microsoft began seeing some success, but had trouble finding programmers for their new company. By the end of the 1970s, Microsoft would relocate their headquarters to Washington State, where they remain to this day. Microsoft had their first major breakthrough in the early 1980s with MS-DOS. MS-DOS was an operating system developed for a new line of personal computers created by IBM. Microsoft won a contract from the company to be the sole operating system for the computers. The new line of IBM computers would dominate the computer market, and Microsoft would reap the rewards with MS-DOS. In 1985, Microsoft released Windows, a new graphical extension that worked alongside the MS-DOS operating system. To this day, Windows is still the most popular operating system for computers. In 1986, Microsoft became a publicly traded company on the US stock exchange. The company raised millions of dollars from investors and became a tour de force in the business world. Throughout the rest of the 1980s and early 90s, Microsoft would expand beyond computer software and began investing in other ventures, including internet services, cable television, and acquiring startups like WebTV.
Alright guys,
Gaming had been a part of Microsoft for some time before 1998.
We're gonna go rate out Game God.
Since the early 80s, Microsoft had the rights to a title known as Flight Simulator. The series would receive numerous installments over the years on Windows, with Microsoft serving as the publisher for the games. When released for PCs in 1993, Doom had become a sensation, and some estimates claim that Doom was installed on more computers than Microsoft's Windows 95 operating system. Wanting to maintain dominance over the software of personal computers, Microsoft invested in creating and porting video games for the Windows platform, starting with a port of Doom to Windows 95. And in 1997, Microsoft published Age of Empires, a popular real-time strategy game for Windows with Ensemble Studios developing the title. The title's popularity allowed Ed Fries, the head of Microsoft's gaming division, to push for an expansion into gaming at Microsoft. Windows was incredibly popular, but Microsoft feared that the rising popularity and accessibility of home video game consoles would hurt the personal computer market. Sony was the most notable example, as they had rose to be the biggest name in gaming through the 1990s with their PlayStation console. Multiple individuals and teams at Microsoft have been tossing around the idea of a video game system, but one man is considered the father of what would become known as the Xbox. Seamus Blackley. Blackley had a history in the video game industry. He started off at Blue Sky Productions, later known as Looking Glass Studios, the game developer behind classic titles such as System Shock and Thief. Blackley was a rising star at the company, but left in 1995 over creative disagreements. Blackley joined DreamWorks Interactive afterwards, serving as the executive producer for Jurassic Park Trespasser. The title received a lot of early praise for its ambition, and even caught the eye of well-known film director and DreamWorks founder Steven Spielberg. Unfortunately, Trespasser was too ambitious, and the title was largely unfinished when it released in 1998. The title would be a critical and commercial failure. Feeling responsible, Blackley left DreamWorks and took a lower-profile position at Microsoft. Shortly after joining Microsoft, Blackley found some like-minded gaming enthusiasts who were interested in creating a game console for Microsoft. Ted Hayes, Otto Burks, and Kevin Backus would team up with Blackley to begin crafting a console. Multiple ideas were thrown around, but a core idea for a game console was eventually decided upon. The system would be incredibly powerful, more powerful than Sony's upcoming PlayStation 2. It would be easy to develop for, and the basis of the system would be to put developers first so they could craft the art they wanted to. The best way to obtain these goals? Creating a system around Microsoft's powerful and popular DirectX graphical software. Better yet, the new console would run on Windows, Microsoft's own software. The team pitched the idea to Ed Fries as a gaming console with the power of personal computers. Fries loved the idea and began the difficult process of getting the system off the ground. This wouldn't be the first time Microsoft worked on a gaming console. In May of 1998, Microsoft announced plans to partner with Sega on their upcoming Dreamcast system.
Windows CE, the latest edition of the popular operating system, would be built into the Dreamcast console, allowing developers to easily port or develop titles for both Dreamcast and Windows. The most notable thing about this partnership was Microsoft's dip into the console business, as Windows CE was largely unused on Sega's console. Only around 50 titles were made with Windows CE on the Dreamcast. Blackley and the DirectX team weren't the only group at Microsoft working on a secret game console. WebTV was putting together their own system to compete with Sony. Microsoft had purchased WebTV in 1997. The Silicon Valley-based startup had rose to prominence with a set-top box for televisions. The hardware allowed people to surf the internet on their TVs, a bold new idea at the time. WebTV had one major advantage over the DirectX team. They knew how to actually create hardware compared to the rest of Microsoft's software-based approach. Unlike the DirectX team, WebTV was planning a more traditional console that would run on a custom software based around Windows CE. The two teams battled it out over who would actually create a game console for Microsoft. By 1999, Sony had already revealed the PlayStation 2, and its release was coming in early 2000. The DirectX team and WebTV teams were working on their console projects, but the top brass at Microsoft knew only one system would actually be developed and released. Both teams put together presentations and took them all the way to the top of Microsoft, to Bill Gates. Gates decided to go with DirectX's idea, knowing that Windows CE was not powerful enough to run games at the necessary levels. Gates was also impressed by the DirectX team's commitment to Windows, and liked one of the system's most notable inclusions, a hard disk drive. The DirectX team celebrated, but only briefly. Microsoft was a big company, and their focus was primarily on software, not hardware. At any moment, their game console project could be cancelled. Luckily, the DirectX team had the backing of the WebTV team now, to help create a new system, and one that could beat out Sony's PlayStation 2. Microsoft was a large company, and large companies have a hard time keeping everything under wraps. With their home console in development, Microsoft began reaching out to video game publishers and developers across the world, trying to court them to create new games for their powerful new home console. Internally, the new system was called the DirectXbox. The team later shortened the title to just Xbox, and everyone knew it was coming. At GDC 2000, Bill Gates would step onto the stage in a black leather jacket, embroidered with a large green X. Gates would lift the veil on the Xbox, Microsoft's first take on home entertainment. This Xbox was very different from the final product. In an attempt to make the system look as far from a PC as possible, Microsoft's initial design was a large Chrome X. In the center of the system was a green core, the only staple from the design that would make its way into the final release. Microsoft would give early details on the Xbox's power, comparing it directly to Sony's PlayStation 2 that had just released in Japan. The gaming world was impressed, especially Western game developers who'd been at the mercy of Sony and Nintendo and Sega for their console publishing needs for over a decade. Microsoft wouldn't show off the Xbox again until January of 2001 at the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas, Nevada. CES had fallen out of favor with the gaming world since the creation of the Electronic Entertainment Expo a few years earlier. Microsoft and Bill Gates had a history with CES, however. Gates delivered a keynote speech at the beginning of every CES. The 2001 show would be the perfect opportunity for Microsoft to draw a line in the sand. Xbox was here, and Microsoft was ready to do battle. Gates appeared on stage and prepared to lead the audience through a numbers-heavy presentation about an expensive games console. Gates wasn't the best public speaker, and Microsoft knew that. Luckily, he would have a little help. Seamus Blackley would join Gates on stage to demo various titles for the Xbox. Gates was the face of Microsoft, but Blackley was the father of the Xbox. Blackley's more rebellious attitude and history with the games industry kept the audience engaged, but it would never be enough to make waves across the non-gaming world. Blackley stepped aside, and joining Bill Gates was not another developer or number cruncher. It was Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, one of professional wrestling's biggest stars. Johnson never left character on stage. He poked fun at Gates' nerdy demeanor, he boasted about the power of the Xbox, and of course, he talked about how great he was. The CES show was a success. Microsoft had used its clout within the world of technology to introduce its new home console. If anyone had doubts that gaming was still a niche plaything for children, they were in the minority now. Microsoft was ready to storm the beaches of the gaming world, and consumers wouldn't have to wait long. The Xbox was launching in late 2001, and a group of developers at Bungie were crafting a game that would set the world on fire. The console wars were just getting started. The Xbox would spend almost 2 years in development. During that time, Microsoft, gaming, and the world had changed considerably. At the turn of the millennium, Bill Gates stepped down from his role as CEO of Microsoft. He would be replaced by Steve Ballmer in January of 2000. Gates would still serve as chairman of the board for Microsoft, as well as chief software architect. Gates would continue to be the public face for Microsoft as well. Microsoft managed to score a major win in 2001, although at a cost. Since 1998, Microsoft had been under investigation by the United States Department of Justice for monopolistic practices. The Justice Department argued that Microsoft's control over the computer software market violated antitrust laws. A group of decisions were made in court, and Microsoft would escape the wrath of the US government. They were forced to open up their software tools to other developers, but were able to remain as a singular company. The public image of Microsoft was hurt by the lawsuit, which led to a sharp drop in the company's stock price from December of 1999 to December of 2000. The gaming world saw a massive shakeup in 2000 when Sony unleashed the PlayStation 2 on the world. Starting with its launch in Japan in March of 2000, the system was a massive success, more successful than the PlayStation 1 console that preceded it. The PlayStation 2 sold over 6 million units in 2000 alone, and by the end of 2001, Sony had shipped almost 25 million consoles worldwide. Sony's dominance had come at a cost to the gaming world. In early 2001, Sega officially exited the console race. The company's struggling Dreamcast system would be discontinued, and all future Sega projects would be developed for other consoles. Sega had been struggling for the past few years. After projects like the Sega 32X and Sega Saturn, Sega had put everything they had into one final system, the Dreamcast. The console released in Japan in 1998, and the rest of the world received it in 1999. The system was much more powerful than the PlayStation 1 and Nintendo 64, but Sega's early lead was ruined once the PlayStation 2 launched. Sega didn't just fear the PlayStation 2. They knew their market niche would be eroded with the introduction of Microsoft in the console market, as well as Nintendo's next console, the GameCube. Microsoft even offered to purchase Sega at one point, turning them into a first-party developer for the Xbox, but talks would break down between the two companies. With Sega gone, the console war was shaping up to be a three-way battle between Sony, Nintendo, and Microsoft. After CES 2001, Microsoft had a lot of momentum behind them. They had a powerful home console and billions of dollars to support the system. Too bad they squandered that momentum with a disastrous E3 showing in 2001. Hardware issues and technical problems led to an underwhelming conference. Microsoft did have games to show off, including titles from Sega, who publicly committed support for Microsoft. Microsoft revealed the final specs for the console, a launch date, and a price of $299.99. Microsoft also spent a considerable amount of time talking about online play for the new console and the system's built-in Ethernet port. Leading up to the console's launch, Microsoft pumped $500 million into marketing the Xbox. As discussed in a previous series, Microsoft wasn't just trying to promote the Xbox with this ad campaign. The secondary goal was to be the biggest name in gaming, to overshadow Sony and Nintendo leading up to the holiday season. Microsoft's launch plans for America were briefly interrupted by the September 11th terrorist attacks, which put much of the US economy in jeopardy. Microsoft remained steadfast and stuck to their original launch date, although they would end up delaying the Xbox for 1 week to shore up more units for the system's launch. On November 15, 2001, Microsoft launched the Xbox in North America. Microsoft held a launch party at Toys R Us in Times Square, where Bill Gates himself greeted fans and handed over the first Xbox to consumers. The Xbox was, in many ways, ahead of its time. The system supported broadband internet with a built-in Ethernet port, at a time when many consumers were still using dial-up internet. The Xbox didn't use memory cards. Instead, it had an 8GB internal hard disk drive for saving games. This same hard drive could be used to store full games and game add-ons, a first for home consoles. The system supported DVD playback, albeit with the purchase of an accessory. The Xbox would launch with 12 games in North America, and quickly sold through its allotted stock. Within 3 weeks, the Xbox sold 1 million units. The Xbox was a success, but a large part of that success fell onto the shoulders of one of 2001's hottest games, Halo Combat Evolved. Halo was a first-person shooter developed by the game studio Bungie. Bungie was founded just 10 years earlier, in 1991, by two students at the University of Chicago, Jason Jones and Alex Seraplin. Jones and Seraplin had become friends over their mutual interest in programming and game development. In 1992, the duo would release their first game, Minotaur: The Labyrinths of Crete, a role-playing game for the Macintosh line of computers. The use of Macintosh computers was an odd choice, given many developers' distaste for Apple's line of products. Bungie preferred the system for two reasons. At the time, Macs were more open to developers compared to operating systems like Windows, and Jones had a familiarity with the system. Bungie would release their first big hit in 1994 with the first-person shooter Marathon. Bungie continued to develop and publish hit titles through the 90s, including sequels to Marathon, known as Marathon 2 and Marathon Infinity, and the very successful strategy game Myth: The Fallen Lords. Bungie's success led the developer to open a second studio in San Jose, California in 1997. The new branch would be known as Bungie West. The new studio began development on an action game called Oni for the PC, Mac, and PlayStation 2. The title would be published by Take-Two Interactive under their 2K Games banner. The main Bungie studio, on the other hand, was hard at work crafting their next big hit. At Macworld 1999, Bungie's new game was revealed to the world by Steve Jobs, then interim CEO of Apple. The game was a third-person shooter called Halo, and it was being developed for Mac and Windows. Just a few months later, in June of 2000, Microsoft announced that they had acquired Bungie for an estimated $30 million. The gaming world was somewhat floored, but the news wasn't shocking to the people at Bungie. Bungie had been looking for a publishing partner since their early days, and knew being bought by a larger company would offer more financial stability. Bungie had also ran into financial problems a few years before the buyout. A glitch was found with copies of Myth 2 shortly before the release of the game. The glitch had the ability to erase the user's entire hard drive, and forced Bungie to issue a mass recall. The title would still be a critical and commercial success, but the recall cost Bungie heavily. Before Microsoft's buyout, Take-Two Interactive had already purchased almost 20% of the company to help alleviate with these issues. Bungie would take Halo and rework it for the Xbox. Oni and the Myth series would become the property of Take-Two. Bungie would move to Bellevue, Washington to be closer to Microsoft's headquarters. Bungie West would finish up their work on Oni in early 2001. The studio would be closed after the game's release, with many of its employees joining the main Bungie team. Halo would see a change in perspective after the buyout. The title would become a first-person shooter, and early impressions of the game were mixed. Critics were unimpressed by Microsoft's demo of the game at E3 2001. Halo would be released alongside the Xbox, and quickly became the system's biggest title, overshadowing all of the other launch titles for the system. Critical praise for the final release was incredibly positive. The title would go on to receive multiple Game of the Year awards. The game would sell over 1 million units within 5 months of its release. Around the launch of the Xbox, Halo had as high as a 50% attach rate with every Xbox console sold. It wasn't just hype. Halo offered a large single-player campaign and an incredibly fun multiplayer mode. The title lacked online play, but boasted local multiplayer through a LAN. Halo was the killer app of the Xbox and would go on to sell over 5 million copies, becoming the second best-selling title on the original Xbox. With a successful North American launch behind them, Microsoft set their sights on gaming stronghold, Japan. Sony and Nintendo were both based out of Japan, and their new game consoles had released in the region before their North American launches. Microsoft knew that for the Xbox to be a success, they would need to have a foothold in the region. In order to appeal to Japanese consumers, Microsoft redesigned the Xbox's controller. The first controller was big and bulky. It was styled after PC gamepads as opposed to more traditional controllers, and early impressions turned Japanese consumers away. The new controller was smaller, and Microsoft dubbed it the S controller. The controller was eventually adopted as the main controller for all regions, while the larger Duke controller was abandoned. The Japanese launch occurred on February 22, 2002, 5 months after the GameCube had launched in the region, and almost 2 years since Sony launched the PlayStation 2. The launch lineup was tweaked compared to the North American launch. Notable PS2 ports released with the Xbox included Konami's Silent Hill 2 and Capcom's Onimusha. Sega would release Jet Set Radio Future, a sequel to the Dreamcast original, exclusively on the Xbox. The most notable exclusion from the launch lineup was Halo. In fact, Halo would never release in Japan. Europe and Australia were the final regions to receive the Xbox when the system launched on March 14, 2002. The launch lineup would be a mashup of the North American and Japanese launches, and included Halo. With the Xbox out worldwide, Microsoft turned its attention to its next major plan, connecting all of these Xboxes to the internet. The Xbox was not the first game system to connect to the internet, nor was it the first console to offer multiplayer gaming over the web. In fact, every 6th generation console was capable of connecting to the internet for online gaming, although some were more limited than others. What the Xbox did have over the competition was a centralized hub for online gaming, called Xbox Live. Xbox Live, originally under the working title Xbox Online, was a core feature of the console from day one. By the late 90s, personal computers had hit the mainstream, and many of them were connecting to the internet via dial-up modems. Microsoft was slow to incorporate the internet with their Windows platform. It wouldn't be until 1994 that the company took the idea seriously. A memo titled "Windows, the Next Killer App on the Internet" managed to turn heads, and ultimately swayed Bill Gates into incorporating the internet into Windows 95. The author of that memo was Jay Allard. Allard wasn't just an advocate for the internet. He lived it. He breathed it. He would join the Xbox team during the development of the system and insisted that the console be made with an Ethernet port for broadband internet as opposed to the popular dial-up modem seen in systems like the Dreamcast. Others argued that dial-up would still be around for a few years to come, and utilizing only broadband would severely limit the user base. Allard would be right again, as adoption of broadband communications would increase after the release of the Xbox. The Xbox team had hoped to launch the Xbox with an online service on day one, but the prolonged development cycle for the hardware had pushed it back. At E3 2002, Microsoft's focus was squarely put on their Xbox Live service. Microsoft showcased details on the service, which they slowly started rolling out to consumers earlier in the summer. Microsoft announced that 14 titles would launch with the live service in the fall of 2002, and more than 50 online titles would be available on the Xbox by the end of 2003. Ed Fries, then the vice president of Xbox game content, would excite fans with a tease of sequels to titles like Project Gotham Racing and Halo, titles that would be built with online gaming in mind. On November 15, 2002, 1 year after the Xbox had been unleashed onto the world, Xbox Live was made available for all consumers. A yearly subscription to Xbox Live would run you $50. Xbox Live was a revolution in online gaming. It boasted stronger servers and faster internet speeds when compared to Sony's PlayStation 2. Xbox Live offered the ability to download games directly to the Xbox's hard drive, and to even download additional content for games. Xbox Live had a friends list with usernames, a simple but popular concept that has been copied by most of Microsoft's competitors. With Xbox Live, Microsoft created the modern online gaming blueprint and the foundation of one of their most popular services. Unlike other online services for gaming at the time, Xbox Live was an all-encompassing online option. You didn't need a separate account to play separate games. For consumers, this was a fantastic option, but for Electronic Arts, it was seen as an act of war. EA had been creating online games for a few years at this point, and all of their titles utilized EA's own dedicated system. While other developers and publishers lined up behind Microsoft for the new Xbox Live service, EA rebelled. EA wouldn't enable online play for their titles for the Xbox. Only the PlayStation 2 version of their games would feature online play. Microsoft attempted to bridge the gap in the Xbox's library by developing first-party sports games to combat EA's popular Madden and NBA Live series. The standoff would last until 2004, when EA announced that they would support Xbox Live for all future releases. Microsoft had been quietly working behind the scenes with EA to win them over. Microsoft would loosen their grip on Xbox Live and allow EA to have more control over their online titles. And Microsoft would cancel their fledgling sports titles in development, so EA's sports lineup would have less competition. With EA on board, it seemed like nothing could slow Xbox Live down now. By July of 2004, Xbox Live had surpassed 1 million users. A year later, in July of 2005, they would have over 2 million. Xbox Live helped establish Microsoft as the leader in online gaming in the early 2000s. But it wouldn't be until the fall of 2004 that Microsoft and Xbox saw Xbox Live reach its full potential. Microsoft's history in the world of business through the 80s and 90s had followed a pretty simple guideline. They would try to make a better product than the competition, and if they couldn't, Microsoft would use its enormous wealth to buy out the competition. This had led the company to be scrutinized by both the American government and American populace that bought their products. In the early days of the Xbox, Microsoft had tried to use these same techniques to establish the company's foothold in the gaming market. Microsoft offered to buy out Nintendo and turn the 100-year-old company into a first-party developer. Nintendo discussed the proposal and made an offer, $25 billion. Microsoft declined. Microsoft instead turned their attention to developers. In 2002, Microsoft already had major developers like Bungie and Ensemble Studios under their wing. In September of that year, Microsoft purchased Rareware for $375 million. Headed by Ed Fries, the buyout was meant to give Microsoft a major developer and to take away one of Nintendo's biggest partners. Nintendo owned a 49% stake in Rareware since the early 90s. Since their hit Donkey Kong Country title released in 1994, Rare had been releasing hit after hit on Nintendo's Super Nintendo, Game Boy, and Nintendo 64 consoles. The other 51% of Rare was owned by Chris and Tim Stamper. Talks of a buyout had been swirling for a few months before Microsoft's purchase. The Stampers wanted Rare to be owned by a singular publisher. Not only would this provide more stability for Rare, but it would also give them more funding to develop bigger and better games. Discussions between Microsoft, Nintendo, and Activision occurred over a few months. Microsoft would continue to raise their bid on Rare, ultimately causing Activision to drop out. With only Nintendo left, Nintendo opted to sell their share of Rare to Microsoft. The buyout caused a major shakeup within Rare, and over 30 employees would leave the company during the transition. Rare titles in development were either canceled or development was moved to the Xbox. Rare's first title with Microsoft, Grabbed by the Ghoulies, would release a little over a year after the purchase. For many people, Rare would never be the same under Microsoft. Rare would release multiple titles on the Xbox and Xbox 360, but would eventually become an exclusive developer for Microsoft's Kinect peripheral in 2010. Rare's founders, the Stamper brothers, would stay with the company until 2007, when they resigned to seek other career opportunities. Former employees of Rare state that Microsoft's more bureaucratic structure had caused a decline in the quality of their releases, but others state that Rare's level of quality had already started to diminish under Nintendo. Nowadays, Rare is no longer locked behind the Kinect. Microsoft has taken Rare's older IPs and re-released them. Rare's Killer Instinct would even see a reboot on the Xbox One under the helm of the developer Double Helix. Rare's most recent title was released in 2018. The game is Sea of Thieves, an online multiplayer game. The title seems closer to what Rare used to make under Nintendo, but time will tell if Rare will ever be able to reclaim their former glory. With their focus on Xbox Live, Microsoft's first-party lineup in 2002 was rather shallow. While Halo appealed to adults, Xbox tried to make the Xbox more appealing to children with the release of Blinx the Time Sweeper in October of 2002. Blinx was a 3D platformer, similar to Nintendo's Super Mario series. The title was met with mediocre reviews, and Blinx was never able to hit it off as a family-friendly mascot for the Xbox. Microsoft would have better luck with MechAssault, an action shooter title, when it released in November of 2002. The title would be met with positive reviews and served as the first killer app for Xbox Live. Both Blinx and MechAssault would receive sequels on the Xbox in 2004. Many developers and publishers created consoles exclusives for the Xbox as well. This was primarily due to the Xbox's similar development structure to PCs and its increased power compared to the PlayStation 2.
Notable examples of this include Bethesda's The Elder Scrolls III Morrowind, BioWare's Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, Valve's Half-Life 2, and Doom 3 from id Software.
Big games were on their way to the Xbox, and one of the most anticipated sequels at the time was officially unveiled in September of 2002. Halo 2 was officially announced less than a year after the first game's release. While only showcasing a CG trailer, it was more than enough to get fans excited. It wouldn't be much longer until Bungie showcased their ambitious project. At E3 2003, a demo of the game was showcased to the public for the first time. This new Halo would continue the story of Master Chief, feature online play the likes of which console gamers had never seen, and the game would only be available on Xbox.
Despite the long development of the Xbox, Microsoft struggled to find parts that would lower the cost of the system. Their inexperience in the console market had led the Xbox to cost around $400 to make, and those costs weren't going down as the generation continued. In February of 2003, Microsoft employees began working on a new Xbox under the title Project Xenon. It was around this time period that Peter Moore would join Microsoft. Moore was the COO and president of Sega of America. He had overseen Sega during their Dreamcast years and helped the publisher transition into a third-party developer. Moore would soon become the face of Xbox, as Ed Fries would leave Microsoft in early 2004. The shakeup with Xbox's top brass wouldn't slow down Microsoft's release schedule. In September of 2004, Microsoft would publish Fable, an action RPG by Lionhead Studios. Fable was an ambitious title that first began development on the Dreamcast before moving over to the Xbox. The title was a critical and commercial success, spawning several sequels. Microsoft would buy Lionhead Studios in 2006 after the developer entered financial trouble. Microsoft wasn't just interested in big-name titles. They also used their new Xbox Live service to promote and release smaller games. Announced in May of 2004 and released in the following November, Xbox Live Arcade would be released on the original Xbox. The service allowed consumers to purchase and download games directly to their system's hard drive. A total of 27 games would be released on the Xbox through this service, with titles ranging from $4.99 to $14.99. Xbox Live Arcade wouldn't make too big of a splash on the original Xbox. The service came towards the end of the Xbox's lifespan and launched just a few days before one of the most anticipated games of all time. At E3 2004, the gaming world watched as Microsoft unveiled new details on Halo 2, the hotly anticipated sequel to the Xbox's biggest game. Halo Combat Evolved released at the launch of the Xbox in 2001 and became the system's killer app. Fans of the title were excited to see what Master Chief's next campaign would look like, and, more importantly, they were excited to play the game's popular multiplayer online. The game's release date would be revealed during Microsoft's press conference by Peter Moore. Moore tattooed the game's logo and release date on his arm, a stunt that led to cheers from the crowd.
Halo 2 was coming on November 9th, 2004. Halo 2 entered development shortly after the release of the first game, and Bungie was incredibly ambitious on what they wanted to accomplish. Halo was never made with the intention of creating a sequel, so Bungie set out to expand the world and story of the first game. The game would grow to be too large, though. Bungie would cut Halo's 2 campaign short, ending on an infamous cliffhanger and setting the stage for a third title in the series. The online multiplayer suffered a similar fate. Bungie put together many ideas for multiplayer modes and features that the original Xbox, Xbox Live, and even Bungie themselves couldn't handle. Many of the ideas that were shelved for various multiplayer modes would be reused for future Halo releases, all the way up to Bungie's final Halo game, Halo Reach, when it released in 2010. While Halo 2 was not the full game Bungie had set out to create, it was a smash hit. The gameplay was more refined, the level design had more variety, the story was more focused, and the multiplayer modes broke every player count record Xbox Live had ever seen. Halo 2 became the best-selling title on the original Xbox, selling over 8 million units. Halo 2 would hold the record for most played game on Xbox Live from the time of its launch until 2 years later in November of 2006 when Gears of War was released on the Xbox 360. It was the height of the Xbox's popularity, but it wouldn't last for long. Rumors were circling the gaming and tech industry in early 2005. Talks of the next generation of consoles was already underway. Sony was preparing the world for the PlayStation 3, and Nintendo was going on about a revolution. At Microsoft, a new console was exactly what the Xbox brand needed. Sony was still dominating the console market, and Microsoft was losing more and more money with every Xbox they made. The goal was simple. They wouldn't allow Sony to enjoy a year on the market by themselves like they had done with the PlayStation 2. The next Xbox would release around the same time as the PlayStation 3, and Microsoft set their sights on a fall 2005 release. During an MTV special in May of 2005, Microsoft would reveal the Xbox 360. This new Xbox would address many of the issues and complaints of the first Xbox. It sported a sleek white design, an all-new wireless controller, an easily removable hard drive, support for wireless internet, and high-definition graphics with a built-in HDMI port. The console would launch in North America in November of 2005. Two versions of the 360 would be available at launch, a core system at $299 and a Pro model that included a hard drive for $399. Microsoft seemed to have cracked the code on making game consoles. With the 360 on the way, the original Xbox was largely an afterthought to both gamers and Microsoft. There would still be support for the system, however. Forza Motorsport would release in May of 2005, launching one of the Xbox's biggest and longest-lasting franchises. The Xbox would secure some high-profile console exclusives, like Doom 3 and Star Wars Republic Commando. Rare would release their second Microsoft-published title with Conquer Live and Reloaded in 2005. The game was a remake of the Nintendo 64 Classic, with updated graphics and an expanded multiplayer mode for Xbox Live. The final Microsoft-published title for the Xbox would release on September 20th, 2005, less than 2 months before the Xbox 360 hit store shelves. The game was Kingdom Under Fire: Heroes, a prequel to the previously released Kingdom Under Fire: The Crusaders. The hack-and-slash title was developed by Blueside and Fantagram, and would support online play, and received generally favorable reviews. The Xbox would be discontinued in Japan in 2005, with North America and Europe following in 2006. This system was a failure in the Asian market, where Sony and Nintendo dominated. The Xbox sold around 2 million units within Asia, with less than 500,000 being sold in Japan. Europe and America were more welcoming of the system, where it sold better, but was still a far cry from what the PlayStation 2 managed to accomplish. Releases for the original Xbox would slowly halt after the Xbox 360 released. The final game released on the original Xbox was Madden 09, released in August of 2008, almost 7 years after the console came out. While the Xbox 360 was in development, divisions within Microsoft began to push for a new feature on the Xbox 360, backwards compatibility. The late push largely came from the success of Halo 2, as developers feared that the Xbox 360 wouldn't have a very good adoption rate if people were still content with playing their original Xboxes. The push came late into development, so late that the 360 was unable to be backwards compatible on a hardware level. The chips and components on the system just weren't made to play original Xbox games. To remedy the issue, Microsoft turned to emulating the original Xbox hardware on the Xbox 360. The good news was that Xbox games would be playable on the new console. The bad news was that it would be a time-consuming process to make each game playable. Microsoft released the updates in batches for Xbox emulation. All gamers had to do was update the Xbox 360 and make sure that they had a hard drive for the system. The emulation wasn't perfect, as many games ran into technical issues with the Xbox 360's hardware, but it was ultimately a success. Over 400 titles would be made backwards compatible with the Xbox 360 before Microsoft released the final batch of updates in 2007. Microsoft would even sell digital copies of original Xbox games through the Xbox 360's digital storefront. The games would be under the Xbox Originals label and saw updates until 2009. At E3 2017, Microsoft made another monumental announcement regarding the original Xbox. After the success of making Xbox 360 games backwards compatible with Microsoft's newer Xbox One, the company announced that they would make original Xbox games backwards compatible with the system as well. New titles are still being added to the list to this day, making the Xbox One the only modern game console to support backwards compatibility. Every story has an end, and for the original Xbox, that end would come in 2010. With the console discontinued in all regions, no new games releasing for the system, and the Xbox 360 at the height of its popularity, Xbox Live support for all original Xbox games would come to an end. Online servers would shut down on April 15, 2010, making all online features no longer accessible for original Xbox games, even those playing through an Xbox 360. The original Xbox was finally laid to rest. Transitional periods for game consoles don't follow a singular structure. Some manufacturers will keep successful consoles on the market for years after their successor is released. Microsoft opted to pull the original Xbox off shelves after the release of the Xbox 360. The 360 had come out at a perfect time. Sony and Nintendo wouldn't release new home consoles until 2006, a year after the 360 had already came out. Not only did Microsoft gain a head start, but Sony made some major stumbles with the PlayStation 3 early on. A high price point and a lack of strong exclusives helped Microsoft lead the console war in the early years. Microsoft managed to have a lot of early hits for the Xbox 360 that were either exclusive to the console or came to the PlayStation 3 years later. By the late 2000s, the Xbox division at Microsoft had finally become profitable. Microsoft saw more success in 2010 when they released the Xbox 360 Kinect. The Kinect was a motion sensor camera that tapped into the widely popular fad of motion gaming in the late 2000s. In total, Microsoft would sell 84 million Xbox 360s over a decade, and over 20 million Kinects. The 360 wasn't perfect for Microsoft or consumers. Microsoft rushed the production cycle of the Xbox 360 to reach its November 2005 release date. Due to this rushed production cycle, many Xbox 360s would suffer from the infamous Red Ring of Death. The Red Ring of Death would cause many Xbox 360s to overheat and malfunction. Microsoft tried to address the issue by offering an extended warranty on the Xbox 360s, and eventually released an updated slim model. In the end, it's estimated that the Red Ring of Death would cost Microsoft over $1 billion. The failure rate of Xbox 360s was never confirmed by Microsoft, but some estimates peg the failure rate as high as 20% for the early models. Microsoft saw great success with the Xbox 360, but their most recent console, the Xbox One, hasn't been so lucky. A change of leadership at Xbox in the late 2000s would see Don Mattrick, a former EA executive, heading the Xbox division. Under his watch, the Xbox One would launch in 2013. The initial reveal is widely criticized by the gaming community due to vague claims with the console and poor communication. Microsoft has not released sales numbers of the Xbox One, but estimates put the Xbox One at around 40 million units sold after 5 years, roughly half of what Sony has sold with their PlayStation 4 during that same time period. Microsoft backpedaled on many of the early features for the Xbox One, including an always online connectivity, a lack of support for used games, and a required Kinect connection for the Xbox One. Alongside price cuts, Microsoft has tried to turn the tide on their struggling console. The biggest problem for the Xbox One now is a lack of first-party support and other exclusives. Microsoft has tried to make up for the lack of quality titles with new consumer-friendly positions, but it hasn't been enough for the company or the console. Microsoft has continued to support home consoles since the release of the original Xbox, but they have branched out with the Xbox into the world of smartphones, tablets, and personal computers. In many ways, Xbox is less of a console to Microsoft and more of an all-encompassing brand for their various gaming properties. Their most recent edition of Windows, Windows 10, includes applications designed under the Xbox branding. Alongside this branding has been Microsoft's push to have all of their major Xbox exclusives be available on PC as well. Windows 10 includes more nuggets of gaming too. Cortana, the fictional computer program from the Halo series, serves as Windows 10's default assistant. Microsoft's brand has expanded alongside Xbox. While Microsoft isn't the biggest tech company in the world anymore, their expansion into new technologies and hardware can trace its roots to the Xbox. It's entirely possible Microsoft would have never expanded into more hardware markets when they did if it hadn't been for the success of the Xbox brand. The future for Xbox is a murky one. The Xbox One has a few more years on the market, and Microsoft is already planning a new home console under the codename Scarlet. Few details are known about the new system, which could come out as early as 2020, but Microsoft has hinted at multiple versions of the system, leading to the possibility that the next Xbox will be a variety of systems as opposed to a singular box. It's entirely plausible that Microsoft might eventually drop the console entirely and focus exclusively on making Xbox an application for a variety of hardware, or even into a streaming service once technology catches up. Whatever the future of Xbox is, the brand of Xbox is a very strong part of Microsoft. The original Xbox became the starting point for one of gaming's most popular brands, but what happened to the characters that helped craft the console and the story of the system? Many of them have since left Microsoft, and some have even left the gaming industry as a whole. Seamus Blackley, the father of the Xbox, left Microsoft in 2002, being the only one of the console's co-founders to stay with the Xbox division until the launch of the system. Alongside Xbox co-founder Kevin Backus, Seamus Blackley would create Capital Entertainment Group, a company that was meant to serve as a middleman between game developers and publishers. Unfortunately, the company wouldn't last long and shut its doors in 2003. Backus has worked for a variety of companies since his departure from Microsoft in 2001. Currently, he is serving as the Vice President of Entertainment and Game Strategy at Dave & Buster's. Otto Burks and Ted Hayes, the final two co-founders of the Xbox, would leave the Xbox division before the system launched. Both of them would continue to work for Microsoft. Hayes left Microsoft in 2006 and has since worked at Aristocrat Technologies in Las Vegas, Nevada. Burks stayed at Microsoft until 2011. He has since worked at HBO and CA Technologies after leaving Microsoft. Ed Fries, the former head of gaming for Microsoft, left the company in early 2004 and founded his own game studio, FireAnt. FireAnt was acquired by Sony just a few months later. Since then, Fries has served as an advisor and on the board of directors for a variety of gaming and technology companies. Peter Moore left Microsoft in 2007 to become the head of the sports division at EA. Moore would be replaced by Don Matrick. Moore would become COO of EA in 2011. He left EA and the games industry in 2017, when he became the CEO of the Liverpool Football Club. Bill Gates, the man whose rubber stamp helped create Xbox, has taken on a smaller role at Microsoft over the years. Gates stepped down from running the day-to-day operations at Microsoft in the late 2000s to focus more on his philanthropic work through the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Gates still owns a substantial stake in Microsoft and is currently estimated to be the second richest person in the world, with almost $100 billion in assets. The Xbox is a major force that changed video games for the better. Whether it be offering a strong competition to Sony for over a decade and a half now, or
introducing big franchises like Halo to the world of gaming, or new and innovative ways of playing video games, Microsoft is a net positive for video games as a whole.
Perhaps the most important aspect of the original Xbox was just how seriously Microsoft considered the world of gaming. Microsoft's investment and interest into the gaming world helped legitimize gaming within the business and cultural world for many. Since then, many other major technology companies, including Apple, Google, and Amazon, have made investments into gaming. While I've never considered myself an Xbox fanboy, I do appreciate what Microsoft has done with the Xbox. At the end of the day, the games are truly what matter the most. And the Xbox, Xbox 360, and even the Xbox One offer new and exciting titles that make me proud to be a gamer. That's the story of the Xbox to me. A console that contributed to the advancements of gaming, while offering new and fun experiences that weren't available anywhere else.
Thank you for watching the story of the Xbox. If you missed any previous parts, be sure to check them out. Leave a like if you enjoyed the video, and tell me what you would like to see the next story of down in the comments below. Previously, I covered the Nintendo GameCube and Pokemon Gold and Silver, and I'm always looking for new ideas on what games, systems, or events in gaming history I can cover next. Share this video on your favorite social media sites to help this channel grow, and subscribe to catch the next video as soon as it releases. And once again, thank you for watching. Today, Sega is one of Japan's largest publishers of video games. Over the last decade, they've produced hits like Bayonetta, Valkyria Chronicles, the Yakuza series, and, of course, Sonic the Hedgehog. Turning the clock back over 3 decades presents a very different version of the company. In the late 1980s, Sega was best known for their arcade machines and creating yet another game console that failed to make an impact in a market controlled by Nintendo. Nintendo's dominance, however, was about to be challenged. Like so many other companies before it, Sega was planning to release a new console that spelled the end for Nintendo's NES and usher in a new generation of gaming. This is the story of the great console war between Nintendo and Sega. In this part, we'll be taking a look back at the early days of the Sega Genesis in both Japan and America. We'll also be taking a look into the creation of one of gaming's most iconic characters, and whose popularity was only rivaled by that of Mario's. Sega got their start in 1946 under the name Service Games in the American territory of Hawaii. Sega initially created and imported various amusement and slot machines from North America into the Hawaiian territory, but shifted focus after the US outlawed slot machines in territories in 1952. Sega looked to other markets and sent employees to Japan to try and save the import business of various games. In 1954, Service Games shortened their name to Sega and began seeing more success in Japan throughout the 1950s and early 1960s. In 1965, Sega acquired Rawson Enterprises, another importer of coin-op games. David Rawson, the founder and head of Rawson Enterprises, became Sega's new CEO. By the late 1960s, Sega's massive success with the import business encouraged them to begin developing their own games. Sega's continued success caught the eye of Gulf and Western Industries, an American multimedia conglomerate. In 1969, Sega was bought by Gulf and Western, and kept Rawson as CEO of the new subsidiary. After the release of the popular game Pong, Sega began releasing their own video games, with the first one coming out in 1973. Pongtron, a Pong clone developed for Japanese audiences, put Sega on a new path. Throughout the 1970s and early 80s, Sega became a powerhouse in the booming arcade scene. Sega made many acquisitions during this time, most notably Esco Trading, an arcade distributor led by Hayao Nakayami. Nakayami became the head of Sega of Japan after the acquisition and charted a new course for the company. By the early 1980s, the arcade market began to shrink, and with it, Gulf and Western's interest in video games. Gulf and Western sold its North American manufacturing and licensing rights to Bailey Manufacturing in 1983. Gulf and Western still controlled Sega's Japanese subsidiary, however. Seeing the writing on the wall, Nakayami took the opportunity to turn Sega's interest away from arcade machines and instead focus on the growing home console market.
In July of 1983, Sega released the SG-1000 in Japan. The system was released on the same day as Nintendo's Famicom. It was a modest success, moving 160,000 units before it was discontinued in 1984. Due to the success of the SG-1000, Nakayami, Razan, and a group of investors purchased Sega's Japanese assets from Gulf and Western for $38 million, after Gulf and Western began divesting from their various holdings. After the buyout, Nakayami became CEO of the newly independent Sega Enterprises. In 1985, Sega released the Sega Mark III, or as it's known in America, the Sega Master System. The console was a new iteration of the SG-1000, boasting more powerful hardware. The Master System became Sega's first international console, after it released in North America, Europe, and Brazil. While successful in Europe and Brazil, the system failed to make an impression on Japanese or American audiences, moving only 1 million units in Japan and 2 million units in North America. While more successful than past iterations, Sega was unable to match the dominance of Nintendo's line of home consoles. In 1987, a new player entered the console market, NEC, a computer manufacturing giant. NEC teamed up with Hudson Soft to release the PC Engine. The new game console served as a threat to both Sega and Nintendo due to its more powerful hardware. The PC Engine marketed itself as the first 16-bit home game console to showcase how advanced it was compared to Nintendo and Sega's offerings. With declining sales of their hardware, a change was needed if Sega ever wanted to hold a presence in the worldwide console market. In June of 1988, Japanese magazine Beep revealed the Sega Mark V to the world. The name wouldn't last long, as Sega wanted to usher in a new name with their upcoming system. The new system became known as the Mega Drive, Sega's first 16-bit console. Based on System 16, an arcade board used by many of Sega's popular arcade titles, the Mega Drive released in Japan on October 29, 1988. The Mega Drive was released alongside arcade ports of Space Harrier 2 and Super Thunderblade. The timing couldn't be worse for Sega, however. Just a week before, Super Mario Bros. 3 released in Japan, drowning out much of the hype Sega anticipated for their new system. The Mega Drive managed to ship 400,000 units in Japan during its first year on the market, but that was barely a drop in the water compared to the success of Nintendo and even the PC Engine were receiving. Sega turned their attention across the Pacific in 1989 with one goal in mind: 1 million units. In early 1989, Sega announced their plans to release the Mega Drive in North America, albeit under a different name, the Sega Genesis. At the time, Sega didn't have an American branch for distribution. The Master System had been licensed out to Tonka for the region, and Sega was dissatisfied with the results Tonka had achieved. They took the Genesis to Atari, once the king of the North American video game market. Atari CEO, Jack Tramiel, was uninterested in the system and declined to bring it to the West for Sega. But Sega did leave a good impression with one Atari executive, Michael Katz. Katz was an industry veteran who worked for Mattel and Coleco while they were in the console business. To Katz, the Genesis had potential, but he was unable to sway his superiors on the matter. Sega ultimately decided to release the console themselves, establishing a North American branch of their operations in Los Angeles, California. The Genesis received a regional launch in New York City and Los Angeles on October 14, 1989. The system retailed for $189.99 and included the arcade hit Altered Beast as a pack-in title. The remaining North American lineup included Space Harrier 2, Tommy Lasorda Baseball, Alex Kidd and the Enchanted Castle, and Ghouls and Ghosts. The rest of the United States would receive the console before the end of 1989, just in time for the holiday season. Sega's goal for the Genesis was to sell 1 million units within its first year on the market and establish Sega as the next big name in gaming. Nakayami tasked the American division to establish Sega as a force in the West and brought on Atari's Michael Katz to do so. Katz became the president of Sega of America just a month after the Genesis launch. In order for the Genesis to meet its lofty goal of 1 million units, Katz devised a new strategy to appeal to American gamers. Sports games were seen as a strong avenue for Sega to follow, and Katz set out to bring big names from American sports to the Genesis. Sega acquired the license for the likes of football star Joe Montana to create a football game for the Genesis, and it became the first big hit on the system. The game, developed by Electronic Arts, was Joe Montana Football, based on the first John Madden football that was released on home computers. The title was released in January of 1991. Sega licensed other celebrities for video game titles, most notably Michael Jackson. In August of 1990, Sega developed and published Michael Jackson's Moonwalker for the Sega Genesis. Based on the 1988 film of the same name, Moonwalker is an action platformer game where players control the king of pop himself. Both Joe Montana and Michael Jackson would continue to work with Sega during the 1990s on various video game releases. Sega seemed like they were getting onto the right track. Sega's focus was squarely on Nintendo, but other console manufacturers were entering the North American scene. The TurboGrafx 16, an American version of the PC Engine, came out the same year as the Genesis. In 1990, arcade superstar SNK released their premium home console, the Neo Geo AES. The console market was getting crowded and fast. To differentiate itself, Sega of America turned to its marketing department. This had been one of Sega's biggest challenges during the early days of the Genesis in North America. After the video game crash of 1983, Nintendo was synonymous with gaming. With Katz at the helm of Sega of America, they decided to shift gears with Sega's tagline. Their first tagline, "We Bring the Arcade Home," had limited appeal, as arcade machines grew less and less popular. Sega would fire the first shot of the console war with their new ad campaign, "Genesis does what Nintendo don't." The new ads were meant to highlight Sega's differences with Nintendo and the aging NES. Backed by more powerful hardware and well-known names, the ad campaign was successful at pushing the Genesis to 500,000 units sold in North America by the end of its first year. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to save Katz. In 1990, Katz was replaced as president of Sega of America by Tom Kalinske, the former CEO of Mattel. Unlike Katz, Kalinske had little experience in the video game industry, having spent most of his career creating and marketing toys for big names like Mattel and Matchbox. Like Katz, however, Kalinske believed in the potential of the Sega Genesis, as well as many of the titles being developed for the system in Japan. Kalinske continued Sega of America's aggressive marketing campaign, but opted for more risky ventures in other areas. The first was a price cut for the Genesis, and replacing the pack-in title Altered Beast with an upcoming Sega game. Executives at Sega's Japanese headquarters were stunned by this. Not only did Kalinske suggest selling the Genesis for less, but he opted to include one of the system's biggest upcoming games with the console. Despite pushback, Nakayami gave Kalinske the go-ahead with his plan, but knew the failure of this new business plan would bring an end to Sega's console ambitions beyond the Japanese market. The price cut for the Genesis would go into effect in June of 1991, bringing the system down to $149.99. The system's packing title was changed as well. Altered Beast was out, and a new title, Sonic the Hedgehog, would make waves across the gaming world. During the days of the Master System, Sega's mascot was Alex Kidd, the star of some of Sega's most popular arcade and Master System hits. By 1990, however, Alex Kidd had lost his luster. Nintendo was sweeping the world with their iconic plumber, and Sega needed a new mascot to differentiate themselves from the competition. An international coalition was brought together from Sega of America and Japan to design a new character that would appeal to Western audiences. Meanwhile, an internal development team at Sega began working on a new game for this character to star in. Various proposals were drafted for the character, including a wide array of animals. Due to the design of the game, concepts were narrowed down to animals that could roll into a ball. The team eventually settled on the star of this new game being a hedgehog. Then Sega of America president Michael Katz hated the idea of a hedgehog being Sega's new mascot, claiming Americans wouldn't care about a character based on an animal they didn't know about. It didn't help that initial designs of the hedgehog, created by Naota Oshima, were received poorly by Sega of America. The character was clad in a leather jacket and given a Madonna-esque girlfriend. Revisions were quickly put into place for the character, giving him a simpler design and a can-do attitude. With this, Sonic the Hedgehog was born. The internal team at Sega of Japan that was creating Sonic the Hedgehog was led by programmer Yuji Naka. While Naka is best known today as the father of Sonic the Hedgehog, at the time he was a simple programmer working for Sega on various titles like Phantasy Star. Naka's idea for Sonic's gameplay came from a tech demo he created, featuring a ball rolling through loops long before the blue hedgehog was even thought of. Levels for Sonic were designed by Hirokazu Yasuhara. Early impressions of the game were incredibly positive, and Sega began to drum up hype for the title through various gaming outlets. Released on June 23, 1991 in North America and July 1991 throughout the rest of the world, Sonic the Hedgehog was an instant success. The game's focus on speed was used to directly contrast the title with Nintendo's Super Mario series. Sega's marketing only magnified this. The game was a critical success, with many gaming outlets praising the game's graphics, as well as how much faster the Genesis and Sonic were compared to Nintendo and Mario. Sonic the Hedgehog helped push the Genesis into the limelight, and saw Sega outselling Nintendo in North America for the first time ever during the holiday season of 1991. Sega had finally broken free of obscurity thanks to strong marketing and a new mascot. But their future successes wouldn't come easily. Nintendo wasn't going to sit around and let Sega release a powerful 16-bit console all alone. A successor to the Nintendo Entertainment System was in the works, and the true battle between Sega and Nintendo was just beginning. In the early 1980s, the North American video game market was thriving. Coin-op arcade machines and home consoles designed with interchangeable cartridges were dominating young gamers' time and wallets. The good times wouldn't last forever. In 1983, the North American video game market crashed, as gamers turned away from arcades and purchased less software for consoles like the Atari 2600. The revival of games in the region came from an unlikely source: Nintendo, a Japanese game developer. First founded in the late 19th century, Nintendo survived many of the hardships Japan faced over the last century. In 1985, Nintendo released the Nintendo Entertainment System as a limited launch in New York City to test the waters of the North American video game market following the Great Crash. Bundled alongside now classic titles, the NES quickly grew in popularity throughout 1986. With aggressive marketing, a killer lineup of games, and publishing policies that discouraged competitors, Nintendo's hold over North America grew to the point where they controlled over 90% of the video game market in the region. Nintendo's subsidiary in the region, Nintendo of America, grew from a small warehouse in the mid-80s to a powerhouse of licensing by the end of the decade. Nintendo's dominance was challenged, of course. The TurboGrafx-16 and Sega Genesis released in North America in 1989, bringing with them advanced hardware that put the NES to shame. The system still had legs, however. In 1990, the highly anticipated Super Mario Bros. 3 kept gamers glued to Nintendo, despite being on outdated hardware. In Japan, Nintendo's grip was beginning to slip. Super Mario Bros. 3 released in 1988 to critical and commercial success, but the Famicom was struggling against the more powerful Mega Drive and PC Engine, the Japanese equivalent to the Genesis and TurboGrafx-16. New hardware was already being worked on at Nintendo when these new consoles came out, but their success had Nintendo's R&D team go into overdrive to get a successor to the Famicom and NES out as soon as they could. The first details the public would hear of a Famicom successor came in 1988, when Nintendo president Hiroshi Yamauchi revealed the specs for the new system, alongside a handful of new games. Among these titles were sequels to major hits on Nintendo's 8-bit machine, notably Super Mario Bros. 3 and Dragon Quest V. A year later, in July of 1989, Nintendo held a press event to showcase their new system, now known as the Super Famicom. Greater details on the system's hardware was revealed, and Nintendo showcased an early prototype of the system to Japanese press. Super Mario Bros. 4, now known as Super Mario World, and a game titled Dragonfly, an unreleased predecessor to Pilot Wings, were shown off for the console. Unfortunately, the Super Famicom was delayed indefinitely following the reveal, giving Sega and other console manufacturers plenty of time to continue their rule over the 16-bit gaming scene. In late 1990, Nintendo released their first new home console in 7 years with the Super Famicom in Japan. Nintendo's push to release their own new hardware came off the back of Sega and NEC's new 16-bit consoles. Retailing at 25,000 yen, the new console housed more colors, a better sound chip, and improved graphics over Nintendo's 8-bit machines. Although the launch lineup was small, only having 2 games, the Super Famicom was an instant success in Japan and kept Nintendo on top in their home country. 300,000 units were made available to retailers on day one, with all of them being sold out within a few hours. While Nintendo was successful in Japan, North America proved to be their more lucrative operation. In 1990, more Americans had an NES in their home than personal computers, with some estimating that as many as 30% of all US households owned the Nintendo console. To say that Nintendo had a strong foothold in North America would be an understatement. Sega's push into North America didn't go unnoticed by Nintendo. With the successful Japanese launch of the Super Famicom, all eyes turned to the West. Like the NES before it, Nintendo opted to redesign the Super Famicom for the North American market. This redesign wouldn't be as drastic as that of the NES, however. Nintendo brought the Super Nintendo to the Summer Consumer Electronics Show in 1991 in advance of the console's release. Many gamers got their first chance to try out the new system here and experience Nintendo's take on a 16-bit console. Nintendo wasn't alone at CES that year. Sega was bringing their games in full force, alongside other third-party developers. Sega was ready to prove that the Genesis was a real powerhouse in the region. Nintendo's focus, however, wasn't on Sega, but their own trade deals. When creating the Super Famicom, Nintendo opted to use a sound chip designed by Sony. This strong relationship between the two developers was meant to continue. At the summer CES event of 1991, Sony unveiled the PlayStation. Unlike the system we know about today, this version of the PlayStation was based on the Super Famicom. Not only did it play Super Famicom games, but it had a built-in CD-ROM player, showing that both Sony and Nintendo were looking to the future. The next day, Nintendo announced that they would be partnering with Philips rather with Sony. The blow came in part due to Sony's contract regarding the PlayStation that would give the company a cut of every disc sold for the system, cutting out Nintendo's profits on the console. Others, however, have noted that Nintendo never really wanted to partner with Sony, and opted out in an attempt to keep Sony out of the home console market. A CD-ROM for the Super Nintendo never materialized. Instead, games licensed out by Nintendo were made for the Philips CDI system. 6 games were released on the CDI featuring Nintendo characters, 3 from the Super Mario series, and the other 3 coming from The Legend of Zelda. All 6 titles are best remembered now as poor interpretations of their respective series and generally bad games. In North America, the Super Nintendo Entertainment System launched on August 23, 1991. The system retailed for $199.99 and came bundled with a copy of Super Mario World, the latest adventure from Nintendo's popular plumber. F-Zero, a racing game, was available on launch day as well, just like it was in Japan. 3 additional games came out for the system too. Nintendo published Pilot Wings and SimCity, while Konami released Gradius 3. Despite the sparse lineup, the variety and quality of games impressed those who could get their hands on the system. Nintendo's confidence in their new home console shouldn't be understated. Despite Sega's recent efforts, the Genesis still didn't have the full reach of Nintendo's products. The later release of the Super Nintendo also helped Nintendo beef up their new system. By most metrics, the Super Nintendo proved to be more powerful than the Genesis. Nintendo even spent a considerable amount of energy showcasing Mode 7. This graphical showcase allowed for rotating and scaling of backgrounds to give a 3D effect. Titles like Pilot Wings and F-Zero featured Mode 7 prominently in many of their game modes. The holiday shopping season for 1991 was a strong one for video games. Sega with Sonic the Hedgehog, and Nintendo with Super Mario, alongside dozens of other high-profile games released for the Genesis and Super Nintendo. Sonic was Sega's biggest game of the year, and Sega rode that wave of momentum with a port of their arcade classic Outrun, once again showcasing the Genesis's speed. Sega also continued to release original titles for the Genesis, and began many of their most beloved series on the system. Decap Attack, Streets of Rage, Shining in the Darkness, and Toe Jam and Earl all hit the Genesis in September and October of 1991. Sega didn't want to be slowed down by Nintendo anymore. Third-party publishers were also releasing new games for the system. One of the Genesis's biggest supporters was Electronic Arts. EA had published games for the NES before, but the bulk of their titles were for home computers. After engineers at EA created their own development kit for the Genesis, Sega offered EA the opportunity to create their own Genesis cartridge, and release as many games for the system as they wanted. EA immediately began releasing games for the Genesis, including 1990's smash hit, John Madden Football. In 1991 alone, EA published more than 15 titles for the Genesis, including ports of The Immortal, Marble Madness, and John Madden Football 92. EA also published Road Rash, a racing combat game exclusively for the Genesis in September. Following the Super Nintendo's launch, Nintendo's only other release for 1991 was Super Tennis in November. The rest of the holiday lineup was left wide open to third-party publishers, many who were eager to showcase their new titles. Enix released ActRaiser for the Super Nintendo in November, although the game originally released on the Super Famicom a year earlier. Square and Konami both returned to the system with highly anticipated games. Final Fantasy II and Super Castlevania IV came out in November and December respectively, bringing two more massive hits to the Super Nintendo. Capcom doubled down on their support for the new console. A new beat-em-up called Final Fight made its way to the Super Nintendo in September. This was followed up by Super Ghosts and Goblins in November. The Super Nintendo hit the North American market in stride. The system had better hardware and better name recognition than any other console. Even with Sega's new mascot, the libraries of the Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo seemed evenly matched after the 1991 holiday season. But for the first time since the release of the NES, Nintendo wasn't the winner of the big holiday rush in 1991. Sega's Genesis console had done what no other console managed to achieve before. Not only did the Genesis outsell the Super Nintendo in North America that winter, but it was holding a larger share of the 16-bit gaming market than any other competitor. Smart marketing campaigns, a price cut, and a pack-in game Sonic the Hedgehog pushed Sega ahead of the gaming giant like a true underdog. Sega's success, however, would not go unchallenged. They may have won the first battle, but for Nintendo, the war was just beginning. Before the NES, Nintendo was best known for two things in North America. One were their popular arcade titles, like Donkey Kong and Mario Brothers. The other was a series of handheld systems known as the Game & Watch, developed by Nintendo's R&D 1 unit that was led by legendary game designer Gunpei Yokoi. Game & Watch units were simple, cheaply made, and very popular in the home country of Japan. Yokoi and his team were masters of creating handheld game consoles, and the popularity of the Famicom and NES prompted Yokoi to try his hand again, designing a revolutionary handheld gaming system. The original idea behind what would become the Game Boy was simple. The new system would feature a dot matrix display as opposed to the LCD overlays featured on the Game & Watch systems. Secondly, the system would have a cartridge slot to allow players to interchange cartridges, much like the NES. As the Game Boy continued development, the D-pad and two face buttons from the NES controllers were incorporated into the system's design. Powered by 4 AA batteries and a sleek, compact design, the Game Boy looked like a surefire hit for Nintendo. On April 21st, 1989, the Game Boy launched in Japan for 12,500 yen. 4 games were available for purchase with the system, including Super Mario Land, Mario's first portable adventure developed by Yokoi's team at R&D 1. Within 2 weeks, the Game Boy was sold out in Japan, with over 300,000 units in gamers' hands. A North American launch followed a few weeks later, when the Game Boy debuted on July 31st for $89.99. Like in Japan, the Game Boy was an instant success, selling 40,000 units in its first day. North America saw some of the same launch games as Japan, and a new title, Tennis, was also available on day 1. The most popular game for the Game Boy, however, was the pack-in title of Tetris. Developed by Russian computer engineer Alexei Pajanov, Tetris seemed like an odd choice compared to the previous titles Nintendo included with their consoles. The rights to Tetris were spread between a litany of companies for publishing at the time. Hank Rogers, founder of Bulletproof Software, wanted to pursue licensing the game for the Game Boy and NES. Rogers was a strong advocate for the game and approached Nintendo of America's president Minoru Arakawa about including the game as a pack-in title for the Game Boy. Arakawa didn't seem interested, as they planned to have Super Mario Land as the pack-in title. Rogers gave a quite famous rebuttal. In response, Mr. Arakawa, you need to include Tetris with every Game Boy. If you want little boys to buy your Game Boy, pack in Mario. But if you want everybody to buy your Game Boy, pack in Tetris. Arakawa was convinced by Rogers to include the game with every Game Boy. Bulletproof Software acquired the license for the game from various parties, and Nintendo published the title. Tetris went on to become the best-selling Game Boy game of all time, with over 35 million units sold. A European launch of the Game Boy followed in 1990. Like in North America, the Game Boy was bundled with Tetris, and featured the same lineup of games, excluding tennis. The Game Boy was well received by both fans and critics. However, the Game Boy wasn't in a perfect position. Despite its successful launch, the Game Boy wasn't exactly a powerhouse gaming console. While later titles would push the hardware to its limits, early Game Boy games looked worse than their NES counterparts. The Game Boy's monochrome display and lack of a backlight made games difficult to play outside of well-lit rooms. To make matters worse, the Game Boy wasn't alone in the handheld gaming market. By the end of 1991, 3 other major game console manufacturers would release their own portable gaming devices. Less than 2 months after the Game Boy hit store shelves in North America, a more powerful competitor was released. On September 1st, 1989, the Atari Lynx launched for $179.99. The Lynx was significantly more powerful than the Game Boy, and the Atari name still held sway in the North American gaming market. The Lynx was created by Atari Corporation, not to be confused with Atari Inc., the pioneers behind the successful Atari 2600. Jack Tramiel, founder of Commodore International, purchased the name and assets of Atari from Warner Communications in 1984. Atari Corporation had seen some success in the world of video games. In 1985, the company released the Atari ST, the first in a lineup of personal computers. In 1986, Atari Corporation attempted to get back into console gaming with the Atari 7800, although their new system wasn't able to put the Atari name back on top. At first, the Lynx was a moderate success, and seemed to be giving the Game Boy a run for its money. The Lynx featured a colored LCD screen and boasted beefier hardware than Nintendo's Game Boy. By the end of 1990, the Lynx sold over 500,000 units worldwide, but the lack of notable software and a higher price of entry kept Nintendo's Game Boy on top of the gaming world. The next major handheld console didn't hit store shelves until the end of 1990, when NEC released the Turbo Express in both North America and Japan. Like the Lynx, the Turbo Express had a full-colored LCD display. The Turbo Express was a powerhouse of a system. All HuCard games for the TurboGrafx 16 were playable on the Turbo Express, giving players a real console experience on the go. The Turbo Express, however, would not make much of an impact beyond its high specs. Sound issues plagued the system from launch, with many units having sound failure right out of the box. Screen issues were also a common occurrence. The unit launched at a retail price of $249.99 in North America and 44,800 yen in Japan, far higher than its competitors at the time. The Turbo Express was an energy hog as well. It took 6 AA batteries to power the system. Those 6 batteries lasted anywhere from 2 to 3 hours, facilitating some to invest in power adapters to save on batteries. All of this led the Turbo Express to have a very small adoption rate in both North America and Japan. Late 1990 saw one final player enter the ring for the title of Handheld Gaming King, and it was none other than Sega. On October 6, 1990, the Game Gear released in Japan for 19,800 yen. The Game Gear was developed at first as a portable Sega Master System, with a full-color display and backlight. Production of the Game Gear was rushed, however, after Sega saw the success Nintendo had when they launched the Game Boy in 1989. The Japanese launch of the system was successful, selling 90,000 units within the first month of release, but it was a far cry from the success of the Game Boy. And, like other handheld systems with color and backlit displays, the Game Gear sucked the life out of batteries fairly quickly, with 6 AA batteries lasting 3 to 5 hours. 6 months after the Japanese launch, the Game Gear made its way overseas to North America and Europe, and was released in April of 1991. Sega of America, now under the leadership of Tom Kalinske, continued their aggressive marketing campaign against Nintendo. Ads for the Game Gear put the full-color screen of the system in a side-by-side comparison to the Game Boy's black and white screen. It was no secret that the Game Gear was more powerful than the Game Boy, and Sega wanted to make sure their new system was a premium experience. By the end of 1991, the Game Gear had what all of the Game Boy's other competitors lacked: a robust software library. Shinobi, Ninja Gaiden, Castle of Illusion, and even Sonic the Hedgehog were on the system. offering a stark contrast to the other handhelds with its top-of-the-line games that couldn't be played anywhere else. Just like on the console front, the battle for the handheld market was shaping up to pit Nintendo against Sega once again. In 1991, while Nintendo was preparing to launch the Super Nintendo in the United States, the Game Boy was firing on all cylinders. Portable entries from the Final Fantasy series, Castlevania, Mega Man, Contra, and more gave the system more than enough classics to stand up to its competition. Nintendo was still publishing and developing games for the system, including titles like Metroid 2, but it was largely third-party publishers who were innovating on the small machine to create games that rivaled their home console counterparts. 1992 would continue that trend, with the release of two landmark titles. The first was Kirby's Dream Land. Developed by HAL Laboratory, Kirby's Dream Land introduced the world to the Pink Buff Ball, who has gone on to become a Nintendo icon. Directed by Masahiro Sakurai and programmed by Satoru Iwata, Kirby's Dream Land saw our hero Kirby go on an adventure to stop the evil King Dedede. Kirby's Dream Land was first released in Japan in April, before releasing throughout the rest of the world in August. The gameplay was fairly simple, and the graphics were nothing to write home about, but Kirby quickly became a star. Over 5 million copies of Kirby's Dream Land were sold on the Game Boy, making it the 11th best-selling game for the system. Kirby was unique in two ways for the Game Boy. For one, unlike Mario and other series on the Game Boy, Kirby was an original character, making their debut on the system, adding a bit of character to the Game Boy's lineup. Secondly, it helped launch the career of two of Nintendo's most notable designers, with Sakurai and Iwata working on many games for Nintendo in the years to come. The second landmark title for the Game Boy came at the end of 1992. Super Mario Land 2, 6 Golden Coins, hit the Game Boy in Japan and North America that fall, with a European release coming in early 1993. The sequel to the Game Boy original was once again developed by Nintendo R&D 1 and took many design elements and ideas from the Super Nintendo title Super Mario World. While it wasn't quite as popular as the original Super Mario Land, Super Mario Land 2 was still a massive success, selling over 11 million copies. Furthermore, it helped establish another major Nintendo franchise. Wario, the antagonist of Super Mario Land 2, went on to star in his own series of games after this, starting with 1994's Wario Land, Super Mario Land 3. The Game Boy wasn't the most powerful or best-looking game console of the era. Its low price point, however, became a sticking point as it surpassed its competition in the handheld gaming market. That isn't to say Sega didn't offer new software with the Game Gear in 1992. Ports of classics like Joe Montana Football, Prince of Persia, and Streets of Rage all made their way onto the small machine. Even original titles like Shinobi 2: The Silent Fury saw success on the system and helped establish it as a true gaming machine. But Sega wasn't as focused on taking down the Game Boy as they were the Super Nintendo. For Sega, winning the war with the Genesis was more important than ever, and as 1992 began, Sega laid the groundwork for the biggest Genesis game to date, Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Since the early days of home consoles, games were either pre-installed on a game console or were produced on interchangeable cartridges. Game cartridges were incredibly popular, with almost every major gaming system using them during the late 70s and 1980s. This wouldn't last forever. In 1982, Sony and Philips came together to create the CD, or compact disc. While the CD was originally conceived as a successor to vinyl records, developers quickly made note of the storage capabilities CDs offered. Compared to cartridges of the era, CDs could have 1,000 times more storage and offer higher quality audio to boot. The only downside to the medium were its longer load times and the cost for consumers. CDs were mostly used for music after their introduction. Video games got their first CD player with the TurboGrafx CD when it launched in Japan in late 1988. A North American launch followed in 1989, and it didn't come cheap. The TurboGrafx CD retailed for $399.99 and came with no pack-in titles. In 1990, Philips launched the CDI, the first fully disc-based gaming console. Although the CDI featured more functions than just gaming, the cost was still steep, with the basic consumer model launching at $799.99. For Sega, the CD was the future of the video game medium. The sooner they released their own CD-based gaming machine, the better. Development of a CD add-on for the Genesis began shortly after the system's launch in Japan. At the time, Sega was focused on beating the TurboGrafx CD's capabilities with more RAM to speed up load times and process more power. Sega's CD unit was kept under wrap for years, as engineers worked on the future accessory. The Sega CD ran into issues early, however. Additional CPUs were needed to fully power the unit, and an increase in RAM caused the system's development costs to skyrocket. While Sega had initially planned on selling the Sega CD for less than $200, around the same price of the Genesis, the high production cost made this a losing bet. It didn't help that Sega was already losing money on the Genesis, following its price drop in 1991. Sega shifted gears and prepared its marketing campaign. The Sega CD was announced in late 1991 and was released in Japan on December 12th. A North American launch followed almost a year later, on October 15th, 1992. Europe wouldn't receive the add-on until 1993, despite the large Sega fan base across the continent. In North America, the Sega CD launched at a staggering price of $299.99. Sega promoted the add-on as a premium piece of hardware that could play games far too powerful for Nintendo's year-old Super Nintendo. The launch lineup for the Sega CD was nothing to write home about, but decent games followed in the months after release. Most notably, Night Trap came out just a month after the Sega CD released, before its controversial rise in popularity in the coming years. With the Sega CD, Sega managed to hit a home run, despite stock shortages at launch. 200,000 consoles were sold by the end of 1992, and put the ball directly in Nintendo's court. The Super Nintendo's cartridges couldn't offer FMV cutscenes or CD quality audio. To outperform Sega, the designers at Nintendo needed another avenue to cram more power into the Super Nintendo. If Nintendo dominated the gaming world in the late 80s, and Atari controlled it before them, who was the biggest name in video games before all of that? It wasn't a publisher or a console manufacturer, it was a place, the arcade. From the release of Pong until the great market crash of 1983, arcades were the go-to venues for hot new video games. Arcade titles were still popping up here and there, but by the late 80s and early 90s, the arcade scene was mostly dried up. One genre of video games was stronger than ever in arcades: fighting games. Some notable fighters of the late 80s and early 90s included SNK's Fatal Fury series and Street Fighter, first released in 1987. Street Fighter wasn't a huge success at the time of its release, but Capcom, the publisher of the game, saw promise. After the completion of Street Fighter, the game's director and planner both left Capcom to work for SNK on what would become the Fatal Fury series. In their place, a new team stepped up to work on Street Fighter 2, being led by producer Yoshihiko Okamoto. Street Fighter 2 hit arcades across the world in March of 1991 and quickly became a major hit. The game's focus on combos and command-based special moves made it even more popular, as gamers lined up around arcade machines to watch for new finishers in crisp 16-bit animated glory. Street Fighter 2 also included 6 buttons for control, becoming a pioneer in controller layouts for future fighting games. Street Fighter 2's popularity helped turn its characters Ryu, Ken, Chun-Li, and more into instant gaming icons. Like many great arcade games at the time, it was only a matter of time before Street Fighter 2 made its way to home consoles. While a new version of Street Fighter 2, known as Street Fighter 2 Championship Edition, hit arcades in early 1992, a much hotter release was well on its way. In June and July, Street Fighter 2 was released on the Super Nintendo in Japan and North America respectively. A European version arrived a few months later in December. While the Super Nintendo version paled in comparison to the arcade original, it gave gamers a chance to finally play Street Fighter 2 at home. Released on a beefy 16 megabit cartridge, Street Fighter 2 on Super Nintendo was just as big a hit in homes as it was in arcades. Over 6 million copies were sold for the Super Nintendo, making this release of Street Fighter 2 one of Capcom's best-selling games of all time, and the 5th best-selling game on the Super Nintendo. Sega's wait for Street Fighter 2 would be excruciatingly long, but well worth it in the end. Street Fighter 2 Special Championship Edition was released in the fall of 1993. Sega wasn't the only one getting in on the action either. Japanese exclusive version of Street Fighter 2 Championship Edition was released on the TurboGrafx 16 in June of 1993. Just like the Super Nintendo version, Street Fighter II was a big hit on the Genesis. It sold over 1.5 million units on the system, and became the 7th best-selling game for the console. Capcom's loyalty to Nintendo marked this as a decisive win for the Super Nintendo, as the year head start gave Street Fighter II fans all the more incentive to pick up a Super Nintendo. Critics also claimed that the Genesis version was inferior to the Super Nintendo version. The biggest difference came from the controllers. While the Super Nintendo had only 4 face buttons, the included shoulder buttons let programmers map Street Fighter II's 6-button layout across the controller. On the other hand, the Genesis only had 3 face buttons on the standard Genesis controller, complicating gameplay. Sega did release a 6-button Genesis controller to help combat these issues, but it did little to help the original release of Street Fighter II for the system. Street Fighter II saw additional releases on both the Super Nintendo and the Genesis. Street Fighter II Turbo Hyper Fighting released on the Super Nintendo in August of 1993, being almost identical to the Genesis version of Street Fighter II Special Championship Edition. The Genesis and Super Nintendo both received Super Street Fighter II during the summer of 1994, following the game's original release in arcades in 1993. Street Fighter II was even ported to the Game Boy in 1995, although a Sega Game Gear version was never released. Street Fighter II not only helped revitalize the arcade industry, but it helped make fighting games more than just a niche genre. Since its release, Street Fighter has become one of Capcom's most popular game series, with new entries still being made today. It's estimated that Street Fighter II has generated more than $10 billion in revenue across the arcades and its various ports to other game consoles. Street Fighter II was a major hit on all systems, but it was clear that Nintendo held the advantage going forward with fighting games. Unfortunately for Nintendo, the next major fighting game was just around the corner, and it was unlike anything else in arcades. Sega's holiday win over Nintendo in late 1991 gave the company some much-needed momentum, especially the North American branch. Sonic was a hit and could go toe-to-toe with Mario. It seemed like only a matter of time before a sequel would be greenlit. The only problem? Sonic's creator, Yuji Naka, left Sega after finishing development on the game. Naka wouldn't be gone for long. He was convinced to rejoin Sega to help develop a sequel to Sonic the Hedgehog. However, it wouldn't be with the team that made Sonic in Japan. He would be creating Sonic 2 in America. Naka joined Sega Technical Institute, based out of Sega of America's headquarters in California. Sega Technical Institute, or STI, was a new development team, led by game design protege Mark Cerny. Naka and Cerny were joined by other members of the original Sonic development team, including Hirokazu Yasuhara, the lead level designer. Production began in late 1991 for a 1992 release. Development was progressing over at STI. The team, led by Naka, was experimenting with 3D on the Genesis and creating new characters for the Sonic series, and much like Sonic 1, the marketing team at Sega was ready to make Sonic 2 the biggest release of 1992. Armed with over $10 million, Sega began showing off Sonic 2 at events like CES and on television with shows like Nick Arcade. The release date for Sonic 2 also marked a monumental shift for games. During the early days of the Genesis, Super Nintendo, and well before them, video games were shipped from manufacturers to stores and distributors across the country. Once the games arrived, they were placed on the shelf to be sold. There were no street dates for video games, leading some areas to get new games months before others could. For Sonic 2, Sega opted for something different, the first worldwide launch of a video game. For the team at STI, this quickly put them on a timer. Delaying the game would cost Sega millions, and caused the game to slip out of the coveted holiday release. Additional employees were flown out from Sega of Japan to help finish the year-long production of Sonic 2 and help it meet its release date. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 released in North America and Europe on November 24, 1992, on a day otherwise known as Sonic 2's Day. Japan received the game a few days earlier on November 21st, and Australia, the final region to get the game, saw it released on December 1st. Although it didn't meet its goal of a true worldwide release, the marketing buzz was more than enough. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 debuted to strong critical reception and phenomenal commercial success. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 would sell more than 6 million copies on the Genesis, becoming one of the best-selling games for the system. At the end of 1992, Sega once again won out the holiday season, selling more Sega Genesis consoles than Super Nintendos. But across the sea, Sega was beginning to struggle. Sega of America managed to dent Nintendo's armor in the West, especially in Europe, but the Japanese branch of the company was no match for Nintendo in their home country. The war was just getting started, and the bloodiest battles between Sega and Nintendo were just around the corner. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 and the Sega Genesis were the talk of the town at the end of 1992, but that didn't mean there weren't quality games coming to the Super Nintendo in the year after its launch. Mario had his time to shine with the launch of the Super Nintendo, but following games wouldn't see the plumber in a platforming game. The hottest holiday title for the Super Nintendo was a racing game set in the Mushroom Kingdom itself, called Super Mario Kart. The first entry in what would become one of Nintendo's best-selling sub-series, Super Mario Kart was a massive success on the Super Nintendo, selling over 8 million units before the system was discontinued. Another Mario spin-off, Mario Paint, came out in August of 1992. Bundled with the Super Nintendo mouse accessory, Mario Paint offered up a simple-to-use but insanely deep artist studio for gamers. It didn't offer much in the way of intense gaming, but the software helped spark an interest in art and music for an entire generation of creators. Another accessory for the Super Nintendo hit store shelves in early 1992 in North America. The Super Scope was a follow-up to the popular NES Zapper, giving the Super Nintendo its own variation of the light gun. The Super Scope came bundled with the game Super Scope 6, which offered 6 different games on the cartridge to play with the accessory. The Super Scope came to PAL territories later in 1992, and Japan saw a limited release of the accessory in 1993. Unfortunately, the Super Scope was never as successful as the NES Zapper, and only a total of 12 games were released for the Super Nintendo that were compatible with the accessory. Additional Super Nintendo games rolled out onto the system throughout the year, with many classic NES games receiving sequels on Nintendo's 16-bit machine. Konami's Contra series received a third installment, with Contra 3: The Alien Wars in early 1992. Square developed an original Final Fantasy for the Super Nintendo called Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. Released first in North America in 1992, the spin-off RPG was an attempt to make the genre more accessible to American gamers. Releases in other regions followed in late 1992 and 1993. Nintendo's Legend of Zelda series saw its third entry as well, when The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past debuted in North America in April of 1992, after being released in Japan the year earlier. Unlike Zelda 2 on the NES, A Link to the Past returned to the top-down style of play that Zelda 1 featured. Future titles in the series would continue using this format until the advent of 3D games. The Super Nintendo was building a library to match any other game console, but the system was starting to become outdated by the end of 1992. The new CD-based accessories for the Sega Genesis showed what the future of gaming was slowly becoming. To make matters worse, a new batch of consoles, even more powerful than the Super Nintendo, were just around the corner, with the first 5th generation consoles launching at the end of 1993. For Nintendo, innovation was necessary to keep their new Super Nintendo afloat. The solution to this problem was a small chip, included in every copy of Nintendo's most technically advanced game to date, Star Fox. Development of Star Fox was handled by Nintendo EAD and Argonaut Games, with Shigeru Miyamoto designing the characters and producing the game. Gameplay and level design was primarily handled by Nintendo, with inspirations for the series coming from Star Wars, the puppet drama Thunderbirds, and even the Sinbo Torii Gates at a nearby shrine that was just a few minutes away from Nintendo's headquarters. On the hardware side, Argonaut Games wanted to push the Super Nintendo to its limits. Argonaut previously worked with Nintendo on the Game Boy game X that released in 1992. Like Star Fox, X was a 3D space shooter designed by Dylan Cuthbert. Unfortunately for Cuthbert and the other designers at Argonaut, the Super Nintendo didn't have any way of processing 3D images to the extent necessary for the team. Custom hardware was needed to truly make their ambitions come to life. A team of designers came together to create a new chip that could be put into the cartridges of these Super Nintendo titles. Originally under the codename Super Mario FX, the Super FX chip made its debut with Star Fox in the first half of 1993. The added chip made Star Fox a sight to behold on the Super Nintendo. This wasn't a Mode 7 illusion. Star Fox featured fully polygonal graphics for its gameplay, with sprites used for its HUD and menus. The Super FX chip came with a downside. The high costs associated with manufacturing the chip led to higher retail costs, and few other Super Nintendo games would use the chip. Still, Star Fox was a major hit, selling over 4 million units and spawning a series of sequels on future Nintendo systems. Sega was riding on the momentum of Sonic the Hedgehog 2 going into 1993. However, a new platforming Sonic game for the Genesis wouldn't come out until early 1994. Instead, Sega focused on other IPs leading up to the holiday season. In July, Shining Force came out on the Genesis, following up the 1989 original game Shining in the Darkness. Konami released Rocket Knight Adventures in August, giving the Genesis one of its best games to date. In September, Treasure's Gunstar Heroes was released. Published by Sega, Gunstar Heroes showed off the power of the base set Genesis, rivaling that of Nintendo's Star Fox. December saw the release of ToeJam and Earl, Panic, and Funkotron, a sequel to the Genesis original. In Japan, the fourth title in Sega's RPG series, Phantasy Star, was released in December, although a version for North America wouldn't release until 1995. Sega's big holiday title for 1993 was Sonic Spinball, a pinball game starring Sega's mascot. All of these releases were accompanied by a new model of the Sega Genesis, known as the Genesis 2. Compared to the original model released in 1989, the new model of the Genesis was slightly smaller and sleeker, but came at a cost. Many audio options from the original model were not included in the second model. The Sega CD saw new releases too. While the user base for the Sega CD was much smaller than the Genesis, notable games were still coming to the system in the latter half of 1993. Lunar, the Silver Star, hit the Sega CD in December of 1993. The biggest game for the Sega CD came in November of 1993. Developed primarily by the remaining Sonic 1 developers in Japan, Sonic CD was the killer app the Sega CD needed to bring on more gamers. Sonic CD featured FMV cutscenes, high-quality audio, and the fast-paced Sonic gameplay players loved. A new model of the Sega CD was also introduced. The new model axed the motorized disk drive of the original and featured a smaller design like the Genesis Model 2. The handheld front was quiet for most of 1993. Outside of ports and licensed games, the Game Boy and Game Gear only received a handful of notable releases. On the Game Gear, Sonic Chaos released in November of 1993. It was the first original Sonic game developed for the Game Gear, as past entries were developed based on the Genesis originals. For the Game Boy, The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening continued the trend of bringing Nintendo's biggest IPs to the handheld. Link's Awakening was a huge hit on the system, showing gamers that a title almost as complex as A Link to the Past on Super Nintendo was available on the 4-year-old system. Link's Awakening has since been remade twice, once for the Game Boy Color with Link's Awakening DX, and recently with a full 3D remake for the Nintendo Switch. A few other big games hit the Super Nintendo in the second half of 1993. That summer, Super Mario All-Stars was released. All-Stars included full 16-bit remakes of Super Mario Bros., Super Mario Bros. 2, and Super Mario Bros. 3. A fourth game, titled Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels, made its Western debut in the collection. Originally released as Super Mario Bros. 2 in Japan, the game was replaced with a redesigned version of Doki Doki Panic for Western audiences. For third parties, Square continued their streak of quality releases on the Super Nintendo, with Secret of Mana, an action RPG that released in the latter half of 1993. 1993 was the first year that multi-platform releases between the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis were becoming more popular, thanks to Nintendo loosening their restrictions on games being published for their system. Zombies Ate My Neighbors from Konami was a hit on both the Genesis and Super Nintendo, although the Super Nintendo version came out 2 months before the Genesis. One of 93's biggest multi-platform releases came via Disney, and their smash hit movie, Aladdin. Unlike other multi-platform games, however, the licensing for 1993's Aladdin was split up between different consoles. On the Super Nintendo, an arcade platformer developed by Capcom came out in November, just before the holiday rush. Aladdin was a big hit on the Super Nintendo, but all eyes were glued to the Genesis version. Developed by Virgin Interactive, Aladdin on the Genesis was a sight to behold. The gameplay wasn't quite as tight and platform heavy as the Super Nintendo version, but it featured some of the best animation seen in a video game to date. Virgin's version had the luxury of being designed in partnership with the animators at Disney, giving the Genesis a game that looked like no other. In the end, the Genesis version was the victor, selling over 4 million copies compared to the 1.8 million copies sold on Super Nintendo. But Aladdin wouldn't be the biggest game on the Genesis that year. Instead, the news cycle was dominated by a port of a fighting game that was released in arcades just a year earlier. Street Fighter II's release in 1991 set off a flurry of copycats and clones in an attempt to capitalize on the fighting game's success. The game caught the attention of several developers, including the team at Midway Games. A small team of developers at Midway, led by Ed Boon and John Tobias, set out to craft a game that was visually superior to Street Fighter II and one that gobbled up just as many quarters in the arcade. Development of the game was handled by only 4 people and completed in around a 10-month period. The title was Mortal Kombat. As soon as the game hit the arcades in October of 1992, it was a massive success. The game featured a unique 5-button control scheme and digitized graphics of real people, but the real draw of Mortal Kombat came from the excessive blood and gore in the game. Punching or kicking enemies caused buckets of blood to fly in every direction. Mortal Kombat also had finishing moves known as fatalities. After beating an enemy in combat, the words "finish them" would appear on screen. If the winning player entered the right button presses, a fatality would play out, with characters being killed in a manner of different ways. The popularity of Mortal Kombat quickly grew, and ports to home consoles were inevitable. Acclaim Entertainment acquired publishing rights for home consoles and began a massive marketing campaign for its upcoming release. Taking a note from Sega's playbook, Acclaim opted to release Mortal Kombat in North America with a street date. Dubbed Mortal Monday, Mortal Kombat hit the Genesis, Super Nintendo, Sega Game Gear, and Game Boy on September 13, 1993. Mortal Kombat's popularity came with controversy, however. The large amounts of blood and gore caught the eye of advocacy groups, and a public discussion surrounding violence in video games began. Fearing backlash and wanting to keep their family-friendly image safe, Nintendo opted not to include blood in the Super Nintendo version of Mortal Kombat. The red blood was replaced with gray pools of sweat. Sega followed suit with the Genesis version, but included a secret code to unlock the blood and gore from the original arcade release. The difference was stunning. While Mortal Kombat sold a total of over 3 million copies across all systems, the Genesis version was by far the most popular, with some estimates saying it outsold Nintendo's counterpart 3-1. The controversy surrounding Mortal Kombat didn't stop with concerned parents. With calls from constituents across the country, the United States Congress intervened in December of 1993, holding the first congressional hearings on violence in video games. Led by Connecticut Senator Joe Lieberman, no one in the video games industry was spared from Congress's oversight. This included Nintendo and Sega, both of whom sent representatives to Washington to avoid congressional intervention into the blossoming games industry. Nintendo chose Vice President of Nintendo of America, Howard Lincoln, to testify for them. Lincoln, a lawyer by profession, came in guns blazing against Sega during the hearing. Lincoln claimed that Nintendo kept violent games off their system, noting Mortal Kombat's lack of blood on the Super Nintendo. Lincoln even made the statement that Night Trap, another game under the microscope of the hearing, would never appear on a Nintendo console. Sega was represented by Bill White, Vice President of Sega of America. White struggled more than Lincoln during the congressional hearings, but tried his best to paint Sega in a good light. Rather than try to downplay the mature themes in their games, White argued that games like Night Trap and Mortal Kombat were meant for adults rather than children. White also took swipes at Nintendo for not having their own rating system, something Sega had implemented a few years earlier. The senators in attendance felt like their concerns were not addressed following the testimonies. Wisconsin Senator Herb Kohl gave Nintendo and Sega an ultimatum. Either come up with your own rating system, or the United States government would do it for them. After years of competing with one another, Sega and Nintendo had no choice but to work together to create an entire rating system for the whole games industry. Creating a rating system from scratch is hard enough. It's even more difficult when multiple parties want a say in the process. Sega and Nintendo managed to escape new regulations during the first round of hearings in 1993, but a second round loomed overhead. Progress was necessary if Nintendo and Sega hoped to keep their game content independent. Early proposals for a rating board went nowhere. Sega implemented their own rating system after the release of Night Trap in 1992 and offered to make it the industry standard. Unfortunately, the rivalry between Nintendo and Sega made this dead on arrival after Nintendo objected. Other ideas included using the film industry's guidelines set by the MPAA. However, the MPAA objected to this use, wanting to keep its rating system exclusively for movies. With a second hearing fast approaching, Sega and Nintendo joined forces with popular third-party publishers Electronic Arts and Acclaim Entertainment. Together, they formed Interactive Digital Software Association, later known as the Entertainment Software Association. The group began lobbying other publishers, console manufacturers, and retailers to help establish a rating system before the end of 1994. The second hearing occurred on March 5, 1994, with Senator Joe Lieberman presiding once again. Representatives from Electronic Arts, Walmart, and Babbage's spoke at the hearing and made it clear the video game industry was coming together to create its own rating board, with retailers committing not to sell titles that would be deemed too mature to audiences. In the following months, the Entertainment Software Ratings Board was developed and announced to Congress on July 29, 1994. Lieberman, satisfied with the video game industry taking up the task to grade its own content, dropped his proposed bill that would have created a government body to regulate video game content. The ESRB launched a few months later and became the industry standard for software ratings to this day. 1994 saw the launch of several games and accessories for a variety of consoles. Arcade ports were still popular as well, and many of them came to as many consoles as possible. In 1994, the most notable releases were NBA Jam, an arcade basketball game, and Mortal Kombat 2, the follow-up to the record-smashing original. On the handheld side of things, the Game Boy received a fantastic port of the original arcade Donkey Kong, and the first game in the Wario Land series. A new accessory also launched during 1994 called the Super Game Boy. The device allowed Game Boy games to be played through a Super Nintendo, with added colors and borders. For the Game Gear, Sonic Triple Trouble came out in November, giving the Game Gear one of its best titles to date. Echo: The Tides of Time came out on the Genesis in August of 1994, with the Sega CD and Game Gear port following in November. Contra and Castlevania made their debut on the Genesis, with Contra Hard Corps in August and Castlevania Bloodlines in late 1993 and early 1994. On the Super Nintendo, several series made their debut on the console. Mega Man X, a sub-series of the popular Mega Man games, came out in North America in early 1994. Super Metroid, the third game in the Metroid series, hit the SNES in the spring of 1994. Finally, Final Fantasy III came out in October. All three titles are considered not just some of the best Super Nintendo games, but some of the best games of all time. The biggest games of 1994, however, were going head-to-head in the holiday season, pitting Sega and Nintendo against one another again. After finishing development of Sonic 2, Sega was ready to have another Sonic game out as soon as possible. A third Sonic game would be another massive hit on the Genesis, and it was needed if Sega wanted to keep their popular system up and running before a slew of new consoles began releasing. The task of creating Sonic 3 once again went to Yuji Naka and his team at STI. Production for Sonic 3 began in early 1993, with early concepts for the game being an isometric 3D title. This concept, known as Sonic 3D, was shelved after developers realized they wouldn't have enough time to get the game up and running before Sonic 3's intended release date of February 1994. Instead, the team looked to create a more traditional Sonic game, in the same style as Sonic 2. Production, however, wasn't smooth. STI was still divided into a group of American and Japanese developers who had issues communicating with one another. STI set out to develop the biggest Sonic game ever, using new ideas and leftover concepts from Sonic 2 to create a massive experience. New characters, a new story, and dozens of new levels were designed for the game. Music was handled by legendary pop musician Michael Jackson, who went uncredited due to controversy surrounding the artist. Production wasn't going great, however. Sonic 3 was just too big of a game for STI to make before the intended release date. The massive size of the game also cut into production costs, as it would require an even bigger cartridge than ever before. To make sure the game was released on time, Sega cut Sonic 3 into two separate titles. The first one, Sonic the Hedgehog 3, released in North America and PAL regions in February of 1994. Japanese release followed in May. Like previous titles, Sonic 3 was praised by critics, and Genesis owners bought over 1 million copies of the game, making it a smash hit. The other half of Sonic 3 continued development at STI for much of 1994, with a new name, Sonic & Knuckles. The developers at STI had always envisioned the separate releases as a single game, and luckily, there was a way to do that. Lock-on technology was Sega's new key phrase. Sonic & Knuckles was developed to interact with copies of Sonic 3 and even older games like Sonic 2. Locking the cartridges together created Sonic 3 and Knuckles, the full experience STI set out to create when production started. Sonic & Knuckles was a massive game leading up to its release. Sega backed their new game with a $45 million advertising campaign. Commercials, full game ads, and even a championship tournament, similar to the Nintendo World Championships, took place to promote the upcoming release. Sonic & Knuckles released worldwide on October 18, 1994, finally achieving the simultaneous release Sonic 2 tried 2 years earlier. Like previous Sonic games, Sonic & Knuckles was well received by critics and gamers ate it up. Over 1 million copies of Sonic & Knuckles were sold for the Genesis, and it helped keep Sega on top for another holiday season in North America. Following the success of Aladdin on the Sega Genesis, executives at Nintendo began a search to outperform the stylish game. The result of Nintendo's search was an independent game developer based out of the United Kingdom called Rareware. Rare was best known at the time for games like Battletoad on the NES and other arcadey action games. Rare released multiple games for the NES, but hadn't made very many contributions to the Super Nintendo library at the time. The reason behind this was the company's latest investment, high-end silicon graphic workstations. These state-of-the-art computers came at a hefty price, but the results were phenomenal. Nintendo was impressed by Rare's demos and purchased a minority stake in the company, starting at 25% before increasing it all the way up to 49%. With their investment, Rare was now a second-party developer for Nintendo. Work on a new game for the Super Nintendo began in mid-1993, with Rare being given the opportunity to revive a long-dormant Nintendo franchise. They chose Donkey Kong, the original antagonist of the 1980 arcade game of the same name. It was a gamble to go with DK over other IPs. At the time, Donkey Kong's last game was 1983's Donkey Kong 3, although a Game Boy port of the original Donkey Kong was in development at the time. A core team of 12 developers were brought together with Chris and Tim Stamper, the heads of Rare, serving as directors for the new game. Nintendo took a hands-off approach to the development of the title, leaving much of the game to be developed solely by Western developers. Development progressed quickly, as the team at Rare worked long hours to get the game up and running. At CES 1994, the game was revealed to the world as Donkey Kong Country. Initial impressions were shocking. Some CES attendees thought the game was for Nintendo's next-generation home console, as it wasn't revealed to be a Super Nintendo game until the end of its announcement. Others couldn't believe the game was running on a Super Nintendo with no additional accessories or internal chips. Donkey Kong Country made a huge impact at CES, and retailers quickly lined up to purchase copies from Nintendo. Donkey Kong Country released around the world in November 1994, only 1 month after Sonic & Knuckles. The game was an instant success for both Rare and Nintendo. Nintendo backed the game up with a $16 million advertising campaign. A VHS tape called Donkey Kong Country Exposed was sent to Nintendo Power subscribers, further increasing the hype surrounding the title. Critical reception for Donkey Kong Country was strong. Reviewers praised the pre-rendered 3D graphics and gameplay. Donkey Kong Country won multiple end-of-the-year awards, including Game of the Year from both Electronic Gaming Monthly and Nintendo Power. Fans quickly purchased the game as well, helping Nintendo gain a slight upper hand against Sega in the holiday 1994 shopping season. Donkey Kong Country sold a staggering 6 million copies during the end of 1994 alone. The advanced graphics and massive marketing campaign made Donkey Kong a star once again and kept the Super Nintendo relevant in the face of a new generation of consoles. The fourth generation of gaming was still going strong in 1994, with Sega and Nintendo still selling millions of consoles during the year, but a new generation of consoles were already on store shelves. On October 4th, 1993, the 3DO Interactive Multiplayer was released for an astronomical $699.99. The 3DO was followed up by the Atari Jaguar the next month. The 3DO was a 32-bit disk-based system created by the 3DO company. The Atari Jaguar claimed to be the first 64-bit console, although this is debated by enthusiasts as to whether the Jaguar was a 64-bit system or if it was just marketing by Atari Interactive. Neither console dented Sega or Nintendo's claim over the industry, however. Neo Geo continued to control a niche corner of the market in 1994, despite the high price associated with the Neo Geo AES. In late 1994, the Neo Geo CD launched in Japan and PAL territories for the equivalent of $400 US. A North American launch didn't happen until 1996. While the Neo Geo CD still boasted a high price point, it was considerably cheaper than the AES system that ran for $650. The Neo Geo CD games were also significantly cheaper than its AES counterparts, running anywhere from $50 to $70 compared to the $200 cost of AES cartridges. Nintendo opted to stick to its current systems at this time, focusing its R&D efforts on the upcoming Nintendo 64 and a cancelled successor to the Game Boy. Sega, on the other hand, was going all in to keep the aging Genesis relevant. The Sega CDX launched in 1994 for $399.99. The system combined the Sega CD and Genesis into a single unit and came bundled with multiple games. It even functioned as a portable CD player. The CDX, however, was a failure. Sega sold the unit for $100 more than a standalone Genesis and Sega CD unit. The high price and bulky design kept consumers away from using it as a portable CD player either, dooming the unit to obscurity. Sega opted to try a different route in the fall of 1994 with the release of the Sega 32X, a 32-bit add-on to the Genesis. Retailing for $159.99, Sega hoped to keep its Genesis players around while they waited for the next Sega console to come around. While it sold well initially, moving over 600,000 units before the end of 1994, the 32X was another failure for Sega. At the time of its release, Sega's next console was already out in Japan, and a North American launch of the system was coming the next year. Sega of Japan released their own 5th generation console on November 22, 1994. The Sega Saturn offered a 32-bit processor, a CD drive, and enough processing power to make 3D graphics possible without additional hardware needed. The Saturn did well in its first month on the market, but a new player entered the gaming market just a few weeks after the Saturn's launch. On December 3, 1994, Sony released the PlayStation in Japan. Like the Saturn, it offered 32-bit graphics and CD-quality audio for its games. And, in the end, the PlayStation and Sony's entrance into the gaming scene would be the beginning of the end for Sega in the console arms race. In early 1995, the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis were still as strong as ever, with major releases on the horizon. Nintendo published 2 major titles that year, Yoshi's Island in the spring and Donkey Kong Country 2 in the fall. Yoshi's Island, subtitled Super Mario World 2, pushed Mario into a supporting role as the player-character Yoshi tried to reunite him with his brother. Produced by Shigeru Miyamoto, Yoshi's Island was in development for 4 years and became one of only 3 games to utilize the Super FX2 chip. The game was a big hit, thanks to its unique art style that opted for a coloring book aesthetic as opposed to the pre-rendered graphics of games like Donkey Kong. Yoshi's Island went on to become its own sub-series in the Super Mario franchise, with new installments still being released as recently as 2019. Donkey Kong Country 2 Diddy's Conquest was another smash hit for Nintendo and Rare. While it wasn't quite as popular as the first Donkey Kong Country, it still managed to sell over 5 million copies, making it the 6th best-selling Super Nintendo title. Other notable releases for the Super Nintendo included Rare's fighting game Killer Instinct and the cult classic Earthbound. Platformers weren't the only big releases for the Super Nintendo. In March of 1995, Square released the critically acclaimed Chrono Trigger in Japan. A North American release followed in August of that same year. Enix finished off 1995 on top as well, with the release of the 6th game in the Dragon Quest series, Dragon Quest VI Realms of Revelation. Only released on the Super Famicom, Dragon Quest VI sold over 3 million copies in Japan, making it the best-selling game to remain exclusive to the region. Although the Sega Saturn launched in Japan at the end of 1994, Sega still had plenty of games to support the Genesis with. In early 1995, Rystar released on the Genesis to strong critical reception. In the fall, Comic Zone and Vector Man rounded out a surprisingly strong 1995 for the Genesis. Unfortunately for Sega, these critically acclaimed exclusives weren't massive commercial successes compared to the likes of Sega's earlier titles. Support for Sega's add-ons, the 32X and Sega CD, also dried up. A few games were released for the Genesis that required both pieces of hardware to work, but these titles did little to keep the Genesis's hardware from looking outdated. On the Sega CD, the most notable releases for the system were for third parties. In January of 1995, Hideo Kojima's Snatcher was ported to the Sega CD with a full English localization. At the time of this video, Snatcher has never been re-released in English. Coupled with poor sales of the Sega CD version of the game, Snatcher has become one of the most expensive Sega CD games in the modern retro gaming market. September saw the final major Sega CD release with Lunar Eternal Blue, the second game in the Lunar series. Sega's biggest release for the Genesis family of systems was Knuckles Chaotix, a Sega 32X game that was released in April of 1995. The title was a commercial flop, in part due to the 32X's low install base. It was also the final 2D platforming Sonic game released for the Genesis hardware line. Sonic wouldn't have another original platforming adventure until the release of Sonic Adventure in 1998. On the handheld front, the Game Boy remained the last system standing. The Atari Lynx and Turbo Express were discontinued in 1995 and 1994 respectively. Neither system was able to match the Game Boy's low price point and library of games. Sega's Game Gear was slightly more successful and managed to sell a total of 10 million units by early 1996, but it too was unable to slow down the Game Boy. By 1995, the release lineup of new Game Gear games had dried up, with the only major titles hitting the system being ports of Master System and Genesis titles. Even though it was the victor in the handheld side of the conflict, the Game Boy's release lineup was growing smaller every year. 1995 saw the release of Kirby's Dream Land 2, a full sequel to the Game Boy original. Produced by Shigeru Miyamoto and Satoru Iwata, Kirby's Dream Land was a big hit on the now 6-year-old system, selling over 2 million copies. 1995's most popular Game Boy title was Donkey Kong Land, a watered-down port of Donkey Kong Country developed by Rare. Donkey Kong Land was a big hit, selling almost 4 million copies worldwide and becoming the best-selling Donkey Kong game on the handheld. On the hardware side of releases, Sega pumped out one final piece of Genesis hardware. Released in October of 1995, the Sega Nomad was a North American exclusive handheld that played almost all of the Genesis's releases. The Nomad was a commercial flop, selling only around 1 million units, however. Sega's innovative streak didn't just stop with hardware. At the end of 1994, Sega launched Sega Channel, an online service for the Sega Genesis. Sega Channel worked through a cable connection and allowed gamers to play dozens of Genesis games for a monthly subscription costing around $13. At the time, Sega Channel was an innovative and unorthodox way of playing games. The modern equivalent would be something like Xbox Game Pass, as Sega Channel offered its biggest games shortly after launch and rotated the lineup of games over time. Sega Channel wasn't a massive hit with consumers. The late release in the Genesis's life held many people back from committing to the service. Sega Channel lasted until 1998, when it was shut down in the lead-up to the release of Sega's final home console, the Sega Dreamcast. Nintendo attempted to get into the online scene as well. Released exclusively in Japan, the Satellaview offered gamers a whole new lineup of titles when it launched in April of 1995. The Satellaview offered 2 ways to play. The first method allowed gamers to download certain games and software during a window of time. These titles were saved to the memory of an included Satellaview cartridge. The second method of play was called Soundlink games, and could only be played during certain broadcast times. Some Soundlink games featured fully orchestrated music or live narration over gameplay. The Satellaview service remained online until 2000, when Nintendo officially ended all broadcasts for the service. A total of 114 titles were released for the Satellaview, with some still being lost. Gaming archivists and historians have worked non-stop to bring these games back, with many of the ROMs being available for download online and playable through a Super Nintendo emulator. With the popularity of video games growing in the early 90s, so did Nintendo and Sega's presence at the Consumer Electronics Show. Gaming had gotten so big that it needed its own expo. From May 11th to May 13th, 1995, the Electronic Entertainment Expo finally gave the video game industry its own place to shine. The first E3 was a major event, with dozens of games being shown off. Nintendo was the odd one out at the event. Rather than showcase their next generation console, Nintendo focused on the upcoming Virtual Boy. Atari made their presence known as well, featuring multiple Atari Jaguar and Jaguar CD games at the conference. Even the 3DO made an appearance at the event with a handful of games. However, all eyes were on Sega and a newcomer to the console business, Sony. The launch of the PlayStation and Saturn were planned for the fall of 1995, and the successful launch of both systems a year earlier in Japan led pundits to wonder who would come out on top in North America. Sony approached the conference with a handful of games for the PlayStation, but their biggest announcement would make E3 history. After a series of discussions around the business projections of the PlayStation, Sony Computer Entertainment of America president Steve Race came out to make a statement. While Race had full remarks prepared in advance, he only said one thing: $299, the launch price for the PlayStation. The news came as a blow to Sega, who previously announced that the Saturn would launch in September of that year for $399. But Sega made yet another move that helped doom the Saturn. During Sega's keynote, Sega of America president Tom Kalinske announced that the Saturn was available for purchase right now. The news was shocking to both third-party publishers and retailers. The immediate release of the Saturn was meant to undercut Sony and give Sega a much-needed head start over the competition in a region where they were best. The backlash, however, was too much. Only 6 games were available for purchase on launch day, with new releases months away. Some retailers even refused to stock the Saturn, as stores like Toys R Us and Babbage's were sent shipments of Saturns on day one, while others were left out in the cold. For Sega, the gamble didn't pay off, and the Saturn struggled to remain relevant for years to come. Going into 1996, the final few games for the Super Nintendo and Genesis were trickling out. New releases for the Sega CD and 32X were gone, as Sega discontinued the system in 1996 to focus its hardware efforts on the Saturn. The base Genesis received a few notable games, like Vector Man 2 and Sonic 3D Blast, both of which released in November of that year. Sonic 3D Blast was notable for being the final Sonic game on the Genesis and the first Sonic game on the Sega Saturn. A port titled Sonic Blast was even released on the Game Gear at the same time. For Nintendo, much of their focus was on the worldwide release of the Nintendo 64, but a few big titles were eked out on the Super Nintendo in early 1996. Super Mario RPG, a collaboration between Square and Nintendo, came out in Japan and North America in early 1996 to critical acclaim. A European version was never released on the Super Nintendo. Kirby received his first platforming game on the Super Nintendo when Kirby Superstar hit the system that spring. Finally, Donkey Kong Country 3, Dixie Kong's Double Trouble, rounded out the year when it released in November. DKC 3 was a big hit, especially in the face of the recently released Nintendo 64, but sales were still below that of previous entries. The Game Boy seemed to be entering its twilight years in 1996. The 7-year-old handheld was already underpowered at the time of its release, but a handful of events caused the Game Boy to get a second lease on life. The commercial failure of the Virtual Boy in 1995 led Nintendo to quickly pull the plug on the awkward handheld system. An updated model of the Game Boy called the Game Boy Pocket hit store shelves in 96, giving the system a much-needed smaller design. Biggest shot in the arm for the Game Boy, however, came from Japan. In February of 1996, Pocket Monsters Green and Red were released for the Game Boy. These titles weren't released worldwide for a few more years, but in Japan, they were a phenomenon, kicking off Pokemania. The end of the generation was coming. The PlayStation and Sega Saturn featured 32-bit graphics and CDs as opposed to cartridges. The days of the Genesis and Super Nintendo were done, and on June 23, 1996, it was over officially. In Japan, the Nintendo 64 launched, and with it, all major players in the console business were focused squarely on the 5th generation of home consoles. The war between the Genesis and Super Nintendo was finally over. The 1996 holiday season was dominated by the PlayStation, Saturn, and Nintendo 64. But the Genesis and SNES weren't done just yet. In North America, both systems moved over 1 million units in 1996, with Europe and Japan contributing further sales for both consoles. Going into 1997, all eyes were on a new generation of consoles rather than the last generation. In North America, the Genesis and Game Gear were all discontinued by the end of 1997. New software was still being published for the Genesis in North America in 1997. In March, a port of Virtua Fighter 2 hit the Genesis, giving the console one final in-house developed Sega game. The final game published by Sega for the system was Jurassic Park: The Lost World. Based on the Steven Spielberg movie of the same name, The Lost World came out on September 16, 1997, over 2 years after the release of the Sega Saturn. In North America, Sega sold the licensing rights for the Genesis hardware to a company called Majesco. In 1998, a new model of the Genesis called the Genesis 3 was out on store shelves. Unlike the first two models, the Genesis 3 was incompatible with many of the Genesis accessories, including the Sega CD and 32X. Majesco also acquired many unsold Sega Genesis cartridges and Model 2 systems that they sold at budgeted prices. Majesco ended production of the Genesis 3 in 1999, bringing an end to the Genesis in the three major game markets. In Brazil, however, Tectoy acquired the license to the Genesis and continues to sell emulated versions of Genesis hardware and software in the country. The Game Gear's library was largely complete by the end of 1996, as Sega shifted their focus solely to the Sega Saturn. The final first-party release for the system was the same as the Genesis, Jurassic Park: The Lost World. Production on a successor to the Game Gear was considered by Sega at the time, but the company opted against it, fearing they wouldn't be able to match the success of the Game Boy. Like the Genesis, the Game Gear was revitalized as a budget console by Majesco after Sega ended official production of the console. A budget version of the Game Gear hit store shelves in 2000, with a handful of additional games being released for the system for $15 each. The final official release on the Game Gear came out in 2001 and was published by Majesco. Super Battle Tank, a port of the Super Nintendo and Genesis original, finished off the Game Gear's library. The Super Nintendo received a new model in 1997 called the New Style Super NES. This slimmed-down SNES retailed for $99.99, with some models including Yoshi's Island as a pack-in game. A similar redesign for the Super Famicom was available in Japan under the name Super Famicom Jr. Nintendo's final first-party release for the Super Nintendo wasn't far off, however. On November 27, 1997, Kirby's Dream Land 3 hit North American shelves, roughly a year after the release of the Nintendo 64. A Japanese release followed in March of 1998. The final game released for the Super Nintendo was a port of Frogger, released on October 6, 1998. Published by Majesco Entertainment, this was also the final Sega Genesis game officially released in North America. The Super Nintendo was officially discontinued in North America in 1999, 8 years after the console made its debut in the region. The Super Famicom had more staying power in Japan, where Sega was never able to get a foothold in the region. Rewritable flash cartridges called Nintendo Power were available for the system in the late 90s. Alongside the Satellaview service, new releases for the Super Famicom came out as late as 2000. The final game released on a cartridge in the region was Fire Emblem Thachia 776 on January 26, 2000. The Super Famicom was discontinued in 2003 after sitting atop the Japanese market for 13 years. Nintendo also discontinued the Famicom at this time, bringing it into the system's historic 20-year life. The Game Boy remained in production far longer than its rivals or console counterparts. Plans for a successor to the system were in place in the mid-1990s, with an intended release date of 1996. Codenamed Project Atlantis, this Game Boy successor would have featured a 32-bit processor and a full-color LCD screen. The project was dropped due to cost concerns. Instead, Nintendo spent the rest of the 90s releasing new models of the Game Boy. In 1998, the Game Boy Light was released exclusively in Japan. This revision added a light to the screen, a requested feature for much of the Game Boy's lifespan. At the end of 1998, a pseudo-successor to the Game Boy was released worldwide, called the Game Boy Color. The new system didn't feature any hardware revisions that made it more powerful than the original Game Boy on a technical level. The Game Boy Color's main selling point was in the name, Color. After 9 years, Nintendo finally released a handheld with color support. All Game Boy games were backwards compatible with the Game Boy Color, with some titles even being released on black cartridges. These games were designed in color for the Game Boy Color, but were playable on the original Game Boy as well. New software continued to hit the Game Boy throughout the late 90s. In February 1997, Nintendo published Mole Mania for the system, one of the final gray cartridges for the system. Produced by Shigeru Miyamoto, Mole Mania is considered a hidden gem by many Game Boy enthusiasts today. The biggest games for the original Game Boy were, of course, Pokemon Red and Blue, when they were released in the United States in 1998. Pokemania quickly swept the nation, and additional releases followed. The final original Game Boy game released was Pokemon Yellow in Japan in 1998. A North American release followed in 1999, and Europe received the game in 2000. Officially, the Game Boy was not discontinued until 2003, although by this point, the original Game Boy was replaced with the new Game Boy Color system. With Sega and Nintendo's war over, it might seem difficult to find a winner between the two. Sega's dominance over Europe and North America for a large portion of the 16-bit era ended Nintendo's stranglehold on the region and cleared the path for future challengers with PlayStation and Xbox. Unfortunately for Sega, they were never able to topple Nintendo's grip over the Japanese market. The Super Famicom remained the dominant console in the region during its entire run. In the end, Sega sold a total of 30 million Genesis and Mega Drive units worldwide. For the Super Nintendo, sales were strong in all regions. 49 million Super Famicom and Super Nintendo units were sold worldwide. Roughly 20 million units were sold in Japan and North America each, with the remaining units coming primarily from Western European countries. From a sales perspective, the Super Nintendo held off Sega's attempt to control the console market, but they did so with one major caveat. Had it not been for the Super Famicom's success in Japan, the Genesis would have sold better or tied with the Super Nintendo in most markets. On the handheld front, the Game Gear sold an impressive 10 million units, beating out Atari and NEC. This pales in comparison with the Game Boy, however. It's estimated that roughly 70 million original Game Boys were sold between the system's launch in 1989 and the release of the Game Boy Color. Nintendo's official records put the Game Boy's lifetime sales at 118 million. This made the Game Boy the first gaming system to ever cross 100 million units sold, and is currently the third best-selling game system of all time, behind the PS2 and Nintendo DS. However, it should be noted that the 118 million number combines both original Game Boy and Game Boy Color sales. NEC, Atari, SNK, Philips, and the 3DO company all failed to make a dramatic impact in sales when compared to Sega and Nintendo. None of their systems managed to sell more than 10 million units worldwide. Of the group, NEC was the most successful, with the TurboGrafx 16 taking a distant third in the console race. The Turbo Express, on the other hand, never took off, in part due to its high price point. SNK's Neo Geo system managed to outlast its competitors, although it was never really in competition with them. Neo Geo's final release, Samurai Showdown 5 Special, released on April 22, 2004. The Neo Geo was officially discontinued after the release of this title. The Neo Geo CD was discontinued in 1997, and altogether, the Neo Geo sold roughly 1 million units across the world. Atari and the 3DO company were hit the worst. Atari Corporation saw only a few million Atari Lynx sell, and the Jaguar bombed with less than 500,000 units sold worldwide. After failing to reclaim the glory days of Atari, Atari Corporation merged with JTS Incorporated in 1996. In 1998, JTS sold the licensing and name rights for Atari to Hasbro. The 3DO performed better than Atari's Jaguar, but it didn't do much good for the young company. After discontinuing the 3DO in 1997, the 3DO company became a third-party publisher. The company was officially dissolved in 2003 when they filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. 3DO's assets were then auctioned off to a variety of different corporations. The CDI didn't fare much better, but Philips was able to weather the unit's losses. The CDI was officially discontinued in 1998, and Philips has never made another game console. In the years following the discontinuation of the fourth generation of systems, many of the most notable games made their ways to new hardware and new audiences. Sega started off by porting Genesis Sonic games to the Sega Saturn in 1997 with the compilation pack Sonic Jam. Sega continued to re-release Genesis-era Sonic games during the sixth generation of gaming. Other classic Genesis games began seeing ports during this era as well, one of the most notable releases being the Sega Genesis Collection for PlayStation 2 and PSP. By the seventh generation of gaming, multiple Genesis titles were re-released on the PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and Wii. The advent of digital downloads meant classic games no longer had to be compiled on a single disc or cartridge to see a re-release. Super Nintendo games quickly found a home on Nintendo's Game Boy Advance following the handheld's release in 2001. Classics like Super Mario World and The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past saw new light on the system, with additional features being added to the titles. Super Nintendo games were re-released on the Wii Virtual Console shortly after the Wii's launch in 2006. 74 games were released for the Wii Virtual Console in North America, with the final few games coming out in 2012 before the launch of the Wii U. Additionally, TurboGrafx 16, Neo Geo, and Genesis games were available for download on the Virtual Console service, with 75 Genesis games, 54 Neo Geo games, and 63 TurboGrafx titles being released. Super Nintendo games were also released on the Wii U and 3DS Virtual Consoles, although the 3DS Virtual Console was limited to the new line of 3DS systems. Today, Super Nintendo games and Genesis titles are playable on the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Nintendo Switch. and it seems likely that these classics will make their way to the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X in due time. Genesis games are also available for download on mobile devices and PC services like Steam. In 2017, Nintendo unveiled and released the Super Nintendo Classic Edition, retailing for $79.99. The SNES Classic is a mini console with 21 pre-installed Super Nintendo games. The Classic included many hit games, and included the first official release of Star Fox 2, a previously unreleased sequel to the 1993 original. Sega followed Nintendo's footsteps with their own release in 2019. The Sega Genesis Mini launched for $79.99 and included 42 Genesis games. Included in the release was a Sega Genesis version of Tetris, a title that was never released on the original hardware. In 2020, Sega announced plans to continue their line of mini consoles with multiple Sega Game Gear Micros. So far, the Game Gear Micros have seen 5 variations released in Japan, with each one containing a different set of games. The legacy of these consoles has lasted for more than 2 decades and will likely continue as the game industry grows older. I've had a blast playing both my Super Nintendo and Genesis. My Super Nintendo was the first game console I ever had after it was gifted to me by my cousin. It's the same console I received on Christmas Day in 2002, with many of my favorite games from my childhood still being in my collection. I didn't join the Sega Genesis party until later, but I've loved the classics on this system too. Rocket Knight Adventures is one of my favorite platformers, and I can't wait to dive deeper into the system's library of games in the years to come. The Great Console War pitted executives against one another. It caused lines to be drawn in the sand across playgrounds around the world. In an era before widespread use of the internet, the rivalry between Sega and Nintendo was a part of mainstream culture. No other generation of consoles has seen quite the level of love for their respective sides since, despite gaming growing more and more popular. And today, Sega and Nintendo are on good terms. The era of trying to one-up each other is over, and an era of mutual respect endures. That's the legacy of the Great Console War. That's the legacy of Sega versus Nintendo. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed the Great Console War, the story of Sega versus Nintendo. If you enjoyed the video, leave a like and share the video on your favorite social media sites. In the comments, I want to know your thoughts on Sega, Nintendo, or any of the other companies and products featured in this series. Be sure to subscribe to catch the next video as soon as it releases, and be sure to let me know what types of games or systems you would like to see covered in future videos. And, once again, thank you for watching.
This video is brought to you in part by AMD. Welcome back everyone, I'm Nick930, and today I want to share with you the complete history of one of gaming's most iconic series, Halo.
You are here because you were chosen. Our enemies are getting smarter and more numerous every day. What I am about to show you will help turn the tide of war. Are you ready? Hello, Master Chief. I'm Cortana.
What is this place? They call it Halo.
Chief, gear up. We're taking this fight to the surface.
The Covenant found something horrible, and now they're afraid.
Greetings. I am 343 Guilty Spark.
Your prophets are making a big mistake.
Do not waste my time with talk, demon.
Earth is all we have left. You trust Cortana that much?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Master Chief, you mind telling me what you're doing on that ship?
Finishing this fight.
The following PC gameplay footage was captured using an AMD Ryzen 9 processor and the Halo Infinite Limited Edition AMD Radeon RX 6900 XT graphics card, delivering the ultimate Halo gameplay experience. If you're looking to upgrade your PC build soon, click the link below for the best AMD gaming hardware available on the market. Halo is a science fiction first-person shooter series created by Bungie Studios, continued by 343 Industries, and published by Microsoft. In most of these games, players assume the role of a faceless super soldier, referred to as the Master Chief, who along with his AI companion Cortana, finds himself battling a large assortment of alien foes to safeguard all of humanity. The series is one of the most successful properties across the industry, having topped the sales charts for decades thanks to its highly refined gunplay, epic space opera narrative, and highly competitive multiplayer. In fact, the series has been so successful that many credit Halo for almost single-handedly jump-starting the Xbox brand, which has just recently celebrated its 20th anniversary. So what about this decade-spanning game property has kept fans hooked for all these years? And how has it changed during that time in order to stay relevant? Well, to answer that, let's first begin by taking a look at how the series' creators got their start all the way back in the early 1990s. The story of Bungie and their hugely influential $5 billion Halo franchise begins with this. No, you're not looking at Pong. Though it is close. This is not a Pong clone, created specifically to run on Macintosh computers back in the year 1990. Its programmer, Alex Seropian, had long been fascinated with the computer gaming industry, and after earning a degree in mathematics at the University of Chicago, he established his own game development studio called Bungie, the meaning of which remains a closely guarded secret. Under this new banner, Alex published his second game, Operation Desert Storm, that managed to sell a little over 2,500 copies, enough to justify a minor expansion to his own operation. He then sought out his old classmate Jason Jones, another Macintosh game programmer, who at the time had been putting the final touches on his own game, a multiplayer-centric top-down RPG called Minotaur. With Alex's help, Minotaur managed to churn a respectable profit, and Jason agreed to stay on as a full-time partner at Bungie. Meanwhile, down in Louisiana, a legendary team of programmers at the newly formed id Software had just released their groundbreaking Wolfenstein 3D, laying the groundwork for the first-person shooter genre as we know it. With Pandora's box having now been opened, Jason knew that for their next game, they would need a first-person shooter of their own. He spent months piecing together a functional 3D graphics engine, with generated wireframe shapes being used to simulate maze-like hallways. He then applied full-motion texture mapping to the surfaces, and populated the halls with unique enemy types designed by his friend and graphic designer Colin Brent. The result was 1993's Pathways into Darkness, a game that not only delivered a Wolfenstein 3D experience to the often overlooked Mac player base, but also integrated a few of its own unique mechanics as well, like a working inventory system, save checkpoints, and an RPG-style text log. Pathways was a major win for Bungie, with positive marks from several Mac-based game reviewers, and over 20,000 sales via their mail-in distribution model. With its success, both Jason and Alex agreed to purchase an office space in an old converted mission on South Halsted Street of Chicago. According to an ex-Bungie employee, it was a disgusting office, but the two young developers were just happy to finally be out of their one-bedroom apartment that they had been working out of before, and they could now focus on their next big project. Their first thought was to follow up Pathways with a direct sequel, improving the pacing and artificial intelligence that many felt hampered the enjoyment of the original. But after an underwhelming debut of this work at the Macworld trade show, Jason and newcomer Ryan Martell decided to start from scratch and construct a new engine that would allow for a more complex rendering solution. By '93, id Software had raised the bar once more with the legendary Doom that utilizes an advanced rendering technique called binary space partitioning, allowing for increased verticality and more complex level designs. Bungie's own engine, however, utilizes a much more resource-intensive portal-based rendering, where each adjacent polygon and line is rendered relative to any other connected polygon. On top of this, Bungie's programmers also incorporated the first official implementation of free look in a first-person shooter game, allowing players to not just look left and right, but also up and down, adding an entire new dimension to player control and combat. Alongside these technical innovations, Bungie also wanted to provide context to their science fiction shoot-'em-up, and hired Greg Kirkpatrick to handle the game's narrative direction, who then placed numerous computer terminals throughout each environment that would circumvent the need for direct dialogue or cinematics to help carry the plot. By 1994, more faces had joined the Bungie team, including art and graphics designer J. Reginald DeJour, who contributed greatly to the project's unique style, and network programmer Elaine Roy, responsible for getting the game's competitive multiplayer up and running. In August of that same year, Bungie demonstrated the improvements they had made at Macworld. The response was hugely positive, with large crowds around their booth and a high demand for pre-order forms. It was clear then that they had struck gold, and in the months that followed, Bungie released their breakaway hit, Marathon, exclusively for the Mac OS. Marathon is a science fiction first-person shooter that shares a lot in common with id Software's Doom from the year before. In it, players take on the role of a security officer who's tasked with repelling an alien attack on a space station using an arsenal of powerful weapons. But unlike Doom, there's a bit more of a focus on the narrative side of things, with the player receiving frequent communications by the ship's onboard AI, who helps guide them through the station. Marathon was a monumental success for the team at Bungie, with Next Generation magazine highly recommending it for fans of Doom-style maze crawlers, and it went on to sell nearly 200,000 copies within the next few years. But even more importantly, Marathon had helped establish some of the hallmarks of the Bungie brand, including their signature sci-fi style, their dedication to providing a compelling narrative, and even many similar enemy types, weapons, and logos that would ultimately be incorporated in their later work. Eager to chase that success, Bungie spent the course of the next couple years expanding on the Marathon universe, releasing 2 more entries that brought along with them a fully cooperative campaign, expanded competitive multiplayer, and a few minor under-the-hood improvements to the engine. The series quickly dominated the Mac gaming scene, and even managed to breach into the PC market with some Windows ports a few years later, allowing it to stand toe-to-toe with the likes of Doom. With the success of its Marathon trilogy, Bungie were geared to press forward with yet another highly innovative first-person shooter experience, one that would push the envelope further than ever before, with a fully rendered 3D environment and faster-paced gunplay. But as they entered into early production, id Software had already beaten them to the punch, with early previews of the upcoming Quake dominating conversation. So, rather than trying to compete directly, Bungie scrapped plans for their next shooter in favor of a clever twist on the real-time strategy format, where players would focus exclusively on maintaining their soldiers in combat, without a need to micromanage resources and economies. The game, titled Myth: The Fallen Lords, was a very different beast from Bungie's past games, with an isometric viewpoint and an emphasis on more medieval fantasy themes. But even still, fans and critics loved it, and sales quickly topped 350,000, earning the studio roughly $12 million in profit, a number that, unsurprisingly, piqued the interest of eager publishers across the industry. With yet another respectable win under Bungie's belt, the studio was ready for another expansion. Using their Myth revenue, they moved out of their crack house-adjacent Nightmare office and into a slightly better building on Ontario Street. They also opened a second office in San Jose, California, aptly named Bungie West, who would spend the next few years working on an anime-inspired action game called Oni. The Chicago office, on the other hand, had already launched into production on a sequel to Myth, hopeful that they could implement features that they didn't have time to squeeze into the original. It was during development of the sequel that a pair of veteran Bungie developers, Jason Jones and artist Marcus Leto, initiated work on a new side project, one that would eventually transform both Bungie and the gaming industry forever. In its earliest form, this project, given several temporary names like Armor, Monkey Nuts, and later Blam, shared a lot in common with Myth. It was a top-down, real-time tactical game, with an emphasis on controlling different military units across uneven terrain. But instead of knights, elves, and warlocks, Blam took another crack at a sci-fi setting, with scores of space marines battling an army of crustacean-based alien creatures, both armed with a variety of conventional firearms and vehicles. As Jason toiled away with the game's engine, Marcus spent the day-to-day crafting characters and rigging animations to them, taking inspiration from classic sci-fi films like Aliens, and to a lesser extent, Starship Troopers, which had only just released that same year. As work progressed, members of the core Bungie team started to take interest. Martin O'Donnell, who at the time was contracted to compose the music and sound for Myth 2, was excited by the prospect of this new sci-fi game, and in an interview with Vice Waypoint, recalls being disappointed that the early plan for the game was so similar to that of Myth, wishing it gave players a more hands-on approach to the action. But Marty wasn't the only one who felt this way. After a fourth team member, Charlie Go, joined up with the Blam team and began revamping the vehicle's physics, the developers quickly realized how much more fun the game would be if the player could directly control the vehicles themselves. Jason then rigged up a third-person control scheme to some of the soldiers, and within weeks, the project had fully transitioned from a sci-fi RTS into a 4v4 third-person sandbox arena, with state-of-the-art visual effects and physics. By 1998, the game's setting and overarching theme had finally been established, with a massive skybox of a ring world being used as the backdrop to the environment, and more creative designs for weapons and creatures replacing the horseshoe crabs and Humvees from before. This shift in style was due largely in part to conceptual artist Shi Kai Wang, who contributed greatly to not just the many alien creatures and vehicles, but also to the design of one of gaming's most iconic characters. Using Leto's prototyped character model, Shikai drafted a number of preliminary sketches of the game's lead protagonist, often taking inspiration from various animes and manga styles. Marcus then adapted these designs into the engine itself, and after bulking him up with more tank-like properties, they finally landed on the one and only Master Chief. A similar approach was taken with the other assets in the game, with Shikai contributing an iconic style to the world and shaping this around feedback offered by the rest of the team. With work now rapidly progressing, it became clear that Bungie had something really special in their hands. And after Myth 2's development finally wrapped towards the end of the year, the main focus for the studio had shifted entirely to Blam. Only this name was never meant to stay forever, and after weeks of debate, the studio collectively agreed to name their ambitious new space-themed shooter Halo. Now backed by the full force of the Bungie team, Halo's production costs mounted. Myth 2, while a decent sequel, had unfortunately printed with a crippling bug, costing the company over $800,000 to address. And with the San Jose office having their own bout of technical difficulties, Halo had become Bungie's last hope. With this in mind, newly hired Executive VP Peter Tampt reached out to none other than co-founder and CEO of Apple, Steve Jobs, who was so impressed with the game that he gave Bungie a prime spot in the Macworld keynote event. This was a huge opportunity, but the only problem was the Mac version of the game was not fully functional yet. Most of the work they had been doing with Halo was for the PC at the time. So, with only 2 weeks left before the big show, Jones and the rest of the programmers on hand were forced to rapidly piece together the Mac port of the title. It was an arduous task, but ultimately fruitful, with a fully functional demo ready for careful AI scripting. But with time now running out, they couldn't get the sound working in time. Recognizing the importance of having at least something audible during the show, Martin O'Donnell suggested the seemingly impossible task of putting together a full orchestral score in the final weekend leading up to the event, with only the words ancient, mysterious, and epic to help guide him. When coming up with the melody, Martin used the popular Beatles song Yesterday and reworked it using a Dorian scale. He then tied that to a Gregorian chant, ultimately culminating in one of gaming's most iconic musical scores. After sharing the tune with his friend at Total Audio, Michael Salvatore, the pair worked together to record the rest of the theme, and promptly delivered the finished track to Bungie in New York a few days later.
I'm very happy to welcome on the stage Jason Jones, who is the co-founder of Bungie and the Halo project lead. Halo is the name of this game, and we're going to see for the first time Halo. Welcome, Jason.
Finally, the day of the big show had arrived. Halo was officially revealed with an anticipated release date of early 2000. The demo looked extremely promising, with seamless transitions from indoor to outdoor environments, beautiful lighting effects, and realistic physics. But work on the game was far from over, and despite a strong endorsement from the legendary Steve Jobs, Bungie was nearly broke by the start of the new millennium. To keep them afloat, Bungie entered into a deal with Take-Two Interactive, who at the time were aggressively pursuing practically every talented game developer. But even with the additional revenue that this deal provided, the studio wasn't making enough to stay above water, so they reached out to Microsoft for a potential full acquisition. What they didn't know at the time was that Microsoft was preparing their first foray into the console gaming space, and were in the process of bulking up their planned 2001 launch catalog. So, after negotiating a deal with Take-Two Interactive, Microsoft fully acquired Bungie in early 2000 for roughly $30 million, and along with it, the Halo property. In the meantime, Bungie had their work cut out for them. Not only did they need to formulate a cohesive narrative experience to go along with their sandbox, but now they would need to take everything that they had built and make it function properly for a console. This meant greatly limiting the scale of their planned open-world environment, requiring sections to be broken up into distinctive levels, and also greatly simplified the control scheme so that it would play comfortably with a gamepad. In the months that followed, Bungie invited various game outlets to their offices to show off the game's progress, with in-depth demonstrations of the revolutionary vehicle physics and gorgeous open-ended level designs. But it wasn't until E3 2000 that gamers everywhere would be blindsided by the news that not only had Microsoft acquired Bungie, but Halo was no longer going to target a Mac release, as previously indicated. Many longtime Bungie fans felt betrayed, accusing Bungie of having sold out. But the rage would inevitably prove to be premature, as Halo would indeed still find its way to both PC and Mac platforms, just not right away. Following news of the acquisition, the Bungie headquarters were relocated once again, this time in a much nicer office in Washington State, right in the heart of Microsoft's Redmond campus. It was here that Halo would finally begin to more closely resemble what we all know it as today, with huge trees and rivers dotting several large canyon-like environments. Master Chief had gone from being a grunt to a fully realized protagonist, and writer Joseph Staten invested excruciatingly long work weeks just to ensure that the game's script and story was done properly. It was around this same time that Jason Jones made the difficult decision to change the game into a first-person shooter, citing technical difficulties with the third-person camera as the deciding factor. But this would, of course, turn out to be a blessing in disguise, as the new first-person viewpoint would work hand-in-hand with the revolutionary new control scheme, an innovation that would transform the genre forever. By the final year, all hands were on deck for the big crunch. Halo was set to be the Xbox's most important launch title, and would ultimately decide the fate of both Microsoft's first console and Bungie itself. To ensure the team met their goals, several planned features were inevitably cut, including the ambient life forms in each level, and several different weapons and vehicles. There were even discussions to cut the game's split-screen multiplayer right up until the final weeks of development. But after building some smaller arenas, the team agreed that it would be worth including. Finally, after years and years of design changes and a near collapse of the studio itself, Jason Jones and Marcus Leto's experimental side project had finally been completed, and in November of 2001, Bungie released the legendary Halo Combat Evolved, exclusively for Microsoft's new Xbox. Halo takes place in the distant future, with the human race having discovered the secret to interplanetary travel and using it to colonize planets all throughout the galaxy. But after a religious alien collective, known as the Covenant, are made aware of this, they declare a holy war against humanity and begin to systematically exterminate any human-made colonies they can find. Combat Evolved's story picks up shortly after the destruction of the colony on Reach, with one of the few surviving UNSC shuttles, the Pillar of Autumn, having just narrowly escaped through slipspace, emerging light years away, adjacent to a mysterious ring installation. With the Covenant still in pursuit, The Autumn's commanding officer, Captain Keyes, orders the ship into a combat alert status and begins preparations for an emergency landing on the ring's surface. The player assumes the role of Master Chief, an augmented super soldier, or Spartan, whose advanced exosuit and exceptional combat skills make him one of humanity's most powerful weapons. As the Autumn braces for an imminent Covenant attack, Chief is woken from his cryonic suspension and ordered to safeguard the ship's onboard artificial intelligence, Cortana, whose databanks contain critical information that can potentially turn the tides of war. Using a lifeboat, Chief and Cortana jettison away from the Autumn and crash land on the surface of the ring. It's here where most of the game takes place, as players trek across large, open-ended environments, battle Covenant forces, and uncover the secrets of the mysterious ring, also known as Halo. The story is delivered almost exclusively through dialogue exchanges between Chief and Cortana, the latter of whom serves as the player's guide through the alien structure. Chief himself doesn't speak too often, echoing the style of many hero protagonists in the late 1990s.
Punch it.
Cortana, on the other hand, fills the void left by Chief's stoic personality, providing frequent communication directly through his helmet, often talking with command about relevant mission objectives and steering Chief in the right direction to get the job done. And it's this back-and-forth dynamic that forms the backbone of Halo's narrative style, keeping the player informed while also subtly building on the relationship between its two contrasting personalities. And with the help of the occasional traditional cutscene and light comedic relief, players are greeted with an FPS campaign experience that was unlike anything else at the time, especially on consoles. This extends to the gameplay as well. Halo, at its core, is a first-person shooter, where the goal in each level is often to punch through large battalions of Covenant soldiers using any weapons or vehicles on hand. But unlike most shooters released around this time, Halo limits the player to only 2 weapons at any given moment. This not only makes weapon toggling much simpler, but it also makes players think more carefully about which weapons they grab off the ground, as each gun is intentionally balanced to handle well against some enemies and poorly on others. Take the assault rifle, for example. It houses a hefty 60-round magazine, tracked in real time by an integrated display on top of the barrel, and can fire around 15 rounds a second, making it ideal for tearing through large groups of enemies. However, its conventional 7.62 caliber bullets are little match for the Covenant's energy shields, and when fired from medium to long distances, the assault rifle loses all practicality. Then there's the powerful Magnum, that may feature a much smaller magazine and lower rate of fire, but it packs an incredible punch, and can be used effectively to down even the most powerful enemies. Other weapons include a pump shotgun, a sniper rifle, and the devastating rocket launcher, all of which play a critical role in dealing with the game's many different enemies. And those are just the humans' weapons. Players can also wield a collection of alien weapons as well, most of which can be used in tandem with the human arsenal to first drain an enemy's shield, and then finish them off once the shield has been disabled. Adding to this is the ability to seamlessly transition from gunplay into melee attacks and toss grenades, all without having to swap to any dedicated weapons. It may seem like a novel feature now, but this was not at all a common control scheme for a shooter game. But with Halo, the combat is more smooth and fluid, allowing players to melt through an enemy's shield and smack them with the butt of their gun, all without needing to let off of the trigger. Speaking of shields, the player is also equipped with a protective energy shield of their own that will automatically recharge whenever the player is out of combat. If the player receives enough damage to break the shield, then their limited health bar will begin to deplete, which can then only be replenished by locating health packs throughout the environment. By blending a traditional health system with this new regeneration mechanic, Halo ensures that players are always given a fair chance against the enemy, which is important considering Halo offers a wide range of different alien threats. For starters, there's the Grunts, small, weak, and cowardly creatures that serve mostly as cannon fodder. The Jackals, whose energy shields protect most incoming fire. the Sangheili, or elites, who are each equipped with their own personal energy shield, plasma rifles, and sometimes a deadly one-hit energy sword that, when coupled with a built-in cloaking device, can make short work of players not paying attention. And last but not least, there's the lumbering hunters that come equipped with an explosive fuel rod cannon and bulletproof armor plating, forcing players to dodge melee attacks and target a weak spot on their back. But the Covenant aren't the only threat lurking on this installation, and players will need to keep on their toes as they explore the ring's darkest secrets and use any weapons at their disposal to try and stay alive. When outdoors, players can commandeer a number of different vehicles to help traverse the game's more expansive environments, usually accompanied by friendly AI who will gladly ride shotgun or man the turrets to help defend against enemy attack. The most iconic of these vehicles is the Warthog, that can be whipped around corners at high speeds and launched off of ramps in spectacular fashion. Then there's the speedy Covenant Ghost, with front-mounted energy cannons, perfect for strafing large groups of enemies. For players looking for the less subtle approach, there's the powerhouse Scorpion main battle tank, with full auto machine guns and an auto-loading high-velocity cannon. And finally, there's the Banshee, that can be used to fly across the landscape and launch deadly air-to-ground attacks. To make things a bit more difficult, the enemy can also make use of these vehicles, including a few enemy-specific variants like the Wraith tank, and transport dropships that can deliver enemy combatants onto the field within seconds. When considering all of these gameplay mechanics together, Halo delivers exactly what it sets out to do. The sandbox Bungie created allows for endless possibilities, with wide-open, vehicle-centric battlefields, seamlessly funneling players into tight infantry-focused corridors, and every weapon, enemy, and vehicle is carefully balanced to counteract one another. All of this is then amplified further thanks to Halo's built-in multiplayer features. Halo's campaign can be played entirely via split-screen cooperative play, with a second player spawning in as a clone of Master Chief, fully capable of interacting with everything, including secondary seats on vehicles. Though it's the game's competitive multiplayer that undoubtedly steals the show, with players battling it out across 13 different locations in bloody, arena-style deathmatches. A majority of Halo's multiplayer locations are built in a traditional arena format, with weapon pickups and power-ups spread out in a confined space, and lots of vantage points and secret routes to make use of. But for players looking for an even more intense experience, Halo on the original Xbox also features the ability to link together multiple consoles over a local network, with up to 16 players all fighting within the same match. This was a highly uncommon feature for a console game in 2001, and before long, Halo became all anyone wanted to play, with players booting up Slayer matches on Blood Gulch and obliterating each other with tanks, sniper rifles, and the occasional slight nudge with a Warthog. Halo Combat Evolved was met with an overwhelmingly positive response, with outlets awarding it near-perfect scores across the board. Many praised the game for its brilliant gameplay mechanics, marveling at its intuitive controls and addictive multiplayer. Others praised the game for its rich story, and noted the excellent voice actor performances of Jen Taylor's Cortana and Steve Downes' Master Chief. Though some did take issue with the design of Halo's campaign missions, pointing out repetitive level designs that only served to pad out the game's length. Others took issue with the game's multiplayer, claiming that alternate game modes outside of the fan-favorite Slayer felt phoned in, and some of the weapons, mainly the Magnum, weren't balanced properly. But even with those few complaints, Halo Mania couldn't be stopped. The sales were modest at first, but they would stay persistent, with every Xbox console sold throughout the year being paired with a copy of the game. Before long, Halo had become a cultural icon, dominating living room televisions across the world, and because of its largely intuitive design, it would inevitably transform the first-person shooter forever, convincing developers everywhere that the console space was more than viable for the genre. However, despite all of its success, not everyone was pleased with the release. many members of Bungie were disappointed with all the content they were forced to cut. Major sections of the campaign were removed and replaced with clumsy dialogue to help tie together the story. Several weapons and vehicles were also scrapped and would inevitably reappear in later entries. But most disappointing of all was the lack of an integrated online multiplayer component that, due to time constraints, couldn't be included in the final game. Meanwhile, Bungie's die-hard Mac and PC fanbase were growing increasingly impatient, feeling betrayed as Halo dominated headlines for the better part of 2 years. But Bungie remained true to their word, as the game would inevitably arrive for both computer platforms. Only, instead of being handled by Bungie directly, the responsibility was shifted to 2 separate studios that specialized in building ports. The first was a Windows PC port, created by Gearbox Software, who had just wrapped up work on a PC release of the popular Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3. Using leftover code from Halo's Xbox development, Gearbox pieced together a relatively stable build of the game in the fall of 2003. But despite looking and playing like Halo on the surface, fans noted a few differences, few of which were positive. Bump mapping, for example, is almost non-existent, with the effect only appearing when illuminated by the player's flashlight. Energy shields, like those held by the Jackals, also behave improperly, and fail to change color when damaged like in the original. And there's even some inconsistencies in the gameplay, including a slower rate of fire for the Magnum and reduced scope zoom for the sniper rifle. On the bright side, the PC port of Halo does at least offer an expansion to the game's multiplayer, introducing 6 more large-scale maps and a few cut weapons and vehicles. But most importantly, it also included a fully functional online multiplayer component, which would make this inherently flawed port the basis for all future re-releases moving forward. Following a well-deserved month-long break, the Redmond offices gradually awoke from their own cryonic suspension, ready to work on their next big project. And with early reviews and fan response being overwhelmingly positive, a sequel to their sci-fi epic became the obvious next step. For many, the prospect of making a sequel was welcomed, as there were a lot of ideas left over from before that could now be fully realized. But for others, like Bungie founder Alex Seropian, Halo's success made it clear that Bungie's future would forever be tied to the Halo series, and so he left to form a new studio shortly after. With Alex now gone, a power vacuum had opened in the studio, and tensions between various department heads over the direction of the story would result in a severe lack of progress early on. Lead writer, Joseph Staten in particular, had huge ambitions for the future of Halo. He wanted massive intergalactic battles and interwoven storylines, transforming the narrative into more of a space opera. But others argued that Staten's ambitions were unrealistic and would require way too much time and effort to execute. Meanwhile, the future of the series' multiplayer content had also been a topic of debate, as many wanted to ditch the head-to-head deathmatches and reattempt the large-scale Warzone from Halo's prototype days. But Max Hoberman stressed that this would be a mistake, and that the small-scale arena combat was the reason that the original was so successful. The team eventually agreed, and allowed both Max and a tiny group of artists and programmers to lead efforts on the game's multiplayer, starting with direct integration of Microsoft's new Xbox Live functionality. While this was being worked on, the rest of the studio were at a standstill. With Staten's vision for the story being what it was, the engine would need to be completely broken apart and built back up again. This would allow for 3 times the amount of detail in each scene, along with the integration of Havoc physics for ragdolls and explosions. They even pushed to have real-time dynamic lighting effects and stencil shadows, though these would inevitably prove to be too demanding, and they were forced to revert back to less complex light probes and shadow maps later on. By 2003, development for the sequel had slowed even further, as project lead Jason Jones decided to turn his attention to some of Bungie's other projects. This left gameplay designers Paul Bertone and Jamie Griesmer to lead development for the game's campaign, a role that Jamie admits was overwhelming at the time due to his lack of prior leadership experience. He eventually brought on a slew of new talent to the team, who'd assist in sculpting the campaign's many unique level environments, while artists and designers worked with Hoberman's multiplayer mode, as this was the only way to test new gameplay features while the engine was being developed. But it wasn't until the E3 demo that things started to turn around. With Halo being as successful as it was, Microsoft went all in to ensure that Halo 2 would have a big presence at their show. And with the expectations having never been higher, the team at Bungie prepared months in advance to deliver a showstopper. As early as February 2003, development for Halo 2 focused almost exclusively on this demo, with the narrative and animation team working on planned cinematics, while level artists and gameplay designers pieced together the playable space. The goal was to not just impress audiences at the show, but to renew interest within Bungie itself and build a more solid foundation to help the game cross the finish line. When the game was finally shown off, the response to it was immensely positive. The game looked gorgeous, so much so that many in attendance accused Bungie of cheating and using pre-rendered gameplay sequences. But these rumors were quickly shot down after Bungie invited critics to try the demo out for themselves. Following this first gameplay reveal, the attitude in the Bungie offices shifted dramatically. All other Bungie projects in production were cancelled, and the developers were folded back into a singular Halo development team. It was a highly productive collaborative effort, but along with it came one of the absolute worst development crunches in the series' history. By the summer of 2003, the only real progress that had been made was on that E3 demo, and the rest of the missions in production were so disjointed that they found themselves essentially starting from scratch. Unsurprisingly, Microsoft were not at all happy with this restart. When production began, Microsoft were hopeful that Halo 2's turnaround would be within a single year, making it the perfect release to accompany the launch of Xbox Live. And when it became clear this wasn't feasible, they then anticipated a holiday 2003 release, and even pushed to have Bungie launch the game before it was ready. But head of Microsoft's gaming division at the time, Ed Freeze, intervened, threatening to quit if Bungie wasn't given the time that they needed. And as a result, the development was extended by another year. But even this year extension wasn't exactly the miracle that Halo 2 needed. Even with the full force of the studio all working together, Staten's epic space opera proved too great a task to squeeze into the sequel alone, forcing Bungie to cut the entirety of the game's third act, and replace it with an unsatisfying cliffhanger instead. It was a decision that completely demoralized the team, making the final crunch leading to the release even more challenging. But in the end, Bungie's passion for the game and their fan base encouraged them to press on, and in the fall of 2004, Bungie released their highly anticipated sequel, Halo 2, exclusively for the Xbox. Halo 2 takes place shortly after the events of Combat Evolved, with Master Chief having destroyed Halo, and along with it, the threat of a mass galactic extinction. After successfully escaping from the ring, Chief returns to Earth, where he's awarded for his services to humanity. But during the ceremony, a fleet of Covenant warships launch a surprise attack on Earth in an apparent retaliatory strike, and Chief, along with the UNSC, spring into action. After an assault on the Earth city of New Mombasa, a Covenant capital ship, piloted by one of the Covenant's leaders, the Prophet of Regret, opens a slipspace portal to escape, but not before Chief and a platoon of Marines are able to follow him through it, arriving light years away next to another Halo ring. Like the first game, a sizable amount of Master Chief's adventure takes place on the surface of this mysterious ring, with Chief and Cortana working together to uncover its secrets and stop the Prophet from destroying all of humanity. But unlike the first game, Master Chief's adventure is only half of the experience. The other half explores the Covenant War from the perspective of a Sangheili soldier, referred to as the Arbiter. The Arbiter was once the supreme commander of one of the Covenant's galactic fleets, tasked with protecting the sacred ring from the first game. But after the ring is destroyed, he's stripped of his rank and branded a heretic, and is forced to do the Prophet's bidding as their Arbiter. By introducing this character, Halo 2 gives players the opportunity to better understand the motivation behind the Covenant, adding more nuance and complexity to the various enemy types that players gunned down so carelessly before. The story also touches on the threat of religious extremism and the importance of independent thought, and conflates that with the reoccurring themes from before, like sacrifice and nobility. It's a far more meaningful and ambitious plot, as it expands on the game's universe while also fleshing out relationships between characters like Chief and Cortana. But its big cliffhanger ending in place of its cut third act is impossible to ignore, and takes away from an otherwise solid story.
Master Chief, you mind telling me what you're doing on that ship?
Sir, finishing this fight.
Thankfully, as with the original game, the story is only really a supplemental aspect of the experience, as Halo 2's gameplay remains its biggest draw. All of the core mechanics from before remain intact, like the 2-weapon limit, health regeneration, and the overall sandbox nature of each mission, though this sandbox is a bit more limited due to the design of the level environments themselves. Levels are often more linear in their structure, funneling players through narrow paths with little room to explore off to the side. By doing this, Halo 2 can emphasize its scripted cinematic moments, with things like large starships, explosions, and enemy ambushes being used to further immerse the player. This also ensures a more consistent pace throughout the course of the game, and is supplemented by things like aerial supply drops that help to cut down on the need to search for replacement weapons and ammo. Speaking of weapons, Halo 2 sees a sizable update to its arsenal. Many fan favorites make a return, like the shotgun, sniper rifle, rocket launcher, needler, and plasma rifles. But interestingly, the iconic full auto assault rifle from Combat Evolved has been removed, and is replaced by a new scoped burst fire battle rifle instead. To help fill the void of the full auto assault rifle, Halo 2 does introduce a more compact SMG that seems to serve mostly the same purpose, delivering a high rate of fire but with limited range. Along with this, players are also given a host of new Covenant weapons to play around with, including the Type 51 Covenant Carbine, the Type 50 Covenant Sniper, and the Deadly Energy Sword, that can one-hit most enemies with a devastating forward slash. Then, of course, we can't forget one of Halo 2's most defining new features, the ability to dual wield. When holding any of the game's one-handed weapons, players are now given the option to grab another weapon using their free hand. Each weapon is controlled separately using the corresponding triggers, and the weapons can also be mixed and matched to take advantage of their unique associated properties. When venturing across the larger level environments, Halo 2 offers more of the same in terms of its vehicles. All the classics return, like the Warthog, Ghost, Scorpion, Wraith, and Banshee. And of course, there's a few new additions as well, like a rocket-firing Warthog, and a Covenant equivalent called the Spectre, all of which can now be broken apart piece by piece and permanently destroyed thanks to the improved physics system. Players can even hijack enemy vehicles now, which can be used to knock enemies out of their seats or toss grenades into the hatch of a tank. This, along with features like dual wielding, make the Master Chief feel even more powerful than before. Though they're also faced with more deadly enemies this time around, like drones that will fly in large packs and shoot at the player from the sky, and the brutes that aren't protected by energy shields, but make up for this with a remarkably high threshold for pain, and will regularly charge at the player when entering into a berserk state. The horrific Flood faction also make their return, and have seen a few enhancements of their own, as the smaller Infection form can now revive defeated enemies that will either attack the player on foot or make use of any hijacked vehicles they can find. Overall, Halo 2's campaign demonstrates a much larger scope than what players experienced before, with more mission variety, weapons, and enemies, along with a ton of quality-of-life improvements to the gameplay and story delivery. Though, just like the original, it's the multiplayer that remains the game's star attraction. Halo 1's multiplayer had completely changed the game for console shooters, mixing intuitive controls with a near-flawless balance of weapons and vehicles. And Halo 2 adds to this further, thanks to even tighter multiplayer map designs, better game modes, and customization options to let players play their own way. But more importantly, Halo 2 is also the first console entry to the series to include online multiplayer via Xbox Live, that thanks to the series' overwhelming popularity, quickly grew to dominate the live community. This is assisted by the brilliant party system built into the game, that lets players who are friends over Xbox Live easily group up together, and then matchmake using an older form of skill-based matchmaking, without the need to use tedious IP addresses or server browsers, effectively setting a new precedent for the online gaming scene. When all is said and done, Halo 2 was yet another monumental success for Bungie. In the first 24 hours alone, Halo 2 shattered records, selling more than any other video game in history, and it would eventually top off at around 6 million sales in just the United States alone. Adding to this was a wave of positive reviews, all praising the game for sticking to its guns and delivering an even more engaging cinematic story. Some did take issue with the length of the campaign, and were particularly concerned by its abrupt ending, but most felt it wasn't enough to detract from the enjoyment of the gameplay design, and praised the game for its revolutionary online multiplayer component. Halo 2 further solidified the series' legendary status in the industry, though despite its overwhelming success, its exceptionally challenging development had taken its toll on the studio responsible, and as a result, Bungie's relationship with Microsoft grew increasingly more strained, triggering many to reconsider their collaborative efforts moving forward. Months after development had ceased on Halo 2, the Redmond offices slowly started to spring back to life again, and discussions about the future of the series and the studio inevitably led to a renegotiation with their publisher. In the end, Microsoft agreed to let Bungie reclaim their independent status, but in return, Microsoft would retain full ownership of the Halo property, and Bungie would need to create at least 3 more games before any of this could happen. Bungie accepted the offer, and soon after, full production began on Master Chief's 3rd epic adventure. But this time, things would be handled much differently. They would not allow for another insane crunch like before, and hired nearly 100 more artists and programmers to assist with the production. Leadership concerns were also addressed early on, with Paul Bertone heading the direction of the campaign, while Max Hoberman returned to lead the multiplayer team. But as this was the big finale for the Halo trilogy, the question of how it would all end remained a fierce topic of debate. There were several pitches for the story, some less practical than others. But it was eventually Martin O'Donnell's pitch that reigned supreme, with 9 distinctive plot points about various characters' deaths and key scenes being used as the basis for the storyboard. Once the story had been locked down, production proceeded much more smoothly. The team were careful this time to set realistic goals, and made much more efficient use of the resources on hand. This allowed the team more time to focus on polishing up the gameplay design, tightening up the gunplay, adding in a new scoring system, and overhauling aspects from past Halo games that they felt weren't living up to their potential. While this happened, graphic designers overhauled the engine once more, this time to accommodate the much more powerful Xbox 360 console, allowing for more impressive lighting and shadowing effects, along with a big push for increased draw distances, necessary for facilitating the game's larger-than-life scale. The game was later revealed with a brief real-time cinematic at Microsoft's E3 showcase in 2006, with Master Chief looking out across a vast crater as Covenant forces flew overhead. The fanbase were ecstatic, though they would need to wait another year before they could finally finish the fight. Then, after a little under 3 years of development, production had completed, and Halo 3 released worldwide, exclusively for the Xbox 360. Halo 3's campaign kicks off right after the cliffhanger at Halo 2, with Master Chief rocketing back to Earth after having teamed up with the Arbiter to stop the Delta Halo from firing. Along the way, Chief was forced to leave Cortana behind at the Covenant's holy city, High Charity, which had just been overrun by the Flood and its powerful leader, the Gravemind. Guilt-ridden, the Chief arrives on Earth and immediately seeks out the gateway to the Ark, a sort of operational control center for the Halo array that the Covenant plan on using to remotely trigger each ring and bring about total annihilation. He eventually links up with both the UNSC and a group of Covenant separatists loyal to the Arbiter, who proceed towards a massive crater formed by the slip-space rupture that occurs towards the start of Halo 2. After fighting with the Covenant forces around the outskirts of New Mombasa, Chief and his allies eventually use the massive slip-space portal formed by the crater to travel to the Ark, where the battle intensifies further following the arrival of the flood-infested High Charity. It's here where the story comes to an end, as human, Covenant, the Flood, and the ancient Forerunners robotic sentinels, led by returning on-again, off-again antagonist 343 Guilty Spark, all battle it out for control of the Halo array, using every weapon and vehicle at their disposal. And at the center of it all is the Master Chief, who's willing to do whatever it takes to fulfill his promise and come back for the stranded Cortana. It's a satisfying conclusion to the Bungie saga, providing a plethora of fan service, all while wrapping up lingering plot threads, and it does so while also leaving enough room for more adventures in the future. As for the gameplay design, Halo 3 sees several changes to its core mechanics, delivering the series into the next generation. Right away, the biggest standout feature of Halo 3 is the rework to its UI elements, adding a new heads-up display graphic at the top and bottom of the screen in an effort to more properly immerse the player into the role of Master Chief. Along with this, Halo 3 sees further modification to the way the player's health behaves, with fall damage having been removed entirely, enabling players to make more liberal use of environmental verticality. Standout features from Halo 2, like dual wielding and vehicle hijacking, make their return, and are accompanied by new mechanics like being able to tear mounted turrets off of their platforms, and special abilities tied to new pickups called equipment. These abilities include a protective bubble shield to block incoming fire, a gravity lift to boost the player into the air, active camouflage, explosive mines, shield draining devices, and much more. These new devices are then supplemented with yet another expansion to the player's weapon arsenal, including the return of the full auto assault rifle, several brute-based weapons like the Spiker, Mauler, and Gravity Hammer, and most deadly of all, the Spartan Laser, that, after a lengthy charge-up, can decimate even the most powerful enemies. The game's vehicles have also seen a few notable additions, including the intimidating Brute Chopper and Prowler, a human ATV called the Mongoose, additional variants of the iconic Warthog, and the first pilotable human air vehicle, the Hornet. Though, as always, the enemies have been reinforced as well, and will utilize new tactics on the field to test the player. Grunts, for example, will now be enraged when you kill their leader, and will attempt to kamikaze the player with plasma grenades. And because the Brutes have replaced the Elites in the Covenant's army, they're now equipped with classic energy shields, along with the other combat abilities introduced in Halo 2. Even more impressive are the changes made to the Flood, that now come in several more forms than they did in the past, including ranged wall-crawling types, ambushers, and fleshy tanks, all of which require unique tactics to overcome. It's without a doubt a more realized take on the classic Halo sandbox, expanding upon all of the lessons learned previously, while still injecting new life into the flow of the gameplay. And it's for this reason that Halo 3's gameplay remains one of the most beloved by the series' fanbase. This also extends to the game's multiplayer, that builds upon the excellent design of Halo 2's Xbox Live integration, with a ton of new online-specific features like a player ranking progression system, expanded character customization, and the ability to skip maps and session lobbies, giving players slightly more control over what they play next. As for the maps themselves, Halo 3 doesn't feature quite as many maps as its predecessors, but it does have a few standouts, like the Guardian and the Pit, both of which have become some of the most beloved multiplayer arenas in the series' history. Halo 3 also introduces the first iteration of the fan-favorite Forge mode, allowing players to not just design custom game modes to play, but also modify the maps themselves, with the ability to change spawn locations for players, weapons, and vehicles, along with a few dynamic objects. For the even more creative types, Halo 3 also introduces Theater mode to the series, enabling players to replay campaign missions or multiplayer matches using different camera angles. With this, players can now capture more cinematic footage of their gameplay experiences, a godsend for early content creators, like those responsible for the hugely popular Red vs. Blue Halo web series. By and large, Halo 3 is considered by many to be a masterpiece. It's the culmination of nearly a decade's worth of Bungie's greatest ideas and concepts, flawlessly executed in a way that appealed to both fans and newcomers alike. Reviews for the game emphasize the satisfying conclusion to the narrative, while also praising the game's great pacing, its gunplay, and its technical prowess. Others complimented Bungie for its robust multiplayer suite, delivering everything that fans loved about Halo's split-screen and online components, and further adding to them with great quality-of-life improvements. Along with all these great reviews, Halo 3 also set additional sales records, blowing past its predecessor with more than 8 million copies sold. In fact, it was so successful, it managed to beat out an already stacked holiday lineup, including Assassin's Creed, Uncharted, BioShock, and the juggernaut Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. However, while Halo 3 did manage to outsell Call of Duty 4 on the worldwide market, it's important to note here that the Call of Duty series was not far behind, and its growing popularity among audiences would inevitably impact every other shooter around it, including the Halo series itself. During the creation of the first 3 Halo games, the Halo series had also begun to expand independently from its creators. As early as 2000, Microsoft saw significant promise in the universe that Bungie had created, and tasked the then 36-year-old American writer Eric Nyland to begin a series of Halo-based novels, to embellish on the events surrounding those in the video game series. The books, while well received by critics, sold slowly at first, but as the video game franchise rose in popularity, their sales numbers would grow tenfold, making it a viable merchandising opportunity. Halo Mania had officially begun, and Microsoft were not content to stop there. They also sought to build around the core game series with supplemental titles, produced by their various in-house developers like the creators of Age of Empires, Ensemble Studios. Shortly after work on their Age of Mythology expansion, Titans had been completed, Ensemble began experimenting with the potential to bring the real-time strategy genre to consoles. This was of course not an easy task, as RTS games typically require dozens of hotkeys on a computer keyboard to efficiently swap between different units and resource management systems. But the developers were convinced that by making use of radial submenus, the genre could find a new home on the Xbox, and so they spent the remainder of 2004 modifying their Age of Mythology engine to test their theory. Once this early phase proved successful, they then got in touch with Microsoft, who agreed to back production under one condition: it would need to be based in the Halo universe. Excited to work on the Halo property, Ensemble poured through all the available reference material to properly reconstruct the likeness of Halo's many iconic elements, and modified them slightly to help them properly stand out from the new isometric viewpoint. They then ran numerous playtests with both Halo and RTS fans, and carefully shaped the experience around pleasing them both. After roughly 2 years of development, Ensemble were finally ready to show the world what they had been up to, and officially revealed Halo Wars at the tail end of Xbox's Exo 6 trade show in Barcelona. The response was mixed at best. Fans at this time were more excited for information about Halo 3 than anything else. But it was at least an interesting development, as the Halo series had now begun to expand beyond Bungie's studio and into other studios owned by Microsoft. But Halo Wars was still far from finished. Ensemble would spend several more years in production, with over 100 employees brought on to assist. By the time work had completed, development would end up costing tens of millions of dollars, going well beyond the allocated budget, and forcing Microsoft to reconsider their in-house development strategy moving forward. Finally, in February of 2003, Ensemble Studios released their long-awaited real-time strategy game Halo Wars, exclusively for the Xbox 360. Halo Wars is a prequel to the main Halo saga that expands on the events of the Human Covenant War prior to the fall of Reach. The story centers around a UNSC Marine named John Forge, who, along with the rest of his unit, are tasked with securing key targets on the human planetary colony of Harvest amidst a Covenant invasion. Aside from some light background information on the Arbiter and what he was doing prior to the events of the Halo trilogy, Halo Wars does very little to expand on the previously established lore. It's an entirely new story, and focuses almost exclusively on the adventures of this unit of UNSC soldiers, with little to no mention of Halo mainstays like Master Chief, Cortana, Johnson, or Keyes, which makes sense considering Halo Wars takes place well before any of those characters were relevant. Meanwhile, the gameplay of Halo Wars offers a wildly different experience from traditional Halo titles due to its new real-time strategy design. Using only a gamepad, players need to control groups of soldiers from an isometric viewpoint, as they order attacks on Covenant positions using a variety of weapons and vehicles. Just like the mainline first-person titles, Halo Wars is built around a rock-paper-scissor mentality, where each unit type is strong against one enemy, but weak against another. Aircraft, for example, are effective against ground vehicles. which in turn can easily overwhelm infantry. But infantry are strong against aircraft, meaning a strong mix of all three is usually a winning formula. Halo Wars also requires players to manage the logistics of their military forces by building fortifications and bases using acquired supply resources. Once these are built, players can then spawn additional units onto the field or research various upgrades and enhancements to improve their army's effectiveness. The bulk of the gameplay experience is built around the game's story-driven campaign mode, with a steady increase to the size and complexity of enemy forces, challenging players to more carefully balance tactical combat and resource management. Though, there's also options to play the game cooperatively and competitively using Xbox Live, features that, at this point, had become synonymous with the IP. Overall, despite a mixed response to the game's reveal, Halo Wars was met with familiar praise from audiences and critics. Audiences loved the new real-time strategy design, and complimented Ensemble for nailing the feel of the controls, an especially difficult task considering the genre's typical control scheme. But the praise wasn't quite unanimous. Many, especially hardcore RTS fans, felt that Halo Wars was a shallow imitation of the genre, with overly simplified resource management robbing the game of any necessary complexity. Others complained about the short playtime, and expressed disappointment that there were no Flood or Covenant campaigns to accompany the brief Human campaign, and the lower than anticipated sales numbers only made things worse. Halo Wars' long and costly development cycle and its thin profit margins inevitably proved fatal to this classic RTS development studio. With Bungie set to become fully independent in the coming years, Microsoft needed a new in-house studio to replace them, and to help fund it, they were forced to shut down Ensemble Studios, leaving the future of both Halo Wars and the Age of Empires series uncertain. Back in 2005, a third Halo project, unrelated to Halo 3 and Halo Wars, entered into an early production phase. But unlike the other two projects, this one never quite got off the ground. Dreamed up by none other than acclaimed director, writer, and producer of the Lord of the Rings film trilogy, Peter Jackson, Halo Chronicles was intended to be a more immersive cinematic experience that blurred the lines between film and video game. After a few months, both Bungie and Jackson's new game development studio Wingnut Interactive prototyped some early concepts, where the player would play as a much more vulnerable Marine, who, throughout the course of the game, would slowly be augmented with special alien abilities before ultimately becoming a human bullet. It was a promising project, but not nearly as promising as what was underway over in New Zealand. Even before Combat Evolved had hit store shelves, Microsoft were looking at ways to get the Master Chief onto the silver screen. And with Halo 1 and 2 being as big as they were, a major motion picture seemed like a no-brainer. So they tapped Peter Jackson to produce, while Academy Award winner Guillermo del Toro signed on to direct. And soon after, production began on what could have potentially been the most expensive video game film of the new millennium. But as props were being made and sets started to take shape, things started to fall apart. Del Toro decided to step away, and was replaced by the then rookie director Neil Blomkamp. Then, both 20th Century Fox and Universal, who were set to collaborate on the production and distribution front, failed to reach an agreement, and they both cleaned their hands of the project shortly after. Without a producer, the prospect of a Halo film was forever shelved. Though because so many high-quality props had already been made, Blomkamp did get some use out of them, and repurposed many of the weapons and vehicles for a Halo 3 live-action trailer, and his first major motion picture, District 9. Meanwhile, as plans fell apart for this live-action Halo, the accompanying Halo Chronicles video game would eventually be cancelled as well, and Peter Jackson would refocus his attention back on his film career. Following the release of Halo 3 in 2007, Microsoft requested that Bungie create a downloadable expansion for the game, hoping to prolong its upward sales direction moving into the next fiscal year. Writer Joe Staten and designer Paul Bertone would take the lead on this task, but requested that the expansion stand apart from the main campaign in some way, and that it also fulfill the agreed-upon 3-project minimum in order to achieve their independence. Microsoft agreed, and Bungie got to work brainstorming ideas. They decided early on to recycle some of the concepts explored with Wingnut's Halo Chronicles, mainly the idea of featuring standard infantry as opposed to a hulking super soldier like Master Chief. This idea was then expanded to feature a full squadron of soldiers, and was set against the backdrop of a noir theme, supplemented further by the likes of Dante's Inferno and the film Serenity. Because there was little money to be made with this project, only a handful of Bungie staff agreed to sign on and assist, while a bulk of the studio went on to help Jason Jones, who had finally returned and was working on a little side project called Destiny. But this didn't discourage Staten or Bertone. They were genuinely having fun coming up with this creative take on the Halo property, and even aimed to feature a fully interconnected open-world environment, something that had become increasingly more popular over the past few years. But because of their timing and financial limitations, they later settled on a mix of traditional linear levels, broken up by more open-ended, stealth-oriented sections instead, a compromise that ended up providing much better pacing. By mid-2009, the project was nearing completion, and was significantly more ambitious than Microsoft could have anticipated, so much so that they pushed to have the game delayed to the holiday season instead, and have it released as its own standalone title. Bungie were unsurprisingly frustrated by this development. They were exceedingly proud of what they had accomplished, and were excited to see the positive reception to the large amount of content for a reasonable $30 price point. But now, Microsoft was pushing their meager expansion as a full AAA experience, and audiences would no doubt tear them apart for what was essentially an asset flip. So, in the final months leading up to its release, Bungie incorporated a number of features that would help extend the game's replayability, including new narrative logs hidden throughout the city, and a prototyped cooperative mode called Firefight that designer Tim Williams had been toying around with. The resulting game was 2009's Halo 3 ODST that was released as a standalone title for the Xbox 360. ODST, despite being directly associated with Halo 3, actually takes place during the events of Halo 2, right after the Prophet of Regret ship makes its slip-space jump and devastates the city of New Mombasa. The player takes control of a squad of UNSC Special Forces, sent in to repel the Covenant invaders. But when the slip-space event sends their drop pods off course, the unit is separated, and are forced to regroup in the middle of a war zone. In a major departure from previous Halo titles, ODST offers a much less linear story approach. The game begins following a silent protagonist, referred to as the Rookie, who is knocked unconscious for several hours before awakening in a dilapidated city center surrounded by Covenant. After sneaking past enemy patrols, the Rookie then unearths clues about his squad members' whereabouts, triggering flashbacks that the player experiences firsthand. It's in these flashbacks where some of the most exciting moments in ODST take place, as players guide the other squad members through intense firefights across the city, usually with a very specific scenario to complement that soldier's particular skill set. Mickey, for example, is the team's explosive expert, so his flashback involves barreling through the center of the city in a Scorpion tank. Romeo, on the other hand, is the squad's sharpshooter, so his sequence offers more long-range engagements to make use of his sniper rifle. And in between each of these missions, the player returns back to the original Rookie, which helps to break up the pacing in a way never before seen in the series. It's a solid narrative choice through and through, exploring individual characters in a more meaningful way, though it doesn't necessarily add much to the overarching Halo narrative either, aside from explaining how the humans learned of the Covenant's plans moving into Halo 3. As for the gameplay, ODST plays mostly the same as Halo 3, with most of the same controls and mechanics, but because players aren't controlling the legendary Spartan this time around, the abilities have been scaled down to represent this. Dual wielding, for example, is no longer possible, and fall damage has been reintroduced, forcing players to think more practically about how they engage hostiles. To compensate for this handicap, ODST soldiers are equipped with a sophisticated threat visor that can be triggered at any time to highlight nearby enemies in red, allies in green, or objectives in yellow, providing the perfect tool to navigate in the game's many dark environments. ODST also offers one of the more open-ended urban environments in the series, as players can explore a large central hub area when they're playing as the Rookie, and uncover clues, find weapons, and unlock bonus story content. Players can even use their new silenced SMG to carefully navigate the streets undetected, providing slightly more variety to the combat. The multiplayer is also a very large departure from the traditional formula. While it does offer a slight expansion to the base Halo 3 multiplayer experience, a bulk of ODST's multiplayer is intentionally built around cooperative play, with the return of its cooperative campaign options from before, and a new wave-based survival mode called Firefight. Overall, despite the last-minute controversial pricing change, Halo 3 ODST was received very positively. The game scored high marks from every major outlet, as many complimented Bungie for trying something different for a change. Other praise was directed towards their solid writing and campaign pacing, and were impressed by the way it carried itself without having to rely on series mainstays like Chief or Cortana. But the most positively received aspect of ODST was undoubtedly its new Firefight mode, that provided hours of additional content as players experimented with different strategies to face off against waves of enemies. The sales were also hugely impressive, as the game managed to top the charts for several consecutive weeks, greatly exceeding expectations again, and now the Halo 3 chapter could finally come to a close, as Bungie set their sights on their final Halo project. By 2009, Bungie had officially become an independent studio again. Work was already underway on the first independent project, led by Jason Jones, and they would no longer be considered as part of Xbox's first-party family of developers. But they weren't done with the Halo series quite yet. The deal they had struck with Microsoft required that they release one more entry, which would help facilitate a transitionary period as Microsoft pieced together a replacement studio. So, as Jason Jones and his team moved to a new office in Bellevue to continue work on Destiny, veteran art director Marcus Leto took command and served as creative director for what would be Bungie's last hurrah in the world of Halo. But getting started would be difficult, as the morale was considerably low. The team were not only exhausted after Halo 3, but frustrated by the fact that they were contractually obligated to make another, and many left to work on Destiny instead. But some, especially those who had only just signed on with Bungie recently, were ready to give this last Halo project their all, and began to draft up storyboards and scripts. Like with ODST, the idea for this fourth mainline entry, internally referred to at the time as Halo 4, was to expand on the Halo universe. They didn't want to rehash another Master Chief Cortana adventure, and they certainly didn't want to undermine the satisfying ending that they had established in Halo 3. So, they went in the opposite direction, and opted to create a prequel story, finally giving players a chance to experience the fall of Reach firsthand. Now that a baseline for a story had been established, the tech team got to work overhauling the Halo 3 engine, completely reworking the animation rigs and effectively starting from scratch. It was a long and tedious process, but the end result was a significantly improved presentation, and production quickly picked up moving into its final few years. Finally, after about 3 years of full development, Bungie's final Halo title had been completed, and they released Halo Reach exclusively for the Xbox 360. Reach tells the story of Noble Squad, a team of Spartan 3 commandos who were caught up in major events preceding the original Halo trilogy. The player assumes the role of a rookie squad member, call sign Noble 6, who accompanies his team of battle-hardened commandos as they investigate communication interruptions on the human colony Reach. But upon reaching their objective, they discover that a Covenant invasion force has arrived, and a battle for the fate of the planet begins shortly after. It's a relatively straightforward plot, based on its core premise alone, but it's carried significantly by the quality of the Noble Squad characters themselves, and the heroic sacrifices that they make along the way. Squad members include the no-nonsense squad leader Carter, tech and communications specialist Kat, the deadly but reserved sharpshooter June, heavy weapons expert George, and Emil, the snarky badass with a cool helmet. Against all odds, this team of hardened Spartan warriors band together to defend humanity's most strategically important colony, while also delivering a mission-critical piece of intel necessary to turn the tide of the war. It's arguably one of the most innovative and emotionally driven narratives in the entire Halo series, taking heavy inspiration from the likes of classic films like Seven Samurai and The Magnificent Seven, and it features, without a doubt, the most impactful ending of any other entry in the series to date. This is then coupled with some solid gameplay mechanics as well. As expected, Halo Reach plays like any other Halo game. The controls are more or less identical, and the action revolves heavily around first-person combat, using a mix of human and alien weaponry. But a lot of the more drastic departures in design from Halo 3 onward have been backpedaled to a degree. The heads-up display, for example, isn't quite as obtrusive, maintaining its slight angled appearance but scrapping the transparent borders used to simulate the character's helmet. And while the equipment mechanics do make a return, they've been modified into armor abilities, many of which function more or less the same. But now, players can blast into the air with a jetpack, lock their armor to block incoming damage, and probably most controversial of all, the ability to sprint. A typical feature by today's standards, but one that would inevitably result in more stretched out map lanes on average. Speaking of which, Halo Reach sees a return to form in regards to its level designs. Most of the single-player missions offer large open spaces to explore, often with multiple objectives that the player can tackle in any order that they like. Missions are still split up into individual levels, but it certainly feels less claustrophobic than, say, Halo 2 or 3. As for the weapons, Reach sees a number of new weapons added to the arsenal, including the DMR, the plasma repeater, the needle rifle, and several different types of grenade launchers. But of course, it wouldn't be a Halo game without vehicles, of which Halo Reach has plenty, including all the old favorites and some new additions, including a variant of the Ghost called the Revenant, an aerial gunship known as the Falcon, and in at least one instance, a space fighter called the Saber that could be used to engage in an epic space battle outside of the planet's atmosphere. Another big change to the game is its artificial intelligence. AI has been progressively improving with each iteration, but Reach marks a point in the series where AI, both allied and enemy, seem to behave even more fluidly. Enemies appear to have more carefully scripted animations tied to them, and will react fluidly to situations. Friendly AI will similarly seek cover and support the player when possible, adding a new dynamic to the gunplay not seen in the original trilogy. Other noteworthy changes include new melee takedown animations, several different on-rail turret sequences, and an updated version of the cooperative survival firefight mode. Halo's beloved competitive multiplayer also returns, with 8 maps at launch, several unique game modes, and a return of the fan-favorite Forge mode. But Reach also seeks to change up the classic formula a good amount, with the introduction of a more modern loadout spawn system. By doing this, players now spawn into the match with a preset configuration of weapons and armor abilities, giving them a chance to defend themselves more practically against any surviving players on the map. It's a much more modern take on a competitive shooter, though it also marks a major step away from traditional arena combat, no doubt influenced by the popularity of the now unstoppable Call of Duty series. Halo Reach was yet another home run for Bungie. What many skeptics assumed would be a hastily thrown together prequel cash grab turned out to be one of the strongest Halo entries to date. Review scores were overwhelmingly positive, giving it near perfect scores. Some praised it for its well-written story, while others took note of the game's polished gameplay and improved visuals. The fans were similarly pleased, particularly with the game's rich multiplayer content. Though there were some that felt the series may be drifting into the mindset of other traditional shooter formulas, and feared the popularity of the Call of Duty series may have finally begun to influence the design of Halo. This fear was then compounded by the fact that 2010's Call of Duty Black Ops had managed to outsell the once unstoppable Halo series. But this didn't necessarily indicate a failure on Bungie's part either. Reach was still a major financial success, and with Bungie having officially fulfilled their end of the deal, they could finally, after 10 long years, leave the Halo series behind. Throughout the course of Halo Reach's development, Microsoft had already been hard at work sourcing Bungie's replacement. They knew that with Bungie gone, somebody would have to pick up the slack, and to ensure that things were done right, they decided to build a dedicated Halo development studio from the ground up, given the name 343 Industries. This studio started off small at first, with only about 9 developers drawing out concepts for the series' future. Once they landed on something that they agreed with, they then sought to greatly expand their workforce to make it happen. This included talent from all across the industry, including Frank O'Connor, who, due to logistical complications and his passion for the Halo series, decided against working for Bungie. Ex-multiplayer lead Max Hoberman also assisted, though did so mostly through consultation and contractual work via his own development studio, Certain Affinity, providing 343 with some valuable experience while also helping develop some post-launch content for Halo Reach. Once these expansions were finished, 343 then reached out to a small Florida-based game developer called Saber Interactive and tasked them with putting together a remake of the original Halo game. Excited by the prospect of working on such a legendary title, Saber accepted and had one of their subsidiaries in St. Petersburg handle the project. But when this Russian office received the necessary original assets from 343, they were given the source code for Gearbox's PC port instead, along with all the bugs and imperfections that came along with it. They then took these original environments, characters, and cutscenes and completely overhauled them, using a hybrid of both the Halo Reach engine and their own in-house Saber 3D, which they then modified to allow for a seamless transition between their remastered visuals and the original graphics. Most of the multiplayer content was then handled by Certain Affinity, who already had experience remaking classic arenas thanks to the last Halo Reach map pack. Then, after only about a year of development, 343 had their first finished product in their hands and released Halo Anniversary for the Xbox 360, roughly 10 years after the original game. Because it borrows almost entirely from that original game, Halo Anniversary is pretty much the exact same title. Everything from the story, the missions, the multiplayer, and even the feel of the gameplay is near identical. Though the visuals add a brand new, next-generation flair to the experience, with gorgeous, vibrant colors and special effects adding an extra layer to this decade-old classic. But aside from some pretty visuals, this is still a game from 2001 under the surface, repackaged and sold to fans 10 years later, and reviews were quick to point this out. Many complained that the game had not aged well, especially the often repetitive single-player campaign. Others went deeper and called out 343, or rather Saber Interactive, for not fixing the underlying issues that plagued the original PC release. Some even felt that the improved visuals actually robbed the game of its original vision, and replaced areas that were intended to be dark and dreary with uncharacteristically bright, vibrant eye candy. However, most fans weren't as critical. They appreciated the remaster, finding it an enjoyable trip down memory lane, and praised the developers for its brilliant ability to swap between graphics instantly with the tap of a button. It was a love letter to fans who had stuck with the series now for over 10 years. But more importantly, it served as a much-needed buffer, providing 343 with the extra time needed to deliver their first original Halo entry. Development for the fourth mainline Halo title occurred alongside the production of Halo Anniversary. The goal was to deliver a continuation of Master Chief and Cortana's story, but also expand upon it on a more personal level, while also introducing a new threat that players had never experienced before. It was a risky move, as Halo fans had become very particular about what constituted a Halo experience, thanks to Bungie's high level of consistency with each game. But the developers at 343 were not deterred, as they saw themselves as dedicated Halo fans themselves. Frank O'Connor was particularly involved, as he already had experience with Halo's lore working with Bungie on past projects, and coordinated with newcomer Kiki Wolfkill to help formulate the main narrative. Meanwhile, Ryan Payton, an ex-Metal Gear Solid developer, brought his experience working under the legendary Hideo Kojima into the fold, and incorporated a unique style into the design of the game world, enemies, and vehicles that would be wholly unique from past Halo games. But as things started to deviate a bit too drastically, 343 pumped the brakes. They were afraid the direction that Ryan wanted to take the game was too ambitious, and would be too great a risk for the studio's first original entry. So, to try and reel things in, they bumped Ryan down from creative director to narrative director, and had producer Josh Holmes take his place. A decision that frustrated Ryan so much that he opted to leave 343 shortly after. With Holmes now in charge, the project underwent a major shift in its direction. He wanted the game to be more modern like its contemporaries, with faster pacing and more streamlined combat, all integrated into familiar, large-scale linear environments. He also sought to bring out a more mature essence into the story, toning down the comedic relief and focusing on a more personal relationship between Chief and Cortana, brought out further with more advanced motion and facial capture technology. The visuals reflected this new direction as well, as everything was designed to appear more realistic and grounded. A divisive move, but one that helped to establish the studio's own distinctive style. As production continued, the staff size grew immensely, from its starting 8 writers up to nearly 200 different developers, and over 100 additional contractors assisting throughout development. By the end, Halo 4 cost Microsoft over $40 million to put together, making it one of the series' most expensive titles to date, and in the fall of 2012, 343 Industries debuted their first original entry, Halo 4, exclusively for the Xbox 360. Halo 4 picks up 4.5 years after the events of Halo 3, with Master Chief having frozen himself in a cryopod on board the remains of a UNSC frigate adrift in space. After a mysterious digital pulse scan begins to emanate around the remains of the ship, Chief's longtime AI companion Cortana wakes him up, and the pair soon discover that they've drifted straight into a rogue Covenant armada, orbiting a mysterious planet called Requiem. After a brief encounter with the Covenant, Chief and Cortana are then pulled into Requiem's atmosphere by a powerful gravitational well and crash land on the planet's surface. Cortana then reveals to Chief that she's suffering from a deteriorating state called rampancy, where her cognitive abilities are increasing at such an accelerated rate that she'll eventually think herself to death. Chief, desperate to save his friend, sets out to find a way off the planet, but while trying to hail a nearby UNSC ship called the Infinity, he mistakenly releases an ancient Forerunner prisoner called the Didact, who seeks to restore the Forerunner race back to their former glory by eliminating all of humanity. Now faced with this new threat, Chief, Cortana, and the survivors of the UNSC Infinity wage war against the Didact and his AI-based Promethean soldiers, in a final showdown to prove which species is truly worthy of ruling the galaxy. It's a much more intimate and emotional storyline that seeks to greatly expand on Halo's lore with its official introduction of the Forerunner species. But its pacing is also inconsistent with what we've seen in the past, raising the stakes to levels that seem to exceed those of the entire Halo trilogy prior, only for it to all end abruptly with an unsatisfying finale. On the other hand, Halo 4 does maintain many of the series' core attributes when it comes to its gameplay design. As always, the game is broken up into distinctive levels, each offering unique environments populated by increasingly more challenging configurations of enemies, and plenty of weapons and vehicles to beat them down with. The all-important sandbox still makes up the backbone of that experience as well, though there have been quite a few changes to modernize it. For one, Halo 4 is the first entry to fully adopt a dedicated sprint key into the player's traversal options, meaning there's no longer a requirement to use a separate gadget or suit ability like in the past. This means a faster pace to each combat encounter, and an even greater emphasis on long combat lanes, seen predominantly in the game's many Forerunner structures. Halo 4 also sees the introduction of a new faction called the Prometheans, a collective of biomechanical AI constructs that make up a bulk of the game's enemies. Among the Prometheans are the nimble crawlers, lightly armored dog-like creatures that often attack in packs, the Watchers, that appear as flying dual-rotor drones capable of reviving their allies, and most deadly of all, the Knights, that are armed to the teeth with powerful arm blades, a full-auto energy weapon, and the ability to dash and teleport, making them a formidable foe. To counter this new Promethean threat, Halo 4 offers a wide range of weapons, including most of the standard human and Covenant weapons from before, and a new set of Promethean weapons like the Bolt Shot, the Scattergun, Binary Rifle, and the Suppressor. Suit abilities make a return as well, like active camo, personal shields, and the jetpack. Though there's also some new additions like Promethean Vision that can be used to highlight enemies through walls, and an automated sentry turret that will suppress any nearby enemies. The vehicles, on the other hand, haven't seen quite as many additions. In fact, there are slightly fewer of them. Most of the human and Covenant vehicles from the original trilogy are available, like Warthogs, Ghosts, Banshees, and tanks. but none of the brute vehicles return due to the faction's absence. And the Prometheans don't appear to make use of any vehicles themselves, limiting them mainly to infantry-based encounters. But even still, there are a few new additions to the player's garage here, including a few new aerial vehicles, and most notable of all, the Mantis, a powerful bipedal tank armed with machine guns, missile launchers, and a close-range stomp maneuver that will devastate enemies nearby. Moving on, we have Halo 4's multiplayer offerings that seek to modernize the classic formula even further, with customizable player loadouts, more fleshed-out player progression systems, and new in-match rewards called Ordnance Drops that bear a heavy resemblance to the Call of Duty series' kill streaks. With these additions, and the inclusion of a universal sprint key, combat in Halo 4's multiplayer is much faster than it was in previous titles, and the design of the game's maps seem to reflect this as well, as lanes on average seem much longer than the maps in Halo Reach. In addition to the game's default 13 maps and the 9 available through DLC, Halo 4 also sees some big improvements to the Forge mode, allowing for much better looking user-made maps, thanks to the included lighting generator and higher quality level assets. Cooperative options return as well, allowing teams of 4 players to play through the campaign together. However, the popular survival mode Firefight has been dropped in favor of the new objective-based Spartan Ops. This is essentially a separate cooperative campaign to help expand on the other Spartans that appear briefly in the single player. The mode is broken up into several different episodes that were made available with a staggered release schedule and require an active Xbox Live membership to access. These additions, along with the multitude of alterations made to the map design philosophy, weapon balancing, and the physics systems, provide a very different Halo multiplayer experience. And while these changes may be polished and functional, they unsurprisingly led to a very divisive response from the series' fanbase. Critically, Halo 4 received glowing reviews. Journalists praised the game for its cinematic presentation and complimented the voice actors for delivering their best performances in the series to date. Many also noted Halo 4's gorgeous visuals that were leaps and bounds ahead of the past entries, despite sharing the same Xbox 360 target platform. But others were critical of the game's departure from the series' core tenets, primarily in regards to its handling of its multiplayer. A few even knocked the game for its soundtrack, disappointed that the series' iconic theme song had been downplayed so much, and felt composer Neil Davidge's new direction was more complementary than additive, effectively robbing the game of one of the series' most iconic aspects. But even with those concerns, Halo 4 still saw financial success early on. Within just the first day, 343 managed to sell a record of over 3.5 million copies, making it one of the strongest initial sales records for a Microsoft-produced game. But as other competing titles started to release, including Treyarch's Call of Duty Black Ops 2, recurring player numbers in Halo's multiplayer steadily declined, further demonstrating that public interest in the decade-long franchise may have already peaked. Near the end of Halo 4's development, its creative director Josh Holmes was asked to head the development for a sequel. But Holmes declined the role, feeling he had already left his mark on the series from a creative standpoint, and suggested Timothy Longo Jr. instead. Tim had extensive experience in the gaming industry. In the 90s, he worked with LucasArts to build several classic Star Wars titles. And during the 2000s, he was fundamental in turning the Tomb Raider series around, after Crystal Dynamics assumed creative control. So, with this extensive track record, he became the obvious choice to carry on the iconic Halo series, and immediately looked at ways to improve with a sequel. But this would take time, and 343 Interactive decided that they would need another buffer title to maintain interest in the property, and had Saber Interactive piece together yet another remaster, this time for Halo 2. Production for the Halo 2 remaster was a much smoother process. The graphic engine and technology was already set up from before, and so they were able to recycle a number of visual effects right from the get-go. However, they also learned from the mistakes made in the past, and ensured that they maintained the original aesthetic of each character and environment as closely as possible, and only embellished when absolutely necessary. They even had ex-Halo 2 developer Max Hoberman come back to assist in nailing the look and feel of the multiplayer, While this was being done, Blur Studio was contracted to provide brand new, high-quality cinematics for the game's campaign, providing a massively improved presentation for some of the most iconic scenes in the series. By 2014, production on Halo 2 Anniversary had progressed exceptionally well. It was meeting all of its deadlines, and they were ready for a surprise reveal to accompany Tim Longdo's mainline entry. But with the new generation of consoles just around the corner, 343 Interactive decided to take things a step further, and not just provide players with a Halo 2 remaster, but the entire collection, all optimized to play on the Xbox One. It would be the perfect way to ease newcomers into the franchise, a necessity considering the story they plan to tell with Halo 5. And so, in November of 2014, 343, in collaboration with Saber, Certain Affinity, and Blur, released the ambitious Halo the Master Chief Collection, exclusively for the Xbox One. The Master Chief Collection is exactly what it sounds like. Each and every game in the saga featuring Master Chief, all updated to play on higher resolution displays with better performance and a plethora of customization options. Everything from each of the 4 games has been retained, including the campaigns, the cooperative modes, and every single multiplayer map, including 6 remakes from Halo 2. It's without a doubt the ultimate love letter for fans. Or at least, that's what it seemed like. The Master Chief Collection was widely panned upon its release, not because of the content it provided, but because of its widespread instability. The game was plagued with issues, some even occurring in areas of the original titles that never had issues before. The most problematic of all was the botched multiplayer matchmaking that made it near impossible to play online. It was a disaster, with some even claiming it to be the biggest botched launch in years. But rather than packing up and moving on, 343 Interactive decided to own up to the mistakes made, and worked tirelessly to fix it over the course of the next several years. Since then, the game has been cleaned up considerably, and has even been made available on the PC platform, letting PC gamers finally continue the story from where they left off way back in 2007 when Halo 2 released for Vista. Alongside this release, the Master Chief Collection has been bulked up further with other titles in the series like Halo 3 ODST and Halo Reach, only further adding to its value. They even managed to fix some of the mistakes that Gearbox made all the way back when Combat Evolved released on the PC, though some issues in regards to bump mapping do still persist. All things considered, the Master Chief Collection has become the ultimate package for Halo fans, and one of the only ways to play many of the classics online, as several of the original titles have since had their online services shut down, marking a bittersweet end to one of Xbox's very first online multiplayer experiences. As development for the mainline console entries continue, franchise director Frank O'Connor looked at ways to expand Halo's reach into the rising mobile gaming market, and contracted the Netherlands-based Vanguard Games to put together an isometric twin-stick shooter, which would later become 2013's Halo Spartan Assault. In Spartan Assault, players assume the role of 2 Spartan 4 commandos, Edward Davis and Halo 4's Sarah Palmer, as they participate in combat missions prior to the events of Halo 4. The game is played entirely from a top-down perspective, with players using either touchscreen or traditional twin-stick controls to gun down swarms of enemies. Like many mobile games, players are rewarded with a star ranking based on their performance, and each of the 30-some available missions are short enough to allow for rapid play sessions when on the go. Critically, Spartan Assault was received quite well upon its initial release, as many claimed that its high-quality visuals and core gameplay mechanics raised the bar for the mobile gaming scene. Though, once the title was later ported to other platforms like the Xbox and PC, the sentiment towards the game soured. It's a shallow experience, with very little to add in terms of both story and gameplay. Though, because it was relatively cheap to make, 343 decided that it was worthwhile to make a sequel, and coordinated with Vanguard once more to make 2015's Halo Spartan Strike. Spartan Strike is more or less the same as its predecessor. The story this time follows 2 unnamed Spartans, the first during the Battle of New Mombasa, and the second closer to the events of Halo 4. as they both seek to stop the Covenant from acquiring access to a powerful Forerunner teleportation technology. The gameplay utilizes the same twin-stick combat design, though there are a few worthwhile additions missing from Spartan Assault, like a drivable warthog, and several additional player power-ups to make missions more enjoyable. But even still, Spartan Strike was met with a similar mixed response, so much so that 343 abandoned the prospect of delivering a console port of the game like they had with Spartan Assault. Meanwhile, back at 343, the core of the development staff were focused almost exclusively on production for the next mainline entry to the franchise, as it was set to be the single most ambitious entry to the Halo series to date. Every aspect of the game was set to be expanded upon, including a big shakeup to the multiplayer design, and a massively risky new direction for the story that was purpose-built to intrigue the fanbase. As the narrative team pieced together this new story, designers worked to revitalize the series' aging formula, and structured the gameplay heavily around a new system of persistent player abilities, aimed to enhance player mobility and control. Many of the changes made were done so to appeal to Halo's professional league, who were called in frequently to test maps and modes ahead of public testing, an invaluable tool to ensure the longevity of the online multiplayer. Additionally, the studio sought to improve the game's cooperative offerings, and specifically built the main campaign around having multiple players, including distinctive character roles, combat balancing, and an overhaul to the general user experience design. The project was officially showcased at Microsoft's presentation at E3 2013 with a cinematic video, much in the same vein as Halo 3's big announcement. Audiences were excited, especially considering its announcement was accompanied by the reveal of the Master Chief Collection, and in the fall of 2015, 343 Industries released their hotly anticipated next entry to the series, Halo 5 Guardians, exclusively for the Xbox One. Halo 5 takes place less than a year after Halo 4, with Chief having reunited with his old squad of Spartan 2 commandos, Blue Team, as they continue their fight against the last remnants of the Covenant. But after receiving a message from the previously thought to be deceased Cortana, Chief and the rest of Blue Team go AWOL, causing a separate group of Spartans, Fire Team Osiris, to hunt them down. The player assumes the role of both Master Chief and series newcomer Jameson Locke throughout the course of the campaign, as the missions alternate between both fire teams to help tell the two sides of the story. But as with most hero versus hero style narratives, a true enemy inevitably makes themselves known, forcing the two teams to work together to safeguard the galaxy. It's a risky story approach, much in the same way Halo 2 was over 10 years ago. Though the unusual retcon for a certain character and the seemingly uncharacteristic behavior of others made the pill difficult to swallow, making Guardians one of the most divisive entries in the series. Halo 5's gameplay has also seen some very big changes. While the core of the sandbox still remains very much intact, the increased emphasis on cooperative play makes for a very different campaign experience. For one, players are now consistently supported by a squad of AI or player-controlled Spartans, which can provide covering fire and even revive the player if they're downed in combat. The UX design has similarly been reworked, making weapon pickups glow in the environment and kill markers appear over defeated enemies. Interacting with vehicles and switches is also accompanied by a press and hold command now, likely done to simplify network syncing between players in the session. Though all of these tweaks are minor when compared to the new Spartan abilities. Unlike the suit abilities from the past, Spartan abilities are persistent and available to all players at any given time. This includes being able to clamber up ledges, evade to the side with thrusters, slide along the ground, bash forward or through walls, and crash into enemies from above using a devastating ground pound. Halo 5 also introduces the Smart Link aim system, meaning every weapon in the game now has at least some form of enhanced zoom effect. When considering all of these new abilities, Halo 5's combat is without a doubt some of the most realized and fleshed out in the series, with plenty of options for practically any encounter. However, the additions to other aspects of the game aren't quite as ambitious. The weapon arsenal, for example, is made up mainly of older weapons from past games, with the only worthwhile addition being the UNSC Hydra rocket launcher. Meanwhile, the only new additions to the drivable vehicles are a couple of close air support units like the Wasp, along with a few new variants of the Warthog, tanks, and the mech. The enemies similarly haven't changed much this time around, but the Prometheans are now reinforced by a new soldier type that serves as one of the more common infantry units in the game. Players will also need to contend with a new boss type called the Warden that will periodically appear throughout the campaign to offer a stiff challenge at key points in the narrative. Though, even when considering these changes, Halo 5 really doesn't come off feeling too different from its predecessor. However, its multiplayer offerings do help to balance this out a bit, with the addition of two wildly different new game modes. The first is called Warzone, an evolution of the series' large-scale, big team battle. In it, players battle it out in massive 24-player skirmishes, with either side getting a large number of weapons and vehicles to choose between. The goal is to destroy the enemy team's core, housed within their primary deployment area. But to access this, teams must first conquer areas in the center of the map, usually defended by neutral AI defenders, adding a sort of PvE twist to the action. This mode was later updated to include options for 8-player cooperative firefights as well, making smart use of pre-existing map designs to appeal to fans of the classic survival mode. For players that still prefer more competitive arena action, Halo 5 offers several smaller-scale 4v4 maps, built specifically to take advantage of all the new Spartan abilities. And finally, there's a hugely improved Forge mode, with over 1,000 more available level assets to make use of, wider template spaces to build on, and vastly improved tool sets to make building quality-looking levels easier than ever. Overall, Halo 5 was met with mostly positive reception. Journalists awarded the game with high scores thanks to its much smoother player traversal and robust multiplayer features. Others praised the game for appealing to fans of cooperative play, an often overlooked aspect that has remained integral to the Halo franchise since its inception. But the game's story wasn't received nearly as well. Many were disappointed that the Rogue Master Chief subplot wasn't used to its full potential, while others took fault with the game's abrupt ending. But the fanbase were even more critical, as they felt the series had officially lost its identity and lacked the spirit of many of the Bungie-era titles. And so, with both Halo 5's mixed reception and the Master Chief Collection's plethora of bugs, Halo was for the first time in an extremely precarious position, so much so that many changes would have to be made moving forward. Now faced with declining interest in the once great Halo, 343 Industries sat down and reconsidered the direction that they were taking in regards to both the narrative and the overall gameplay style. Halo 5, while still a massive financial success, had dealt a serious blow to fan confidence in the studio responsible, and many were doubtful that any Halo game from this new Reclaimer saga would ever capture the magic of Bungie's original trilogy. So, understandably, 343 tried to figure out why. What part of those old Bungie games had they failed to carry forward? What part of the Prometheans, the Chief Cortana plot, or the multiplayer were fans not connecting with? As the bulk of the development team at 343 proceeded with post-launch content for Halo 5, the narrative leads went back through the series' long history and tried to piece together the puzzle, and acknowledge the most common concerns voiced by the community to help guide them. They ultimately decided that the entire Rogue Cortana bit that they had been trying to establish was just not working. The logic behind her uncharacteristic churn was technically there, but fans just weren't having it. So, they decided to sideline the plot, and turn their attention towards a new offshoot of the Covenant, called the Banished. By doing this, 343 would be able to greatly simplify the story, returning players to a classic human versus alien war, set against the backdrop of an ancient mysterious ring world. But this would also mean that their originally planned Halo 6 would need to be dropped entirely, resulting in one of the longest hiatuses in the series' history. But Halo fans wouldn't be ignored entirely. Along with the mobile titles detailed previously, 343 also coordinated with creators of the Total War series Creative Assembly in creating a sequel to the real-time strategy game Halo Wars, all built around the new story direction intended for the next mainline installment. Development for the sequel began as early as 2014, as the team worked on planning out an ambitious war campaign along the surface of the massive Ark. As Creative Assembly familiarized themselves with the old Phoenix engine, 343 contracted Blur Studio once again to provide cinematics for the campaign, who then reciprocated with several high-fidelity motion capture sequences. Then, after roughly 3 years of full development, production for the sequel had been completed, and Creative Assembly, in association with 343 Industries, released Halo Wars 2 for both Xbox One and Windows PC. Halo Wars 2 kicks off nearly 3 decades after the events of the original Halo Wars, with the UNSC Spirit of Fire emerging out of slipspace directly over the Ark from Halo 3. Completely unaware of the outcome of the Human Covenant War, Captain Cutter orders a recon team to investigate the Forerunner installation, only to learn that a human research team previously on the surface has been overrun by a splinter faction of the Covenant called the Banished. Commanded by the savage War Master Atriox, the Banished have built up a formidable military force, and plan on using the Ark to repair the Halo array and take control of the galaxy. The player assumes control of the Spirit of Fire's ground support units, and conduct several aggressive sabotage operations in an effort to disrupt the Banished stranglehold on the installation. Despite having little to do with Halo 4 or 5, Halo Wars 2 is a significant part of the series' overarching story, as it establishes a new primary antagonist and helps to redirect the series back to its origins. However, it doesn't entirely dismiss Halo 5's events either, made evident by the inclusion of the game's post-credits scene. When it comes to gameplay, Halo Wars 2 builds off of what Ensemble had established with the original Halo Wars. The entire game can be played with a gamepad, though the controls have been refined further thanks to helpful double-tap commands and a press and hold function to select smaller groups of units. The resource management has also been reworked, as power is now considered a finite resource that must be gradually earned alongside supplies, either by locating caches of power cells, building generators near bases, or by capturing new power nodes spread out across the map. Halo Wars 2 also introduces new mini-bases to the fold, which can be used to either acquire additional resources or set up a forward operating base to spawn reinforcements and attack enemy positions more rapidly. Most units from the previous game return, like the various infantry types, warthogs, tanks, artillery, and close air support. The players can now spawn teams of snipers, heavy support aircraft, and a reworked version of the bipedal mechanized Cyclops that play a much more persistent role throughout the game. As for the enemies, Halo Wars 2 only features the newer Banished faction, combining elements of the Covenant with additional brute units like jet troopers, choppers, and mobile artillery units called blisterbacks. Occasionally, players will even need to face off against more powerful boss types called warlords that will make use of unique attacks like grapples and AoE bombardments. To help deal with these new threats, Halo Wars 2 sees a big revision to its leadership system, giving players access to 10 powerful abilities per leader, rather than just one like before. These abilities include things like healing domes to replenish unit health, ODST drop pods and turrets to quickly reinforce units on the field, and even a powerful airstrike to decimate the front line. With these systems in place, players have more options to make use of, providing a more engaging and enjoyable gameplay experience. And that's just the single-player campaign. Halo Wars 2 also greatly improves on the sub-series' multiplayer offerings as well, and offers several new game modes like the Conquest-inspired Blitz, and an RTS twist on the classic Firefight cooperative survival mode, alongside a returning cooperative campaign as well. Creative Assembly also released 2 paid expansions for the game, the latter of which allows players to play as the Banished as they wage war against the escaped Flood from the ruins of High Charity. Overall, the game was met with decent reviews, as many praised Halo Wars 2 for its gorgeous visual design, polished mechanics, and engaging narrative. But many complaints waged against the original game resurfaced, as some felt Halo Wars' RTS mechanics were too simple and didn't fully commit to the concept. Others took issue with the short campaign length, and added that the story failed to come to a satisfying conclusion. Despite all of its solid additions, Halo Wars 2 ultimately performed worse than its predecessor. the game only managed to sell a little over 2 million copies, about 400,000 less than the original game. But despite its meager sales and its critical reception, the game still served its purpose and provided 343 Industries with the time that they needed to focus on their biggest contribution to the Halo franchise yet. Early development for 343's third mainline entry began back in 2015, with franchise directors and writers redirecting the series following the outcry over Halo 5. They ultimately decided to ditch the Rogue Cortana plot almost entirely, and refocus their attention towards a more classic adventure story instead, much like the style of the original Halo games. Then it hit them. Why not take that original concept and reimagine it as an open-world game instead? Almost like what Marcus Leto and Jason Jones had initially tried to do all those years ago. This eventually blossomed into a massive undertaking, with hundreds of environmental artists, designers, and programmers sculpting a massive playable space, taking cues from other popular open-world games like Far Cry and Breath of the Wild. To help them better realize this new direction, they largely overhauled their pre-existing game engine into the newer Slipspace engine, which would allow for much greater draw distances, object model complexity, and variety, tailor-made for the next generation of console gaming. The project was later revealed 3 years later at E3 2018, with an in-engine cinematic teaser demonstrating the beautiful visuals, dynamic wildlife, and classically inspired atmosphere. Things seemed to finally be heading in the right direction, but unfortunately, development was not proceeding as smoothly as it seemed. Production for this new entry was plagued with problems, from buggy, outdated code baked into the newer engine, to overly ambitious deadlines. To make matters worse, the studio suffered from a number of creative differences between various development sectors, signaling a lack of effective leadership. At one point, 343 even considered cutting over 2/3 of the open world they had planned, as this would be the only way to meet the release of the Xbox Series X. Then, in 2020, another variable was introduced to the already messy development of the game, and staff were forced to quickly adapt to remote work, a process that greatly slowed development and limited leadership's ability to oversee progress being made. Then, in July of 2020, all these developmental woes eventually came to a head, with 343's infamous premiere of Halo Infinite's gameplay. Critics were quick to pick apart the demo, pointing out lackluster environments and outdated character model designs. This was the first real taste of Xbox's next generation, and unfortunately for Microsoft, Halo fans were not impressed. So, immediately following the reveal, Microsoft decided to reconsider their stance on the game's release date, realizing that a premature release would do more damage than good. They even asked Halo veteran Joe Staten to assume creative control of the project, a move that would greatly help in getting things back on track. With his help, the open world was expanded outward again, with more dynamic elements from past games being reintroduced, like Marines that would automatically follow the player. Meanwhile, the art department greatly overhauled the visuals, adding considerably more detail to every facet of the presentation. Though, due to time, many planned features would need to be delayed post-release, including mainstays like the cooperative campaign. Finally, after nearly 6 years of development, 2 of which were done in the midst of a global pandemic, production for the final Halo title so far had been completed, and 343 Industries released the long-awaited Halo Infinite for Xbox One, Series X, and the Windows PC. Halo Infinite takes place shortly after the events in Halo Wars 2, with the UNSC stuck in a 2-front war against the rogue Cortana and her created, alongside the newly emerged Banished led by Atriox. After the Infinity comes under siege by Banished forces, Master Chief tries to help, but is ultimately defeated at the hands of Atriox himself, and subsequently thrown out into the void of space. 6 months after this battle, Chief is saved by a lone human survivor in a VTOL, who explains that the human race has been defeated. But Chief, ever determined, proclaims that there's still a chance to set things right, and travels to a nearby, partially damaged ring installation called Zeta Halo. It's here where Chief discovers a new AI companion, referred to as the Weapon, who was designed as a sort of countermeasure to Cortana. Now, unsure of her purpose, the weapon agrees to tag along with Chief, and the two set out across Zeta Halo to rally any surviving UNSC forces and fight back against the Banished. It's a much simpler story this time around, focusing almost exclusively on Master Chief and his relationship with his AI friend, though the addition of the pilot also adds a fresh new human element to the story as well, which is used frequently to reinforce the core theme of hope throughout the course of the adventure. Like the story, the gameplay also sees a significant return to form for the series. The combat is more grounded, pitting the player and the occasional small squad of Marines against overwhelming alien odds, with only a limited use of scripted cinematic events. By doing this, the game relies almost exclusively on its sandbox to maintain its excitement, a choice that's reinforced by the adaptation of a new, large-scale, open-world environment. Zeta Halo, or at least the small section of Zeta Halo available in the game, is easily one of the largest playable areas ever featured in the franchise. And this isn't just an empty space either. A bulk of the environment is controlled by banished forces that will patrol various forests and roads, or occupy strategically important military installations like outposts or forward operating bases. If the player is feeling bold, they can choose to capture one of these locations, rewarding them with a fast travel point, access to weapon refills, and information on other nearby activities. Alongside capturing enemy positions, players can also rescue stranded squads of UNSC soldiers, eliminate powerful high-value targets, or uncover secret collectibles hidden all throughout the game. Completing these objectives also rewards the player with powerful new weapons and vehicles to call in, a necessity for dealing with the more heavily fortified positions later on. Alongside these open-world activities is of course the main campaign itself, with dedicated missions that feel more fleshed out and expansive, taking cues from classic Halo games by funneling players through complex Forerunner structures, command ships, and alien fortresses. Though these sections are made even more interesting thanks to some great new traversal and combat mechanics. The first is the grapple shot, a retractable grapple hook that can be used to latch onto any solid surface and pull the player forward. This can be used to easily zip around the environment, greatly expanding the verticality of the action, and can even be used to grab objects from a distance, which can then be redirected and thrown back at nearby enemies. Along with the grapple shot, there's the threat sensor that can ID enemies hidden behind walls, the drop wall that will produce a one-way energy shield, the returning thruster pack, and further improvements to the player's shields. All these abilities can be further upgraded via a new upgrade tree in the player's menus, using any discovered Spartan cores hidden in the environment, again incentivizing exploration. And those are just the core gameplay changes. Halo Infinite also sees a plethora of new weapons to play around with too, including a new full-auto commando rifle, a burst-fire Covenant weapon called the Pulse Carbine, a couple shock-based weapons like the Shock Rifle and Disruptor, both of which can arc electricity between targets, and several other new brute weapons like the Ravager grenade launcher and the Deadly Skewer. There's even a few new and returning Forerunner weapons to experiment with that will literally melt the competition. As for the vehicles, Infinite sees a lot of old classics make their return, like the Brute Chopper and Transport Warthogs. Though there's several other vehicles introduced over the years that didn't make the cut, and Infinite fails to deliver anything new to take their place either. But even still, the vehicles that are provided offer more than enough variety for transportation to explore Infinite's wide-reaching forest valleys. And when combined with the new dynamic day-night cycle, it's easily one of the most immersive campaigns in the series yet. Infinite's multiplayer also aims to bring the Halo experience back to its roots, delivering more traditional arena-style combat based more heavily on the classic sandboxes of old. Even more surprisingly, the entire multiplayer suite has been made available to play for free on both Xbox and PC, meaning literally anyone with a compatible platform can jump in on the fun. Because of this, Halo Infinite managed to accumulate a massive player base in its early months, achieving a record-breaking 20 million concurrent players. However, because this free-to-play model relies so heavily on utilizing microtransactions to generate persistent revenue, the game's included cosmetic options have been heavily criticized, as even the most basic cosmetic pieces either require a tedious grind or a disproportionate monetary cost. For players not interested in character customization though, Halo Infinite's multiplayer has also suffered from a slow rollout of post-launch content, with only a handful of maps to play on, and very few game modes. To make matters worse, Infinite is also one of the first games in nearly a decade to not offer any sort of Forge or Theater mode options, not to mention the series' mainstay cooperative campaign option that's still yet to be incorporated. Because of these major omissions, Halo Infinite has seen a significant decline in popularity moving into the new year. Early reception for the game was glowing, with reviews praising the campaign's fantastic return to form. Players were even content with the game's multiplayer early on, as they were happy with the highly polished gameplay and built-in crossplay support. But with the player base dropping off at such an accelerated rate, 343 will need to deliver significantly with their upcoming Season 2 to help stem the bleeding, especially when considering Halo Infinite is set to be the series' foundation moving forward. Halo is quite possibly one of the most influential video game series in the history of the medium. What started as a series of small experiments in the back room of an old Chicago studio has gone on to become an absolute behemoth in the industry, dominating holiday sales and spawning countless other supplementary media, including books, mobile games, arcade cabinet shooters, and most recently, a Paramount Plus exclusive live-action series. But its most lasting legacy will forever be how it managed to change gaming itself. Prior to Halo, the shooter genre was not considered viable with a controller, with GoldenEye and Perfect Dark being one of the very few exceptions. But Halo changed all of that and catapulted the genre to new heights, no doubt giving rise to hundreds of other massively popular games that we enjoy today. Not only that, but Halo is mostly responsible for the success of Microsoft's Xbox, which by itself has contributed greatly to the medium, with a plethora of talented game developers and studios all across the globe. But most important of all, Halo has brought friends and family together for decades, thanks to its rich narrative, its beloved multiplayer offerings, and its larger-than-life characters. And it'll no doubt continue to be one of the most iconic video game experiences of all time. But what do you guys think? Which Halo game was your favorite? And where do you think the series should go next? Let me know in the comment section. I also want to take a moment to give a special shout out to my supporters on Patreon, whose support has helped immensely in making this video. Thank you so much for your continued support. If you enjoy the work that I do here and want to see more documentaries like this, please consider joining the growing list of Patreon supporters, where you can get early access to new projects, behind-the-scenes content, shoutouts, and access to our private Discord to chat and play games. Your support is hugely appreciated. And of course, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content posted every week.
You're still watching? It's over.
(1998). Four Microsoft engineers create a prototype video game console in the hopes of competing against Sony's next video game machine, the PlayStation 2. March 1st, 1999. Sony officially announces the PlayStation 2 following the amazing success of the original PlayStation. March 10th, 2000. Microsoft officially announces their first video game console. It is known simply as Xbox.
So, for the first time, let me now unveil Xbox.
In 2004, Sony sits comfortably ahead of Microsoft and Nintendo, with roughly 71 million units sold. Microsoft, at the end of 2004, had sold 19.9 million Xboxes. May 12, 2005, Microsoft reveals the Xbox 360 on MTV. Days later, on the 16th, Sony reveals the PlayStation 3 at E3. The modern video game battle of the 21st century begins.
now the time has come. You've waited long enough. I give you the future of gaming.
The Xbox 360 announcement was nothing short of a spectacle. With viral marketing campaigns and an over-the-top reveal on MTV with Elijah Wood hosting the event, and live performances by the Killers, the system was touted for its online capabilities and HD graphics. Microsoft's online ecosystem, Xbox Live, was going to the next level. With a marketplace where users can download games, demos, music, television, and movies, users can now play games online with friends, send messages, earn a reputation score, and system-wide achievements. Shortly after the reveal, Microsoft spent their entire E3 conference showcasing their new Sony killer, by showing off the system's user interface, controller, and games. Call of Duty 2, FIFA 06, Project Gotham Racing 3, Cameo, and Gears of War were among the titles shown. With little emphasis on the technical specifications and full focus on the system's entertainment capabilities, Microsoft wanted the world to know Xbox 360 was here to play.
That future starts right here, right now. This is my Xbox 360. It's here, and it's on. The PlayStation 3 reveal was a completely different story, as Sony spent a vast majority of their E3 conference detailing the technical significance of the platform, detailing the system's new cell processor, reality synthesizer, and support for Blu-ray discs. Various tech demos were shown to demonstrate the power of the system, with many developers and industry figures discussing the overall proposal of what the system could do. The system was touted for having 6 USB ports, 2 HDMI ports, 3 Ethernet ports, slot readers for compact flash, SD, and memory stick, and full backwards compatibility with PlayStation and PlayStation 2 games. Sony proceeded to spend a smaller portion of the show on actual titles. Games like Resistance, Motorstorm, Killzone, Warhawk, Heavenly Sword, and Gran Turismo were showcased. No user interface was shown, and the promise of online connectivity was seldom. The show ended with a look at the console's design, and the E3 booth later showed the console's radically redesigned boomerang controller. It was clear, Sony's message was different. It wasn't about fun, it was about power.
Impromptu Best Buy shop, and all the new Xbox 360s are being unloaded.
The road to launch was long and arduous for both manufacturers. Microsoft was eyeing a holiday 2005 window, and Sony spring 2006. Microsoft was able to hit their goal, launching the Xbox 360 November 22, 2005 in North America. Shortly after, in December, the system hit Europe and Japan. Xbox 360 was offered in 2 different SKUs. The core system offered the console, a wired controller, and standard AV cables for $299. The main Xbox 360 bundle came with the system, a 20GB detachable hard drive, wireless controller, headset, and component cables for HD. The bundle retailed for $399. Games like Call of Duty 2, Need for Speed Most Wanted, Perfect Dark Zero, and Cameo Elements of Power were available at launch. There were 18 games total to choose from day one. Microsoft's only enemy on November, and the year to come, was themselves. Sony and Nintendo were far from ready. Despite being the only player on the market, Microsoft immediately struggled with supply. Maximum production was not enough to sufficiently supply demand, and most units were entirely sold through in the US and Canada. By the end of 2005, roughly 900,000 units were sold in North America, 500,000 in Europe, and 100,000 in Japan. Demand at the time was so high that 40,000 units reappeared on eBay within a month of launch. Nearly 10% of the system's first 400,000 units shipped to the US. Demand was seemingly high everywhere, but Japan, a problematic market for Microsoft.
Whether it was nationalistic preference, the region's desire to play handhelds, or the 360's lack of Eastern titles at launch, Japan would continue to be the land of low sales figures for Microsoft, though getting a foothold in Japan was the least of the company's worries with the Xbox 360. As early reports after launch indicated, many consumers were experiencing technical problems. Various concerns, such as the system scratching discs or displaying a general hardware malfunction, were cropping up too frequently for it to be a coincidence. Microsoft at the time reaffirmed the public that hardware failure for the platform was in line with most consumer electronics, typically 3 to 5%. It wouldn't be until 2007 that Microsoft officially acknowledges the problems. Despite these concerns, Microsoft had an entire year lead on Sony, something that played a very large role in the long term for not only consumer preference, but developer preference as well. And while the first year of games were mostly PC ports and HD upgrades, there was always something to play. By year's end, Dead Rising, Saints Row, Viva Pinata, and Gears of War released, all of which were well received. And the aggressive tone from their 2005 reveal was still as prevalent as ever. Microsoft did not forget Sony was launching. At E3 2006, Peter Moore made the deliberate announcement of Grand Theft Auto releasing on Xbox 360 the same day as the PS3 version, and that the 360 version would feature exclusive episodic content on Xbox Live.
Is my new edition. Microsoft and Rockstar Games are bringing Grand Theft Auto 4, the next generation of the wildly successful Grand Theft Auto series, to Xbox 360 on October the 16th, 2007 in North America, and October the 19th, 2007 in Europe. The first date it's available.
That, coupled with various other titles Microsoft had planned for 2007, showed that they meant business. Microsoft also had a direct answer to Blu-ray, offering a $200 accessory that allowed the 360 to play HD DVDs, a completely separate format from Blu-ray that Microsoft had backed, directly competing against Sony's decision to go with Blu-ray in the optical format war. By the time PlayStation 3 was ready to launch, Microsoft had sold roughly 6.5 million Xbox 360s. Before launch, the PlayStation 3 and Sony's message was categorically a disaster to say the least. Sony had strong competition, yet felt no threat was on the horizon. It was as if the PlayStation 3 was the only platform coming, and it was the only platform anyone cared about, and this was far from the truth. Harsh realities really set in when the public got a closer look into what the PS3 was going to be at their 2006 E3 press conference, a show that the internet will likely never forget, as it was and has been mocked for years.
It's Ridge Racer. Ridge Racer! Remember that one?
Genji 2 is an action game which is based on Japanese history. So here's this giant enemy crab.
It's the feel of the controller in my hands. I like the hard plastic and the little knobby bits.
The public got a look at the PlayStation Store, the promised online functionality, some PSP connectivity, and plenty of footage of games to come. Some crowd-pleasing moments like Metal Gear Solid 4 and Final Fantasy XIII were quickly forgotten at the end of the show when Kaz Hirai famously announced the PlayStation 3's overwhelmingly high price.
The 20 gigabyte PlayStation 3 will retail for $499 US dollars and 549 Canadian dollars. And the 60 gigabyte PlayStation 3 for $599 US dollars, $659 Canadian.
Price was high, and yet Sony was going to lose money. A lot of it. The controller reverted back to the original design without rumble functionality. The original amount of USB, HDMI, and Ethernet ports were scaled down. The system was going to be supplied with standard video cables, but that wasn't enough. The PS3 and the components inside were too much to manufacture. And while it was common practice for Sony to take a loss on hardware in order to sell software, each PS3 sold would mean a $200 loss, over $800 to manufacture one system, though at the time, PS3 was technically a bargain, as the system was also a Blu-ray player, and dedicated Blu-ray players were going for well over $1,000. All hurdles aside, PlayStation 3 launched November 11, 2006 in Japan. Shortly after, the system hit North America on November 17th, with a European launch being delayed to 2007. There was two models to choose from, 60GB and 20GB. The 20GB lacked Wi-Fi, card readers, and a chrome trim. The initial low supply of units caused a number of violent incidents, with customers being robbed, there were riots, and even one man getting shot. eBay was a very lucrative option for most, with systems typically selling for well over $1,000. However, enthusiasm was low, and with the PS3 out in consumers' hands, the growing pains started to show. Online capabilities were at the absolute bare minimum. The PlayStation Store was just a fancy web browser, and there was no cross-game chat, and games had visibly worse performance compared to the 360 versions. Sony's messaging wasn't entirely helpful either, with most ads creating confusion rather than actual desire. PS3 just had a poor reputation, and was the laughingstock of the internet. You couldn't go to any gaming-related website without finding a PS3 meme or console debates. And it wasn't just gamers. Developers were very vocal about the platform and how difficult it was to develop for, a contributing factor for why the system frequently saw games with lesser performance than the 360 versions, despite the PS3's untapped potential. PS3 did have a few breaks though. Online play was free, the system was future-proofed with Blu-ray and a standard hard disk drive, and you could install Linux on it. And it offered a great value when comparing its hardware features to 360, where a lot of the features were sold separately.
Thanks for having me, Bill.
You're 7 months into the sales cycle for PS3, and you're cutting prices. Why?
Well, as you pointed out, it's a two-pronged announcement. The introduction of the 80-gig machine with our million-unit-selling MotorStorm game packed in at $5.99, and then consequently reducing the price on the existing 60-gigabyte model to $4.99.
Within the first year, Sony got the message. PS3 needed work. Rumble was added back to the controller, and firmware updates added requested features to the OS. Hopeful game announcements like Little Big Planet and PlayStation Home were made. The system was even price dropped to as low as $3.99, with the announcement of the 40GB model. But this came at the expense of PS2 backwards compatibility, a feature that Sony stayed keen on removing in order to bring down manufacturing costs. By the end of the PS3's first full year, the system saw Resistance Fall of Man, Warhawk, Uncharted Drake's Fortune, and Ratchet & Clank Future Tools of Destruction as the standout titles to play. The future was bright, but there was still a long way to go. By June 30th, 2007, PlayStation 3 sales reached 4.3 million. Microsoft at the same time was at 8.3 million.
We set up these two Xboxes here, the one in home theater. The first day, the DVD Madden we had on display was totally destroyed because of the inside. It totally scratched the whole DVD. So, first time we put it up there, it froze. We're like, okay, it was just fluke, maybe something happened. It froze again. So, guys, honestly.
Internally, Microsoft's Peter Moore has now fully grasped the gravity of the situation on their hands. The defect rate for Xbox 360 was far too high to ignore, and action had to be taken. Moore worked out with the finance team just how much it was going to cost to make things right. He recalled, "We knew we had a problem. I remember going to Robbie Bach, my boss, and saying, I think we could have a $1 billion problem here." Moore had a meeting with then Microsoft CEO Steve Ballmer to tell him what had to be done. I am trembling sat in front of Steve, who I love to death, but he can be an intimidating human being. Steve said, okay, talk me through this. I said, if we don't do this, this brand is dead. This is a Tylenol moment. Steve looked at me and said, what have we got to do? I said, we've got to take them all back, and we've got to do this in a first-class way. What's it going to cost? I remember taking a deep breath, looking at Robbie, and saying, we think it's 1.15 billion, Steve. He said, do it. There was no hesitation. July 5th, 2007, Microsoft officially announces a 3-year warranty extension to all Xbox 360 consoles from their original purchase date. New internal chipsets were on the horizon to hopefully help the console's failure rate, but for now, every consumer was covered for free Xbox repairs should their machines fail under the 3 Red Lights moniker. Amidst all the controversy and debate of PS3 and Xbox 360, the Nintendo Wii saw tremendous demand, and by September 2007, the Wii officially surpasses Xbox 360 in total worldwide sales. This would be the beginning of Nintendo's mostly irrelevant dominance as gamers continued to scrutinize PS3 and 360 while largely ignoring Nintendo due to Wii's radically different approach to games. But there was something very important in September. Halo 3, one of Xbox 360's most important titles, coveted and revered worldwide. The game was a huge success, and is still fondly remembered by all to this day. By the end of 2007, Xbox gamers were enjoying not only Halo 3, but fantastic titles like Mass Effect, BioShock, Lost Planet, and Crackdown, all of which were only available on 360 at that time. Though one shocking announcement to all was that Bungie would be leaving parent company Microsoft and going fully independent in the future. Peter Moore would also be leaving the company as well. As 2007 came to a close, one thing was for certain. Sony had a lot riding on 2008, while many thought Microsoft didn't have enough after Halo 3.
Toshiba has announced it will no longer develop, make, or market HD DVD players and recorders. That effectively means an end to the high-definition format war, with Blu-ray emerging as the clear winner.
2008 started off with a small, yet important victory for Sony as Toshiba announces they've essentially conceded in the format war, ceasing production of HD DVD. This wasn't necessarily a loss to Microsoft, given the HD DVD platform was purely an add-on device to the Xbox 360. But Sony, however, had a lot riding on it in that they had a hand in the creation and development of Blu-ray, with every PlayStation 3 shipping with a Blu-ray drive for games and movie playback. And while the benefits weren't immediately obvious in 2008, the victory meant a long-term win for Sony with residual revenue. But more so for the PS3, Blu-rays could hold more storage than a traditional DVD, and thus more content could fit into one disc. This was just the beginning of what would be a solid year for Sony in slowly molding the PS3 into a product people wanted to buy and use. The platform holder started to deliver major firmware updates, giving highly requested features to users. In-game cross-media bar finally allowed PS3 users to access their messages and friends list while they were playing a game. Sony adopted Microsoft's achievement-based system with the inclusion of trophies, and they relaunched the PlayStation Store with a much cleaner and user-friendly interface. Sony's marketing also improved noticeably with commercials that seemed to actually make sense. And if that wasn't enough, June 12th delivered one of the PS3's most important exclusives. Metal Gear Solid 4 saw critical acclaim, and Sony saw a pretty substantial increase in PS3 sales across all markets, which the company desperately needed, because by June 23rd, it was revealed in financial reports that pricing PS3 below manufacturing costs made the company lose over $3 billion. Sony quoted to investors, "The large-scale investments required during the development and introductory period of a new gaming platform may not be fully recovered." Basically, it was going to take a lot to ever see a return on PlayStation 3. And in July, E3 2008 is where the company held a show heavily focused on promising exclusives.
Infamous, Killzone 2, MAG, God of War 3, and more were shown off. All the while still juggling PSP and PS2 into the mix as well, though one of the biggest surprises at E3 was at Microsoft's show.
One more big announcement to share. Take a look at this movie.
What was once considered a PlayStation exclusive is now no more. The gaming landscape was in utter shock that a mainline Final Fantasy would now release day and date on Xbox alongside PlayStation. For many, this was seen as a nail in the coffin for Sony. If PS3 can't keep games like Final Fantasy or Devil May Cry exclusive, why would anybody need to buy one? Little did anyone know that this would pretty much be the norm moving forward, as third-party exclusives slowly but surely became a thing of the past. By year's end, Resistance 2 and Little Big Planet released, and more stellar titles that many enjoyed. PlayStation Home also saw an open beta release, which looked promising on the surface. 2008 seemed to be a mostly good year to the PS3, and yet the sales weren't enough. The grass was indeed much greener on the other side. Microsoft saw great numbers all throughout the year. It was either good hardware sales, a good attach rate, or an increase in Xbox Live subscriptions. Most major third-party releases were playing better on 360 and selling better too. Microsoft had the distinct advantage in just having an all-around better platform when factoring everything in. A gold subscription was keeping gamers grouped together, and Xbox Live was simply a more robust place to play games anyway, with cross-game chat and a native party system. When a major blockbuster release like Grand Theft Auto 4 or Fallout 3 would hit, 360 was the place to play it for many. And it wasn't just the third-party preference, as 2008 also saw Ninja Gaiden 2, Fable 2, and Gears of War 2. Xbox Live Arcade also continued to be a preferential storefront for many smaller independent developers, with games like Braid and Castle Crashers releasing. And while Sony is releasing features that play catch-up, Microsoft is completely revamping the UI with the new Xbox Experience, which came out later in the year. A completely new interface that presented the menus and games in a more modern fashion, with an emphasis on tiles and imagery. And Microsoft's new Me-like avatars added a little flavor to user profiles. All in all, Microsoft had a great 2008. And while Sony made good strides in rebuilding the PS3 image, it wasn't going to catch Xbox anytime soon. By year's end, 360 sold 28 million units worldwide. PS3 was in the neighborhood of 21 million. Down, but not out. Things were now heating up. 2009 was the year both companies started to really prepare for their future, as their machines get to a comfortably low price point for many potential customers to now buy in. Sony opened the year with Killzone 2 and Demon's Souls, and much to everyone's surprise, Killzone 2 actually lived up to most of its high expectations. Demon's Souls was also an unexpected surprise to many as well. And as the year progressed, games like Infamous and Ratchet & Clank: A Crack in Time also saw great reception. It was finally getting to a point where you could say the PS3 had a great library, and in large part many of those games were only available on PS3. And it's at this point that many developers are not only getting more comfortable developing on PS3, but more smaller studios are working on the platform as well. The PlayStation Store was now seeing a greater influx of games released, either ports from Xbox Live Arcade, or day-and-date releases with the competing storefront. E3, however, was bigger than ever, as this was the year both Sony and Microsoft revealed major expansions to their hardware. Sony officially unveiled PlayStation Move, which at the time were only referred to as PlayStation Motion Controllers. They demonstrated the tech's impressive one-to-one capabilities and made a case for how it could be applied to games for the future. The peripheral was slated to be released the following year.
You can imagine if he could be Ratchet and he could hold Ratchet's weapons in his hand while he plays. He would die for that.
Microsoft revealed Project Natal,
a camera sensor with the promise of making you the controller and interacting with your body and voice. There were multiple demos shown for this as well, demonstrating how the device could be used in games and Xbox avatars. Peter Molyneux also showed off what appeared to be a highly advanced AI utilizing the camera as well, though this was met with extreme skepticism and later never came to fruition.
Hi, I'm Milo. How you doing?
Hi, Claire. You okay?
Actually, I'm a bit nervous.
You? Nervous? I don't believe it.
Just as E3 came and went, fall showed up with more business from Sony. Arguably one of the biggest turning points for PS3 was Gamescom 2009, where much like Sony always does with their hardware, it was time for a revision. The rumored console and price cut were official. A slimmer PlayStation 3 would be hitting the market at a much more affordable $299 price tag. Not only this, but Sony even went as far to rebrand the system in a small but substantial way. The font would revert back to the more traditional PS1 and PS2 style, and Sony would start a very successful ad campaign that caught the attention of many. The timing went well with PS3's biggest 2009 release that was only a few months away. This was the momentum finally needed for the PS3 to gain a little bit of traction. Sony rounded out the year with a new price, console, and bright future with more exclusives announced and waiting for 2010. Microsoft spent a good portion of 2009 more in prep mode. Forza 3 and Halo 3 ODST kept fans quenched in the interim, while Microsoft readies a dramatically new approach to games with Project Natal and upcoming exclusives like Halo Reach, Alan Wake, Fable 3, and Crackdown 2. And while 2009 still saw total sales domination from the Wii, that didn't keep most gamers from spending their entire holidays playing Modern Warfare 2. In the end, Sony finally reached a profit after major restructuring and layoffs, and reached 33.5 million PS3 sales. Microsoft would not give updated figures until April 2010 to coincide with the platform reaching 40 million units sold.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your new Xbox 360. Completely redesigned for the future of entertainment.
Sony opened 2010 strong with major releases like MAG, Heavy Rain, God of War, and the announcements of Little Big Planet 2 and Killzone 3. The new marketing campaign featuring fake Sony executive Kevin Butler also seemed to be performing well and was starting to paint PS3 in a positive eye. It was at this point where PS3 not only gained serious momentum in sales, but overall public image of finally being a desirable, affordable, and fun gaming console. Microsoft, on the flip side, also saw a strong opening with then-exclusive Mass Effect 2, which wouldn't make a PS3 debut until the following year. Not all was well with Sony, however. On April 1st, the company removed the Other OS feature from PS3 via a firmware update. The Other OS feature was a way for consumers to install operating systems like Linux onto the PS3, and this was initially advertised as a feature of the PS3. Many fans found this to be very insidious and anti-consumer, and Sony was met with a lawsuit that would later settle in 2017. But a little bit after that, Sony launched PlayStation Plus, a monthly subscription service that would give out free games. At the time, it was met with skepticism, but this was Sony's way of luring users to pay monthly on PS3 for something that actually gives back, instead of Xbox Live, which simply required a fee for online play. This later turned into a big success, as Microsoft later adopted this strategy in 2013, doing games with gold. Come E3 2010, the general air in the video game industry is a bit different. Both Sony and Microsoft are now committed to showing the world more of their chosen motion-controlled peripherals. Sony spent half an hour or so demoing PlayStation Move, which turned out to be slightly awkward and uninteresting. But the rest of the show was filled with pleasant surprises. Kevin Butler stole the show for a bit and made a cheesy speech.
I love drifting a turn at 100 miles an hour, and boss battles with a 600-foot-tall Greek god who may or may not be your father. Gaming is having a ridiculously huge TV in a tiny one-room apartment.
Gabe Newell surprised everybody by making an appearance and vowing Portal 2 will be best on PS3.
Now, I've been pretty outspoken in my comments about the current generation of game consoles. And I think that gamers will be delighted with features like Steam Cloud and automatic updates that will make the PlayStation 3 version of Portal 2 the best version on any console.
And Sony went a little over the top announcing Twisted Metal. Microsoft showed great footage of their upcoming games, but also spent a large portion of their conference demoing the Kinect sensor, which understandably frustrates your typical gamer that would want to watch E3, but pleases investors who want to see potentially high-selling products. Microsoft's Don Matrick closed out the show revealing the Xbox 360S, a slimmer and more efficient Xbox 360 that would be available immediately. And in the following months, both motion peripherals launched and initially sold very well, except Microsoft did exceptionally well. Just when it seemed like Sony was making decent headway into Xbox 360 sales, Microsoft reinvigorates the platform with a new form factor and family-friendly games that use a new impressive camera sensor. The marketing and games were a complete success, and Kinect became the fastest-selling consumer electronic device. And with holiday releases like Halo Reach, Fable 3, and Call of Duty Black Ops, core Xbox 360 gamers were pleased for the time being. Sony ended the year announcing Uncharted 3: Drake's Deception in December. Sales figures tell an interesting story. PS3 was now around 48 million units worldwide. 360 was at about 51 million. The sales gap Microsoft had was indeed shrinking.
Sony's PlayStation Network, and now your credit card info could be at risk. The online network has been down since last Wednesday. Sony just announced yesterday.
2011 was once again a promising year for Sony to make a move on Microsoft, but a major snag came up. On April 20th, Sony acknowledged that PSN was having issues and that some services were down. Shortly after, the company confirmed that there was an intrusion on the network and that service would continue to stay down for a few days while they investigate what exactly happened. On April 25th, Sony announced that the time needed to fix and rebuild the network would be longer than expected. All the while, many customers were curious as to what exactly was accessed on the network, with Sony not openly admitting much else besides the third-party intrusion. It only took another day for Sony to confirm suspicions that personal data may have been compromised. The week after, local government agencies in many countries got involved, questioning the severity of the breach with Sony directly. On May 1st, Sony confirmed that there would be a welcome-back compensation package to customers as a means of goodwill, though this was still announced rather early as the network still was not ready to be opened again. There was also an additional attack on Sony Online Entertainment, which held back the restoration of services. The outage was officially over after 23 days, with PSN slowly returning on May 14th. Sony offered free games and themes back to returning users and a $1 million credit card insurance policy good for 1 year. The company was hit with a lawsuit and fined £250,000 British pounds under British law. Sony says the breach cost them $171 million. This didn't just cost money, but public image. What was considered one of the biggest data breaches ever is now hindering the sales momentum the PS3 had going. Meanwhile, Microsoft is seeing incredible sales numbers for Xbox 360, and more specifically its Kinect sensor, which is why a big portion of their E3 show in 2011 was once again heavily focused on Kinect demonstrations. But many gamers and Microsoft's core audience was starting to recognize that most of the company's efforts were now focused on only casual games, and the remaining exclusives were just more Halo, Gears of War, and Forza. This is when a slight shift began with Microsoft's fanbase, in which many felt the company wasn't focusing enough on what gamers really wanted. Despite these concerns or any debates that would happen on the internet, Microsoft pressed forward with Kinect-focused games, while Sony ended up releasing Uncharted 3, Infamous 2, Resistance 3, and a myriad of other exclusives that seemed to be releasing on a bi-weekly basis, whether they were bigger titles or more niche. By November 2011, the sales gap was now less than 2 million units. PS3 was at 56 million, 360 was at 57.6 million. With the PSN breach behind, 2012 was more or less a similar story in that Sony continued a consistent release of exclusive games, and Microsoft insisted on more Kinect. And while Sony did have an agenda as well in pushing PlayStation Move sales and software, it ultimately didn't pay off nearly as well as Kinect did for Microsoft. By March 2012, Sony's Fergal Gara openly admitted that the hardware had not lived up to their expectations. PlayStation Move fell into obscurity at this point, and wouldn't be made relevant again until its use in PlayStation VR years later. E3 2012 was the point in which Microsoft began to see serious backlash. They spent a large portion of their E3 conference showing third-party games, Kinect, and TV and video services. Games like Halo and Forza were not cutting it anymore for Microsoft's core audience. Sony's E3 showcased a few exclusives and spent a portion of the show focusing on PlayStation Vita, but they closed strong with extended footage of The Last of Us, a game which by release in 2013 went on to make an incredible impact on the industry standard. And during TGS 2012, Sony announced a further revision of the PlayStation 3 with more gigabytes and a lower price. January 2013 was the month Sony had been working towards for more than 6 years. It was being reported that PS3 shipments have now surpassed 360. And while units shipped did not necessarily mean units sold, this was the point in which Sony was now about to outsell Xbox 360. And once May rolled around, it was reported as official. PS3 lifetime sales passed Xbox 360. Both machines were at 77 million units, with PS3 a few thousand higher. And with that news came the conferences that would bring the announcement of next-generation hardware from both Sony and Microsoft. The world was now learning about PS4 in February and Xbox One in May. With all eyes pointing towards next-gen, PS3 and 360 started to cool down slightly. Microsoft revealed the Xbox 360e at E3, and Sony released The Last of Us in June. On April 20th, 2016, Microsoft officially ended manufacturing of new Xbox 360s, and Sony slowly ceased PS3 shipments by territory, with Japan being the last one, ending May 29th, 2017. When everything was all said and done, with updated numbers, PS3 sits at roughly 86.9 million units, while 360 sits at 85.8. In actuality, Nintendo reigned supreme in the 7th generation of video game consoles, selling over 100 million Wiis, though most can agree. The interesting battle was that between Sony and Microsoft, and while one could argue that Sony beat Microsoft and overcame all odds, it stands to reason that Microsoft is credited with jump-starting Sony's perspective on the games industry and refocusing the company on what matters most. Microsoft finally penetrated the market,
and could be taken seriously after only selling 24 million original Xboxes. Xbox Live pioneered the online gaming ecosystem with party chats, gamer score, and a reputation system. It became the platform everybody wanted and needed to play with friends, while Sony figured they could do whatever they wanted with their hardware, release it at any price, release it whenever they want, and make an architecture that's so complex that they didn't care about what their software creators would have to deal with. But then slowly realizing that they can't just do whatever they want, that they would surely lose all of their customers to a competitor that they never considered a threat, carefully spending years of calculated efforts to rebuild the image of the PS3 and release great games that people want to play. Sony did play catch-up, and if it weren't for Microsoft, PS3 may not have ended up being so great in the end. Microsoft would not learn from their mistakes until after their next generation hardware, Xbox One. In the end, neither system truly won. While PS3 overtook 360 by a million consoles, it stands to reason that they both pretty much evened out. And it's that very fact that made the entire life cycle such a close race. PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 were the first truly connected HD social consoles. And with that came the many growing pains that ultimately fell onto consumers, whether it was failing hardware or network breaches. But one thing can be said with the utmost confidence. Some of the best games ever made were released on these platforms. Regardless if it was PlayStation 3 or Xbox 360, over 160 million gamers worldwide can agree. The 7th generation was one hell of a ride. Hey everyone, it's Ryan. Thank you so much for watching this documentary. I hope you enjoyed it. And if you didn't see, I actually did 2 other ones, one on the PlayStation Vita, another one on the PlayStation 4. So if you didn't see those, go check those out. And if you are new to the channel, subscribe for the best PlayStation news, reviews, and updates here on YouTube, and more long-form video game documentaries. Speaking of which, any support is greatly appreciated at patreon.com/MrBrian. I'm sure you've heard many of the YouTube spiels before, which is that it's a very tough platform sometimes, and doing long-form 30, 40-minute plus videos takes a lot of time and effort, and YouTube's algorithm and SEO is very messed up. Sometimes all that effort can kind of go down the drain. Any support on Patreon is greatly appreciated, but of course you do not have to, but there are a little few extra perks on there I try to get back to as well. Otherwise, subscribing is also just as much support as always. I appreciate everything you guys ever do for me. It's always you. You're always so awesome. Other than that, that's all I've got for you. I'll see you all in my next video, and you take it easy.
Success in the North American home gaming market eluded Sega during the 8-bit era, but they struck gold with the 16-bit Sega Genesis. Missteps in the winning days of the console's lifespan eroded consumer confidence, and questionable decisions about the launch of the Sega Saturn, along with shifting priorities at Sega of Japan, doomed any chance the company had against the Sony PlayStation on this side of the globe. But in the late 1990s, it was Sega who would kick off the next generation of gaming when they developed what would become their final home console. On this episode of Classic Gaming Quarterly, we take a look at Sega's swan song in the home hardware market with the 1999 launch of the Sega Dreamcast. In the early 1990s, Sega was arguably at its peak. They were still heating up the arcades with cutting-edge titles like Virtua Fighter and Daytona USA, and were also releasing new takes on established properties, including Outrunners, and The Revenge of Death Adder. Although home console success had still been elusive in Japan, elsewhere in the world the Mega Drive and Genesis had become a hit, on the backs of such legendary franchises as Sonic the Hedgehog, Streets of Rage, Fantasy star, and the EA Sports lineup, which helped to create an entire generation of sports gamers. In 1994, as a stopgap measure until the next generation of hardware was ready for release, the Segas of America and Japan jointly developed the 32X, an add-on for the Mega Drive and Genesis that allowed gamers to play 32-bit games on their 16-bit consoles. Released in North America in time for the 1994 Christmas season, the 32X got off to a strong start. But also created consumer uncertainty as it was released in the US at the same time that the real 32-bit system, the Saturn, launched in Japan. The 32X would become a public relations black eye for Sega when, after releasing a meager lineup of titles for the system, it was discontinued just 18 months after launch. Development of the Saturn began in Japan in 1992 and was first shown to the public at the Tokyo Toy Show in the summer of 1994. Designed initially with sprite-based graphics in mind, the Saturn's system specs were altered late in the development cycle in response to the upcoming Sony PlayStation's polygon-centric design, with the end result being a far more complicated hardware architecture. The Saturn hit Japanese stores in November of 1994, along with a home port of arcade hit Virtua Fighter, a game that on launch day sold nearly as well as the system itself. The Saturn was scheduled to be released in North America in September of 1995, but at the Electronic Entertainment Expo in May, in order to beat the forthcoming Sony PlayStation to market, Sega of America President Tom Kalinske shocked the gaming world by announcing that the system had already been shipped to select retailers. Consumers who may have felt wary about supporting Sega after the under-supported Sega CD and 32X largely balked at the system's initial $400 price tag. Sega also damaged relations with retailers who had been frozen out of the console's surprise launch, with mall mainstay KB Toys vowing never to carry the system. Sony would ultimately sign exclusivity deals with both KB Toys and Circuit City, making the PlayStation the only 32-bit console sold at 1,500 retail locations nationwide. Developers who thought they were readying launch titles for the Saturn also soured, with Electronic Arts, Sega's biggest third-party developer on the Genesis, having a vastly reduced presence on the new console. As time wore on, PlayStation sales continued to eclipse those of the Saturn, and Sony began signing exclusivity agreements with developers who had been putting games out for Sega, including Eidos, whose perhaps most famous title, Tomb Raider, had for a time been the best-selling game on the Saturn. But while Sega was struggling to stay afloat here in North America, the Saturn was actually selling well in Japan. In fact, the Saturn was the most popular console Sega had released in Japan, selling a total of 6 million units over the course of its lifetime. Sega was finally experiencing success in their home country and was blaming Sega of America for a lack of success here. This new trans-Pacific dynamic between the two Segas would ultimately cost the American side perhaps its most valuable asset, when Kalinske resigned from the company in the summer of 1996. Whether due to hubris or self-delusion, Sega believed that their first-party titles were the real meat and potatoes of the Saturn's library, and were at least outwardly not bothered by ever-shrinking third-party support. Although the Saturn had for a time been able to maintain a marginal lead over the PlayStation in Japan, it was the 1997 release of Square's PlayStation-exclusive Final Fantasy VII that finally pushed Sony's console into the lead and foreshadowed the Saturn's demise. In 1980, Bernie Stolar co-founded arcade game company Pacific Novelty, releasing Shark Attack the following year. Pacific Novelty put out a handful of other games, including NATO Defense, before being bought out by Atari just prior to the video game crash. But Stolar's next business venture, creating conversion kits out of Japanese arcade games like Mr. Do, ultimately led to a job as president and head of product development at Atari Corporation under CEO Jack Tramiel.
I mean, the consumer is more sophisticated. He's seen more. He understands more.
At the time, Atari had re-entered the dedicated home gaming market with the Lynx, a 16-bit full-color handheld. This became Stolar's primary focus, and he championed the technology as the most advanced when compared to the Game Boy and Game Gear. But by 1993, Stolar was frustrated with Atari's knack for creating great hardware with poor software support. That year, he joined Sony Computer Entertainment of America, where his role was to attract third-party developers to the forthcoming PlayStation. This included signing a 6-month exclusivity deal with Williams for Mortal Kombat 3, which would become one of the hit PlayStation releases of 1995. In 1996, Stolar joined Sega of America as the executive vice president of product development. Brought on board to help usher in a new era at Sega with the underperformance of the Saturn, in an interview with Electronic Gaming Monthly, Stolar famously stated that the Saturn was not Sega's future. Here, in an effort to minimize financial risk, Stolar enacted a 5-star game rule, meaning that the only titles to be published on the Saturn should be bona fide hits. As a result, there simply wasn't enough quality software coming out for the Saturn in the West. By the end of 1997, the system accounted for a dismal 2% of the North American home gaming market, and as successful as the Saturn was in Japan, overall Sega was in poor financial health, having lost by some estimates over $1 billion over the course of the Saturn's lifetime. Stolar, who by the spring of 1998 was serving as president of Sega of America, knew that if the company continued to hemorrhage money, they would lack the cash needed to stay in the hardware business. In March of 1998, the American division announced the final first-party games for the platform: House of the Dead, Burning Rangers, and Shining Force 3.
Cross that bridge and proceed through the door.
And after their release, discontinued the system. For the first time in 12 years, Sega of America would no longer have an actively supported home console. Development of a follow-up to the Saturn was being discussed as early as 1994, but it wasn't until 1996, with the release of the Nintendo 64, that Sega decided to get serious about a next-generation machine. In the mid-1990s, 3D graphics acceleration was the hot new thing in PC gaming, and the company leading the charge was 3DFX, who made the popular Voodoo line of accelerator cards, popularized by games like 1996's Quake. In February of 1997, Sega partnered with 3DFX to design a graphics chipset for their next-generation console. In fact, as a collaboration between 3DFX and Sega of America, a successor to the Saturn was being developed completely outside Sega of Japan. Codenamed Black Belt, the effort was led by former PowerPC design engineer Tatsuo Yamamoto. With input from developers who had released games on the Saturn, Yamamoto attempted to address that system's shortcomings and create a console that facilitated ease of game design. Predictably, for Black Belt, Yamamoto initially paired the Voodoo graphics chipset with a PowerPC 603E CPU. Seeing the operating system as another fault of the Saturn, the American design team looked to Microsoft to provide Black Belt with a developer-optional Windows-based operating system, again with an eye towards simplifying game development. In the summer of 1997, it was revealed that Sega of Japan had also been designing a successor to the Saturn. Codenamed Dural after the Virtua Fighter character, the project was led by Hideki Sato, the hardware engineer who had overseen the development of nearly every Sega console, including the Saturn. The Japanese design centered around the Hitachi SH4 CPU, the follow-up to the SH2 used in both the 32X and Saturn. Sato's team chose the Power VR graphics chipset, at the time owned by Japanese electronics giant NEC, and while not the household name that Voodoo was, it potentially offered a superior value for its performance. And Microsoft, it turned out, had been working with both design teams to provide a more developer-friendly OS. Naturally, Sega of America favored Yamamoto's design, while Sega of Japan backed Sato's. In the early fall, when the time came to decide between the two, for reasons that can only be speculated upon, Sega of Japan overruled its Western division, choosing the Dural to replace the Saturn, causing an expected mass exodus from the American design team and a costly lawsuit from 3DFX. In early 1998, Sega announced that the new system, now codenamed Katana, would ship out to Japanese stores in time for that year's Christmas season. That May, at a press event called the Sega New Challenge Conference, Shoichiro Irimajiri, who had replaced ousted Hayao Nakayama as the president of Sega, officially unveiled the Sega Dreamcast, outlining its final hardware specifications and showing off a handful of tech demos. Six days later, at the 1998 Electronic Entertainment Expo, Bernie Stolar announced the Dreamcast to the Western world with an expected release in the autumn of 1999. The Dreamcast's hardware specs easily bested anything that the console gaming world had seen up to that point. Under the hood, the system is powered by the aforementioned 32-bit 200MHz Hitachi SH4 RISC processor, an NEC Power VR2 graphics chip, and a Yamaha 64-channel super intelligent sound processor. 16 megabytes of dedicated system RAM is joined by 8 megabytes of video memory and another 2 megabytes for sound. The Dreamcast can output video via composite, S-video, and RGB at both 240p and 480i resolutions, but compatible games can also be displayed in 480p using a VGA adapter. The front of the system offers 4 controller ports, reflective of Sega's desired emphasis on multiplayer play. The controller itself features both an analog thumbstick and traditional D-pad, 4 action buttons on the face, and 2 spring-loaded analog triggers. The controller also has 2 expansion sockets at the top, into which one can plug Sega's Jump Pack, adding force feedback. But, more importantly, into these sockets plugs the Visual Memory Unit, or VMU, which serves as the console's memory card, but also features its own LCD screen, along with both a D-pad and action buttons. The VMU contains 100 kilobytes or 200 blocks of accessible storage space, as well as mini-games that can be downloaded from certain Dreamcast titles. The VMU's LCD screen is also viewable when the unit is plugged into the controller, a feature of which a number of Dreamcast games take advantage. Management of the VMU storage is performed using the console's built-in menu system, which automatically loads when the system is powered on without a disk or with the drive door open. Along with the power and multi-AV jacks, also found on the back of the console is a serial port, which is compatible with a seldom-used system link cable, but through a collaboration with SNK, the serial port is also compatible with the Neo Geo Pocket cable, allowing data to be transferred between certain SNK-published Dreamcast titles and their analogous Neo Geo Pocket releases. At this time, the system also included a 36.6 modem, which allowed for online multiplayer play with compatible games, as well as web browsing with the Dream Passport disc that would be included with Japanese consoles. DVD support had been rejected on budgetary grounds, but Sega also wanted to avoid using the CD-ROM format, which by the late 90s was too prone to piracy. As a collaboration with Yamaha, Sega developed the Gigabyte Disc, or GD-ROM. The format allows a compact disc to hold 1.2 gigabytes of data, and being proprietary, is neither readable nor theoretically writable by standard CD-ROM drives. Developed in parallel with the Dreamcast was Sega's newest arcade platform, the Naomi. Similarly based around a Hitachi SH4 CPU and Power VR chipset, the Naomi was essentially a beefed-up Dreamcast, and a number of the Naomi's releases, including Crazy Taxi, Power Stone, and Ikaruga, would subsequently be ported to the home. The Dreamcast hit Japanese stores on November 27, 1998 at a price of 29,000 yen, or around $240, and the system's launch lineup was comprised of just 4 titles. Godzilla Generations, July, and Pen Pen Tri-Isolon were all fairly forgettable, but the most popular game by far was Virtua Fighter 3 TB, an updated version of the arcade-only Virtua Fighter 3 that went home with nearly every Dreamcast console at launch. Sega sold 150,000 Dreamcast systems at launch and 300,000 more in the weeks that followed. But with the rumored PlayStation 2 looming on the horizon, Sega wanted to build an installed user base as quickly as possible. But a shortage of graphics chips from NEC prevented the manufacture of additional consoles, with Sega president Iri Majidi estimating that 200 to 300,000 additional systems could have been sold in the weeks after launch. With the Dreamcast's North American launch still half a year away, hype for the system was building, with word of new games hitting the Japanese market, including Sonic Adventure and Sega Rally 2, along with an announced $199 price tag. Behind the scenes, Bernie Stolar was mending fences in the post-Saturn era, ensuring that the Dreamcast would be available wherever games were sold, and, much as he had at Sony, also worked to bring back third-party developers.
At Sega, we put together the hardware to deliver this experience.
But on March 2nd, 1999, Sony held a press conference to announce the PlayStation 2. With the specious promise of a 128-bit CPU, DVD storage media, backward compatibility, and graphical performance that, Sony claimed, would best even high-end silicon graphics workstations, even before launch, the Dreamcast would already be living under the shadow of the PlayStation's then non-existent successor. Sega of America began advertising the forthcoming Dreamcast in the early summer of 1999, beginning with the It's Thinking advertising campaign, a series of print and television ads that may have been a bit too nebulous in that it wasn't always obvious just what it was that Sega was selling. In July, still 2 months away from launch, gamers could rent the Dreamcast along with Sonic Adventure from one of over 1,000 Hollywood video locations nationwide, and at the same time could pre-order the console from one of over 15,000 retail stores. For the North American market, the Dreamcast's modem was upgraded to 56K, and just like the Japanese model, is removable to allow the console to keep up with changes in modem technology. While Sega's dedicated internet service, SegaNet, was still a year away, like the Japanese console, the North American Dreamcast came bundled with a web browser disc, giving the console instant online functionality. None of the Dreamcast's initial games featured online multiplayer play, but a few took rudimentary advantage of the system's teleconnectivity. The following month, due to what Bernie Stolar called a disagreement between himself and Sega chairman Isao Okawa, he was abruptly fired from Sega of America and replaced by underling Peter Moore, who would later oversee the Xbox and Xbox 360 at Microsoft and serve as the head of EA Sports. The Dreamcast was launched at the stroke of midnight on Thursday, September 9th, 1999, known affectionately as 9999. Between Thursday and Sunday, Sega sold 372,000 units, 300,000 of which were pre-orders, and after the nearly 1 million Dreamcast consoles that were part of the initial shipment had sold through, American retailers had trouble keeping the hardware in stock in the weeks that followed. As was standard for the PlayStation, the Dreamcast came bundled with a demo disc. The first such disc was Dreamcast Generator Volume 1, which features playable demos of 6 of the system's launch games, plus Sega Bass Fishing, as well as 2 non-interactive movies. In a continuing effort to put pressure on Sega prior to the release of their own PlayStation 2, ahead of the Dreamcast's launch, Sony dropped the price of the PlayStation to $99 and scheduled the release of Final Fantasy VIII for September 9th. But on that day alone, Sega sold over 225,000 consoles and brought in almost $100 million, which at the time stood as a one-day world record. Just like the chip shortage that hampered the console's release in Japan, the Dreamcast domestic debut was marred by a rash of defective discs, affecting a large fraction of some game titles. Nevertheless, the North American launch was a huge success, and unlike Japan's meager 4-game lineup, on September 9th, 19 games were on store shelves, 4 of which were among the top 10 best-selling games in the month of September. While zombies in popular media date all the way back to the 1930s,
White Zombie.
It was with the 1968 horror film Night of the Living Dead that zombies essentially became what they still are today. The dead reanimated as flesh-eating cannibals. In 1996, zombies returned to the forefront of pop culture thanks to the release of 2 games, Capcom's Resident Evil which itself inspired the numerous zombie-based survival horror games still being made to this day. And Sega's The House of the Dead, a light gun game developed by Sega AM1 using the Virtua Cop engine. With gameplay expectedly similar to Virtua Cop, The House of the Dead is an on-rail shooter in which you have to fight your way through waves of zombies in order to save your girlfriend from the clutches of a mad scientist. The House of the Dead was ported from the Model 2 arcade platform to the Saturn in 1998, but that same year, AM1 developed its sequel, The House of the Dead 2, for the Sega Naomi. This was ported to the Japanese Dreamcast in the spring of 1999 before becoming a North American launch title.
The House of the Dead.
Aside from some awful voice acting,
I don't want to die.
the game is a solid rail shooter even when played with the standard controller. But, naturally, shines when played with a light gun. Sega's Dreamcast gun was the official first-party gun released in Japan, but due to the then-recent Columbine shooting, Sega chose not to release the peripheral in North America. Instead, in this region, the Dream Blaster by Mad Cat served as the official light gun, while Interact's Starfire Light Blaster was also available on launch day. Like the first game, The House of the Dead 2 features branching paths, with the player's direction dictated by split-second reactions.
Thanks. You can get outside that way.
While The House of the Dead 2 was one of only a small handful of Dreamcast games with light gun support, thanks in part to the system's limited lifespan, at least for fans of the genre, The House of the Dead 2 on its own made the light gun a worthy purchase on launch day. The developer with the largest presence on launch day was arcade mainstay Midway, and while 4 of their day one releases had arcade roots, the 5th, Ready to Rumble Boxing, was developed specifically for home consoles. Ready to Rumble is an over-the-top arcade-style boxing game in the same vein as Nintendo's Punch-Out series. The game takes its name from the famous line uttered by Michael Buffer, who served as the ring announcer for seemingly every boxing match you've ever seen, and who reprises that role for this game.
The invincible Boris the Bear Nakama! I have enhanced superior training.
With a cartoony cast of characters and an approachably simple control scheme, Ready to Rumble includes a standard arcade mode, which includes basic 1 and 2 player play, but also features a meatier single-player championship mode, in which you fight in prize matches to earn the money you'll need to both train your fighter and enter title matches. The 4 face buttons on the Dreamcast controller correspond to left and right high and low punches, and the game being 3D allows you to roam around the ring rather than being stuck in one spot. Landing harder punches will fill up your rumble meter, which can both power up your character and let you unleash the rumble flurry. Ready to Rumble Boxing has a slick presentation with graphics that, while colorful, also show off the power of the system. The characters are highly detailed and smoothly animated, and even display visible injuries as the fights go on. The game offers an entertaining single-player experience, but really shines when played with a friend, and its popularity during the Dreamcast's heyday made it one of just 17 titles and one of 7 launch games to be included in Sega's All-Stars lineup of budget game releases. Largely forgotten by the sands of time, Expendable was created by British developer Rage Software and is a 3D run-and-gun game not unlike Loaded or Contra Legacy of War. You take the role of a super soldier who has to fight off an invading alien race in a post-apocalyptic wasteland. The game employs a top-down oblique perspective, and through the use of the Dreamcast's triggers, allows you to strafe as you fire off a variety of weapons. Sadly, what this game would really benefit from is the dual-stick controls used in games like Smash TV, but that of course was not possible with the Dreamcast's controller. In the old-school tradition, Expendable features 20 discrete levels, most of which culminate in a boss battle. And thankfully, as the game is tough, also allows for two-player cooperative gameplay. The game received mostly lukewarm reviews upon release, understandable as it feels more like an early PlayStation title than an early Dreamcast one. That being said, 20 years later, when none of that really matters anymore, Expendable is actually pretty fun. The game has an atmosphere-appropriate soundtrack and great sound effects, and the graphics still look great in 480p. People seem to take the term weekend rental to be derogatory, but it's meant to describe games like Expendable, which, while perhaps not worth full price when released, still have what it takes to provide at least a few days worth of fun. The genre with the largest representation on launch day was actually racing, making up 7 of the 19 games available. Japanese launch day release Pen Pen Tri-Isolon had, for better or worse, reprised its role as a North American launch title. The game features penguin-like creatures called Pen Pen competing in an ice triathlon, or Tri-Isolon. The game certainly isn't short on character, once again looks great in 480p, and does support 2- and 4-player split-screen versus modes. But, awkwardly, it's a kid's game on a console that was not being marketed towards children, and I suspect that Pen Pen Tri-Isolon may have been the least popular title on launch day. Half racing game and half extreme sports title, Trick Style is a hoverboard game developed by racing specialist Criterion Games, who would later develop the hit cross-platform series Burnout. After choosing a rider, you'll enter the Velodrome, a skate park that offers areas in which to freestyle, a trainer who has various challenges for you to complete, and a hub from which you can depart to the races that make up the real meat and potatoes of the game. At least early on, the races aren't too challenging and can be won fairly easily after a bit of track familiarization. Trick Style has a total of 18 races run on 14 unique tracks, but each track has to be unlocked one by winning the previous race. Trick Style is really the tale of 2 games. While the racing portion is a lot of fun, the freestyling is not. Unlike games like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, your character doesn't start off knowing many tricks, and has to learn them by beating the trainer in various challenges which are ultimately required to advance the game. But while Trick Style's controls are adequate for racing, they lack precision, turning the training challenges into exercises in frustration. The game has impressive visuals, especially for a launch title, and like a few other of the Dreamcast's launch day offerings, is not technically VGA compatible, but can be tricked into running in 480p. The techno soundtrack is reminiscent of games like Wipeout, which seems like it could take place in the same universe as Trick Style, and was composed by influential hip-hop artist Curtis Mantronic. Trick Style also includes a VMU game, Trick Style Jr., which is really just their version of Snake, the first cell phone game that most people played when it was included with the Nokia candy bar phones that were seemingly ubiquitous around the turn of the millennium. Trick Style is a game that I really want to like. The racing is reminiscent of SSX, which is one of the best titles available to launch the PlayStation 2.
Front side 360, front side 180.
In fact, so similar is the racing to SSX, in terms of atmosphere, gameplay, even the racers talking smack to one another, that I have to assume that the developers at EA were playing the former while developing the latter. But while SSX chose to do one thing and do it well, the inclusion of the freestyling component, along with controls that simply aren't up to the task, sadly prevent Trick Style from being one of the standout titles of the Dreamcast's launch. In the 1990s, the Nashville Network, better known as TNN, was a cable television station primarily centered around country music, but that also featured extensive motor racing coverage from a wide variety of racing series. When CRI's Buggy Heat was brought over from the Japanese Dreamcast, a TNN license was added and the presentation altered, with the game now called TNN Motorsports Hardcore Heat. The game is, as the Japanese title would suggest, based on off-road dune buggy racing with a very arcade-like feel. Some reviewers complained about the game's controls, and while there is some validity to this criticism, as it is easy to lose control of your vehicle, the Dreamcast triggers are analog for a reason. Emphasis is placed on driving smoothly rather than treating hardcore heat like a drag race, and once you wrap your head around this, there's plenty of fun to be had.
Nice timing. Yes!
Hardcore Heat also has some of the best graphics of any of the launch titles, and an appropriately hard rock-themed soundtrack. All that being said, on launch day, Hardcore Heat might not have been a game that you'd want to drop $50 on, but once again, would have made for a great weekend rental.
Finish!
2 real-world racing games were available on September 9th, one based on the kart series, better known as IndyCar, and the other on Formula One. Released in Japan as Super Speed Racing, Flag to Flag is a fully licensed IndyCar game developed by Zoom Incorporated and published by Sega. The game features 27 real-world drivers on 18 teams and 19 tracks, although the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is noticeably missing. The game's controls take some getting used to, as in an apparent attempt to mimic real-world physics, your car's steering becomes less responsive as your speed increases. Once I got used to this, however, I found a racing game that was far more enjoyable than most reviews would lead you to believe. As is the case with real-world IndyCar racing, Flag to Flag features a nice balance of both ovals and road circuits, which is a refreshing change from most racing games. As a whole, the audio visuals are nothing special, but there are little details here and there that stand out. For example, when playing from the driver's perspective, dead bugs will accumulate on your visor, and you'll actually wipe them off from time to time. The game is probably not worth tracking down today, but at the launch of the Dreamcast, if you are a motor racing fan looking for something pseudo-realistic to play, Flag to Flag was definitely your best bet. Monaco Grand Prix was developed by Ubisoft and released on the PlayStation, Nintendo 64, and Dreamcast. The game is licensed by the Automobile Club of Monaco rather than the FIA, so all of the team and driver names are fake, but 17 real-world Formula One tracks are included. While the game looks good, how well it controls varies wildly according to which view you select. The guy on the radio yelling at me to hurry up is also irritating.
Hurry up!
But thankfully he can be shut off, as can the obnoxious music.
Hurry up! Checkpoint!
By the time of this game's release, the PlayStation had already hosted the Psygnosis-published Formula One series for several years, and by comparison, Monaco Grand Prix just feels substandard. Which is unfortunate, because the inclusion of a retro game mode that allows you to drive a classic pre-Aero F1 car around a caricature of the Nürburgring would otherwise make this a standout title. Speaking of standout titles, another of Midway's launch day releases was a home conversion of their speedboat racing hit Hydro Thunder.
Hydro Thunder!
Which at the time of the Dreamcast's release was itself only 6 months old. No stranger to arcade racing games, Midway's prior releases include the Cruisin' series, as well as the Rush series. Hydro Thunder is the first installment in Midway's Thunder series and was followed by Off-Road Thunder, and Arctic Thunder. At the outset of this game, you choose from one of 3 speedboats and one of 3 easy tracks.
Thunder Park!
Once the race begins, you pick up boost fuel along the track, which obviously provides you with a speed boost, but also imparts your boat with the mighty hull, allowing you to plow through fellow racers. Boosting also allows you to perform the boost jump, which both enables you to grab seemingly out-of-reach power-ups and is needed to access many of the track's shortcuts, which are a key to success in the game.
Hey, you found a secret.
Hydro Thunder does have a soundtrack, but it's almost inaudible over the chorus of sound effects that, while loud, both make the game more immersive and more arcade-like. The graphics, which look great, are interesting in that the boats and foregrounds are vividly colorful, while the backgrounds have a more realistic look. The level designs are all unique to one another, with each feeling like a themed Disneyland ride. There are a total of 13 tracks, 10 of which need to be unlocked. This alone is no small feat, and in itself provides countless hours of gameplay, but thankfully you can save your progress to the VMU so that there's no need to try to unlock everything in one sitting. You can also play two-player split screen, which, within the practical limitations of home hardware, is a welcome feature, but pales in comparison to a pair of arcade cabinets networked together. Hydro Thunder provides an awesome arcade-at-home experience, but it would have been nice to see the game better fleshed out for the Dreamcast, perhaps including options like Championship and Time Attack modes. Even as is, the game is still legendary among the Dreamcast library and sat near the top of a launch lineup that already included multiple must-buy games. Japanese street racing was at its peak in the late 80s and 90s, even making its way into pop culture in the form of manga series such as Initial D and Wangan Midnight. Cars like Toyota Supras, Nissan Skylines, and Mazda RX-7s were modified so they could reach speeds upwards of 200 miles per hour, and in the wee hours of the night were raced, illegally of course, on Tokyo's Shuto Expressway. In 1996, Japanese game developer Genki released Tokyo Highway Battle on the PlayStation. The game allows you to modify a number of classic Japanese sports cars and race them on various courses modeled after Tokyo's highway system. In the summer of 1999, Genki released Shutoko Battle on the Japanese Dreamcast, and the game was brought to North America as a launch title under the name Tokyo Extreme Racer. Endorsed by Import Tuner magazine, Tokyo Extreme Racer continues the formula started by Highway Battle, and while simple arcade modes are available, the Quest mode is really the main event of the game. You start off with a modest sum of money with which you buy your first car. The cars are all referred to by their real-world chassis codes, as this was the parlance of the Japanese street racing scene, but they can be renamed when purchased. Driving around a large circuit of Tokyo's expressway, rival drivers are identified on an overlaid map. Pulling up behind them and flashing your high beams triggers the race, but unlike the lengthy multi-lap races of Tokyo Highway Battle, Extreme Racer lacks a delineated finish line. Rather, both you and your rival have what basically amount to life meters, which deplete when either car falls behind. With the money earned from these races, you can further modify your car in order to boost performance, as well as purchase additional cars. While the game received average reviews at the time of its release, both Tokyo Extreme Racer and its sequel are fan favorites on the Dreamcast, and it's easy to see why. The game features the car collection and customization aspects of Gran Turismo in a trimmed-down package with a more arcade-like feel. Of the 6 racing games available on launch day, Tokyo Extreme Racer arguably offered the most complete gameplay experience and would have been well worth picking up for even the most casual of racing fans. The lone launch title published by Activision, Blue Stinger is a dark comedy survival horror game developed by the same team that would later produce cult classic Ill Bleed. The game takes place off of Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula on the obviously fictitious Dinosaur Island, where a series of events has led to mass deaths and the outbreak of a variety of mutants and monsters. You take control of the main character Elliot,
This is Elliot Balad, Easter Troop C-730, over.
But are quickly joined by a sidekick named Dogs, and you can switch between them freely throughout the game. Maybe coincidentally, or maybe not, the two characters are voiced by the same actors who performed the roles of Sonic and Dr. Robotnik in fellow Dreamcast launch game Sonic Adventure.
My name is Elliot G. Balad. Who are you?
Dogs. I'm a captain of the SS Deanna.
As is the case with the genre in general, you roam around a semi-open world fighting monsters and completing tasks in order to advance the storyline. Blue Stinger is considered by some to be so bad that it's good, but I don't see what's so bad about it. The controls aren't perfect and there are issues with the moving camera, but these were common problems with games of that era. The plot is engaging, the voice acting is above average, and if there's one thing that the game isn't guilty of that many others of its ilk are, it's taking itself too seriously.
Merry Christmas and Happy Holiday!
As you find yourself buying weapons out of vending machines, and engaging in comically bloody battles with mutants in a shopping mall while Christmas music blares over the PA system, it becomes quite obvious that the game has its figurative tongue planted firmly in its cheek.
Come back again, and don't forget to bring your stamp card. See ya!
Blue Stinger also stands out among the launch lineup as one of only two games that has a plot-driven, sink-your-teeth-into-it style of gameplay, rather than the more arcadey pick-up-and-play character shared by the majority of Day 1 releases. Blue Stinger is often unfairly compared to games like Resident Evil, when what it is the video game version of an intentionally campy horror movie. If Weird Al Yankovic's Slime Creatures from Outer Space, an issue of Tales from the Crypt, and a copy of Army of Darkness sounds to you like the recipe for a good time, Blue Stinger is likely right up your alley. Electronic Arts was famously absent on the Dreamcast. This is often blamed on fallout from the Saturn era, but at one time EA had wanted to create games for Sega's next-gen hardware.
It seems that the console war is going to be hotter than ever.
In fact, Electronic Arts CEO Larry Probst approached Bernie Stolar about becoming the exclusive publisher of sports games on the Dreamcast. Stolar, however, had just purchased veteran sports developer Visual Concepts for $10 million and wasn't willing to forego producing first-party sports titles.
The Dreamcast titles, NFL 2000 and NBA 2000, gave gamers a preview of the dramatic transformation that video games are about to undergo.
The two sides were unable to reach a compromise, and as a result, Electronic Arts would not develop games for the Dreamcast. Visual Concepts' most noteworthy sports title up to that point might have been Madden 94, quite possibly the best football game on the Super Nintendo. They also developed NHL 97 for both the Saturn and PlayStation, which, while not great, brought the franchise into 3D for the first time.
Goal scored by number 91, Sergei Fedorov.
For the launch of the Dreamcast, Visual Concepts burst off the line with NFL 2K, a fully licensed simulation football game that was one of the biggest releases in the early days of the console. Obviously, 20 years later, a sports game is not going to seem as noteworthy as one of the many ageless releases on the Dreamcast, but it bears pointing out the impact that NFL 2K made in its own time. When this game was released, the Madden series was on its 10th installment and sat squarely at the top of the video football firmament. But with this one game, Visual Concepts redefined what simulation football should be, and by itself gave hardcore sports gamers a reason to buy the Dreamcast. NFL 2K includes all of the modes and features one would expect from a proper sports title, and as such there's really no need to go over each of them here. The game sports a broadcast quality presentation, a level of graphical detail, and smooth animation far beyond anything previously seen on the home console. The player models all look amazing, and every stadium in the league has been painstakingly recreated. Rather than using known broadcasters, as most sports games of the day would, the game introduces the fictional Dan Stevens and Peter O'Keefe.
I'm Dan Stevens. Peter O'Keefe is at my side, and it's the AFC versus the NFC on the Sega Sports Network.
Whose commentary further adds to the game's realism, never seeming to get repetitive or stale.
I haven't seen a stick that brutal since you stuck me with the tab at the sports bar in Orlando.
Wait a minute, I struck you, as I recall. You scarfed out most of the Buffalo way.
And who stayed with the franchise through its entire run.
That was a nice spiral, Dan, if you're a defender. It could have easily been picked off.
NFL 2K has a playbook just as deep as the Madden series, but overlays the formations and plays on the field, making it easier to visualize what'll actually happen when they're run. The game also has a far more intelligent AI, so much so that NFL 2K defaults to rookie mode when you first start playing.
He's at the 45, 125, 20.
There aren't too many criticisms that could reasonably be leveled at NFL 2K at the time of its release. The game does place an emphasis on passing, as it's nearly impossible to break out for more than a few yards on a running play. There's also the size of the game save file, which at 191 blocks basically necessitates the purchase of a separate VMU. If you were a sports gamer who picked up a Dreamcast on $99.99, you went home with one of the very best titles of the Dreamcast's launch.
He's at the 15.
And the first game in one of the finest franchises in the history of sports video games. After the end of the Dreamcast's life, Sega and Visual Concepts turned NFL 2K into a cross-platform franchise, culminating with ESPN NFL 2K5.
These fans have been tailgating for hours, and now they are just moments away from what they've been waiting for.
A game that was sold for just $20 in order to compete with Electronic Arts, and is often heralded as the greatest video football game ever made.
8 yards to go. Latte throws this on a rope, and first the reception is made past the markers for a first down.
Sadly, EA's solution to this was to sign an exclusivity deal with the league, effectively killing off the NFL 2K franchise. The other football game available on launch day was NFL Blitz 2000. Midway practically invented the extreme sports genre popularized by 1993's NBA Jam, and in 1997 they applied the same no-holds-barred style of gameplay to football with the original NFL Blitz. In 1998, Midway released the first sequel, NFL Blitz 99, and this game was ported to home consoles the following year as Blitz 2000. Once again, the game features 7-on-7 football with no refs and no rules. Blitz is equal parts football and professional wrestling,
Sends him to the canvas.
with plays ending on body slams and elbow drops.
That was an illegal hit.
In fact, the original game was too over the top even for the NFL, who pushed Midway to tone down the violence for subsequent releases. All 31 NFL teams are present along with real player names. And in order to flesh out the game for home consoles, the original arcade mode is joined by a playoff mode, as well as the option to play a complete season. The game also has team-specific playbooks, as well as a play editor for those who want to get more creative. At the Versus screen, various codes can be entered into the game using the logos in the lower corner. Some are just cheat codes, while others modify the game by changing the weather and even the size of the players' heads.
Becomes one with that was an illegal hit.
NFL Blitz 2000 features colorful play-by-play commentary provided by voice actor Tim Kitzrow.
Wow, that was just mean.
Who, as well as doing the rest of the Blitz series, is most famous as the voice of NBA Jam.
She's on fire.
The game makes no attempt at visual realism, instead featuring disproportionate players and vividly colorful graphics.
They're in the red zone.
Regardless of its arcade origins, Blitz 2000 features all the same control options you'd expect from a simulation football game, as you can leap, spin, and stiff-arm your way through the defense. Blitz 2000 is certainly no substitute for a proper video football game, but it was also never meant to be. It is, in some ways, the spiritual successor to the Tecmo Bowl series, which fell by the wayside with the rise of the Madden franchise. Blitz 2000 certainly offers a fun single-player experience, but was really meant to be enjoyed as a multiplayer game. Unfortunately, as was the case with all of the Dreamcast's launch titles, it was not possible to play Blitz 2000 online, but the game supports up to 4 players locally. Were you both a sports fan and someone looking for a party game on launch day, NFL Blitz 2000 would certainly fit the bill. Aero Wings is a flight simulator game from Hardcore Heat developer CRI. The game was released as Aero Dancing in Japan, where it was the first of a 6-game series on the Dreamcast. Although the game has you flying jet fighters, the obvious comparison to be made here is with Nintendo's Pilot Wings franchise. At the title screen, the game offers an optional basic training mode, which definitely helps orient new players and introduces the basic controls of a flight simulator.
First, we have the speedometer. It displays your speed in knots.
Once you move on to Aero Wings proper, 3 game modes are available. The first, called Blue Impulse Mission, whatever that means, is effectively an advanced training mode, teaching you various techniques like taking off and landing and flying in formation, while a guy who sounds like he's really unhappy with his life choices yells at you over the radio.
Pull the control stick and take off. Go! Get landing gear out and prepare for landing. Air brakes!
The second mode, Sky Mission Attack, has you flying through floating targets. And the third, Free Flight, is self-explanatory. Unfortunately, while Aero Wings has a very polished presentation, the gameplay is unengaging. It lacks the variety found in the Pilot Wings series, and while it does offer a more realistic flight experience, it is too often brutally hard in a way that makes you not want to try again.
Out of formation! Out of formation!
Aero Wings would likely have been a major disappointment for anyone who, on launch day, took it home expecting an Ace Combat style experience based on the game's cover art. If, however, you were looking for an Ace Combat style experience on launch day, then the Dreamcast had you covered with Konami's Air Force Delta. The gameplay itself is really quite boilerplate for anyone familiar with the Ace Combat series. Each mission is preceded by a briefing, after which you pick your aircraft and take to the skies. The game defaults to a simple control scheme that combines pitch, roll, and yaw, but thankfully this can be changed in the options menu. Your plane is of course loaded down with an unrealistic amount of ordnance, so that running out of ammo is really no concern. Mission objectives include things like shooting down a sortie of enemy bombers or destroying a naval convoy. Once you clear these objectives, the mission ends, and you have the option of watching a replay, which is actually pretty neat. After that, you're awarded cash compensation based on the number of enemies you've shot down, which you can then use to buy new aircraft. The game is not VGA compatible, but the graphics still look good in 480i. And for a game that has you visiting fiery death upon the enemy at 10,000 feet, Air Force Delta has an oddly upbeat, jazzy soundtrack. Though the game would have made for a fun weekend rental, with a total of 20 missions that naturally increase in difficulty, there's enough content here to justify the game as a launch day purchase for fans of the genre. Three fighting games were on store shelves on launch day and might have provided the biggest reason to also go home with the official Dreamcast arcade stick, sometimes referred to as the Agetec stick in North America. With an MSRP of about $60, it features Japanese-style controls and has both a color scheme and layout consistent with Sega's Japanese arcade cabinets. Although a handful of other sticks were produced for the Dreamcast over its short lifespan, it's this that remains the most sought after for Sega's final arcade-at-home console. Capcom created some of the greatest 2D fighting games ever released, but in the late 90s, the 3D fighting realm was being dominated primarily by franchises like Tekken and Sega's own Virtua Fighter. But in 1999, Capcom unveiled a unique take on the genre with Power Stone, released on Sega's Naomi arcade hardware, and ported to the Dreamcast in time for its North American launch.
Welcome to Power Stone War.
Power Stone is a one-on-one fighting game that takes place in a 3D arena around which both players can freely roam. The space is fully interactive, allowing you to jump onto platforms, swing around poles, and even hang from the ceiling. You can also throw various objects at your opponent and pick up a variety of constantly respawning limited-use weapons. The game takes its name from the Power Stones that appear during each match. Each player begins the fight holding one such stone, but collect and hang on to two more, and the character temporarily changes into a more powerful form, complete with a set of special moves. Eight characters are available to choose from, and as is standard for fighting games, each has a distinct set of moves as well as their own arena. The vibrant graphics look great in 480p, and the soundtrack has a cinematic quality. Power Stone's cartoony presentation belies its depth and complexity. The game is easily on par with Capcom's extensive catalog of fighters in terms of fun, challenge, and replayability. And both Power Stone and its sequel rightfully take their place among the most beloved games on the Dreamcast. Although Power Stone was Capcom's only release for the Dreamcast's launch, the company would arguably go on to be Sega's biggest third-party supporter, with such marquee hits as Resident Evil Code Veronica, Mars Matrix, and Marvel vs. Capcom 2, which is considered by some to be the best game on the system. At the time of its release, Power Stone was one of the most unique fighting games ever seen, was one of the must-buy titles on launch day, and was the first in a long line of innovative games that highlight the Dreamcast's library. Mortal Kombat Gold is a home adaptation of and upgrade to 1997's Mortal Kombat 4, which itself was the franchise's final arcade release. Along with the standard arcade modes, also included are a team battle option, along with several endurance modes and a welcome practice mode. The game brings back a handful of characters that were included in earlier installments in the series, but were omitted from Mortal Kombat 4, and whereas the arcade release introduced character-specific weapons to the gameplay, Mortal Kombat Gold allows you to choose the weapon your character uses. Aside from this new weapon system, Mortal Kombat Gold still follows the same basic gameplay as the rest of the series. One-on-one fighting punctuated by extreme violence, including the series' signature fatalities.
Fatality.
When Mortal Kombat 2 was released in 1993, it was hailed as one of the best releases of what was, in retrospect, arguably the golden age of arcade fighters. But 6 years and a few Mortal Kombats later, a few minor gameplay tweaks notwithstanding, the series felt like it was on autopilot.
Fatality.
It might therefore come as no surprise that Mortal Kombat Gold was not well received by the gaming press. Criticisms included the aforementioned stale gameplay, as well as the game's graphics, which were lackluster considering the Dreamcast's capabilities. This does make sense, however, as visually the game is a fairly faithful arcade port, while the Dreamcast is more powerful than Midway's Zeus hardware. No doubt Mortal Kombat Gold was taken home by many a hardcore fan of the franchise, but the third and final fighting game available on September 9th which is widely regarded as one of the best games ever published on the Dreamcast, was the lone launch day release from one of the most storied arcade developers of all time.
Namco.
Soul Calibur was a Namco System 12 release and is the sequel to 1995's Soul Edge. The company entered the 3D fighting realm with the critically acclaimed Tekken in 1994, and Soul Edge was a successful attempt at adding weapons to the same formula. The game was subsequently ported to the PlayStation and was released in the West as Soul Blade in early 1997. Soul Calibur debuted in the arcades in 1998, and Namco ported it to the Dreamcast, where it was released in Japan in early August of 1999 before becoming a North American launch title. Plot-wise, the game picks up where Soul Edge left off, if that matters, bringing back most of the characters while adding several new ones.
Welcome back to the stage of history.
When you begin the game, you can choose from 10 characters, but can unlock 8 more by beating the game's arcade mode with the existing ones.
Versus Mitsurugi.
Perhaps the biggest improvement to Soul Calibur over Soul Edge in terms of gameplay is the 8-way run, which allows you to move freely about the ring, evading enemy attacks and even attacking from the side and rear. The arcade mode is joined by Team Battle, Time Attack, and Survival modes, and just like Mortal Kombat Gold, also offers the opportunity to practice. Although I wouldn't call Soul Calibur easy,
Mitsurugi was seriously wounded, but the soul still burns.
It is one of the more accessible fighting games out there. While each character has an expansive moveset, you can do well just using the basic moves, and then start to layer the various combos into your working arsenal as you gain experience. To that end, the Mission Battle mode includes a short game tutorial to help familiarize the player with the game's controls, particularly those that were added to or improved upon from Soul Edge. Mission Battle mode also features a variety of battles that allow you to uncover parts of the storyline, and completion of both the training missions and the subsequent battles earns you points, which you can then use to buy art cards that unlock additional features in the game. Soul Calibur's graphics are one of the game's biggest talking points, and are not only gorgeous, but are actually better than the arcade original. The home version has an expanded color palette, improved lighting effects, and uses higher resolution textures to achieve a level of detail that, running at a smooth 60 frames per second, makes Soul Calibur one of the best looking games to ever appear on the Dreamcast. The sound has also been improved upon, with the game's music, sound effects, and speech being of much higher quality and clarity than the arcade original.
This victory strengthened the soul of Mitsurugi. You win!
Soul Calibur's announcer is voiced by Jeff Manning,
Battle 1, fight!
an accomplished video game voice actor who also played the announcer in the original Super Smash Bros. I'm not sure that it's even possible to use too many superlatives when talking about Soul Calibur. Over the course of the console's lifetime, few titles better showed off the Dreamcast's audio-visual capabilities, and on top of that, in terms of gameplay, it also represents a high watermark for 3D fighters. Not content to simply release an arcade-perfect port, as they easily could have, Namco rebuilt Soul Calibur from the ground up, adding numerous features and improvements, and taking advantage of the Dreamcast's hardware superiority over their System 12 platform. In doing so, Namco created what was arguably the best game available at the console's launch.
This victory strengthened the soul of Fan Zhongyong,
And certainly one of the greatest titles in the Dreamcast's library. Soul Calibur was also one of the best-selling games on the console, with over 1 million copies shipped worldwide. But the 19th and final game available at launch was also by far and away the most successful title ever released on the Dreamcast.
The legend will never die.
Sonic the Hedgehog was one of the most popular franchises of the 16-bit era, but it was oddly underrepresented on the Sega Saturn. But Sonic was coming back for the Dreamcast in one of the most hotly anticipated games of the system's launch. The Sonic franchise had made forays into the 3D world as early as 1992 in the form of the Chaos Emerald collecting bonus rounds in Sonic the Hedgehog 2. But its first dedicated 3D game was 1996's Sonic 3D Blast, which appeared on both the Mega Drive and Genesis, but also the Saturn, where it was one of the console's better-selling titles. Also appearing on the Saturn was the 16-bit compilation disc Sonic Jam, as well as Sonic R, a racing game that was the only of the three titles purpose-developed for the console. Although Sonic the Hedgehog was Sega's flagship franchise on the Genesis, notably absent from the Saturn was a mainline entry in the series. The American-based Sega Technical Institute had been working on just such a game, Sonic Extreme, even showing a playable demo at 1996's E3. But the project was canceled not long after. The following year, Yuji Naka's Sonic team finally began working on a game for the Saturn, placing a greater emphasis on storytelling and set in a fully 3D world, but this project too was shelved, with what was completed being added to the Sonic Jam disc in the form of a bonus level called Sonic World. Naka was subsequently made aware of the forthcoming Dreamcast, and Sonic Team began reworking the aborted Saturn project for the new system. Sonic Adventure was unveiled at a press event in Tokyo on August 22, 1998, 3 months before the Dreamcast's Japanese release. The game was, however, not a Japanese launch title, appearing on store shelves just in time for Christmas. The game was, however, rushed out the door to meet the holiday deadline, and, effectively unfinished, was hampered by camera and control issues. Thankfully, the game was in a finished state by the following July, in time for the system's North American pre-launch rollout to Hollywood video locations. As was the case with the aborted Saturn project, Sonic Adventure is far more story-driven than previous entries in the series. The game has 6 playable characters, including Tails, Knuckles, Amy Rose, Big the Cat, and the E-102 Gamma robot. Only Sonic is selectable at the outset, however, while the other 5 characters become unlocked at various points in the game. Sonic Adventure is split up into both adventure fields and action stages. The adventure fields generally involve performing actions, such as placing this statue into its keyhole, in order to gain access to the action stages, whose gameplay is much more akin to the Sonic titles of yore. Some of these action stages incorporate games within the game, including snowboarding, and even a Nights into Dreams themed pinball table. The transition to 3D can be a bit jarring for veterans of the 16-bit era, but once acclimated, you'll find a game that maintains the spirit of the franchise while ushering it into the modern era. But gamers expecting the 3D world to bring with it an element of exploration may be disappointed, as Sonic Adventure's gameplay is still quite linear. Common to earlier third-person perspective efforts, Sonic Adventure does suffer from some camera issues, and, exacerbated by Sonic's trademark speed, the game doesn't control as well as some of its peers. But these are fairly minor issues that can be worked around. The graphics, on the other hand, look incredible, and while the game generally tries to maintain the pseudo-cartoony visual style of the series, some areas still end up looking drop-dead gorgeous. The voice acting can be hit or miss.
Now what do you want?
I want all of the Chaos Emeralds. Better not interfere, or else!
Or else what, you big loser?
And some of the game's sound effects seem less punchy, but the soundtrack is top-notch. And while Sonic and Sonic 2 composer Masato Nakamura had long since moved on from video games, Sonic Adventure brought back several sound designers from the earlier titles.
What? Tails?
No! Look out below!
In addition to the main story, which takes nearly 10 hours to complete, Sonic Adventure also offered downloadable content, including special events like the Samba GP, a kart race commemorating the release of Samba de Amigo, which can still be downloaded and played today using a Dream Pi to connect your Dreamcast to the internet. Along with NFL 2K and Soul Calibur, Sonic Adventure offered the best bang for your buck in terms of longevity and replayability, and was a no-brainer purchase for all but the most vehement of platformer haters on launch day. The game sold 2.5 million copies worldwide and spawned one sequel, 2001 Sonic Adventure 2, the last title in the franchise to appear on Sega hardware. Though it came to market over a year before any other console of its generation, was competitively priced, and ultimately was home to a myriad of titles still considered must-play games to this day, Sega's Dreamcast was ultimately unable to successfully compete against the juggernaut PlayStation 2, though the console's demise is more a reflection of the time than a reflection on the system itself. Sega ceased production of Dreamcast hardware in the spring of 2001, and the last official North American game, NHL 2K2, was released in February of 2002. Sega would subsequently shift to cross-platform third-party development, releasing numerous titles on what could be argued was the spiritual successor to the Dreamcast, Microsoft's Xbox. But that's all a story for another day. That's going to do it for this episode of Classic Gaming Quarterly. As always, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Welcome back everyone, I'm Nick930, and today I want to share with you the complete history of Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto is an open-world action-adventure series, published by Take-Two Interactive and created by Rockstar North, formerly known as DMA Design Limited. In each game, players assume the role of a unique protagonist, who find themselves tangled up in the criminal underworld and need to complete a series of felonious acts around a fictional interpretation of a major metropolitan area. The series is best known for its massive contribution to the open-world video game genre, with highly interactive, large-scale environments that offer an unprecedented level of immersion and realism. But it's for the same reason that the series is often the focus of intense scrutiny and controversy, with its no-holds-barred approach to its adult themes and violence being falsely attributed to the moral failings of American society in the 21st century. But this false equivalency has not dissuaded consumers in the slightest, and has instead only fueled interest in the series further, making Grand Theft Auto not just an enjoyable open-world experience, but a worldwide cultural phenomenon and one of the most successful video game franchises of all time. So how exactly did this landmark action-adventure series get its start? And what about it has kept it relevant nearly 25 years later? Well, to answer that, let's start by taking it way back to the origin of the series' creators. In 1984, a small group of like-minded computer enthusiasts met up at a computer club in Dundee, Scotland. Club members in regular attendance included Dave Jones, an ex-Timex employee who was studying systems engineering, his fellow classmate Steve Hammond, a 14-year-old Mike Daly, and Russell Kay, who had been working with Dave on a prototype for a game for the ZX Spectrum. The group, known as the Kingsway Amateur Computer Club, expressed a deep interest in computer game development, and regularly paired off on projects to take advantage of their respective skill sets, often sharing critical programming techniques along the way. But it wasn't until Dave's sci-fi shooter Menace that things really started to take a turn. Tired of building games for Spectrum computers like his colleagues, Dave, along with another of his classmates, Tony Smith, tinkered with a game for the Amiga instead, which allowed for more detailed spaceship designs and more complex parallax backgrounds. The game was heavily influenced by the likes of Konami's Salamander, that at the time was only available to play at the arcade. So, providing that type of experience to a home computer was a big deal, and caught the attention of the Liverpool-based game studio Psygnosis, who agreed to publish Dave's game under their banner. With a publisher now lined up, Dave founded his new studio, DMA Design, which he named after a line in a programming manual for his Amiga 1000. And after several years of development, he released his first successful game, Menace. Menace was a turning point for the group of young programmers, as they realized that there was some serious money to be made in the emerging game development space. At the time, game development was not considered a real profession. Computer gaming was already so niche that developing games for it was seen as more of a hobby than an actual career option. But as the first checks started to trickle in, Dave saw potential and set up shop in a tiny upstairs office space in downtown Dundee. It was around this same time that Mike, Russell, Steve, Tony, and newcomers Gary Timmons and Scott Johnston were brought on as full-time developers for DMA, with some even leaving behind their old jobs and academic plans. Before long, the studio was working on several more games for Psygnosis, most of which were some form of sci-fi shooter. But as Scott began to animate little human enemies for one of his projects, he unknowingly set off a chain of events that would change DMA forever. These little guys are the Lemmings, a short stack of pixels that players would spend years navigating through treacherous puzzle chambers using an assortment of carefully curated tools. The Lemmings started off as a sort of running gag, with Mike Daly and Gary Timmons sharing a couple silly animations of the creatures getting into trouble one day. But after Psygnosis got a glimpse of the characters in action, they were sold on the idea, and the studio entered into full development on a dedicated game starring the suicidal rodents. Lemmings became one of the studio's first big collaborative efforts, with Mike, Dave, Russell, Scott, and Gary all designing as many levels as they could, and even challenged each other to see who could make the most difficult level. It got to the point where they were all masters at the game, and were solving some of the most difficult chambers in record times, which only pushed them to create more ingenious puzzles as a result. Finally, in 1991, DMA released the original Lemmings game, and were immediately met with a surprisingly strong response. Within only the first day, Lemmings had sold well over 55,000 copies, a figure that Mike Daly claims would equate to about 15 million units sold back in 2006, and exponentially more when adjusted for today's metrics. Lemmings overnight became a cultural phenomenon all its own, and skyrocketed DMA's popularity through the roof, even drawing the attention of Nintendo, who saw major potential in the small Scottish development team. Following this incredible success, DMA invested in some major upgrades. They had recently moved out of their tiny upstairs office to a much larger space in an office park near the old university, and had brought on several new employees to handle their many ongoing projects. But now that they were raking in some real money, they decided to expand the operation, and occupied 2 new rooms in the same office complex, including one that they would use for sophisticated motion and audio capture technology. They then spent the better part of the next 3 years building follow-up titles to the beloved Lemmings, with sequel after sequel being churned out, each with a familiar, positive response from audiences. But then, in 1993, Sony made a surprise acquisition of Psygnosis to bulk up their upcoming console division. and along with it, the entire Lemmings intellectual property, leaving DMA without a publisher or their signature creation. However, this turned out to be more of a blessing in disguise. The folks at DMA were burned out on Lemmings and saw this as a golden opportunity to finally return to more mature content. So they turned their attention to the newer 3DO multiplayer console platforms, hoping to build a game that would take advantage of their more powerful components. But after receiving an offer from Nintendo to work on their upcoming Ultra 64 system instead, they quickly transitioned over to an ambitious 3D action-adventure game called Body Harvest. Body Harvest was unlike anything DMA had built before. It was one of their earlier attempts at making a fully realized 3D environment, while also reintroducing their love of more mature and violent sci-fi action. And it was even a featured title used to help advertise the N64's capabilities prior to release. But Nintendo was, unsurprisingly, not on board with Body Harvest's more adult themes. They fell in love with DMA's cute and lovable Lemmings characters, and were expecting the studio to deliver something along those lines. So despite plenty of effort from both sides to compromise, the title ultimately failed to meet the N64's launch window, and DMA had the game published by Midway instead, effectively grounding their relationship with Nintendo before it ever gotten off the ground. This would inevitably prove to be a critical step for the young Scottish studio, as their supposed moral depravity would be fundamental in securing their next big publisher. In enter the Hauser brothers, whose love of Hollywood action films and the music industry helped pave the way for a full-time gig working at a new experimental branch of BMG Entertainment in London, with an emphasis on the emerging video game space. At first, the two brothers didn't really see much potential in this area. They didn't consider video games to be all that cool or exciting, as the biggest games at the time were geared towards children. But that all changed when Dave Jones stopped by their office in '95 to pitch a unique multiplayer action-adventure game that involved criminals racing around a city being chased by the cops. This project, given the working title Race and Chase, was originally prototyped by Mike Daly, who struggled for months to emulate the 3D design of Clockwork Knight to function within the confines of a fully interactive metropolis. Eventually, Mike was forced to redesign the game from a new top-down perspective instead, with the rear wall being textured to look like the city streets, and elongated prisms being used to simulate buildings. With the camera perspective now locked in, Mike and Dave worked together to incorporate some rough driving mechanics, along with camera scrolling routines and traffic scripts to help better visualize what the game would play like. But after weeks of playtesting around the office, they realized that the game just wasn't any fun. They initially intended to have players select between two teams, the cops or the robbers, and engage in high-speed pursuits across the city. But this concept was quickly abandoned after they realized how boring it was to play on the cop team. Having to obey traffic laws slowed down the pacing considerably, and trying to dodge pedestrians at crosswalks was nearly impossible due to the limited camera perspective. Suddenly, a light bulb went off. Why not have players control the robbers exclusively? This changed everything. Suddenly, the sidewalks made sense to drive on, and pedestrians went from being annoying obstacles to potential bonus points. From here, the ideas started to pour in, like having fire trucks respond to fires, and then being able to steal those fire trucks, switch on their sirens and clear traffic. It was at this point that Dave Jones saw real potential in the project and pitched the game to the Hauser brothers, who were so enamored with its open-world nature that they agreed to publish it under BMG Interactive, on the sole condition that the game be renamed into Grand Theft Auto. Now that the core concept was nailed down, the real work could begin. Development for the original Grand Theft Auto was messy to say the least. The engine that Mike had built was incredibly unstable, with an insurmountable amount of bugs and glitches, coupled with frequent crashes that made the map design process nearly impossible. They ended up having to draw each of the game's city streets by hand, using massive pieces of graph paper that barely fit on their desks, and when they finished, they painstakingly transferred the designs over to the engine itself. But even after getting the cities up and running, they ran into an even more frustrating realization. The game still wasn't fun to play. Most of the missions involved boring delivery objectives, and they struggled for months to find a way to make them more exciting, with things like power-ups and crazy weapons doing little to improve the feel. Then, one day, one of the game's many glitches caused some of the AI-controlled police vehicles to relentlessly smash into the player's car instead of just pulling them over as intended. It was almost as if they were magnetized to the player, refusing to give up the pursuit. It was so much fun to escape from that rather than fixing it, the developers decided instead to make it a core gameplay feature. giving rise to Grand Theft Auto's signature wanted level system that continues to define the series to this day. But GTA's intense car chases weren't its only big selling point. Ahead of the game's release, the Hauser brothers came up with an ingenious idea to help boost the game's initial sales, and hired ex-publicist Max Clifford to tip off major news outlets regarding the game's vile and immoral nature. The media took the bait, and before long, Grand Theft Auto began to flood newspaper headlines, scaring parents into shielding their vulnerable children from the exciting new action game set to come out soon that they probably would have never heard about otherwise. The bait and switch almost worked too well, with BGM Interactive threatening to cancel production of the game on numerous occasions, fearing that the negative backlash might hurt their brand. But the team at DMA convinced them otherwise, confident that they had a real winner on their hands. And in the fall of 1997, DMA released the very first Grand Theft Auto on DOS and Windows platforms, with additional ports for the Sony PlayStation and Game Boy Color following shortly after. The original Grand Theft Auto kicks off in a fictionalized interpretation of New York City called Liberty City. Players assume the role of one of 8 preset characters, each with their own distinctive clothing, skin, and hair color, and are tasked with completing various criminal jobs around town to earn money and progress further in the story. At first, players take on job opportunities from the Mafia, which usually involve taxiing characters from point to point or delivering an unspecified package. After earning their trust, the Mafia then brings the player in on some more lucrative opportunities, like serving as the getaway driver for a major bank job. But when things get too hot, the player is sent across the country to a fictionalized interpretation of San Francisco called San Andreas, and later reimagined Miami called Vice City, where they proceed to meet new criminal organizations and perform a series of increasingly more deadly jobs for them, in exchange for money to progress further. It's a pretty basic story design, with some repetitive mission objectives and a forgettable plot. But gamers picking up GTA back in '97 were too distracted with the game's potential for mayhem to care. GTA gives players all the tools to wreak havoc across its 3 available cities in any way that they see fit. They can, for example, run across sidewalks and streets, dodging traffic along the way. Or they can alternatively steal a nearby vehicle, even those already occupied by AI-controlled drivers. The main goal throughout the course of the game is to earn a set amount of cash in each city, either by completing the structured missions accepted at payphones, or by committing specific crimes like smashing into other cars, flattening groups of pedestrians, or even killing police officers using a small but powerful arsenal of weapons. Available firearms in the game include a handgun, a rapid-fire machine gun, a powerful rocket launcher, and the flamethrower. And each weapon has a limited set of ammunition that can be replenished by walking over any weapon icon of the same type hidden throughout the environment. Also hidden in each level environment are specific kill frenzy challenges that task the player with killing a set number of pedestrians within a strict time limit to earn a special bonus reward. However, the action on foot is only half of the GTA experience. The other half is spent behind the wheel of any of the 50-some vehicles available in the game. These vehicles range from small and speedy sports cars to much larger trucks, buses, and tanks. And to make the experience feel more realistic, most of the cars and trucks even come equipped with a working radio station, complete with its own set of songs and fictional DJ. As players cruise down the road, smashing into cars and gunning down civilians, they'll also need to contend with the game's most wanted system that will send endless waves of increasingly more aggressive police after the player to put a stop to their heinous acts. The player's wanted level status is denoted by the small, digitized policemen heads at the top of the screen. And if a player continues to break the law, more powerful police forces will arrive, making it more challenging for the player to escape. To drop this wanted level, players have 2 options. They can either drive to a local respray shop and pay to have their car disguised, instantly removing any wanted status. Or they can alternatively find a rare bribe token hidden in the game world that will call off the police without the player needing to pay anything. However, this is easier said than done. The police at higher wanted levels can be extremely dangerous, setting up roadblocks and even arming themselves with body armor and fully automatic weapons, making them extremely lethal when on foot. And this is a big deal because getting killed in this game is the last thing that the player wants. Unlike more modern entries to the series, the original GTA features limited lives to complete chapters. And if a player fails to earn enough money before losing their lives, then they'll be sent back to the results screen and are forced to start the game from scratch. It's a remarkably challenging experience, with some insanely tight time limits for missions, and extremely low time to kill. But this simultaneously made reaching higher wanted levels even more exciting, as any wrong move could result in an instant death. If that wasn't enough, the original GTA also offered its own form of competitive multiplayer, with players able to play locally using a wired modem connection to either race or battle it out across the city. But despite all its efforts to make the experience as ludicrously fun and enjoyable as possible, the end result still fell short of meeting the expectations of critics. Reviewers often complained about the game's awkward camera systems, and found the gameplay to be more frustrating than enjoyable. But the most common complaints received concerned the game's outdated visuals, that paled in comparison to other late 90s games on the PlayStation. Still, despite its visual shortcomings and its arguably shoddy gameplay design, GTA still managed to drum up some impressive sales numbers, with over 1 million copies sold by the year 2000. The Houser brothers' clever marketing scheme paid off perfectly, and made GTA the game that parents wanted to shield their kids from. And now that the title had its reputation, both DMA and its publisher were quick to move on a sequel. While all of this was going on, a new beast was stirring beneath the surface. In 1996, Take-Two Interactive, an American video game publisher based in New York, decided to take their company public, and used the additional funding to begin an aggressive acquisition campaign, starting with some lesser-known publishers like GameTech in 1997. But the big news came in the early months of 1998, when Take-Two decided to purchase BMG's video game division, with the ultimate end goal of acquiring the newly established Grand Theft Auto property. In the resulting buyout, several of the higher-ups at BMG Interactive, including the two Houser brothers, were relocated to a new office space in New York. And within a year, they announced the formation of the publisher's first in-house gaming division, Rockstar Games, a name that reflected the Houser brothers' past ambitions to be rock stars. Meanwhile, back in Dundee, DMA Design were dealing with a completely different acquisition. Soon after the completion of the first GTA, DMA started to change hands rapidly. It was first sold to a British software house by the name of Gremlin Graphics in 1997, who hoped to benefit from DMA's technical know-how and expand their business interests. But after about a year, another studio, Infogrames Entertainment, purchased Gremlin, and along with it, the DMA offices. This complicated things quite a bit. DMA were still under a contract with BMG Interactive to develop Grand Theft Auto 2, and when push came to shove, Infogrames were forced to sell DMA directly to Take-Two, officially making Grand Theft Auto Take-Two's intellectual property. Many at DMA were greatly disappointed with this news. Having dealt with this kind of thing before, they were all too familiar with what would come next. So before long, many of the original developers responsible for DMA's defining titles parted ways with the studio, leaving those remaining to pick up the pieces. Prior to his departure, Mike still served a pivotal role in establishing GTA 2's signature dark atmosphere. In the months following the original game's release, Mike had overhauled the game engine, rendering his top-down worlds using a more sophisticated 3D graphics renderer, and incorporating new lighting effects that he picked up on from the team working on the PlayStation version. When he left, the designers that took over embraced this new artistic direction for the game, and started to populate the new game environment with these glowing lights, and then toned down the overall brightness, giving the game a uniquely dark and dystopian feel. The developers also wanted to improve upon the original game's generic mission structure, and introduce a new dynamic reputation system to give players more freedom of choice. And in the fall of 1999, DMA Design, with the help of the newly established Rockstar Games, released their second entry to the series, Grand Theft Auto 2, first for the PC and PlayStation, and then later for the Sega Dreamcast and Game Boy Color. GTA 2 is one of the more unique and unusual entries in the Grand Theft Auto series. Rather than being based on a real-world city, GTA 2 takes players to the futuristic dystopian metropolis known only as Anywhere City, where several powerful gangs maintain control of distinct districts. Players assume the role of a single protagonist named Cloud Speed, who is willing to do whatever it takes to climb to the top of the criminal underworld. Cloud, like the preset characters from before, is a silent protagonist who just accepts jobs and works his way up through the world of crime, but he is expanded upon a bit more in a promotional short film created by Rockstar's marketing team, highlighting his ambition and sociopathic tendencies. Even so, GTA 2 still doesn't offer much in terms of its story, and it's designed in a way that lets players tell their own story by creating as much chaos and destruction as possible. The biggest new feature in GTA 2 is the redesign to the mission structure. In each district, players must now carefully balance their reputations between the available gangs, displayed by a colored bar in the top left corner of the screen. If a player accepts a mission for one of these gangs and manages to successfully complete it, then they will improve their reputation with that gang, thereby unlocking more lucrative jobs later on. But if they fail that mission, or coordinate with a rival operation, then the player's reputation with that particular gang will decrease, locking players out of certain missions and turning previously neutral AI on the street into hostiles. This creates a very unique dynamic in GTA 2 that's not seen in any other entry, but it's not the only thing that sets it apart. GTA 2 also introduces a few new weapons to the mix, like the shotgun, some throwable explosives, and the electro gun, that further add to the game's semi-futuristic setting. Other changes include new vehicle upgrades that can equip players with things like front-mounted machine guns, redesigned player power-ups that make things like the kill frenzies clearer to the player, and new collectible GTA tokens that can be used to unlock wacky bonus challenges. But other than those few changes, and the ability to jump over vehicles, GTA 2 doesn't really do much else to differentiate itself from the original classic. And this became even more clear when the reviews for the game started to trickle in. Critics bashed the game for doing little to innovate from a technical level, stating that the game, especially on the PlayStation, looked about the same as the last one. Others pointed out that the gameplay had barely changed, and the new features weren't enough to hide the fact that it was basically the same as before. So while the initial sales for the game were impressive, with over 1 million shipped copies during its launch period, they inevitably slowed to a crawl, making GTA 2 a rare miss for the series. But GTA 2 wasn't the only entry to the Grand Theft Auto series to release in 1999. Around the same time that DMA were working on GTA 2, Take-Two Interactive had begun to make use of their newly acquired studios and the game tech purchase, and renamed the Canadian Alternate Reality Technologies into Rockstar Canada. This studio was then tasked with creating a series of small expansion packs for the original GTA, and was given access to most of DMA's source code to make it happen, which, as Mike Daly noted, is not really the most stable code to work with. There was only so much that could be added without the entire game breaking on them, so Rockstar Canada decided to instead focus on making mostly cosmetic alterations, and set their expansions in 1960s London. All the assets and UI were redesigned to fit this new theme, and a new story with some simplistic animated cutscenes were incorporated to help the experience stand out. Full development for this expansion took Rockstar Canada a little under a year, and in the summer of 1999, they released the expansion pack GTA London 1969, with a follow-up prequel expansion only a few months later. In this first expansion, players are again given the choice between a series of preset characters, and are set loose to cause mayhem on the streets of London. As far as the mission format goes, everything is handled the same as the original title. Players accept missions from red telephone booths and run amok downtown, gunning down targets, smashing cars into lines of pedestrians, and fleeing from the police. Only, everything has been repurposed to fit within the game's new British backdrop. The AI traffic, for example, will drive on the opposite side of the road. Icons for weapons like the machine gun are redesigned to resemble British variants like the Sten SMG. And all the vehicles are now modeled after classic British vehicles from that era, including iconic double and triple decker buses. It's a pretty clever twist on the original format, but the cosmetic changes weren't enough to sway critical reception. The expansions were criticized for their lack of actual improvements to the core gameplay, and focused on the game's incredibly outdated visual design. And even though it still provided the same enjoyable experience as the other two titles, it didn't offer enough to grab their audience's attention, which was made evident by the significantly lower sales numbers. Even so, the development team behind the expansion weren't done quite yet, and a few months later released the follow-up GTA London 1961. The second expansion offered several new vehicles and missions, along with a few minor gameplay improvements, including an option to upgrade cars with armor plating and the ability to perform drive-bys. But aside from those few add-ons, it too failed to innovate, and it ultimately was released as a free download on Rockstar's website, exclusively for the PC player base. GTA 2 and the GTA London expansions that released alongside it demonstrated that brand recognition wasn't enough to deliver the same success they had experienced previously, and it was now up to DMA Design to reinvent the series and keep it from fading into obscurity. Following the lukewarm reception of GTA 2, the studio's founder, Dave Jones, decided that it was time to step down. Take-Two were now in a position to fully acquire DMA Design, and he knew that if he stayed, he would likely be stuck working on Grand Theft Auto games for the rest of his career, something that he was already tired of working on. So he resigned in 1999, and later became the head of a new Dundee-based game development studio called Real-Time Worlds in 2002. Replacing Dave as DMA's lead project director was Leslie Benzies. Leslie was another self-taught programmer that joined the Dundee office in '95 to work on an N64 game called Space Station Silicon Valley. This game was a real test for the team involved, as all the developers responsible were brand new to the studio and were working with tech that they had never worked with before. But even so, they came together to deliver a unique and charming experience, and the end result was well received by critics. But more importantly, Rockstar were impressed with what Leslie and his team had managed to accomplish, and tasked the group with tackling the next mainline entry to the Grand Theft Auto series, built to take full advantage of the upcoming PlayStation 2. To accomplish this, Rockstar secured an extended license to use Criterion's new game engine, Renderware, that had proven more than capable in the 2000 game Burnout. But unlike Burnout, DMA were faced with the daunting task of cramming all the complex city simulation associated with the top-down GTA series into a fully realized 3D world, without tipping over the memory limitations of their PS2 dev kits. They first started by planning out the general layout of the city, beginning with the basic geometry and roads, and then erected simplistic city structures to try and approximate the level of complexity that they were dealing with. Then, Leslie, together with programmer Adam Fowler and lead artist Aaron Garbett, came up with an ingenious streaming solution that effectively streamed the environment off the CD around a fully rendered polygonal object, in this case, a car. By doing this, they could circumvent the obvious memory limitations of the console itself to allow players to traverse through a massive open-ended environment almost seamlessly, a discovery that would inevitably influence the design of every GTA game moving forward. Now that they had the streaming method in place, the developers then began to populate the world with even more detail, modeling out tons of cars, designing weapons, and testing out the general player movement and controls. Meanwhile, a team of writers, including Dan Houser himself, penned the game's script, which would fundamentally transform the identity of the series. With the first few games recognized today as the 2D era, the plot felt disjointed from the gameplay experience, with mundane mission objectives having almost nothing to do with each other. But thanks to the new mocap studio DMA had purchased previously, GTA 3 would be the first entry in the series to feature fully voiced and motion-captured cutscenes, adding substantially to the game's general tone and feel. They even hired a few big actors to take on some of the game's characters, including Robert Loggia, Frank Vincent, and even rapper and songwriter Keith Guru Elam. In the final years of development, things became even more hectic. The art direction underwent a number of major changes, with early builds of the game having more of a bright and colorful, cartoon-like quality to them. But this was later changed to accompany the game's darker story tone. And new visual effects like rain and trail blur were introduced to help give the game a unique visual flair. In June of 2001, DMA took an early build of the game to the Electronic Entertainment Expo in Los Angeles, eager to show off the exciting new title that they had been working on. But to their dismay, audiences didn't seem all that interested in what they had to offer. It was almost as if people had forgotten about the Grand Theft Auto series entirely, and instead flocked to booths showing off new games like Metal Gear Solid 2, and a completely different Rockstar game called State of Emergency. Following this disappointing trade show debut, DMA returned home determined, knowing full well that what they had to offer was far more exciting than anything that was shown at E3. Then, just as they were getting ready to ship the game worldwide, tragedy struck, with the September 11th terrorist attacks in the United States. The attacks were not only emotionally devastating for the company, but even directly impacted Rockstar's headquarters in New York, as they were forced to vacate the building for over a month. What's more, investors started to worry that GTA 3's parody of New York would now come off as insensitive, forcing DMA to make several minor cosmetic alterations at the last minute, including remodeling the emergency response vehicles, disabling projectile collision with prop planes at the airport, and even adjusting the city's skyline to avoid any coincidental imagery. They even were forced to submit a new design for the game's cover art, resulting in the iconic comic book collage that the series continues to use to this day. Finally, after several years of development and an unforeseen last-minute delay, Grand Theft Auto released in October of 2001, exclusively for the PlayStation 2, with PC and Xbox ports releasing in the years that followed. Grand Theft Auto 3 brings players back to Liberty City, with an entirely brand new storyline completely unrelated to the original 2D-era games. Players assume the role of a silent protagonist named Cloud, not to be confused with the character of the same name in GTA 2. In the game's opening cutscene, Cloud participates in a bank robbery with his girlfriend Catalina. But before he could reach the getaway car, Catalina double-crosses him, leaving him for dead in the alleyway. And he's stabilized by the police and subsequently sentenced to 10 years in the Liberty City Penitentiary. A few weeks later, while en route to serve his sentence, the prison convoy holding Cloud is ambushed by the Colombian cartel, who kidnap one of the prisoners and then destroy the bridge with an explosive, cutting off access to the central island. This is where the game begins, and players are given full control of Cloud, and kick off their journey through the criminal underworld of Liberty City to not only earn some cash, but exact revenge on Catalina. The game's core structure is eerily similar to that of the original GTA, with players taking on jobs for the Italian mob and then quickly escaping to the next area when things get too hot. But thanks to the new animated cutscenes, there's substantially more weight to each of the game's missions, adding actual personalities to the various crime bosses that players are forced to interact with.
I see nothing but good things for you, my boy.
Memorable characters include Cloud's friend 8-Ball, who accompanies Cloud during their initial prison break, Don Leone and his wife Maria, the crooked cop Ray Machowski, and the egocentric billionaire Donald Love, that has a bit of an interesting appetite. Like GTA 2's level environments, Grand Theft Auto 3's Liberty City is oozing with personality. From its absurd billboards and posters, to the ridiculous things pedestrians will say as the player passes by.
My mother's my sister!
Everything about GTA 3's world is purposely built to parody how the media portrayed American society in the early 2000s, with things like violent crime, prostitution, and corruption being a common attribute of the city's inhabitants. What really drives home the game's satirical nature, though, are the radio talk shows, especially the station Chatterbox FM, where real-life radio talk show personality Jeffrey Laszlo Jones not only plays a fictional version of himself, but co-wrote the script with Dan Houser, establishing a lot of the series' signature American cynicism.
Okay, and speaking of impossible, Jane from Cedar Grove is on the line, and she wants to talk about how difficult it is being a parent today. Hello, Jane.
Hi, Laszlo. I wanted to say something about these video games. They are warping our kids' minds. My son Sean Hugo got hit by a truck, and he said, Mommy, where's the reset button? Laszlo, life does not have a reset button.
Right, but this show does. I love that button.
But despite its major improvements, GTA 3 is still fairly lacking in the story department, with each character's personality being wholly attributed to common stereotypes. That again is deliberate, but doesn't necessarily make for the most engaging narrative experience. But remember, this was 2001. The idea that a game could deliver deep and well-crafted storylines was not at all in the norm, especially not in the action-adventure genre. Instead, GTA 3's true strength lies in its revolutionary open-world gameplay design, with a highly immersive world to explore, along with plenty of reworked gameplay mechanics and missions to help populate it. Thanks to the efforts of the programmers at DMA, Grand Theft Auto 3 is the first entry in the Grand Theft Auto series to feature a dominant third-person perspective, positioning the camera behind the player model rather than above. Though, if players want, they can still swap to a top-down viewpoint if they're feeling nostalgic. To make the most out of this new perspective, GTA 3 also features a more believable game world to play in. This interpretation of Liberty City isn't just a jumbled mess of streets and buildings like before, but rather a living, breathing world that's enhanced using a full day-night cycle and randomized weather effects. The city is broken up into 3 districts that each have a distinctive look and feel. The first district is Portland, an industrial lower-class area based heavily around New York City's Brooklyn borough. Here, players will experience the seedy criminal underworld at its worst, with gangs like the Italian mob engaging in open warfare with the neighboring triads, while hookers and pimps roam the red light district. The second area, only accessible after completing enough missions, is Staten Island. This is the city's business district, built to resemble New York's Manhattan Island. Here, there are towering skyscrapers, a football stadium, a casino, and a shopping mall that all serve as a backdrop for yet another criminal rivalry. this time between the Yakuza, the Jamaican Yardies, and the Colombian Cartel. Finally, there's Shoreside Vale, where Liberty City's elite reside, with white picket fences, swimming pools, and high-end mansions. Together, these three districts, along with the added verticality, make for a much more intricate and complex game world, making it much easier to get lost within it. So, to help players find their way, GTA 3 also introduces the radar to the player's heads-up display that shows the player's position relative to nearby streets, along with any relevant map markers to help locate new objectives. To traverse through these worlds, players can catch a train and walk around, or more practically, steal any automobile that they see and drift around the city streets. Driving in GTA 3 is a big improvement over the 2D titles now that players can see more than 20 feet in front of them, though this new perspective also brings with it a more realistic physics system, with vehicles that can tip and roll, causing them to spontaneously combust and explode if the player isn't careful. All the vehicles you'd expect can be found cruising the streets of Liberty City, like sedans, sports cars, and trucks, many of which will only spawn in specific areas to add to the simulation. Though, if a player wants to, they can now deliver their favorite stolen vehicle to their personal garage at a marked safe house, and then save it for later use. GTA 3 is also the first entry in the series to allow players to pilot boats and airplanes, though the only drivable plane, the Dodo, can be challenging to keep airborne with its clipped wings. GTA 3 also sees a total overhaul to its on-foot character movement. Gone are the awkward tank controls from the past, replaced by a much more modernized control scheme, where the left joystick can be used to move the character, while the right joystick can be used to control the camera when in a locked first-person perspective. GTA 3 also is the first entry to introduce a sprint key, giving players an extra speed boost to evade danger, though it can only be used in short bursts at first, with Cloud getting tired and slowing down after a short while. The increased verticality of the level environments, coupled with the ability to control the camera, also plays a big role in how the combat is handled. Enemies won't just appear directly in front of the player after all, so a new aiming system has been implemented to account for this. For console players, the default aiming system utilizes a lock-on mechanic that can swap between targets within range of the equipped weapon. And on PC, players can make use of a new free aim system, allowing for even more precision. Weapons in GTA 3 include classics like the pistol, assault rifle, flamethrower, and rocket launcher. Though there are newcomers like the Uzi that can be used to perform drive-bys, a shotgun for close quarters, a fully auto M16 and sniper rifle, both powerful enough to dismember enemies, and throwable weapons like Molotov cocktails and frag grenades, useful for destroying vehicles and taking out hostiles hiding in cover. These weapons are gradually unlocked throughout the course of the campaign, and can either be picked up off the ground like before, or purchased from any of the available ammunition gun stores throughout the city. Though, players need to be careful not to be arrested or killed, as all of their collected weapons can still be removed after they've been booked by the police. The police system has also seen a big change with the leap to 3D. Like before, causing mayhem will attract the attention of the local authorities, giving the player a wanted level. Only the max wanted level has now been increased to 6, with more nuance to each level leading up to it. At 1 star, the police are pretty easy to get away from. They won't actively spawn looking for the player, and instead will run up and try to arrest the player if they happen to be in the area. At 2 and 3 stars, the police become much more aggressive, and will actively drive around searching for the player, and will also open fire when possible. By the time the player reaches 4 stars, the SWAT teams are called in, who are much more heavily armored and carry automatic weapons. Roadblocks begin to pop up more regularly, cutting off key roads, and trying to escape on foot is practically impossible. If the player somehow manages to survive this, then they'll need to contend with the deadly FBI at 5 stars. And finally, upon reaching the maximum 6 stars, the Army, who will drive in big military-grade transports and armored tanks. It's a far more robust system, and probably one of GTA 3's most fun mechanics to toy around with, as escaping from higher wanted levels can be quite the challenge. To do so, players need to evade the police long enough for the stars to disappear. Though at the higher wanted levels, it can be extremely difficult due to the sheer volume of first responders on the streets. But it's still not impossible, thanks to the returning police bribe tokens and pay and spray stations, along with the increased verticality of the level structures that allow for some creative getaways. All these updated mechanics greatly transform the Grand Theft Auto experience, with more exciting car chases and gunfights throughout a densely populated city environment, providing hours of unscripted, chaotic action. Though there's still plenty of structured content to enjoy as well, including over 50 mainline story missions, each more challenging than the last. Along with the many main story missions, there's several optional side jobs to participate in as well. These include payphone missions, that are typically simpler but don't advance the story, off-road missions that have players driving through checkpoints on uneven terrain to beat the clock, and RC missions that have players destroying target vehicles using a little RC car. Then, of course, there's the vehicle-specific missions that will activate when entering a specific service vehicle. Jumping into a taxi, for example, will give players an opportunity to make some extra cash completing taxi fares. Entering a fire truck lets players drive around putting out fires, and getting into a cop car lets players complete vigilante missions, where the player is given a target to kill within a time limit. GTA 3 also sees the return of environmental collectibles, only this time in the form of hidden packages. There's 100 of these packages hidden around the city, often in hard-to-reach places, and collecting enough of them will unlock instant access to weapons and armor, available at the player's safe house. Collectively, Grand Theft Auto 3 is a massive improvement over its arcade top-down predecessors. Everything from the game world, the story design, the combat, and the driving have all been redesigned to take full advantage of the new camera perspective. And the result is an experience that completely transformed not just the Grand Theft Auto series, but the entire gaming industry. The game soared to popularity upon release, achieving incredibly high review scores across the board, with many praising it for its unrivaled attention to detail and its incredible level of freedom. There were certainly a few complaints, like the game's cars that seemed to light on fire too easily, and the improved but still slightly clunky controls. But GTA 3 was still considered a masterpiece in game design by most, a reputation that helped it to achieve unprecedented early sales numbers. But as the game skyrocketed to the top of the charts, along with it came a tsunami of controversy. GTA 3's heavy focus on violence and adult themes sparked outrage, as many pointed fingers at the developers and producers were trying to brainwash children into committing crimes, while simultaneously failing to acknowledge its clear satirical nature or even the actual scripted mission objectives.
My general object of this game: kill as many people as you can, get as many stars as you can.
Some even blatantly misrepresented the content, making up features that have never been featured in any GTA game.
Get extra points for shooting somebody in the head as opposed to shooting them in the body. You have to wonder exactly what the values that we're teaching our children.
This is of course not the case, as GTA 3 removes the old point systems from the 2D era, and there's never any objective throughout the game that requires players to indiscriminately kill any innocent civilians. If anything, the built-in Most Wanted system actually dissuades overly violent behavior, punishing players for targeting unarmed pedestrians and preventing them from progressing further until they either let things cool down or are killed and subsequently stripped of their weapons. Even so, the controversy quickly became a hot topic in American politics, with representatives from both sides of the aisle pushing for increased censorship and regulations on video game purchases. But this rapid notoriety had the opposite effect on America's youth, as more and more people became aware of the game's existence, solidifying Grand Theft Auto 3 as one of the most well-known and influential video games of all time. Immediately following GTA 3's initial PS2 release, DMA Design's core development team commenced work on an expansion pack for the game that would include new vehicles to drive, weapons to shoot, and an extension to the available story missions. But after it became apparent that GTA 3 was a huge success, they decided to turn their attention to developing a full-fledged sequel instead. Before they could do this, there were a few logistical matters to attend to. Rockstar Studios finalized their acquisition of DMA Design, renaming them into Rockstar North, and the last remnants of the Scottish development team were relocated to a new office space in Edinburgh, where they continue to work on Rockstar titles to this day. By early 2002, full production on the next big GTA had begun. All the assets built for the cancelled GTA 3 expansion were then retrofitted for a new 1980s theme. According to an interview by Edge magazine with Sam Hauser, the 1980s theme was planned well before GTA 3 had even released, but it was cancelled before it entered full production, likely after the low reception of GTA London and GTA 2. But with GTA 3's unprecedented success, they felt the 1980s theme was worth revisiting, and the writing team began extensively researching media related to the time period, most notably Scarface, Carlito's Way, and a complete VHS collection of Michael Mann's Miami Vice. From here, the art team got to work sculpting a drastically different metropolis for players to explore. Aaron Garbett in particular spent a lot of time nailing down the look of the city's iconic architecture, ensuring that the neon outlines would glow along the city skyline. Another major focus for the development team was on delivering a more ambitious story. With GTA 3, DMA Design had always intended to give the lead protagonist full dialogue in order to tell a more compelling narrative. But because of their time constraints, they were ultimately forced to drop the idea. Though now that they had a little bit more time to work with and were raking in some serious revenue, they went all in and contracted Ray Liotta to play the lead protagonist. Along with this, Rockstar also secured the licensing for over 100 era-appropriate songs to be played from the vehicle radios, only further adding to the immersive nature of the experience. Then, after only 9 months of development, Rockstar North released the hotly anticipated sequel, Grand Theft Auto Vice City. GTA Vice City tells the story of Tommy Vercetti, a gangster sent to a fictionalized version of Miami, Florida, to aid in the expansion of the mob's influence during the coke-fueled 1980s. But after a major drug deal is ambushed, Tommy is ordered to track down those responsible or risk deadly retribution from his boss, Sonny Forelli.
You better not be screwing me, Tommy, because you know I'm not a man to be screwed with!
Like with GTA 3, Vice City's story pacing is maintained by the availability of its missions, with players needing to complete basic jobs for low-level crooks before moving up to take down high-profile drug lords and corrupt politicians. However, unlike GTA 3, Vice City's pacing hits a brick wall in its third act, where the game's finale is only made available after successfully purchasing enough business operations around the city and completing their associated side missions. It's a design choice that today would likely be frowned upon, forcing players to complete mundane side activities to artificially lengthen the experience. But remember, this was released back in 2002, so the open-world game design to gamers back then was still pretty fresh and exciting. So much so that players likely already completed enough missions prior to reaching this junction in the story. Even so, this is only a minor pitfall when considering Vice City's impressive new story direction that's more engaging thanks to its fully voiced cutscenes, along with plentiful inspiration from classic 1980s cinema, television, and music. Vercetti's hot-tempered personality, for example, mirrors that of Scarface's lead character, Tony Montana.
You gotta shut that big mouth of yours. Stop running, you fat slime ball.
And the mansion that Tommy inherits partway through the game is similarly designed after Tony's mansion from the film's last act. An even more obvious reference is Vercetti's lawyer friend Rosenberg, who both looks and acts just like Sean Penn's character in the film Carlito's Way. There's also a ton of influence from the Miami Vice television series, with character clothing, music choices, and many of the missions being pulled straight from some of the early episodes. In fact, Tommy's friend, Lance Vance, is even voiced by the same actor that played Detective Tubbs back in the 80s, and shares almost the same backstory from the show's first episode. One of Vice City's most endearing qualities is its stylish atmosphere. The developers completely nailed the look and feel of 1980s Miami, at least in how it appears in film and TV. The world is rich in color, with patches of thick ferns and palm trees breaking up series of tan Art Deco structures, while aqua and hot pink neon lights glow along the facades. The game's heads-up display and menus similarly reflect this theme, with a blue and pink color scheme, and all the radio stations and vehicles play hit songs from the 80s, including Michael Jackson's Billie Jean, Toto's Africa, and I Ran by A Flock of Seagulls. On top of the refinements made to the game's story, GTA Vice City also builds upon the well-received gameplay formula from its predecessor, with a brand new environment to explore, lots of new weapons and vehicles, and some increased mission variety. The core gameplay remains mostly the same as before, with only some minor under-the-hood tweaks that aim to polish up GTA 3's rough edges. The player animations, for example, have been cleaned up a bit, making Tommy walk and run more naturally through the world. And the hand-to-hand combat has been redesigned to allow players to engage multiple targets simultaneously. The game's gunplay has also seen some nice changes, with tighter bullet spread and snappier auto-lock mechanics to make the action more responsive. On top of this, Vice City also introduces a plethora of new weapons to toy around with. Practically every weapon from GTA 3 returns, like the pistol, the shotgun, Uzi, and sniper rifle. But there's now higher-end alternatives for each of these weapons, including the Python revolver, a SPAS 12 shotgun, a Ruger carbine, and a semi-automatic PSG-1 sniper rifle. The only catch is that players can only carry one of each weapon type, and will need to ditch a corresponding weapon if they want to use something different. For players looking to get up close and personal, lots of new melee weapons have been introduced, most notably a chainsaw that will cause blood to splatter onto the player's screen when used to kill an enemy. Vice City even adds in some new special weapons to the mix, like the M60 light machine gun and the devastating minigun that can absolutely decimate the streets of Vice City. But the police are ready for this, as they've been upgraded to be more aggressive towards the player, and can now deploy things like spike strips that will pop the player's tires and cause them to lose control of their vehicle. Speaking of which, Vice City nearly doubles the number of vehicles over GTA 3, with dozens of new era-appropriate cars, trucks, and boats to race around in, including the return of motorcycles that had been absent from the series ever since the original game. Vice City is also the first entry in the series to introduce pilotable helicopters, along with a plane that doesn't have its wings clipped. And all these new vehicles come in handy, as Vice City's environment is tailor-made to take advantage of them all. Alleyways, for example, are sometimes too narrow to pass through in a normal car or truck, whereas motorcycles can slip straight through, making them extremely helpful when evading pursuers. And the boats and aircraft become incredibly important in the later half of the game, as players can use them to island hop more easily when trying to earn the coveted 100% completion. The overall level design of Vice City in general just has a more organic flow to it than the often ridge-like structure of Liberty City, giving it a completely new and distinctive feel. What's more, Vice City also houses lots of new storefronts to visit, including restaurants, bars, clubs, shopping malls, pharmacies, and clothing stores, many of which can be robbed at gunpoint. Old storefronts like Pay and Spray and Ammunition also return, though the latter is more properly realized, requiring players to now speak to the store owner at the counter and purchase weapons directly off the walls. In keeping true with the game's rags to riches mentality, players can now purchase additional safe house properties to save their game, and several business ventures that come with their own specific missions to complete and the option to collect a reoccurring monetary kickback from them. All in all, Vice City's gameplay design is a marked improvement over its predecessor. It takes everything that worked about GTA 3, like its open world structure and its third-person perspective, and builds upon it, with a more realized game world to explore and more things to do within it. Vice City was a huge success. The reception to the game was massively positive. Media outlets praised Vice City for delivering a better sense of story and atmosphere, while also praising the game for its improvements to the gameplay. One of the most common compliments given to the game was its brilliant 1980s Miami setting, that helped deliver a distinctive personality that GTA 3 significantly lacked. But it wasn't without its problems. Some reviewers did cite various technical issues that hindered the action, including lengthy loading screens and the aged camera and combat systems. On top of this, Vice City also accumulated its own fair share of controversy, again being used as a scapegoat for violence in modern society. Newsreels portraying Vice City at its most violent quickly dominated the weekly news cycle, villainizing the game and the developers responsible. One group in particular cited a more specific reason for concern, claiming that Vice City's portrayal of Haitian immigrants, that make up one of the many criminal factions within the game, was detrimental to real-life Haitian Americans, and may incite violence against them. Protests regarding this issue were staged outside of New York City Hall following a report on CBS, eventually prompting Rockstar to add in a disclaimer, adjust some dialogue, and remove all mentions of Haitians or Cubans from later ports of the title. However, this would only be the beginning, as the controversy surrounding the Grand Theft Auto series would only continue to escalate alongside its rapidly growing popularity. In the summer of 2003, 18-year-old Devin Moore was placed under arrest in the state of Alabama for attempting Grand Theft Auto. He was only 18 years old, a recent high school graduate that had no prior history of violence or aggressive behavior. But while being escorted into the police station, Moore stole a handgun from an officer, killed 3 people, and then attempted to flee in a stolen squad car, only to be detained again shortly after. According to the Associated Press, his first response when he was recaptured was, "Life is a video game. Everybody's got to die sometime." The story sent shockwaves through the media, reigniting fierce debates regarding violence's place in video games. And because Moore was identified as being an avid gamer, his legal defense even tried to make a case that games like Grand Theft Auto were to blame for his reprehensible actions. But the judge handling the case dismissed the connection, denying the defense from introducing the games as evidence, and the follow-up civil suit presented on behalf of the victims were similarly thrown out, striking a major blow to anti-violent video game activists. In the following years, Take-Two's legal teams would continue to fend off multiple lawsuits targeting their properties, mainly pertaining to Grand Theft Auto and its violent content, though, as it turns out, it wouldn't be the violence that would get the company into hot water. Meanwhile, back in Edinburgh, the developers at Rockstar North entered into production on a brand new property, hoping to capitalize on their growing reputation among their audience. This project, later given the name Manhunt, was built using mostly the same technology as GTA. Though, when looking at it, it's understandably difficult to tell. The game is basically the opposite of Grand Theft Auto, with much smaller, restricted spaces, and a far more serious tone, making its extremely violent premise all the more shocking. As expected, it generated some major backlash from anti-violent gaming activists. Though this time, even some members at Rockstar Games felt they might have gone too far, admitting that, at least in GTA, you weren't being forced to perform horrible atrocities. But when reviews started to pour in, praising the game for its excellent stealth action and unique premise, it became clear that Rockstar weren't just chasing after a shock factor, but rather expanding the medium to appeal to the more mature demographic. Though, of course, Manhunt wasn't the only project being worked on by Rockstar North at the time. Grand Theft Auto was still their keystone property after all. So as work was wrapping up on the PC version of Vice City, writers Dan Houser and James Worrell started to draft plans for the third installment. When deciding on the next setting, they agreed early on that the final game in their 3D trilogy would be set in San Andreas, being as it was the only location from the original game yet to receive the 3D treatment. And in keeping with the new precedent they had set with Vice City, they opted to build their story around a distinctive cultural theme, this time, the inner city hood life during the early 1990s. As expected, a story about life in the hood, centered around a predominantly black cast of characters, was a bold direction for a team of Scottish developers to take, especially a story that was set to use the infamous LA riots as a backdrop for the action. So, to ensure that the topic was treated with respect, they also hired rapper, producer, and director Mark Jordan, aka DJ Pooh, who assisted in writing and provided consultation throughout the course of development. Additionally, the entire development team were flown to California to conduct field research in areas they planned to represent, including some of the more dangerous streets in Los Angeles, and then cross-checked architectural designs and landmarks with their New York offices to avoid any time-based errors. When they finally returned, the programmers and art department got to work on their most ambitious environment to date, a map that consisted of not one, but 3 major American cities, and everything in between. Their goal seemed somewhat unobtainable at first. Liberty and Vice City were already gigantic, taking up almost the entire game disk, with frequent load times in between districts. So the programming team came up with an elegant solution. Rather than having all the assets in the world like buildings, vegetation, and decoration load together in giant chunks, a new render pipeline would convert distant objects into lower poly variants, and materialize only when within range of the player. This allowed the art team to hugely expand the scope of the environment, with 3 massive cities only making up a fraction of the playable space. But they also didn't want this space to be empty, so they worked on implementing a new animation scripting interface that could be used to generate hundreds of unique gameplay mechanics and immersive features. Even the lighting system saw some nice improvements, and borrowed lessons learned from the development of Manhunt to incorporate shadows that could be used by the player to hide from enemies. Finally, after an extended 2-year development period, Rockstar Games released the highly anticipated next entry to the series, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, as always for the PS2 first, and the PC and Xbox a year later. San Andreas kicks off in 1992, in a fictional reimagining of Los Angeles referred to in the game as Los Santos. It tells the story of a young black man named Carl Johnson, who after hearing that his mother was killed in a gang-related shooting, returns back to his home neighborhood to attend her funeral. But he soon learns that things at home are far worse than when he left it, with the rival Ballas gang, represented by their purple colors, having taken over most of the hood. On top of this, a unit of the Los Santos PD's Crash Initiative, led by lead antagonist Officer Tenpenny, detain CJ, and then blackmail him into completing various odd jobs for them in order to cover up their corruption. Throughout the course of the game's first act, CJ works alongside his Grove Street friends and family to help regain respect in the hood, shutting down crack dealers, executing drive-bys on Ballas, and even helping a wannabe rapper jumpstart his career.
You don't want me to come with a gun in your face? I spit it harder than anybody in the world could do.
That sucks! Damn!
But right as things seem to be turning around for Grove Street, CJ uncovers a huge conspiracy and is forced into exile beyond the city limits. From this point on, the game's narrative begins to resemble past GTA games, with your typical rags to riches structure. CJ is introduced to several interesting and often absurd characters as he accumulates significant power and wealth, and drifts from one area of the world to the next, until finally becoming the most powerful man in the state of San Andreas. And the game's finale offers possibly one of the most unique and exciting climactic sequences in the entire series, as the streets of Los Santos erupt with mass rioting, mirroring the real-life LA riots of 1992. In addition to other real-world events from that time, San Andreas also draws significant inspiration from 90s hip-hop culture and hood films like Menace to Society and Boys in the Hood, and features an even more star-studded cast than Vice City, including Chris Bellard, Ice-T, Peter Fonda, Chris Penn, David Cross, James Woods, and Samuel L. Jackson. Even by today's standards, that's a lot of star power for a video game, some of whom play hugely important roles throughout the narrative. And when compared to Vice City, San Andreas tells a much more engaging story, with improved cutscenes, better written characters, and a much more unique plot, breaking away from cliché mafia movie references to give players a totally new experience. When it comes to its gameplay design, San Andreas offers a significant number of changes, improving on aspects that worked well before while also adding new features to further immerse the player. The core gameplay remains the same as the past two games, though there are a few long-requested features to round out CJ's abilities. Players can finally swim in bodies of water for the first time, unlike before where touching the water would instantly kill the player. And short walls can now be vaulted over, making traversal on foot through alleyways and backyards more practical. The game's gunplay has also received some nice improvements, incorporating an even more responsive auto-lock aim system along with a new colored crosshair to telegraph the target's health status. Players can also crouch to increase their weapon stability, perform combat rolls, and sneak up on unsuspecting hostiles for stealth takedowns, similar to the stealth systems used in Manhunt. Most of the weapons available in San Andreas share fundamental similarities to the weapons we saw in Vice City, with 2 to 3 variants for each weapon type, and more or less the same balancing between them all. There are some newcomers to the arsenal though, like a Winchester rifle, a heat-seeking rocket launcher, remote explosives, and additional hardware like parachutes and night vision goggles. The vehicles have also been improved, with better handling and superior damage models. But it's the increase to the number of available vehicles that's most impressive here, with tons more cars, boats, and aircraft, along with a few more absurd options like hovercraft, go-karts, and the famous jetpack. The biggest and most blatantly obvious improvement San Andreas offers, though, is the extreme increase to the environmental scale. San Andreas isn't one city, it's an entire state, and it's filled with way more variety than anything the series has ever offered. The first area, Los Santos, is a large concrete jungle, with a maze of ghetto neighborhoods that act as an urban war zone. North of this is the rural countryside of Red County, that's loaded with tall mountains, thick forests, and winding rivers, along with plenty of redneck farmers, doped-up hippies, and roaming biker gangs. Further northwest, there's the game's second major city, San Fierro, that features lots of verticality thanks to its steep roadways, along with plenty of opportunities for naval action out in the bay. In the top half of the game's map, there's Bone County, a vast desert region home to several small towns, abandoned airfields, and a highly secure top-secret military base called Area 69. And finally, there's the Las Venturas Strip, where players can burn all their money on slot machines and card tables, only to make it all back in a daring casino heist. The sheer size and diversity available in San Andreas' playable space greatly dwarfs that of all previous entries in the series combined. But what's even more impressive is that this wide-reaching landmass is also chock full of things to do. First, there's the main missions, that seem to function the same as always. Players enter a mission marker, watch a cutscene, and then complete a series of objectives. But each mission does a better job of setting itself apart, with new scripted action set-piece moments and unique gameplay features introduced at a steady pace all throughout the length of the campaign. Early on, players perform relatively simple tasks like fighting gangsters, stealing cars, and robbing storefronts. But as the world begins to open up, the scale and general absurdity becomes more and more apparent, with players needing to navigate remote-controlled planes, burn down pot farms with a flamethrower, and even drive a motorcycle into the back of a cargo plane as it's taking off from an airstrip. But its attempt to stay at least somewhat grounded helps preserve its charm. Next, there's the optional open world activities, many of which are specific to certain parts of the game world. In Los Santos, for example, players can roam the streets spraying graffiti tags and fighting for control of territory in gang wars. The Los Santos map is broken up into distinct territory blocks, with each color representing a different gang. And venturing into a rival territory can sometimes be deadly, especially when wearing the wrong colors. The player's goal is to try and conquer as many of these areas as possible for the Green Grove Street family. This is accomplished by traveling into enemy turf and killing waves of enemy gangsters, and then defending any conquered territory from retaliatory strikes. To sell the fantasy further, players can recruit gang members using their earned influence throughout the campaign, and can even perform group drive-bys just like the ones in the 90s hood films that the game tries to emulate. Another big addition to San Andreas is its new role-playing mechanics. Players can now fully customize the look and appearance of the game's protagonist, with businesses like barbershops, tattoo parlors, and several different clothing shops, each with an explorable interior and distinctive clothing styles. Players can also visit restaurants and choose from different food items on the menu to restore their health, but need to carefully balance this with regular exercise at the gym to maintain their stamina and strength, or risk CJ getting too fat or too thin. Players also need to maintain their driving and shooting stats by visiting schools and ranges to brush up on their skills, and can learn new techniques like fighting styles depending on their skill level. San Andreas also introduces a new girlfriend dating system, allowing players to befriend specific female characters and bring them out on dates, who will react to the player's driving speed and choice of restaurant, with a fun meter determining whether or not they want to be romantically involved with CJ after being dropped off back home. Other new open-world activities include mini-games like basketball, pool, and gambling, new business-based missions, home invasions, lots of new race types, lowrider challenges, demolition derbies, photography, dancing, BMXing. Simply put, there's a ridiculous amount of stuff to do in this game, way more than anything the series has provided before, making it the ultimate open-world sandbox experience. And as you can probably already guess, the response to it was overwhelmingly positive. San Andreas received even higher review scores than Vice City did, with critics applauding Rockstar for the remarkable attention to detail, all crammed into a single dual-layer DVD. Gamers everywhere praised the game for its hours of entertainment, coupled with a more engaging plot and interesting environment. And some, like GameSpot, even claimed that it was the best game in the series. San Andreas went on to sell well over 2 million copies in the first week, greatly outpacing Vice City before it, and not only became the best-selling game of 2004, but eventually became the best-selling game ever made for the PlayStation 2. Though, as with every Grand Theft Auto release, not everyone was happy. A few critics called out Rockstar for their aging visual design, and criticized the title for its poorly implemented mini-games. Some even knocked the game for its depiction of the LA riots in the finale, faulting it for completely ignoring the racial discrimination that led up to the actual real-world events. But the biggest controversy, and the one that would ultimately begin San Andreas' most enduring legacy in pop culture, was the infamous Hot Coffee mod. The Hot Coffee mod, if you somehow haven't already heard about it, was a fan-made modification introduced into the PC version of San Andreas a year after the game released. The mod unlocks an unused minigame that inexplicably made its way into the final code, where players could directly control CJ while having consensual sex with one of his many girlfriends. When news of this secret gameplay feature broke in 2005, all hell was let loose. Immediately, US politicians on both sides of the aisle condemned Rockstar and the ESRB rating system for failing to notify users of the adult-only content. Senator Hillary Clinton in particular pushed for legislation to be passed to further restrict access to adult themes in gaming, threatening to greatly limit game distribution with hefty fines and other penalties.
We are determined to stop a situation in which video games with pornographic and violent content are being peddled to our children.
Rockstar argued against the allegations, claiming that by modifying their game code, the client had violated the terms of agreement. But upon further investigation, the ESRB confirmed that the code was indeed still included in early copies of the game. And as a result, Rockstar issued a patch and re-released the game with the content removed, though a minuscule number of consumers actually took them up on their recall offer. And this was only the start. Rockstar also faced a wave of class action lawsuits, resulting in losses of tens of millions of dollars. The Hot Coffee controversy marked the first major loss for Rockstar. To this day, it's still unclear how the minigame made its way into the code. But whatever the reason, the Hot Coffee mod proved that the Grand Theft Auto series wasn't invincible, and Rockstar North would be sure to thank the Senator for concern about America's youth with a fitting tribute in the future. In the years following San Andreas' incredible success, Rockstar North saw a major expansion to its staff size. The team had remained fairly small throughout GTA's 3D era, but with next-generation consoles looming on the horizon and the promise of delivering more than just GTA games in the future, Rockstar saw fit to expand and move their studio to a larger space near Calton Hill. Meanwhile, Take-Two continued their ambitious expansion, picking up studios and transforming them into new proprietary 2K offices, along with additional studios under Rockstar Games. One such studio was a British portable game developer called Mobius Entertainment, who were responsible for a Game Boy Advance version of Remedy's first Max Payne title in 2003. Impressed by how this portable Max Payne game turned out, Take-Two purchased Mobius Entertainment, transforming them into Rockstar Leeds, and assigned them a project to create a similar handheld experience for the Grand Theft Auto property. But after seeing the potential in Sony's recently unveiled PlayStation Portable, they reassigned the Leeds team to start working on a PSP title instead, and handed off the Game Boy project to a third-party developer named Digital Eclipse, resulting in 2004's Grand Theft Auto Advance. GTA Advance takes place in the year 2000, 1 year prior to the events of GTA 3. Players assume the role of Mike, a typical low-life thug, who, along with his buddy Vinny, is looking to earn enough cash before leaving the country for good. But right as they're about to leave, Vinny's car explodes, along with all the money they had collected, and Mike vows to find those responsible and avenge his fallen friend. Throughout his vengeful journey, Mike meets up with plenty of other low-life criminals in Liberty City, including a few returning faces from GTA 3, and he proceeds to complete various jobs for them to get closer to the ultimate truth. Unlike its 3D counterparts, GTA Advance doesn't feature any voice acting or motion capture cinematics, resorting to still image cutscenes and text bubbles instead. Though the mission structure established with GTA 3 does remain intact, meaning players can visit markers on their minimap for specific characters that they meet and steadily grow their influence around town. And all this is accomplished through the lens of the returning top-down perspective, along with a few other caveats to account for the Game Boy Advance's weaker specs. It's easily one of the least visually appealing titles in the entire franchise, with a limited color palette, flat environments, and some archaic animation designs. But the level layout introduced in GTA 3 is more or less included, and even features a few extensions to areas like the Western Island. Grand Theft Auto Advance even manages to squeeze in the optional vehicle-specific gig jobs like taxi fares, giving it a leg up over the classic top-down GTA games. But it's otherwise a basic and forgettable experience that failed to impress, and its resulting sales and reviews quickly reflected this, with many knocking the game for its poor visuals, boring soundtrack, and outdated controls. Though, fortunately for the Grand Theft Auto series, GTA Advance wouldn't be its last foray into the world of portable gaming. As Digital Eclipse took the heat for the first poorly received GTA game in years, work proceeded at the Leeds studio on another original Grand Theft Auto experience, built to harness the untapped potential of Sony's new PlayStation Portable. But to pull this off right, the devs at Leeds would need some help. So they reached out to Rockstar North, who let them borrow hundreds of assets and code that they then retrofitted to work within the confines of the PSP's capabilities. What's more, they even had Rockstar veterans like producer Leslie Benzies, lead artist Aaron Garbett, and writers Dan Houser and James Worrell all reprised their respective developmental roles to ensure it delivered the signature Rockstar level of polish fans had come to expect. Then, after a little over a year of full development, Rockstar Leeds released Grand Theft Auto Liberty City Stories, exclusively for the PlayStation Portable. Liberty City Stories, as the title suggests, brings players back to the hustle and bustle of Liberty City, 3 years prior to the events of Grand Theft Auto 3. Only this time, instead of tearing up the streets as Cloud, players assume the role of returning Italian gangster Tony Cipriani, who fans of GTA 3 may recognize as the mission giver with the less-than-grateful mother living upstairs.
Tony? Where the hell have you been? Not one so cool all the time you were away.
The story kicks off in 1998, with Tony returning home after being told to lay low for a while. In his absence, the Leone family, led by Don Salvatore Leone, had steadily been growing their influence throughout the city, and have set up shop in Eastside Portland to break into the prostitution and gambling rackets in the area. Tony, eager to jump in where he'd left off, is instead stuck working from the bottom all over again, slowly earning back his reputation to get in good with the boss. But as he rises through the ranks of the Mafia, he's thrust into a three-way gang war between the other families in the city, and the resulting fallout helps to shape Liberty City into how it appears in GTA 3. When stacked up to GTA's past two mainline entries, Liberty City Stories plays things a bit safe. The general plot bears some heavy resemblance to your typical American gangster movie, with the most obvious inspiration being Coppola's The Godfather. Though having a fully voiced lead protagonist does help to deliver a more focused plot structure than the last time players visited Liberty City, and to have all this delivered into a completely handheld experience was, and still is, pretty impressive. But even more impressive than this is the way Liberty City Stories preserves GTA's iconic open-world gameplay design. This isn't just a top-down spin-off with some mundane delivery missions. This is a full-fledged 3D-era GTA experience, tailor-made to take advantage of the PSP's hardware capabilities. Tony moves and behaves just like his mainline console counterparts, with the ability to run around the streets of Liberty City, steal cars, shoot bad guys, and perform drive-bys. The only caveat is that the PSP doesn't come with the right joystick, so the game camera can no longer be controlled manually while moving the player. Instead, players must rely on the game's more aggressive auto-center camera design, or optionally, hold down an aim button to switch the left thumb pad to control the camera instead of the movement. This is obviously not ideal, as trying to dodge bullets and keep track of where they're coming from can be difficult, but the improved auto-aim does help make the gameplay more tolerable. Liberty City Stories also doesn't make use of any of the new mechanics introduced in San Andreas, harking back to the slightly simpler design of Vice City instead. This means there's no swimming and no ledge vaulting, and all the complex RPG systems and minigames are stripped away. Though features that were introduced in Vice City, like motorcycles, unique weapon sets, and different character clothes, do help to make this return trip to Liberty City more engaging. Liberty City Stories also sees the return of online multiplayer to the series, albeit only between 6 players over a wireless ad hoc mode. Still, even so, this would be the very first time the series would offer a legitimate 3D online multiplayer experience in Grand Theft Auto, something that, as you probably already know, has become a pretty big part of the series since. Liberty City Stories was highly regarded by fans. Reviewers credited Rockstar Leeds for how much they managed to squeeze into Sony's handheld, especially the full Liberty City map. The graphics are obviously not quite as good as the console counterparts, with the draw distance often pointed out as a technical drawback, but it's otherwise a legitimate 3D-era GTA experience. In fact, it even received a re-release on PlayStation 2 in 2006, with superior visuals and a more traditional control scheme. But its real contribution was to the PSP, convincing gamers that the device could deliver true console-level experiences on the go. It quickly dominated game sales for the device, and because of this success, Rockstar Games were quick to greenlight a follow-up. After work on Liberty City had wrapped, Rockstar Leeds kicked off production on the sequel, this time letting players carry the beloved sun-soaked streets of Vice City in their pockets. Development for the sequel took considerably less time to complete, as most of the hard work converting the renderware engine to function on the PSP had already been accomplished prior. Though now that the developers were working on a title post-San Andreas, they were able to incorporate more of its updated gameplay mechanics and features, while also throwing in a few brand new ideas to help their project stand out. And within only a year of development, Rockstar Leeds released their second entry to the GTA series, Grand Theft Auto Vice City Stories, first exclusive for the PSP, and then again on the PS2 a year later. Like with the last game, Vice City Stories is a prequel to its 2003 counterpart, that helps to piece together events prior to Tommy Vercetti's rise to power. Players this time assume the role of Vic Vance, an honest military man just looking to earn some money to help pay for his brother's medical treatment. But after being reassigned to work on a military base for the corrupt Sergeant Martinez, he's caught up in some questionable activities, and is later caught and dishonorably discharged. Now out of options, Vance turns to a life of crime, trafficking guns, drugs, and involving himself in a massive turf war between the Cubans, the Cholos, and the Trailer Park Mafia. But it's when Vic's brother, Lance Vance, comes to town that things start to really get out of hand, as the duo get ensnared in a cocaine-fueled conflict with the notorious Mendez brothers. It's once again a competent rags-to-riches storyline that does a great job of paying homage to classic action films and 80s music, while setting up the events for its mainline console counterpart. though its far more compelling main protagonist and better writing really shows, setting it far apart from its Liberty City predecessor. This release also features some improvements to the gameplay mechanics. For the most part, Vice City Stories handles a lot like Liberty City Stories, with the same awkward camera toggle to make up for the single thumb pad, and the D-pad helping to make up for the lack of clickable thumbsticks and rear triggers. However, many features introduced in San Andreas have finally returned, like swimming, flying, and riding bicycles. Vice City Stories also introduces a few of its own new features to the formula, most notably the ability to capture and maintain criminal rackets. Throughout the game world, there are several small fenced-off shacks, usually with a single vehicle parked outside. If the player blows up this vehicle, they initiate a hostile takeover, where they need to defend against waves of angry gangsters looking to protect their assets. Upon successfully defeating these enemies, players assume control of that business, and can complete asset missions to help increase their revenue. It's sort of a hybrid of Vice City's property ownership systems and the gang wars introduced in San Andreas, and the short, simple objectives attached to them make the criminal racket missions the perfect fit for a portable handheld. Other new features include a new vehicle-based side mission that lets players serve as a lifeguard, and the ability to repurchase confiscated weapons after being killed or arrested, along with several technical enhancements over Liberty City Stories. Vice City Stories was even more successful than its predecessor, earning higher average review scores and generating significantly more sales. With it, Rockstar Leeds had pushed the boundaries for portable gaming even further, delivering a nearly flawless port of the 3D Grand Theft Auto experience, up to par with the hugely popular Vice City and San Andreas. Its story was also praised, as it helped deliver a much more interesting protagonist, with far more personality and character than the cookie-cutter Italian mobster from before. With this release, Rockstar Leeds were successful in delivering on their initial promise of a title that would smash expectations of portable gaming. Though, instead of completing the trifecta with the San Andreas stories, they turned their attention to other Rockstar properties instead, including a PSP port of Rockstar Toronto's The Warriors a year later. And with that, the 3D era of the Grand Theft Auto series finally came to an end. While all of this was going on, the core dev team up north were gearing up for the next major step in Grand Theft Auto's evolution. For the past 6 years, they had made liberal use of the renderware engine for practically all of their games. But in 2004, Electronic Arts purchased Criterion, along with the rights for their renderware technology. This caused a major ripple in the industry, as most games developed for the Sony PlayStation 2 were built using this engine, and some developers, like Illusion Softworks, were even forced to restart development of their planned Mafia 2. This wasn't the case with everyone, though. For the first few years following the acquisition, Rockstar's UK-based studios were permitted to continue using the engine in accordance with their pre-existing contracts, allowing them to create San Andreas and the 2 PSP games. Though, after these projects were completed, it became clear that the next entry to the Grand Theft Auto series would need to leave renderware behind. This is where Angel Studios entered the picture. Angel Studios was a San Diego-based software development studio founded by Diego Angel in 1984. The studio had a slow start, working on various computer animation contract jobs with minimal revenue for years, until they finally made some headway working on games for Microsoft and Nintendo in the mid-90s. In the early 2000s, Angel Studios entered into a partnership with Rockstar Games and created racing games like Midnight Club and Smuggler's Run, using their own proprietary technology called the Angel Engine. And following the success of those 2 titles, Take-Two Interactive acquired them and renamed them into Rockstar San Diego, where they then went on to create a second Midnight Club and a linear action shooter set in the Wild West called Red Dead Revolver. In 2004, Rockstar San Diego became a critical component of Rockstar's continued success as a company. Now that EA owned renderware, the other Rockstar teams needed a new platform to build off of. So Rockstar San Diego established a team of programmers to create a next-gen version of their Angel engine, capable of improved rendering, lighting, and, with the help of third-party technologies like Euphoria, incredibly lifelike physics computation, resulting in the aptly named Rockstar Advanced Game Engine, or RAGE for short. This new engine was first showcased in a basic table tennis game created by Rockstar San Diego. But it wasn't until Rockstar North got their hands on the technology that the potential of what they had created would become fully realized. Now equipped with a suitable replacement engine, Rockstar North initiated work on the most ambitious new Grand Theft Auto since the original leap to 3D. According to Aaron Garbett, the goal for this new entry was to focus only on the series' most fundamental aspects, and then build around them with an unprecedented amount of detail to really drive home that this was a new era for the series. Because of this, the writers decided that it would be appropriate to return to Liberty City once again. Only this time, the recreation of New York would be more authentic and capture the extreme level of detail that players expected on new-gen consoles. As usual, Rockstar sent out a team to New York for field research, where they recorded videos of traffic patterns and captured hundreds of thousands of photos, and supplemented this with additional support from the head Rockstar game headquarters. Upon their return, the artists broke up into individual teams, each focusing on their own distinct area of the map, ensuring that everything from the buildings to the way people looked and behaved was unique enough to give the city a true-to-life feel. Adding to the authenticity was the extreme new level of detail afforded to them by the more powerful engine and development kits. Artists with architectural backgrounds helped to sculpt the facades of every building, while character designers made use of a special image metrics technology that allowed them to more properly telegraph characters' body language. Another major focus tackled early on was on redesigning the series' poorly aged combat systems. The 3D-era combat, while serviceable, just wouldn't cut it for the experience Rockstar North were aiming for. So the team began to incorporate a more responsive auto-targeting system, along with a new snap-to-cover mechanic that had become increasingly more popular after the release of Epic's Gears of War. Meanwhile, the writers had their own set of challenges to overcome. For the longest time, the story in Grand Theft Auto games had always felt like an afterthought, with some brief animated sequences before and after missions, with no real emotional tie to any one character. So, with the jump to next gen, lead writer Dan Houser sought to fix this problem and deliver something more meaningful and thought-provoking. Games had come a long way in the 2000s, with titles like Mafia and Metal Gear Solid proving the value of character development and mature themes. However, Dan never considered those games to be in competition with the likes of Grand Theft Auto, and instead looked to film as a benchmark. And now that the technology had caught up, he felt he could finally tell the style of story he always wanted to without resorting to cheap gags or lazy parody. Rockstar also abandoned their dependency on major Hollywood talent to deliver the dialogue, feeling that having known celebrities would detract from the realism of the experience, and so they hired several unknown actors that better suited each respective role. Finally, after 3 years of full development, the next generation of Grand Theft Auto had arrived, and Rockstar released Grand Theft Auto 4 for both the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 in the spring of 2008, with a follow-up PC release later that same year. GTA 4 follows the story of Niko Bellic, a vengeful Eastern European ex-soldier who arrives in Liberty City on board an old cargo ship called the Platypus. Upon disembarking, he's greeted by his eccentric cousin, Roman Bellic, who had bragged to Niko for years about his incredible success in America. However, as Niko soon learns, Roman may have exaggerated a bit about his accomplishments, and is actually just a failed cab business owner living in a dirty studio apartment in one of the poorer areas of the city.
So, you fools pray for what? What?
To make matters worse, Niko discovers that Roman's fiancée is possibly involved with another man, to which Niko violently responds, setting off a chain of events that eventually lead the two cousins to be pursued by the Russian mafia. Throughout the course of his journey, Niko establishes friendships with many diverse characters, including a Jamaican drug and weapons dealer, Little Jacob,
Wife quick before him can walk. Yeah.
a steroid junkie and image-obsessed Brucey,
I got you, man.
and the volatile McCreary brothers, most of whom deliver their own distinct set of missions throughout the campaign.
Don't none of you worry about nothing. We're here for the bank's money. It's going to a greater cause. Shut up and handle the safe.
And all these characters are expanded upon further through extended conversations during long car rides that differ on repeat playthroughs. The game's narrative also paints a much less romanticized portrait of criminal life in America, with most of the characters Niko interacts with having some sort of drug addiction, often leading them to make poorly thought-out decisions that either get them caught or killed. Even Niko, who remains mostly neutral with the people he meets in Liberty City, is still haunted by his past life, and finds himself relentlessly tormented by his desire for vengeance.
Maybe that is no excuse. Ramen! Are you sleeping, you fat? Come on!
Niko's immigrant background also plays an important role in the story's delivery, giving players an exaggerated perspective of America's post-9/11 hysteria and how it applies to an unobtainable American dream. Though that's not to say GTA 4 is all serious. There's still plenty of sexual innuendos, social commentary, and cinematic parodies all throughout its lengthy 30-some-hour campaign. including an intense bank robbery sequence ripped straight from the finale of Michael Mann's Heat. But even so, the story feels more mature than any of Rockstar's past work, setting the tone for more gritty and adult themes to follow. Then there's the environment. Liberty City, as it's portrayed in Grand Theft Auto 4, is a completely different beast than any of its early incarnations. It's not just a series of repetitive neighborhoods with one or two familiar intersections anymore, but rather a massive parody of Manhattan Island and its surrounding boroughs. There's Central Park, Flushing Meadows, Coney Island, the Washington Square Arch, Rockefeller Center, Times Square, and even the Statue of Liberty out in the harbor. That's modified a bit to pay tribute to one of Rockstar's bigger fans. What's even more impressive is the unbelievable attention to detail that developers crammed into every inch of the city. The streets of the HD-era Liberty City are densely populated with loads of varied NPCs going about their daily lives, taking cabs, eating food, throwing trash out of their car windows, and even pulling out umbrellas during the occasional rainstorm. The game's new physics system only furthers GTA 4's more immersive feel, with countless environmental props that dynamically react to outside influence. Trash lining the sidewalks, for example, will roll across the ground when kicked by characters, and can even be picked up and tossed as a weapon. Weak surfaces and objects can be torn to shreds with automatic gunfire, sometimes opening new points for attack. And vehicles feature a soft body physics system, allowing them to deform and contort in endless ways, all dependent on the amount of force applied. Even the NPCs have physics applied to them, stumbling backwards when shoved and rolling across the ground when hit by a vehicle. They even have a new injured state, where they'll reach for wounds and try to crawl for safety. Even by today's standards, the AI in Grand Theft Auto 4 is impressive. But it's not the only thing this game contributed to the series. In keeping with the precedent set by San Andreas, Grand Theft Auto 4's world offers plenty of fun activities to participate in outside of the main questline. Minigames like arcade machines and billiards return, along with new experiences like bowling, darts, and comedy clubs. There's even a fully integrated internet browser, accessible through computers at internet cafes, with a full network of fictional websites all parodying things like dating sites, politically fueled news outlets, and nonsense conspiracies. For players that just want a day off, they can stay in their apartment and turn on a TV, cranking up the volume and swap between different television programs, all fully animated and flanked by commercial breaks and references to other locations in the Grand Theft Auto universe. GTA 4 is also the first game in the series to make use of an on-screen cell phone menu, that players can use at any time to contact different characters, read their text messages, set up appointments, and even launch seamlessly into an included multiplayer mode, all further adding to the immersion. Which brings us to Grand Theft Auto 4's most infamous new feature, the friendships.
Hey Nico, it's Roman. Let's go bowling.
The friendship system is an evolution of San Andreas' girlfriend system. The players need to maintain a relationship with a character by taking them out on dates and keeping them happy. Only this new iteration is a little bit more involved, with 10 different characters, each with their own preference in activities, food, clothing, and vehicles to ride around in. By regularly treating a character to their favorite things, players will grow their relationship status with them, and eventually unlock special favors that can be called upon using an option under the phone contact. It's a very unique and ambitious feature that aims to further immerse players into Nico's world, though trying to consistently maintain all the relationships can be a bit much, especially when certain characters keep calling at the worst possible times.
Nico, it's Roman. We should go and get drunk together.
Roman, I'm nervous enough about driving a truck full of explosives around the city for Mikhail Faust. Anyway, I'm sorry, but if I get drunk with you and then drive this thing, I'll definitely blow myself up. I'll catch you later, cousin.
GTA 4 also sees quite a bit of an overhaul to its core gameplay mechanics as well. Because everything was built from the ground up on the new Rage engine, the player model doesn't move quite the same as he did in the 3D era. Acceleration is now more gradual to simulate forward momentum, and thanks to the implementation of the Euphoria physics simulation, Nico can topple over and ragdoll just like the rest of the game's NPCs, which makes for some painful looking tumbles, especially when hit by a vehicle. The driving systems have received similar updates. Cars have a feeling of genuine weight now, forcing players to think twice before drifting around corners. And a new suspension physics system allows the body of the car to independently move based on the car's momentum, while each tire responds to the various elevated surfaces. The damage miles that I mentioned earlier can even impact the vehicle's tires, making some cars unusable if they sustain enough damage. Other changes include new window breaking and hot wiring animations when stealing parked vehicles, a free aim drive-by button that is compatible with SMGs, handguns, and grenades, and even the ability to catapult Nico through the windshield in a head-on collision, discouraging reckless driving. Then, of course, there's the combat. The combat was a major focus for the development team, as they really wanted to clean up what has always been GTA's weakest component. And with GTA 4, the series finally begins to resemble more traditional third-person combat systems today. The auto-aim system from the past few games does return, though enemy health is now represented by a series of circle-oriented notches that will deplete as more damage is dealt. This is so far just like how the other games handled it, but what sets GTA 4's aiming apart is that players can now use the right joystick to fine-tune their aim and move the circular crosshair along the enemy to target specific body parts. Shooting an enemy in the leg, for example, will cause them to trip and fall, while shooting them in the arm may cause them to drop their weapon, and shooting them in the head will always guarantee an instant kill, assuming they aren't wearing protective headgear. This system ensures that the game remains fully accessible for newcomers, as they can still continue to easily target center mass, while also providing more nuance for players to master, something that becomes extremely important during some of the more challenging combat encounters later in the game. This is then coupled with a new cover system. Like most third-person shooters today, players in GTA 4 can tap the cover button to have Nico rush for the nearest corner or low object to duck down behind. From here, players can move Nico safely into position and either pop up to fire again or blind fire their weapon with reduced accuracy. What sets this apart from other cover shooters, though, is that the system by which Nico connects to cover is fully dynamic and procedurally based, meaning anything that looks like it might protect the player will protect the player. This ensures that every environment is not built to look like an unbelievable maze of low walls, and encourages players to experiment with each battle to find effective points of attack. It's a huge step forward for the GTA series, with lots of exciting moments thrown in thanks to the increased amount of scripted set pieces during missions. And when combined with a more immersive environment and more realistic driving model, it really does feel like a true next-generation leap. But not everything from the 3D era made this next-gen leap. Property ownership, for example, is limited to pre-designated apartments, and cars can no longer be customized, save for the random paint job assigned when visiting a pay and spray. Most of the vehicle-based side missions, like firefighting and being a paramedic, are also absent, though the popular vigilante missions do return, with a surprisingly robust police database system built directly into each cop car. Speaking of cops, GTA 4 also redesigns how the police response behaves. If the player is wanted by the police, a flashing red and blue circle will appear around the player's cursor on the radar, indicating where the police have made contact. If the player can safely exit the zone without being followed, then the search will be called off shortly after. The catch to this is that with each additional wanted level, the zone gets bigger, with 6 stars covering up nearly a quarter of the entire map. Though, even at 6 stars, the police aren't quite as aggressive as they used to be, and will no longer call in the army, relying instead on lots of SWAT trucks, helicopters, and government agents to put Nico down. However, considering the size of Liberty City streets and the way players can duck into alleyways and play hide-and-seek with the cops, the improvements seem to far outweigh the few items that were removed. Finally, there's GTA 4's online multiplayer. This part of the game, that has since been shut down, previously allowed players to establish a peer-to-peer lobby with chosen parameters, and launch into the world with their friends or anyone else that joined. Lobby options included game modes like races, death matches, cooperative missions, and a special Cops and Robbers adversary match. Though the most common choice was the free mode option, where players could just roam Liberty City without any limitations, stealing from NPCs, fighting the police, and getting into unscripted trouble. It was an incredible experience back in 2009, as online gaming on consoles had finally become the norm. Though it's understandably not as exciting by today's standards. There was nothing to actually do in this multiplayer free mode, outside of killing each other and the random NPCs. Players couldn't even customize their character all that much, with only a few clothing styles and body types available to select between in the menus. Though, despite its aged design, it was still a revolutionary next step for the series that would help to set the stage for the series' future. When all is said and done, GTA 4 was a masterpiece, It received overwhelmingly positive reviews, with scores across the board averaging at or above 98%, and to this day still remains the highest rated entry to the entire Grand Theft Auto franchise. Common praise included the game's compelling narrative, its incredibly lifelike feel, and its unprecedented attention to detail. Others specifically praised GTA 4 for the quality of the voice acting and writing of its lead protagonist, Nico Bellic, whose hybrid of charming personality and vicious psychopath made him an instant fan favorite. Along with its positive reception, GTA 4 also saw an incredible amount of success in regards to its sales numbers, selling well over 6 million copies within the first week, and smashing records as the fastest-selling video game of all time. But despite all of its success, GTA 4 still had its fair share of criticism, mostly directed towards the relentlessly annoying phone calls that interrupt the action. Another complaint brought up against the game was in regards to its depiction of drunk driving, in which players could visit the bar, get drunk, and then choose to operate a vehicle under the influence. But these complaints were all minor in the grand scheme of things, as GTA 4 still massively exceeded the expectations of both gamers and its developers alike. Immediately following the groundbreaking achievement that was Grand Theft Auto 4, Rockstar North put their nose back to the grindstone on a set of large expansion packs, paid for in part by a new timed exclusivity deal with Microsoft for the Xbox 360. According to promotional material ahead of GTA 4's release, expansions for GTA 4 were always planned, as the game's main storyline has several narrative forks purposely built in to allow players to explore these events from different perspectives. The first expansion, titled The Lost and the Damned, released only a year after the base game, and follows the story of Johnny and his biker gang, The Lost. Players take on the role of Johnny, who's forced into a leadership role after their club president, Billy Gray, was incarcerated. But tensions rise when Billy returns to the club, and despite Johnny's best efforts to return to the way things were, a civil war breaks out, testing Johnny's loyalty and that of his friends. It's a remarkably different type of story than what's been presented before, with an emphasis on friendship and loyalty rather than a blind pursuit of power. But what makes it even more compelling is the way it's smoothly integrated into GTA 4's main plot, with actions performed by Nico directly impacting how the Lost biker gang reacts.
Just got word that Jason's been killed up in Broken.
The Lost and the Damned also features a few of its own unique gameplay features, not available in the base GTA 4 experience. In keeping with its biker theme, a new ride formation feature has been added, encouraging players to ride within a small zone in order to continue conversations with characters in the gang. Additionally, much like in San Andreas, players can call upon their fellow gang members to assist in missions, and can even fight for control at new gang war locations marked on the map, that will subsequently increase each gang member's combat stats to improve their effectiveness.
This what you want? That tastes nice.
Other new features include a bunch of new bikes to ride, several new weapons like shotguns and grenade launchers, the much-needed mission checkpoints, and a large clubhouse to explore, complete with new minigames and even a memorial to any fallen Lost members throughout the player's journey. It's a competent, albeit brief addition to the GTA 4 experience, and its unique tone, great storytelling, and well-implemented new mechanics were received extremely well by audiences. It too received highly positive reception, with reviewers praising the game for its clever twist on the newly established HD formula. But Rockstar weren't done yet, and a few months later, Rockstar North released their final expansion for GTA 4, The Ballad of Gay Tony, again for the Xbox 360 first, and then the PS3 and Windows platforms several months later. In this expansion, players take control of Luis Lopez, an ex-drug dealer turned bodyguard for a reckless nightclub owner known colloquially as Gay Tony. The story explores Luis's relationship with Tony as they deal with managing and expanding a nightclub empire in Liberty City. Although, due to Tony's ambitious nature, he often gets himself into serious trouble with local criminal outfits, forcing Luis to consistently come to his rescue. Along the way, Luis also assists his two neighborhood friends in completing amateur drug deals, helps Brucey stand up to his even more obnoxious brother Maury, and is forced to deal with the absurdly rich Yusuf Amir, that doesn't very well understand the value of pretty much anything. Unlike Lost and the Damned, and even GTA 4, the Ballad of Gay Tony storyline is significantly more lighthearted. Missions regularly border on the insane, with players needing to base jump off of buildings, fly golden helicopters, and rampage down a freeway using an APC. It almost seems to be paying homage to old GTA games, with an increased emphasis on fun action as opposed to a dark character-driven story. though it does strike a steady balance, as the brotherhood between Louise and his troublemaking boss Tony does make for a compelling narrative. Like with the previous expansion, the Ballad of Gay Tony also incorporates a number of new features into the gameplay. There's new vehicles, new weapons, and several new activities to enjoy. Instead of a biker clubhouse, this expansion lets players explore the ecstasy-fueled nightlife of Liberty City, with dancing, drinking, and even an underground fight club. The Ballad expansion also adds in a new job completion screen, giving players incentive to replay missions to earn higher ratings, and new base jumping missions that let players explore the city's untapped vertical potential. Overall, The Ballad of Gay Tony is a solid addition to an already phenomenal package, delivering more of what old-school fans wanted into the experience while also wrapping up loose ends in the story. It was received with similar praise from critics, especially for its more realistic take on an LGBT video game character, and earned positive reception for its enjoyable new gameplay systems. But more importantly, The Ballad of Gay Tony finally closed the loop on the central theme of GTA 4's narrative, allowing Rockstar North to finally press forward with their next groundbreaking experience. But before we get to the next mainline title, there was another Grand Theft Auto that released around this time. Following their success with their PSP GTA games, the team at Rockstar Leeds began to shift away from portable game development, creating ports for games like table tennis. But when Take-Two was approached by Nintendo to create a Grand Theft Auto title for their new Nintendo DS handheld, the job was given to Rockstar Leeds, hopeful that they could deliver something along the lines of their past PSP successes. Though, this time, Leeds couldn't port over the engine and its assets from the work Rockstar North were doing. The Rage engine was already incredibly complex, and trying to dumb it down to work on a handheld would inevitably result in something less appealing than what audiences expected. So, Leeds developed their own engine, based strongly on elements introduced in Rage, and transitioned the gameplay style back to its classic top-down roots, using GTA 4's version of Liberty City as a backdrop. The resulting game was 2009's Grand Theft Auto Chinatown Wars, the last portable entry and the last top-down entry to the Grand Theft Auto franchise. Chinatown Wars, as the title clearly hints at, tells the story of rival Chinese gangs in Liberty City, engaged in open warfare with each other over territory disputes and general power. The player takes control of a spoiled punk kid named Huang Li, who returns to Liberty City after hearing of his father's death to pay his respects and deliver a valuable sword to his uncle. But immediately after getting off the plane, Huang is jumped by a group of unknown assailants, who shoot him and steal the sword. After he recovers, Huang makes it his mission to hunt down his attackers, recover the sword, and restore his honor in the process. The narrative from this point strongly resembles classic Grand Theft Auto games, Huang working his way up through the criminal empire, accumulating power and contending with constant ambushes from either the police or rival gangsters. Though the added Asian American cultural twist does help the title's story stand out, along with its new still-motion comic book art direction that seems to have been inspired by the comic book collage box art featured in the past several GTA games. As I mentioned before, Chinatown Wars returns the series to its top-down roots once more, though there's a few tweaks to how this functions, with some aspects feeling more immersive, while others feel even more arcadey. Breaking into cars, for example, sometimes triggers a hot wire minigame that requires players to rotate the screws to a panel and twist the wires before the car will turn on. But the driving has been simplified to account for the new camera style, with cars that auto-center more reliably, and enemy vehicles that can be instantly disabled if knocked off the road with enough force. The combat system also features a new lock-on aiming system, making firefights easier to control, and a new immersive drug-dealing system has also been incorporated that lets players steal drugs, stash them, and trade them with different dealers around town. There's a lot of great ideas thrown into this game that have still yet to be replicated, but unfortunately, Chinatown Wars would ultimately fail to live up to its potential. Sales numbers fell well below expectations, prompting Take-Two to follow up the Nintendo DS release with a PSP port a year later. But even then, sales still didn't line up with the sales that they had enjoyed during the series' heyday in the portable market, which is unfortunate because Chinatown Wars received exceptionally high praise from critics and fans alike. It was praised for its clever hybrid of 3D graphics and its cartoony aesthetic, and many appreciated the increased amount of interactivity meant to complement the Nintendo DS's dual screen. When all is said and done, Chinatown Wars is another fine entry to the Grand Theft Auto franchise that builds strongly on the established formula, But its lackluster sales, and Rockstar Leeds' increased disinterest with portable gaming would make it the last entry in the series to be made available in handheld form. As the Grand Theft Auto series matured into its teenage years, its impact became even more apparent across the video game world. By now, practically every major project across the industry was aiming to deliver their own interpretation of Rockstar's groundbreaking open-world model, with massive level environments, light RPG mechanics, and an emphasis on world interactivity. Activision's Tony Hawk series, for example, broke away from its 2-minute skate session formula with its 4th entry, giving players a chance to explore large open-ended environments and accept jobs to progress the storyline. Other games like Just Cause, Crackdown, and Saints Row took things a step further and incorporated their own tiered wanted level system, while upping the insanity in hopes of appearing more exciting and fun. But quite possibly one of the most successful adaptations of GTA's formula came from within Rockstar itself, with Rockstar San Diego's sequel to their wild western shooter Red Dead Revolver. Using the same engine that they had initially built, Rockstar San Diego decided to return to their spaghetti western adventure and expand it outwards, mirroring the highly immersive worlds of Grand Theft Auto. The game took several years to produce, with Take-Two investing millions of dollars into the project. In fact, it was so ambitious that Take-Two even had both Rockstar North and Rockstar Leeds pulled in to help assist in its development. Finally, in 2010, their efforts paid off phenomenally, as Red Dead Redemption would release to unbelievably high critical acclaim, even more positive than GTA 4 before. The game took everything fans loved from the Grand Theft Auto series, like its high attention to detail, its unlimited freedom and immersive atmosphere, and applied it into the Western setting, and coupled that with some of the best writing ever to come out of the world of gaming. But its most important contribution, at least where GTA and Rockstar are concerned, is that it proved Rockstar San Diego's worth within the company, and moving forward, major AAA productions released under the Rockstar banner will continue using this collaborative multi-studio model. Development for the 7th mainline title to the GTA series began before GTA 4 had even started to arrive on store shelves. The series' longtime writer, Dan Houser, saw serious potential in the interconnected storylines that started to materialize throughout the 3D era and the GTA 4 collection, and he sought to incorporate that concept as a fundamental part of the next title's narrative structure. In designing these interwoven plots, Dan decided to base each of the new characters around the personalities of what he considered to be typical mentalities of GTA players. There's the hardened veteran criminal who's seen it all and made it big. Then there's the complete sociopath who's more interested in causing utter chaos and mayhem whenever possible. And finally, there's the classic rookie, starting from nothing and working their way to the top, harking back to the design of practically every GTA protagonist before him. With these core character attributes now established, the next step was deciding on a location. Returning to Liberty City had proven to be hugely successful with GTA 4, as the new tech allowed Rockstar to completely reimagine the city and deliver something fresh and unique. But its urbanized setting also restricted the scope of the gameplay experience, making vehicles like airplanes unreasonable. So with this in mind, they decided to return to the West Coast again, as it offered more than enough space to work with. After work had finished on Red Dead Redemption, Rockstar North began to send out research teams to Los Angeles to capture hundreds of thousands of photographs and videos just like before. Upon their return, the art team commenced work on the level design, planning out roadways, sculpting buildings, and erecting recognizable landmarks. But unlike with San Andreas, they agreed early on that this reimagining of California would need to focus solely on the Los Angeles area, as the increased level of detail required for the new HD era would not realistically allow for 3 entire cities to be recreated in a reasonable time frame. The programming team, now much more familiar with the Rage engine's capabilities, spent a great deal of time fine-tuning the dynamic lighting and shadow rendering to function within the confines of the aging PS3 and 360 hardware. Meanwhile, the gameplay designers also looked to improve as much as possible, taking lessons learned from Max Payne 3 and Red Dead Redemption, while also backpedaling on the more realistic mentality incorporated into GTA 4's design. Additionally, the designers wanted to account for Houser's unique 3-character story direction, and incorporated ways to seamlessly swap between the characters during select missions. After seeing how well this new concept worked, they then decided to expand the idea further, and started to incorporate the swapping feature outside of the missions, requiring them to build hundreds of unique scripted moments that would aim to trick the player into thinking that the characters were all living out their own virtual lives, even when the player wasn't watching them. As the game neared release, the hype mounted more than ever before, with every screenshot, every small minute-long trailer, every ounce of information blowing up the internet. Until finally, after 3 years of deafening anticipation, Rockstar North, in collaboration with practically every other studio under the Rockstar name, released Grand Theft Auto V, exclusively for the PS3 and the Xbox 360. Grand Theft Auto V takes place in present-day San Andreas, and follows the story of several criminals as they pull off a series of major heists in the Los Santos and Blaine County area. Players take control of 3 different characters, each with their own distinct personalities, skills, and motives. The first character is Michael DeSantis, or Townley, depending on who you ask. Michael is a highly skilled ex-bank robber who enters the Witness Protection Program after selling out his crew during a bank job in the game's prologue. While this seems to go exactly as planned, Michael finds himself tormented by persistent guilt over what happened, and frequently takes it out in fits of rage, often directed towards his cheating wife, his desperate fame-chasing daughter, and his lazy, ungrateful son, Jimmy.
I mean, why do I have to hold your hand through this whole midlife crisis bull?
On the other side of the city, we have our second character, Franklin Clinton, an ambitious young repo man raised in the hood and desperately looking for a way out.
Tell you what, Mike, you tell me exactly what you want, and I will very carefully explain to you why it cannot be. What?
After failing to repo a car from Jimmy, Michael decides to take Franklin under his wing, and after a violent outburst gets them both in deep trouble with a local crime lord, the two are forced to take down a jewelry store downtown to pay off a debt.
This is your moment! Please don't make me ruin all the great work your plastic surgeons have been doing. On the floor, now!
Which inevitably attracts the attention of the third playable character, Trevor Phillips. Trevor is simply put a psychopath. He's incredibly unstable, unpredictable, and highly volatile.
What kind of f***ing animal do you take me for? No, I didn't kill him. Oh, but I did kidnap his wife. Oh, no. Oh, the f*** did you do?
And serves a dual purpose through the story as both the protagonist and the antagonist. After seeing that Michael, his former partner in crime, has somehow miraculously survived the bank job from the prologue, Trevor decides to pay him a visit to get some answers, and is infuriated to find out that Michael had betrayed him, adding an uneasy tension between the characters that persists throughout the course of the campaign.
My job, my score, get your own!
But that's just the tip of the iceberg, as each character's actions set off a chain of events that result in the trio having to pull off various odd jobs for the US government, kingpins, and powerful investors, pushing all 3 characters to their breaking point as they work together to pull off the biggest heist imaginable. The heists are a critical component of Grand Theft Auto V, marking a steep departure from themes explored in the past games. Many of the missions throughout the game involve sourcing material for the jobs, like gathering costumes, IDs, and necessary intel. Once everything's in place, players can then tackle the heists themselves, which can differ depending on the choices the player makes early on. Players can, for example, go in quiet, knocking out the customers with gas and escaping before the cops know what happened. Or, alternatively, they can go in loud and dumb, with epic shootouts in the streets highly reminiscent of popular heist films. But it's not just the heists that deliver these high-octane moments. Practically every mission in GTA V is filled with exciting scripted action set pieces, with crazy, over-the-top car chases, firefights, and enough explosions to impress Michael Bay. The tone is somewhat similar to what was established in The Ballad of Gay Tony, only the dependency on replicating famous action movie scenes has never been clear, with countless references and homages sprinkled all throughout the 20-plus hour campaign. And while, yes, this main campaign is technically shorter than GTA 4, the incredibly large and dense open-world environment more than makes up for it. GTA 5's map offers the biggest playable space of any Grand Theft Auto game. In fact, it's so big that it can fit the maps of GTA 4, Red Dead Redemption, and even San Andreas within it. Its landmass is naturally divided up into 2 regions, each with their own distinct look and feel. The southern region, and the one that sees most of the action, is the city of Los Santos. That, like in GTA San Andreas, is an exaggerated interpretation of the Los Angeles area. However, this version gets much closer to capturing the incredible scale and density of the real thing. The city stretches for miles all around, with practically all the most iconic areas represented in one way or another. There's Hollywood Boulevard, downtown, Venice Beach, Santa Monica, Beverly Hills, the LA River, and Compton. That happens to include a cul-de-sac that bears a striking resemblance to Grove Street. North of the city limits is Blaine County, a massive open-ended wilderness that includes winding canyons, a desert airfield, rolling vineyards, thick forests, and the mysterious Mount Chiliad that serves as the tallest point in the game and quite possibly the entire series. There's a ton of sights to see throughout GTA 5's 75 square kilometers, and to supplement them further, a lot of these locations offer unique interactive activities to discover. Players can, for example, ride a roller coaster at the pier, look through telescopes at the observatory, or take a bus tour along Vinewood Boulevard. And all this accompanies returning aspects of Grand Theft Auto level environments, including a diverse population of dynamic AI, lots more storefronts to visit, some of which can be robbed at gunpoint, an extension to the in-game cell phone menu with a more robust internet browser built in, and a seemingly endless amount of more structured activities to participate in, like golf, tennis, yoga, scuba diving, and bounty hunting. I could go on for another hour detailing each new feature incorporated into GTA 5's open world, but it's something that really just needs to be experienced firsthand to understand fully. And it's not the only aspect of the gameplay design worth mentioning. GTA 5 also sees a big improvement to its combat and vehicle designs. As I mentioned previously, Rockstar took lessons learned from their time working on Max Payne 3 and Midnight Club to tweak GTA's core features, making combat snappier and more responsive, and driving faster, tighter, and easier to control. The Euphoria physics systems from before are still at play, though they've been toned down a bit, allowing players to more easily identify when a target's been killed and preventing cars from annoyingly flipping over the smallest curve. GTA 5 also sees a big return for player customization, allowing players to freely modify their guns and ammunition, upgrade their cars with engines, body kits, and custom paint jobs, and even get a fresh haircut at the barber. Player stat progression also returns, albeit with more fundamental stats like shooting, driving, and flying, and no actual visible change to the character like weight gain. In fact, GTA 5 removes the ability to eat food at restaurants entirely, limiting health replenishment to the occasional wall-mounted health pack, candy bar, soda, or long nap. To help emphasize the game's signature three-character design, GTA 5 also introduces new special abilities that can be activated after a brief cooldown. Each of these abilities is tailor-made for their respective character, playing into their personal strengths. Michael is a talented shooter, so he can trigger a slow-motion bullet time effect, much like Max Payne. Franklin is a good driver, so he can slow down time when behind the wheel, allowing him to perform unbelievable maneuvers. And Trevor is insane, so he can enter into a rage mode and turn his enemies into a red paste. Finally, GTA 5 sees yet another change to how the police function, reducing the max wanted level to 5 stars, and adding in new cones of vision to each officer on the radar, giving players the option to actively hide from the police within the search radius and lose their wanted level if they're careful enough. GTA 5 is simply put a masterpiece. Within only the first day, GTA 5 obliterated past sale records, becoming the fastest selling video game in the history of the industry. Even now, it remains the second highest selling video game of all time, with over 140 million copies sold since its initial release in 2013. But it wasn't just the hype that helped to sell it. GTA 5 was also met with near flawless reception, with scores meeting and exceeding that of its predecessor. Some outlets, like IGN, even went as far as to say that GTA 5 is the best video game ever made. And it's hard to make a counter-argument against that. GTA 5 really does check all the boxes, at least in regards to what it's trying to accomplish. All the series' best aspects have been reintroduced in one way or another, and the game world offers more variety and detail than anything the series has attempted before. But despite GTA 5's insane amount of content, this was only the beginning, as Rockstar had simultaneously been working on a complementary online multiplayer mode that would change the franchise forever. Less than a month after GTA 5 hit store shelves, Rockstar unlocked an additional multiplayer functionality to the game called Grand Theft Auto Unwind that takes the world of GTA 5 and repurposes it to allow for persistent player progression in a constantly evolving multiplayer space. In it, players assume the role of a mute custom character that, with the help of various characters featured in GTA 5 and GTA 4, need to rise through the ranks of the criminal underworld, earning cash, weapons, vehicles, and respect as they seek the ultimate American dream. The narrative technically takes place prior to the events of GTA 5, often shedding light on what some side characters were up to prior to meeting up with the trio of protagonists in the main story.
Brilliant! I apologize in an appropriate way. I did it. You would be dead, of course.
Though, since its release, evidence suggests that the plot of the online mode has moved past the events of the 2013 narrative, making it the most recent point in the HD era's chronological timeline. Pretty much everything offered in GTA 5's gameplay is carried over for this online mode, including the controls, the weapons, the vehicles, and the various new customization options Los Santos has to offer. Though, thanks to years of continual content drops, the online mode features vastly more features than anything in the series' history, making it to many the ultimate Grand Theft Auto experience. There's nearly 700 vehicles players can drive, more than double the cars first offered in GTA 5. Countless firearms to choose from, thousands of clothing options, and some of the most flat-out absurd methods of transportation the series has ever seen. But this took years to cultivate, and in its earliest days, GTA Online was pretty simple.
Oh no, how many times in 1 month?
In fact, it was criticized for being too simple. Once players were able to log in, following nearly a month of poor network stability, it became clear that GTA Online really didn't deliver anything more than some death matches, races, and some repetitive small-scale cooperative missions. The entire experience is built around earning as much money as possible in order to purchase assets like property and vehicles to play around with in free mode. But because there was nothing to actually do in free mode other than fight the cops and rob from liquor stores, GTA Online started to gradually develop a mixed response from audiences. A big point of contention was the unexplained absence of the promised heist missions, shown in the mode's reveal trailer, that would allow players to rob banks with their friends just like the single-player campaign. But Rockstar ran into a few snags during the development of these heist missions, admitting that they underestimated how difficult they would be to put together. And to hold fans over, they released several smaller content updates throughout the course of 2014 that would give players more vanity items to save up in-game cash for. To support these continuous updates, Rockstar introduced a new in-game purchase system called Shark Cards that can be used to convert real-life money into the game's fictional cash, useful for skipping mission grinds to unlock access to new content sooner. The Shark Cards have since become one of Rockstar's most crucial points of revenue for the online service, enabling them to continue providing players with years of new features without requiring players to pay directly for DLC. Though it has unsurprisingly developed a negative reputation for influencing every aspect of the online mode's design, usually making what should be simple tasks more difficult to entice players to purchase cards instead. While fans frustratingly waited for Rockstar to release their promised heist content, Rockstar then announced at E3 a new and improved version of GTA 5, built to take full advantage of the then-new PS4 and Xbox One. This version includes a plethora of changes, chief among them being improved graphics, new weapons and vehicles, new missions, and the biggest change of them all, a brand new first-person perspective, allowing players to experience the entire Grand Theft Auto experience up close and personal. Following this next-gen release, Rockstar North turned their attention back to GTA Online, and finally released the long-awaited heist update in March of 2015. The heist update added 5 sets of cooperative missions to play through, each with extended story cinematics, setup missions, and big finales, usually incorporating unique gameplay mechanics not at all seen in the core GTA 5 campaign. Along with it, players were also treated to tons of new clothing options, vehicles, and weapons, completely transforming the way players interacted online, making vehicles like the armored Kuruma almost mandatory in order to avoid getting gunned down randomly. But the heist update's most notable contribution to the GTA Online experience was its potential to earn players lots of in-game cash reliably. Players were no longer forced to prey on randomly spawning armored trucks or spam replays of Rooftop Rumble, but instead could participate in exciting bank robberies or prison breaks, all accessible through a special heist prep room hidden in the player's apartment. The heist update still continues to be a major component of the online experience, though, as Rockstar would soon prove, this was only the beginning. A few months later, after Rockstar Leeds released a PC port of the game with even more impressive visuals, GTA Online saw its second major expansion, the Free Mode Events update, aimed to inject life into the stale free mode experience. Now, players can participate in random competitive challenges across free mode lobbies, often requiring players to complete stunts with vehicles or fight to stay within a continuously shrinking zone. It was a big step for the online mode, providing an excuse to stay within a single lobby. It's also notable for being the first update to not be made available for players on old-gen platforms, effectively leaving PS3 and 360 players behind. The next big update to GTA Online was the Lowriders update, that aimed to reintroduce the hood life vibe of 90s San Andreas back into the world of Grand Theft Auto. With this update, players could customize select vehicles with a huge selection of new cosmetic enhancements, and also participate in several new gangster-style cooperative missions with returning single-player character Lamar. Then, there was the Executive and Other Criminals update. With this addition, players can now create free mode-based groups called organizations that function a lot like the posses first introduced in Red Dead Redemption. Using this system, players can more easily combine forces and take on rival players together, using an assortment of new vehicles like armored limos with mounted machine guns to help keep their VIP alive. This VIP system was then expanded upon a year later in the Further Adventures in Finance and Felony update. That adds in new high-rise office buildings and free mode-based delivery missions, giving players new, yet tedious ways to earn money outside of the traditional heists. It was with the next update that things in GTA Online really started to take a weird turn. With cunning stunts, players can now race in wacky, over-the-top race courses using brand new, larger-than-life track pieces that can send players boosting and flying across the city. This mode has since become a hugely popular addition to the series, with content creators and streamers regularly posting content of new, more difficult courses, enhanced further by an additional stunt race editor released shortly after. Because of its popularity, Rockstar has continued to support the mode, adding additional mechanics like vehicle transformation to help enhance it further, though the wacky colored ramps still remain separate from the constantly evolving free mode experience. Following the stunts update, there was the Bikers update. The Bikers update brings back lots of aspects first introduced in The Lost and the Damned, and reconfigures the biker clubhouse and rider formation to function within the confines of a multiplayer setting. Just like with the organizations, players can start up a biker club at any time in the free mode lobby, and then invite their friends to join in, where they can then cultivate various criminal enterprises by delivering product and defending against rival gangs. And then, after the biker update, there was the import and export missions, adding high-end vehicle theft to the list of illegal activities that players could participate in. In 2017, Grand Theft Auto Online underwent yet another major transformation, putting an increased emphasis on military hardware and explosive combat above all else. New updates like gun running and Smuggler's Run added in massive military facilities to the game, allowing players to cultivate weapons trade businesses and acquire a fleet of powerful military aircraft at their own hangar. This idea was followed up with the Doomsday Heist that introduced a second type of massive underground lair, while also adding in a new robust cooperative heist and a ton of high-end top-secret hardware to play around with. By this point, the Grand Theft Auto Online lobbies had turned into a confusing urban war zone, with players flying around in jetpacks, rocket cars, Back to the Future DeLoreans, and World War II bomber planes. So, to sort of reel it in, Rockstar released the long-rumored nightclub update called After Hours, adding with it the ability to purchase nightclubs and dance with your friends. It's highly reminiscent of the dance clubs in Ballad of Gay Tony. In fact, Gay Tony himself even makes the series return with this expansion, and offers players an all-new set of cooperative missions to play through.
Tony? Yeah. I don't think you can say Gay Tony anymore. It's not PC. The internet will go crazy.
By 2019 and 2020, the amount of content releases for GTA Online had slowed to a trickle. Rockstar's San Diego's sequel to Red Dead Redemption once again required all hands on deck, leaving a skeleton crew behind to maintain GTA's multiplayer experience. And upon its completion, focus shifted strongly towards the ever-mysterious next entry to the Grand Theft Auto series. A few big updates have found their way to Los Santos, including a massive casino, letting players gamble with their earned money and rob the vault with a new set of missions, along with the ambitious Cayo Perico heist that takes place on a new, small island. But since then, things have gotten extremely quiet in the world of Grand Theft Auto. Which, finally, after over 2 hours, brings us to now. Where on earth does the series go from here? The most obvious answer to some may be a reimagined version of Vice City, closing the loop and setting the stage for another generational leap. But with GTA 5 and its online counterpart still to this day dominating the sales charts, it's likely Take-Two and Rockstar have completely reevaluated how they treat the property. Another important thing to bear in mind here is that following GTA 5, longtime producer behind the Grand Theft Auto series Leslie Benzies has left the company, along with longtime lead writer Dan Houser, leaving veterans Aaron Garbett, Rob Nelson, and Andrew Semple to take over. With these major departures, it's very unclear where the series will go next, or what it'll look like. Though, what we do know is that following the massive development process of GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2, Rockstar has acknowledged that moving forward, they would like to work on smaller scale titles that are more focused and more polished. Outside of that, there's really no telling what new incredible experiences the Grand Theft Auto series has in store for us. For the past 20 plus years, GTA has been a staple of the video game industry, letting players explore massive, sprawling cities without restriction, while simultaneously pissing off every politician that's ever laid eyes on it. And it's this constant balance of incredible gameplay experiences and the unnecessary controversy that will continue to drive Grand Theft Auto's unrivaled reputation as one of the greatest video game franchises ever made. But what do you guys think? Which Grand Theft Auto experience has been your favorite? And where do you think the series should go next? Let me know in the comment section. Also wanted to give a special shout out to my supporters on Patreon, including B-Man, Uriel Tomsov, and Chad Troutwine. Thank you all so much for continued support. If you enjoy the work I do here and want to see more quality content like this in the future, please consider joining the growing list of Patreon supporters, where you can get early access to new projects, behind-the-scenes content, shoutouts, and access to our private Discord to chat and play games with us. Your support is hugely appreciated. Also, if you want more regular updates on my projects, you can always follow me on Twitter. I'll have my link posted below. And as always, don't forget to like and subscribe for more reviews, comparisons, and documentaries posted every week.
Mario Kart is one of the most well-known video games of all time, and that's pretty cool. Its broad appeal, low barrier of entry, and general design have enabled it to endure, getting gamers and non-gamers alike to play together, and actively placing it shoulder to shoulder with the series it was spun off from. To me, any game that can bridge that gap is special. But Mario Kart manages to do the unthinkable and still maintain a high skill ceiling that comes from track knowledge, mechanical depth, and item strategy. And as I say these things, I know some of you might be thinking to yourself, what are you talking about? This might not reflect your Mario Kart experience at all. For some, Mario Kart is a dice roll. No matter how good you get, the great equalizer known as the blue shell will claim you eventually, among other items that make victory feel luck-based. For others that pour hours into getting better at the game, smart item play can ward off the worst attacks and help you strategize for comebacks and defense. Of course, luck is always a factor. The famous Get Mario Karted video exists for a reason. We've all been there. But I wanted to take a deep dive into a series that has had a massive cultural impact and has become a mainstay as the multiplayer game. I had a wide range of questions going into this video, like, how has this series endured for so long? How has nothing been able to dethrone it? If it truly leans on luck as much as some people say it does, wouldn't this game be frustrating to play at a high level? Are the mechanics of Mario Kart really that competitively viable? And how does the game bridge the gap in skill reasonably? Of course, the skill gap cannot be too great, but why do I feel like I still stand a chance against players better than me? These were all things that I never fully understood, and I was unaware of them as I would play matches. Then one day, I had an urge to look further, and I received some really satisfying answers to these questions. In fact, I would go as far to say that it made me appreciate Mario Kart on a far deeper level than I ever could have anticipated. This is not going to be your typical Mario Kart retrospective, so grab a snack and relax. We're going to take a trip through Mario Kart's history and examine just what it is that keeps us coming back for more. I'm Liam Triforce, and this is why I love Mario Kart. The game that started it all was released in 1992, establishing all of the mechanics that kart racers would shamelessly imitate and adapt for 3 decades. For the longest time, this was unlike anything else anyone had ever played. And to its credit, it did have at least one thing over F-Zero on the Super Nintendo. It had multiplayer. Super Mario Kart was actually born from that desire to have multiplayer in a racing game on the Super Nintendo. though this meant that the tracks had to be simplified in comparison to F-Zero. This also led to Super Mario Kart feeling distinct as a racing game, and ultimately, more accessible. Utilizing the same technology as F-Zero, Mode 7, the game was co-directed by Hideki Kono and Tadashi Sugiyama. Kono went on to direct Mario Kart 64 as well, and he has had a close relationship with the series ever since. Sugiyama served as director for Pilot Wings, another game that used Mode 7 extensively. F-Zero and Super Mario Kart also share a programmer, Masato Kimura. This overlapping experience with both the design of a racing game and the technology of the Super Nintendo are what I believe made Super Mario Kart possible. In hindsight, Mode 7 did hinder the course design in Super Mario Kart. It already doesn't help that certain level themes are reused throughout each cup, but the flat, faux 3D course designs mean that each level feels very similar in terms of layout, because there is no actual 3D geometry with slopes, hills, or anything like that. This is not the fault of Super Mario Kart though, as it is just what was available with the technology at the time, and to its credit, the courses utilize its level elements to the fullest to deliver a satisfying game to play. The core mechanics of Super Mario Kart, and the series as a whole, revolve around three things: items, track knowledge, and drifting. Items exist to level the playing field between players of varying skill levels, and have since become one of the most important mechanics in discussion of Mario Kart's balancing and accessibility. Most of you know these items by heart, but I'll go over them briefly. A mushroom gives you a brief speed boost that enables you to cut through off-road sections and whatnot. The green shells can be thrown with good aim to hit other racers. The red shell automatically locks onto the racer in front of you and cannot be blocked unless they have a defensive item of their own trailing behind them. Like the banana, which can be thrown in front of you or behind you as a hazard for everyone on the track. A boo lets you turn invisible for a little while and steal another player's item, though this item doesn't appear in the single-player Grand Prix mode. A star turns you invincible and gives you a boost of speed, allowing you to take shortcuts and plow through everyone for a short period of time. And the rarest item in the game, the lightning, or the shock, only appears if you are in 5th to 8th place, and the chances of it appearing are slim at that. If you do happen to get it, the effects are devastating. Everyone is shrunken down and much slower for a brief period, and you can even run them over in this state and squish them. Now, people can actually strategize around the shock just as much as you can wait for the right moment to strike. They can use a star if they're anticipating it, so you can wait until people are most vulnerable or at a difficult portion of a track. All of these items have seemingly simple applications, but these applications are so well-rounded, with each fitting a specific need. They have since become staples across every game, and each imitator of Mario Kart's gameplay have their own versions of almost every item listed. That's how good and important these items are. Super Mario Kart also has items that would seldom appear in Mario Kart games after this one. Coins, for example, were a mechanic that only appeared in this game and Super Circuit, the Mode 7 entries if you will, and then later made their re-debut in Mario Kart 7 and 8. Coins increase your top speed. The more you have, the faster you go, though you'll also lose coins upon getting hit. 10 coins will get you to your maximum speed, but exclusively in this game and Super Circuit, you can have extra coins in the event that you get hit. At the risk of losing out on your top speed, coins actually force every player of different skill levels to take similar racing lines to keep their speed up, which is a great way of leveling the playing field, especially in the first lap where the most powerful items are less likely to appear. Of course, if another player is really good at collecting coins, then items aren't going to be as impactful, which is why coins were removed from the series until they eventually capped your maximum coin count at 10 in Mario Kart 7 and 8. A great move for the sake of balance. Another item that didn't return for a long time was the feather, and when it did, it was exclusively in the battle mode for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. The feather allows you to jump over hazards, off-road sections, and even walls to take massive shortcuts. The item doesn't appear in Mario Circuit or Donut Plains, but it is especially prominent in Ghost Valley, where you can shave off a lot of time if you know the tracks well enough. As is the case with any racing game, practice makes perfect. Only by playing these courses over and over again will you eventually be able to master each difficulty level and unlock the Special Cup. Each course has tight turns, gaps to cross, and off-road to keep your cornering in check, which is why the drift is such an important mechanic. Super Mario Kart's drift does not function at all like you would expect from later games in the series, and it has a bit of a learning curve. By pressing the shoulder button, you'll hop, then go into a power slide. This is par for the course with the rest of the series, but the power slide is primarily meant for driving around sharp corners. and you need to use it sparingly, otherwise you'll slide into the off-road constantly. What you need to do in order to correct your drift is do another hop, and then quickly tap in the opposite direction of your turn to straighten yourself out. If you do this correctly, you will cancel all of your sideways momentum from the drift and drive forward without losing any speed. This technique, though obtuse and not really conveyed at all in the manual, is key to mastering Super Mario Kart, and the game can have incredibly precise and fun controls should you put the time into learning how to play well. Other factors that contribute to getting better are knowing when to let go of the accelerate button around turns, and using your items strategically, rather than spamming them as soon as you get them in the hopes that you catch up. Essentially, the core of this game's skill floor and ceiling both come from the driving, while the gap is bridged through its items. With all that being said, this is not my go-to when it comes to racing games at all. If you ask me, F-Zero is the better Super Nintendo racing game. Though precise and fun, the control scheme of Super Mario Kart is more demanding for me than future installments, despite having its own merits. I mean, world record time trials of this game are beautiful demonstrations of its controls. I'm not going to harp on them just because I suck at the game. It's just so different now compared to what we're all used to. I also just think some of the levels in this game are flat out annoying, offering challenges via obnoxious terrain and stage hazards, rather than genuine tests of reflexes and skill like Bowser's Castle and a certain multicolored road. The levels all feel pretty similar as a result of the hardware constraints, so I can barely tell the layouts apart anyway. It's also worth mentioning that the game is a wildly different experience solo than when you're playing against a friend. By working to unlock the Special Cup, you're not only forcing yourself to improve at the game, but also learning to avoid the computer-controlled racers because they straight up cheat. Every character can use an unlimited number of their own specific items, some of which can't even be obtained in item boxes, like the poison mushroom and the egg. I suppose it isn't as bad as Mario Kart 64's cheating computer players, but we'll talk about that soon enough. It is worth it to win, if only to see Bowser and Peach chugging champagne. These animations were removed in the international versions due to Nintendo of America's policies on depictions of drinking alcohol in games at the time, which is a shame because I love watching Bowser pour an entire bottle of champagne down his gullet. Peach looks like she's already drunk when she's sipping from the bottle. Nintendo should have kept this in future Mario Kart games, their policies be damned. I could definitely drink after winning the 150cc Special Cup. Speaking of which, there's one last course to talk about. The first appearance of the most iconic track in Mario Kart history, Rainbow Road. Like I mentioned, Super Mario Kart's limitations meant that only a few level themes could be used throughout each course, with only the track layouts changing between them. However, Rainbow Road is its own level theme, allocated to a single track at the end of the Special Cup, with the feeling of finally unlocking and reaching that track being one of this game's greatest moments. Rainbow Road features no guardrails to catch you should you overshoot a turn or make a mistake. You have to play perfectly if you want to win here. Not even items can save you if you fall too many times, but the feeling of being here amongst the colors and the stars, the pressure to succeed, and the music backing this monumental achievement, a culmination of your skill at the game, is what made Rainbow Road so iconic to begin with, and few games in the series really carried the weight this one did in a single-player context. None of the games were as punishing in their mechanics as this one in Super Circuit. The Grand Prix only allows a finite amount of retries, treating them as extra lives, and you are straight up eliminated from the Grand Prix if you don't place at least 4th in a race. Earning Rainbow Road through skill made experiencing its visual splendor all the more worthwhile. Because there was nothing else like it, and because it was so much fun to master, Super Mario Kart became the standard for any and all kart racers going forward. Any subsequent game in the genre would be judged based on its ability to live up to everything Mario Kart established, and what sets it apart for the better. And while Super Mario Kart did inspire a few imitators on the Super Nintendo, it wouldn't be until Mario Kart 64 where the genre would truly blossom into something of its own.
Mario Kart.
Mario Kart 64 was first revealed in 1995 as Super Mario Kart R, the R standing for rendered. At this point, pre-rendered 3D graphics had appeared in Rare's Donkey Kong Country and Killer Instinct games, and Nintendo opted to use this technique as displaying 8 3D models simultaneously in one race would have made the Nintendo 64 catch fire. Rare even provided the model for Donkey Kong in the final game. Ultimately, it led to Mario Kart 64 having a distinct look, one that made the game resemble the beautiful 3D renders of this era of Mario. This soft plasticine look permeated the Nintendo 64 era, and Mario Kart 64 was pretty much the only game on that console that was able to accurately translate the look and feel of those renders into a game, thanks to the pre-rendered sprites. On a modern display, these visuals may look pixelated with jagged edges, but that was not how they were meant to look. As is the case with most sprite-based games from the time, they were usually played on a CRT, and the difference is staggering. CRTs leave space in between each pixel to create what we'd call a scanline effect these days, and it usually hides the jagged edges that we're used to seeing now on LCD screens in emulation. This is why this game and Donkey Kong Country looked so much better on CRTs, and strengthened the illusion of these 3D graphics being displayed in real time. It might sound like I'm going on a long tangent about this, but the pre-rendered visual style of Mario Kart 64 utterly fascinated me when I was young, and I am still passionate about how good this style looked back in the day, even if I wasn't around to experience its origins. Mario Kart 64 makes several strides in improving on the original game, as you can imagine. It's a fully 3D kart racer, meaning that level geometry can now have the complexity and variety that the original game sorely lacked. Slopes, ramps, hills, and curves, and each track has a distinct aesthetical design that extends to the layout and the hazards you face. To compensate for these new possibilities, Mario Kart 64 has a bouncier and much looser control scheme in comparison to the original game, which the developers compare to an RC car, a shift in physics and momentum that would eventually evolve into what is now standard for Mario Kart. Drifting in this game no longer feels like you're rotating the entire game world just to make a turn. Instead, you drift outward and can tilt the control stick left and right to either tighten or widen the trajectory of your drift. If you tilt the stick left and right rapidly during a drift, you can charge a mini turbo. Once your smoke trail turns red, you can release the drift for a burst of speed, signaled by a voice line from the character you're playing as. Though it was technically in Super Mario Kart 64's implementation of the mechanic quickly made it one of the most important in a kart racer. Drifting wasn't just about taking tight corners anymore, it was about optimizing them for bursts of speed and snaking back and forth on straightaways to go even faster. The importance of the precision of Super Mario Kart's turns were traded for a wide and especially more beginner-friendly mechanic, but one that has a considerable amount of depth when it comes to being the fastest. And I'm fine with that. As you can no doubt tell by the impact it left on Mario Kart and kart racers in general, this was the right decision. Though Mario Kart 64 is very much the same game in structure, every single course has more identity, and the game offers way more variety as a whole. Every level's bumps and jumps give the karts a physical element that the flat courses lacked, and it contributes heavily to what makes this game so much fun to play. You can use these jumps to skip portions of the level, which probably contributed to the removal of the feather item. The game eases you in with Luigi Raceway, but then comes a hectic loop with Moo Moo Farm, the tight turns and cheeky shortcuts in Koopa Beach, and the wide-open terrain and annoying hazards of Calamari Desert and Sherbet Land. Frap Snowland is one of my favorite levels because you can use the off-road sections to your advantage on multiple occasions. It feels like a level that wants you to break the rules of the road. Wario Stadium tests you on your ability to drift effectively for mini turbos, as does Choco Mountain. Toad's Turnpike forces you to race through moving traffic. Bowser's Castle and DK Jungle Parkway have multiple distinct sections that test you on different things, including those tight bridge sections that essentially become funnels for items. Speaking of which, let's talk about items. While the feather may have been removed, a few new items have been implemented. Notably, mushrooms, green shells, and red shells have all tripled variations, opening up possibilities for shortcuts and both offensive and defensive buffs as you attempt to reach first place. It's more chaotic for sure, but also simultaneously more strategic. You can also get a bunch of bananas, allowing you to trail 5 banana peels behind you and create an insane defense against shells. This was such an impenetrable wall that they changed it to a triple banana item in later games and had them rotate around you like the shells did. Then there's the fake item boxes you can place to trick or otherwise block certain shortcut paths, and the golden mushroom that lets you spam the effect of a mushroom over and over for a limited time, which is great for taking shortcuts and closing the gap between you and first place. However, the most important addition here is the introduction of the great equalizer itself, the blue shell. When this thing is thrown, the player in first has no choice but to submit to its power. In this specific game, there is nothing you can do to stop it. Everyone must submit to the great equalizer eventually. It usually appears at least once during a race, and it quickly became an essential item in turning the tides. This is where the conversation of skill versus luck truly began with Mario Kart. You could race as well as possible, save all of your items for defense while you're front running, and then a blue shell would come hit you, giving the other racers just enough time to catch up and assault you with every other item under the sun. It happens. The blue shell is a necessary evil, however. By disallowing the most skilled players to front run for the entirety of the race, that skill gap can be bridged, and Mario Kart can be a more enjoyable experience for everyone that wants to give it a shot, even for those that get hit by a blue shell, so long as they learn to accept the great equalizer as a natural part of each race. Just open your arms and embrace it. It comes for us all eventually. All of this makes Mario Kart 64 one of the greatest multiplayer games of its era. The drift mechanic is more accessible and simultaneously more satisfying thanks to the mini-turbo. The levels are great fun and reward you with a more tactile physical response to each bump in the road. With a 4-player split-screen mode, the game became a staple for game nights around the world. And I haven't even mentioned battle mode. While Super Mario Kart had its own battle mode, it felt like a prototype for what was to come. With Mario Kart 64, you had 3 other players to throw items at, and the arenas were more complex, giving you more places to take cover and sneak up on people. As a single-player game, however, Mario Kart 64 cheats. I was half joking when I said that Super Mario Kart's AI cheats in reference to their unlimited special items, but Mario Kart 64 is on another level. Right, so in order to unlock mirror mode and complete the game, so to speak, you have to clear all of the cups on 150cc. Mario Kart 64 intensely uses dynamic difficulty balancing, to put it gently. Depending on your performance in a single-player Grand Prix, racers will speed up and slow down accordingly, as if you are all connected on a giant rubber band. See what I'm getting at? This makes staying in the lead on levels like Toad's Turnpike infuriating, as it's very easy to accidentally swerve into traffic when trying to cut corners, and then suddenly everyone catches up to you. Front-running in single-player is a nightmare on the more difficult levels because of the constant pressure of the AI catching up to you if you make a mistake. And when talking about the Special Cup, Yoshi Valley is just awful. I see what they were going for with the alternate routes, in case you want to avoid items and other racers, but the paths are usually way too skinny, and there's always a fastest route to take anyway, so it's definitely my least favorite level. On the plus side, reaching Rainbow Road is a powerful reward, and the music is outstanding. Kenta Nagata composed the score for Mario Kart 64, whom you might know better as the man who composed and arranged the theme for Dragon Roost Island in The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. Considering it was his first time ever composing for a Nintendo game, it's amazing just how much of an impact he left on Mario Kart's overall sound. From the title theme's decision to draw out the original Super Mario Kart melody, to the exquisite and ethereal sound of Rainbow Road's melody. A portion of this melody quickly became the leitmotif we associate with earning the sights and sounds of Rainbow Road. And what a feeling it is to hear. Rainbow Road in Mario Kart 64 is unique in that it is primarily an endurance run. It is by far the longest track in the game, even if you do the cheeky hop at the beginning of the race to skip a large portion of it. Rather than lacking guardrails and forcing players to master sharp turns, the level is all about the core driving experience and everything that entails. Especially after clearing levels that are much harder than this, I welcome something this focused. You can just take in the joy of racing along the Great Rainbow in the sky. This isn't a course I regularly race on due to its length, and it's certainly not my favorite Rainbow Road, but I still love revisiting it as both a reward and as an endurance run during multiplayer races. Despite its single-player quirks, Mario Kart 64 is a truly great game. It solidified kart racing as a bona fide video game genre, adapting the mechanics established in Super Mario Kart into something that I believe anyone can still pick up and play. It established multiple mechanics that would become a mainstay in Mario Kart, and paved the way for how the series plays in the modern day. Which is funny, because the next Mario Kart game deliberately took a step backwards for the sake of the Game Boy Advance. This is Mario Kart Super Circuit, which is less of a sequel to Mario Kart 64, and more of a sequel to Super Mario Kart because it plays exactly the same way, flat tracks and everything. There is certainly more variety in track theming and layout though, and it adapts every item from Mario Kart 64, with the exception of the Banana Bunch and the fake item boxes. It also has interesting bits of its own, some of which foreshadow the future of the series. For example, this is the first Mario Kart game to explicitly show each character's stats on the select screen. Stats are incredibly important to both high-level Mario Kart and what generally makes certain characters viable in the first place, but the games don't always communicate these things effectively. Let's start at the beginning. The two previous games in the series divided each of the characters' stats by weight classes, light, medium, and heavy, with the lower and higher end of the scale having specific advantages and disadvantages. In Super Mario Kart, the manual provided a detailed breakdown of not just each character's stats and advantages, but also their performance on each track. None of this information is in the base game, which was kind of par for the course at the time, but it is almost certainly lost on most players today. Most people consider Bowser and Donkey Kong Jr. the best characters due to their top speed being the highest, but there's nothing wrong with picking other characters while learning how to play the game. Plus, they all have their own advantages on each course. In Mario Kart 64, the lightweights are the fastest instead, and they have the best acceleration, with their only real disadvantages being their loss of speed on turns, and their low weight making them susceptible to getting bumped around. Their positives far outshine the negatives though, making the lightweights the best by a long shot. The heavyweights have low acceleration and their off-road traction is pretty terrible, but they turn well, and the middleweights Mario and Luigi are fine enough choices all around. Overall, it's not much of an issue. You can play whoever suits your playstyle in this game. When we get to the GameCube and beyond, we'll be able to paint a more vivid picture of how stats affect each game's balance, and your ability to acclimate to the game as a whole. Now, there's another piece to this puzzle. Though Super Circuit is the first game to actually display character stats in-game, there are still a few hidden stats that neither the game or the manual tell you about. The manual still references the characters in their weight classes, but there are more stats to each character, and the only way people would have been able to unearth them back then is through a Japanese-only guidebook. These stats are speed, braking, handling, drift, and off-road. The kicker here is that the speed the game is referring to on the select screen is actually a character's acceleration, which is a massive, disgusting oversight. You might have thought that Bowser was nerfed to hell and back while looking at his stats in-game, but no, he's still the fastest character in the game. In fact, most of the characters in this game are comparable to their Super Nintendo counterparts, which makes sense, but the game certainly tricked me into believing otherwise for a while. While it's clear to see how hard they messed up in Super Circuit's case, this lack of communication persisted throughout several games, and we'll be looking at how and why soon enough. Other than that, I don't have much else to say about Super Circuit. I don't think the control is quite as tight as Super Mario Kart, but I do enjoy a lot of the courses it features, and in particular, I love this game's Rainbow Road. The edges of the course may not have guardrails, but they instead make you bounce up in the air, leading to some incredible shortcut potential if you know what you're doing. It's one of the best feelings this game gave me. On top of these courses being pretty fun, it also includes all of the Super Nintendo courses as an added bonus. Super Circuit did allow for 4-player multiplayer, but this was restricted to the link cable, and you need 4 consoles, 4 link cables, and 4 copies of the game to get the full experience. No, that's not happening. Not as long as Mario Kart is available on home consoles. I never knew anyone that had a link cable for any reason other than Pokemon anyway. Also, to date, Super Circuit is the last game to overtly feature those plasticky models of the Nintendo 64 era. Farewell, Plastic Mario. I'll miss you. With that, let's move on to the next home console Mario Kart game, Double Dash. For the longest time, I considered it my favorite Mario Kart game for its controls, drifting, item strategy potential, creativity, soundtrack, and multiplayer possibilities. It is still unlike any other Mario Kart game. That said, it is also a bit of a chaotic mess, which, to be fair, is also part of the reason why I love it, but yeah, let's take a look. The hook of Double Dash is the ability to choose a combination of any two characters and one of many carts, so long as the cart matches the weight class of the heaviest character in your combo. Each character has their own special items, so you can mix and match items to see which ones you like most in actual races. Mario and Luigi get fireballs that come out like a shotgun blast. It's nothing like the bullshit fireball in Mario Kart 8 that rewards bad players for what is essentially a spammable set of green shells. This one is actually fair while still packing a punch. Peach and Daisy have a heart that steals items when they hit other carts, which is a highly strategic and situational item, but I've put it to good use from time to time. Yoshi and Birdo get an egg that functions like a red shell and spills out 3 items on the track for you and other players to pick up. Baby Mario and Baby Luigi get a chain chomp that drives for them and smashes through anything and anyone in its path. The triple greens and triple reds have been reserved for the Koopa and Paratroopa this time, just as the golden mushroom is reserved for Toad and Toadette. Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong get a giant banana that spreads out into normal bananas when hit, Wario and Waluigi get a bomb that explodes shortly after being thrown, and Bowser and Bowser Jr. get a giant ricocheting shell that covers a lot of ground and stops at nothing to wreak havoc. As the instruction manual says, it's the very image of Bowser himself. Petey Piranha and King Boo are unique in that once unlocked, they can obtain any of the special items in item boxes. So if you don't want a guaranteed special item and would rather roulette through all of them and adapt your playstyle to whatever item you get, you can try that out. For me, it's more fun to mix and match and experiment with a combo I like most. This would actually become the foundation for Mario Kart games moving forward, especially Mario Kart 7 and 8, just without these special items thrown into the mix. To complement having 2 racers on your cart, you can also grab a double item box, which gives each of your characters an item. You can swap drivers at any time, allowing you to strategize and choose which item you want to use and which you want to save, which adds another significant layer to item play in races. You also can't trail items behind you like you could in previous games. In order to counter an item, you need to time your throw based on experience. To compensate, you no longer get severely punished for being hit by something like a red shell. Instead, you flip over, and then you can immediately get back to racing. The only exceptions to this are the bomb and blue shell. It's enough of a punishment that it allows people to close the gap, but it also gives you enough time for a comeback. There's also no spin-out prevention tactics anymore. In previous games you could prevent a spin-out by hitting the brakes at the right time, but that has been removed in order to keep the game moving. All of these changes keep the game moving, in fact, and they keep the action frenetic, yet controlled. Where things get truly fantastic is this game's take on drifting. Like Mario Kart 64, you build up a mini-turbo by rocking the control stick left and right. But in Double Dash, it can build up much faster, and by snaking back and forth on the track, you can blitz through races at unprecedented speeds. The drift not only gives you an incredible amount of control around sharp turns, of which there are plenty in Double Dash, but it also enables you to go faster than ever before. In Double Dash, the karts also have this visceral, realistic feel to them, which makes drifting around courses feel exhilarating as you fight to maintain control at all times. Combine this feeling with advanced techniques like the R-Tech for tighter turns, and the A-Tech, which lets your kart essentially mini-turbo in a straight line if you let go of accelerate between drifts, and you have what I believe is my favorite Mario Kart game in terms of core racing mechanics. Double Dash also has a lot of my favorite courses in the history of the series. Peach Beach, Sherbetland, and Dry Dry Desert are perfect courses for practicing your drifting, not just on open-ended terrain, but also along tight turns. Mushroom Bridge and Mushroom City introduce traffic into a stage in a more digestible manner, especially Mushroom City with its 2 branching paths and off-road shortcuts. I have many favorite tracks in this game, which is a great indicator of their quality. Daisy Cruiser is one of them for its inspired concept and tight, challenging track design, and that goes ditto for Waluigi Stadium. DK Mountain is a perfect showcase for this game's physics and what they add to the feeling of racing, and the concept is still incredible. You drive up to the cannon, and then you find yourself barreling down a mountain, at times even losing control of your cart due to the bumpy roads, before taking 2 extremely sharp turns and heading over a bridge, only to do it all over again. Then comes the Special Cup. Wario Coliseum only has 2 laps, but those laps contain some of the trickiest turns in the game. Dino Dino Jungle is also fittingly difficult, with narrow paths and lots of prehistoric hazards to avoid. Bowser's Castle follows in its predecessor's footsteps and provides us with the penultimate test of our driving, before Rainbow Road does the same, and I swear this is one of the toughest Rainbow Roads to perform well on in the 3D Mario Kart games. When there's guardrails, they're used on turns that demand you drive optimally. When there aren't, you have to either risk using boost pads or drive as carefully as possible. Drifting on this track will get you far, but man is it hard to do so. It's all worth it to hear that iconic music once more. It feels great to drive among the stars, and you can even see a city below you, selling this feeling that you've ascended as a result of your own driving skills. Double Dash's Rainbow Road feels like it was designed specifically for the game's unique controls and drifting, which is probably why it has yet to appear in any Mario Kart game since. The thing that really opens this game up to being my favorite in the series are its multiplayer capabilities. You have the standard 4-player split screen as always, but you also have the option to play co-op, with one player driving and the other on the back of the cart throwing items. This fleshes out the competitive nature of this game far more than you might think. While the player in the front drives as they always would and can pass the other player items if need be, the player on the back plays a role just as important as the person actually driving. They are the one that manages items, and they need to communicate with their driver at all times to strategize. They also need to know when to actually time their item throws, both offensive and defensively, because once again, you can't trail items in this game. Your driver depends on you. Most importantly though, they are the ones that have to manage rocking the control stick back and forth when their driver enters a drift. This significantly reduces the load on the driver, who can simply focus on driving well and not having to manage a mini-turbo. And it also means that mini-turbos can be more frequent. They can simply time their boosts while the other player moves the stick left and right. The player on the back of the cart can also perform an exclusive move to co-op, which shifts the cart left and right depending on which trigger you press. You can do this to hit other drivers, steal items, and even dodge red shells with good timing. This, in my opinion, is the best way to play Double Dash, hands down. It is a beautiful way to appreciate not just the finesse of Double Dash's drifting, but also its strategy, something that is often neglected in discussion of Mario Kart. Not every player in the room has to do co-op either, which is great, it actually gives you options. Co-op also extends to Battle Mode, which features not only the classic Balloon Battle Mode, but also introduces Bob-omb Blast and Shine Thief, which are both absolute chaos, especially with Double Dash's item balance. Bob-omb Blast in particular throws the concept of balance out the window as you grab fat stacks of bombs and then spam them at your opponent. Thankfully, Double Dash's maps have plenty of cover and routes for you to take, unless you're playing Cookie Land Tilt-A-Kart or the Nintendo GameCube, which are basically just cage matches. Good luck! For all of these reasons, Mario Kart Double Dash was my favorite game in the series for a long time. But I hesitate to call it that definitively. To begin with, let's talk about hidden stats again. While I am happy to report that Double Dash is mostly accurate in reporting stats on the select screen, and it even includes the speed and acceleration stats separately, there are also significant stats that are not reported anywhere in-game. Introduced in this game, the mini-turbo stat governs how long the boosts from your mini-turbos last, and the only way to learn about it and other hidden stats is by looking at the game's data. Again, why are we doing this? Is it so we don't overwhelm players with options? I can get down with that, but I think transparency is most important, especially when you're running time trials and trying to unlock the parade cart through the Mirror All Cup Tour. Thankfully, the stats at least make some sense when you look at the raw numbers. The lightweights have the highest mini-turbo, and the heavier the cart gets, the lower the mini-turbo stat. Same goes for off-road speed. So at the very least, the stats have some rhyme or reason. Well, I say that, but sometimes the off-road speed for specific carts in each weight class is absurdly high or low for no reason. I don't get this game, man. Oh, and the top speed stat being lower per lighter weight class just simply doesn't apply to the barrel train. The manual notes that lightweights have generally low top speeds, but the barrel train is the second fastest cart in the game. Combine this stat with the other stat advantages that the lightweights have, and there you have it. The barrel train is the best cart in the game. It is just simply built different. Some people also just haven't been able to acclimate to Double Dash because of the controls. Though I personally love them, I can totally understand why they won't be everyone's cup of tea. Because of how the carts respond to terrain, the control can feel loose, especially when you get sent flying off of a piece of geometry. On top of that, the game's turning does generally feel more slippery than previous installments. Only when you master the drift can you truly negate that, which is probably why I was never bothered by this game's controls. It also probably doesn't help that this is my most played Mario Kart game, and I cannot view this game from the lens of someone that has never played it before. But I at the very least acknowledge how different it feels to play, for better or worse. Now let's talk about items. Items in Double Dash are a tad overpowered because of its unique special item mechanic that I touched upon earlier. People will be throwing homing items at you frequently, you'll see crap flying everywhere in an average race. It really is a war zone out there on pretty much every track, especially the short ones like Luigi's Circuit. While the game compensates for this by merely flipping your cart in a direction and letting you continue driving, things get murky when you begin to play like a degenerate and sandbag during the race. Listen up, because I'm only going to say this once. Sandbagging, or bagging for short, is the act of deliberately underperforming in a race. In Mario Kart, bagging is usually used to acquire powerful items that can aid in making a comeback, and even protecting against items like the Shock or the Great Equalizer. You slow down, grab some items, and then once you're satisfied, you get moving. This is a strategy that works in every Mario Kart game, and good Mario Kart players are usually selective about when they use this strategy. It depends on the length of a course, the circumstances of the race, if they have a large enough lead, and if they are able to sufficiently defend themselves while front-running. If a player decides to bag, and they know the right time to do it, it can more often than not decide the entire race. This is why people hate this strategy, but there's nothing stopping them from doing it too. And you can strategize for when people bag by grabbing a star yourself and holding onto it for as long as you can, racing well enough to get ahead of the pack, predicting a shock to the best of your ability, and zooming into first place. It just goes to show that Mario Kart is more a game of skill than people think. Now that you know what sandbagging is, imagine doing that in this game, where the items turn races into the Normandy landings, except it's a free-for-all and we're all trying to get off those boats. Item strategy is possible in Double Dash, especially in smaller matches, but in single-player, 4-player split-screen, and especially larger LAN matches where everyone is skilled at the game, yeah, it's not exactly what I'd call balanced. And don't even get me started on Baby Park. This is where you need to learn to hang on to your items for the sake of protection against all of the stuff flying in every direction. On this course, think of items like insurance rather than something to mindlessly throw ahead of you. Otherwise, Baby Park is an actual dice roll. If the goal of each Mario Kart race is to come in first place, then I want to feel as informed as possible in trying to achieve that goal. When I'm trying to pick a kart that adapts to my playstyle, I need to know the very things that the game is hiding from me. On top of that, it is crucial to know this information when doing time trials, and because the game is finicky about this info, then you're likely bottlenecking your best times without even realizing it. Because Double Dash's driving mechanics are so brilliant, I want to play this game at a higher level. And while time trials are basically unaffected by this game's balancing issues, the main game is still absolute chaos. But in a sense, I think this game embraces its own unbridled chaos. It is unconcerned with being anything more than pure fun for everyone, and its items, though overpowered, almost certainly bridge the gap in skill between players. The game symbolizes the chaos in its soundtrack quite often. It knows exactly what it wants to be, and that's where a lot of its charm comes from. It just wants everyone to have a good time, and the game does an incredible job of ensuring that every time I play it with my friends. I still love Double Dash with all my heart, in spite of its quirks. That said, Mario Kart's competitive scene grew more and more after this entry, and the series would only further attempt to address its own viability as a competitive, but fair game. The next game was Mario Kart DS, and it was awesome. Though it was a portable game, it was a fully fledged Mario Kart game in every respect, fleshing out the series' gameplay formula in multiple ways. It streamlined the local multiplayer experience for portability with DS download play, it was the first to feature online multiplayer, it let you pick from one of several unlockable karts, and its single-player offerings were pretty robust too. To this day, I don't think a Mario Kart game's single-player content has come close. You have the traditional 4 cups, and additional 4 cups exclusively made up of retro courses, and a mission mode where you have to achieve certain criteria, with boss fights once you get a certain rank on every mission in a world. The boss fights all play into concepts from previous Super Mario games, except you're in a cart, and while that may sound lame, it's actually a lot of fun. To be honest, I've already talked about this game in my DS retrospective, so I won't go into too much detail about the surface level content. As a blanket statement, Mario Kart DS is an excellent game in terms of content and course design, especially course design. There are a lot of great levels in this game. But now, let's get into the real meat of the gameplay. First, items. The special item mechanic from Double Dash has been removed, with some being implemented into the game as normal items. The golden mushroom is back to being an item you can get when you're lagging behind, as is the Ba-Bomb, the Boo, and the triple greens and triple reds, which rotate around you as they do in the other games. You can also trail items again, and though I enjoyed the skill-driven nature of timing your defensive items when a red shell was on your trail, I think trailing has utility beyond just defending from an item because you can also drive into other players that might be tailgating you to punish them. If you're following too closely behind someone that's trailing an item, you are forced to get out of the way. It's a great mechanic that has since become a mainstay in the series. Our two new items this time have also stuck around since, the Blooper and the Bullet Bill. Though its utility is lost on computer players and it is useless in every game after this until Mario Kart 8, it is quite annoying to get inked on a Nintendo DS screen. The Bullet Bill, on the other hand, is easily one of the best items to ever be introduced in the Mario Kart series. Somewhat reminiscent of the Chain Chomp from Double Dash, when you use it, the bill will steer for you and blitz through all racers in its path. It's a great item for closing the gap between you and first place, and it can even dodge lightning because you are completely invincible while using it. As is the case with any item, you can save it for as long as you want, at least until someone uses the shock and takes it from you. As for the core gameplay, Mario Kart DS allows you to pair a character with a cart of your choice, with each character and cart having their own stats to consider. In fact, Mario Kart DS finally makes the decision to show nearly every single stat on the cart select screen, with the exception of the mini turbo stat, of course. There's also more stats if you look at the game's data, but in this case, I'm not going to do that because there is way too much for any average player to even begin to digest. The in-game stats are comprehensive enough for you to make an informed decision when combining your favorite character with a cart, and I appreciate that. Though character-specific stats are not made clear, and honestly I disagree with the concept entirely because I just want to play as my favorite character and not have to worry about hidden stats, you can at least surmise the impact each character has immediately by looking at the stat differences on a single cart. The only stat in this game I vehemently disagree with is the item stat. Believe it or not, this stat actually governs your chances of getting better items, like triple mushrooms, triple reds, and whatnot, and a low item stat means you won't get the typical 3 mushrooms in time trials. I can't begin to tell you how stupid it is to have an item stat in this game, and thankfully, it never returned. Ironically, I think listing all of the stats creates an inverse dilemma for the Mario Kart series. While it is nice that those taking the game a little more seriously have a clearer idea of what to expect, it alienates casual players that just want to use a cart that looks cool. Do I prefer this over the old method of handling stats, though? Yes I do. Really, it's hard to please everybody, and figuring out a balance between these things would be a journey for the series. Other than that, Mario Kart DS plays like a dream. It has incredibly precise and lenient controls, especially when it comes to drifting. Recovering from a mini turbo is so satisfying, and it allows you to immediately initiate another one if you have room on the track. This is the bread and butter of Mario Kart DS, snaking back and forth on straightaways by building a mini turbo as fast as possible. In online multiplayer, this was the biggest skill check. If you were not snaking back and forth to build constant mini turbos, you would lose regardless of what items you pulled. This created a significant enough skill divide where I would only want to play Mario Kart DS with my friends. I never felt like I could get good enough at Mario Kart DS without shredding the skin off of my thumb from rocking it back and forth on the D-pad. Ironically, the only course I felt I could perform sufficiently on was Rainbow Road, because you couldn't mindlessly snake along straightaways. In a competitive game, I believe the casual and competitive experience should be unified in 2 ways. The first is that both experiences should feel similar to one another, to the point where they are indistinguishable in any real regard other than pure skill and strategy. In Mario Kart DS, the divide between casual and competitive is snaking. This was an issue in Double Dash as well, to be fair, but I feel Mario Kart DS's more precise controls just amplify that issue. Instead, the transition from casual to competitive should feel relatively seamless through experience, rather than forcing players to play a certain way. With that in mind, the second way in which these two experiences should be unified is by allowing players to compete with their preferred playstyle. Snaking boxes them into playing a specific way if they want to win, which is not really ideal, especially in a game with so much character and kart variety. Of course, if you're playing with people of a similar skill level, this isn't of any concern. I had a blast with Mario Kart DS in pretty much every regard, except for online multiplayer. But this mentality of boxing players into a specific playstyle lingered. This is Mario Kart Wii, a game I have so many fond memories of playing, a game that feels amazing to play, is also the most busted game in the entire series. It is just as beautiful as it is alienating. By the end of this discussion, I'm sure you'll understand why some people view this game as the Melee of the Mario Kart series. First of all, it's a great game. Don't misunderstand what I'm about to say. Its battle mode may only allow you to play against one another on teams, but Coin Runners is a great improvement on Shine Runners for Mario Kart DS, and I love trying to see how many coins I can stack at once. Like previous entries, Mario Kart Wii's courses are generally fantastic. I love Maple Treeway, DK Summit, Toad's Factory, Coconut Mall. I mean, naturally, who doesn't? I love them not just for their phenomenal and varied design, set pieces, theming, and skill-driven depth, but also because of what Kart Wii's new features enable. First of all, the number of racers has been bumped up from 8 to 12, which adds even more chaos, but I welcome it. It definitely doesn't feel like too many racers at this number. It just allows more people to play at once. Also, starting with this game, you can trick off of bumps and ramps by either shaking the Wii Remote or pressing a direction on the D-pad on a traditional controller. This gives you a mini turbo when you land, and you can also angle your tricks to land quickly and get the boost sooner. This is not only a great feature for the new courses, but it also transforms older courses that had physical bumps in a really satisfying way, like Waluigi Stadium or DK Mountain. In addition, this game has completely revamped drifting in response to the snaking technique, creating too large of a skill gap in previous games, especially in Mario Kart DS. Now, your mini turbo will build regardless of whether or not you flick the analog stick back and forth, and you can charge it faster by taking a tighter turn, or slower by tilting away from the drift. This not only gives you more control when trying to take a drift and build a mini turbo, but it also makes the game far more accessible, and it has since become standard for all future Mario Kart games. Mario Kart Wii also introduces motorcycles to the formula for the first time, and this is where my feelings on this game get complicated. These things let you pop a wheelie for extra speed whenever you want, effectively making them better than any kart could ever be, especially on straightaways. Certain bikes have something known as inside drifting. What this means is that when you drift, your bike will naturally turn inward. This makes for way more precise cornering, which can save huge chunks of time. Every other kart and bike has outside drifting, which is the standard form of drifting that other 3D Mario Kart games default to, and in this game's case, it is much slower. Basically, Mario Kart Wii should be called Mario Bike Wii, because although you can win with a kart, you are putting yourself at a major disadvantage if you don't use a bike, especially one with inside drifting. Ironically, the solution that Nintendo aimed to implement to close that massive gap in skill ended up boxing players into yet another style of play. Whenever I play this game with friends, I usually win because they don't like using inside drift or using wheelies or anything like that. They are simply not allowed to have their own playstyle unless they train in the mountains to beat these bikers. It also probably doesn't help that the game's balance favors speed, mini turbo, and inside drift above pretty much all else. In Mario Kart Wii, you can build a stationary mini turbo to completely negate the low acceleration of high-speed vehicles, making the acceleration stat almost pointless. Thankfully, Mario Kart Wii had the sense to display a thorough breakdown of each vehicle's stats, and I can't thank them enough for finally doing this. But it's a shame that the most optimal way to play Mario Kart Wii ignores a lot of these stats. At casual and competitive levels, you're looking at completely different games. The issue that Mario Kart DS had is on full display here, and because of all this, the best combo in the game is Funky Kong Flame Runner. It's extremely fast, it has inside drift, and Funky Kong himself adds the highest speed bonus. Each weight class has its own version of this combo, like Daisy and the Mach Bike, for example, but this is why you'll always see online multiplayer lobbies filled with Funky Kongs. I use Rosalina in the Flame Runner because of the added mini-turbo bonus, because I'm a contrarian, and also just because I really like Rosalina. There is some room for experimentation in this game, but not much. Usually it's about picking your favorite character and a specific bike. And sometimes your character just isn't good enough. I think there's something to be said about just wanting to pick a combo based on how cool it looks. A lot of my friends echo this same sentiment. Mario Kart was born from a desire to create a more casual, party-friendly racing game. And as the game attempted to achieve more depth in both its mechanics, stats, and variety of combos, it felt as though the spirit of the series was gradually slipping away, especially if you decided to race online. The simplicity that Mario Kart 64 achieved was lost almost completely to tech that vastly widens the gap between the skill floor and the skill ceiling. And while this was true for Double Dash and especially DS, Mario Kart Wii felt like that widening gap was stretched to such extremes that it simply isn't fun to play this game any other way. Of course, if you're oblivious to all of this and you just decided to play with your friends in a combo that you liked, they're all pretty solid party games. Don't misunderstand me. None of what I've said is an overt criticism of Mario Kart Wii at a base level, because it's when you begin to take the game seriously, beating every cup in 150cc, using item strategy to your advantage, and optimizing your gameplay, that the true beauty of Mario Kart can shine through. And despite everything I've said so far, when you do master Mario Kart Wii's playstyle, avoiding getting bumped out of a wheelie, taking corners as tight as possible with inside drifting, memorizing both mushroom and non-mushroom shortcuts, and using this game's items to your advantage, Mario Kart Wii becomes the most competitively enthralling game in the entire series. I don't claim to be a master at this game by any means, as this game involves a lot of tech to play with any sort of finesse, but playing this game at a high level is one of the most exhilarating feelings I've ever experienced in any racing game. It's fast, it's aggressive, it's strategic, and it's highly skill-driven. Luck is a factor when it comes to items, and I dislike pretty much all of the original items that Mario Kart Wii introduced. The Mega Mushroom is basically a worse star, and although it can squish other players, you are still susceptible to lightning, stars, and bullet bills. The POW block is barely an inconvenience because you can avoid the worst effects of it by performing a wheelie. And the Thunder Cloud, okay, on paper this is a pretty cool item. When you obtain it, you drive faster and you have to bump into another racer to get rid of it before it shrinks you. Once they have it, they can still give it back to you. It's like hot potato. The added speed can also help you take shortcuts. That said, I hate this thing so much. Great, I love being punished for trying to turn the tables with an item. When I look at the render for this item, I can hear the buzzer sound in my head. I've been able to get rid of it plenty of times, but most players on Mario Kart Wii are good enough to know how to avoid getting bumped into someone that has it. I hate it with a passion, and thankfully it never came back. One positive I will give to Mario Kart Wii's item system is its leniency with the shock. When someone uses it, it cannot be used again for another 30 seconds, allowing you to prepare for when it happens again. This change is significant when it comes to strategy because it guarantees a pattern for the shock that you can use to gain an advantage in a race, so long as you bag and hold onto a star or bullet bill, for example. Like I said, luck is still a factor, but I'd argue that Mario Kart Wii's skill-driven nature is way more enjoyable than Mario Kart DS, because it doesn't just amount to knowing how to snake back and forth. It amounts to track knowledge, item strategy, and general driving skills, just as I feel a good Mario Kart game should. Well, as long as you play the meta. If you want to try and win with the Jet Setter against 11 Funky Kongs on Flame Runners, be my guest. In summary, Mario Kart Wii is an amazing Mario Kart game that was birthed by complete accident. It is to kart racing games what Melee is to fighting games, a series of mistakes and oversights that allowed both games to blossom into something far beyond what the developers could have imagined. And to demonstrate this game's beauty, why don't we take a look at what is quite simply my favorite Rainbow Road in the entire series. Every Rainbow Road in the series feels like it was designed with each game's specific mechanics in mind, a culmination of everything you've learned as you ascend to that dazzling road in the sky. Super Mario Kart's Rainbow Road was designed as a test of your precise turning. Mario Kart Super Circuit built on Super Mario Kart's Rainbow Road with bouncy edges that let you take massive shortcuts, in addition to that solid focus on cornering. Double Dash asked you to master the game's drifting and admittedly more slippery controls in areas that were built to conflict with that control scheme. Mario Kart DS's Rainbow Road challenges your ability to carefully build up mini-turbos with a lack of guardrails on narrow paths. Mario Kart Wii's Rainbow Road plays into the game's own mechanics for sure, but when you've mastered inside drift, wheelies, shortcuts, and when to perform tricks, it becomes another beast entirely. These curvy roads were practically made for inside drift bikes, and going fast on this track is a sensation that can't be beat. It's not the hardest Rainbow Road in the series, but it is one that feels like it was built for Mario Kart Wii's advanced tech and lopsided balancing curve, where a single type of bike is better than any other vehicle. Because of how good it feels to play this track at a high level, it makes me wonder if the developers felt the same way. As I race above the planet we call home, the same planet that spins in the background as I queue for an online match with quiet anticipation, I am reminded of why Mario Kart exists in the first place. Mario Kart Wii had a large focus on its online component, with tournaments of specific parameters, its robust online multiplayer suite, and the ability to view and download ghosts from the internet and compete against them for a better time. Mario Kart's strongest element was its ability to bring people together, regardless of skill or experience with video games, and its leap to an online infrastructure brought that feeling worldwide, connecting an entire network of players directly through the game. Despite what Mario Kart Wii eventually became, alienating people that just want to play the game casually, I believe the spirit of Mario Kart was maintained in the end, with people that appreciate what is possible at a high level of play. Though I'm glad Mario Kart Wii's metagame and mechanics did not return in any real capacity, this game has formed its own identity for the incredible feats you can achieve through its core gameplay. And I'm totally fine with that. It still maintains an active player base today because of that core gameplay, a testament to how fun it is. And after mulling things over for a while, I believe I've reached a pretty reasonable conclusion about these games, in spite of their lack of balancing. Remember when I said that Mario Kart DS is best experienced with players that are relatively close in skill to you? Well, that definitely rings true for Mario Kart Wii. That rings true for every game in the series, really. What matters most is finding that group of people you're comfortable with and having a great time. You don't have to get good at snaking back and forth or inside drift if you don't want to. You just have to find a group of players just as mediocre as you to enjoy the game with. And that's okay. Find the one you like to play most, and just enjoy yourselves. If you're looking for something more because you feel like you've mastered the game, you can find a group of people at that skill level too. And that's why Mario Kart Wii's online experience was so compelling once you knew what you were doing, in spite of everything I've said. I am conflicted on this series' history, all the while utterly fascinated and appreciative of the things that people have accomplished. I think items contributed a lot to closing that gap in skill, and in most of these games, items simply weren't enough. In the journey to create Mario Kart 7 and eventually 8, I think Nintendo did their homework on creating mechanics and items that made the casual and competitive experiences as similar as possible, allowing anyone to achieve a degree of mastery over the game through raw experience. But first, let's take a quick break. Mario Kart has deviated a bit in its 30-year history. Mario Kart in and of itself is a spin-off of the main Super Mario series, but for some reason, Mario Kart has its own spin-offs, making them spin-offs of a spin-off. Are you still following along? Good, let's check them out. The first of these was Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix, which was released in 2005 on the Triforce arcade board, a board built from the GameCube architecture. Because of this, the first two games in the series actually run on the GameCube and Wii, as well as Dolphin. It was named Triforce because of the three developers that handled it, Nintendo, Sega, and Namco. And in particular, Namco developed Arcade Grand Prix themselves. To be honest, the game and its sequel are fun, if simplified from their home console counterparts. Because the control interface is a steering wheel and brake and gas pedals, they decided to do something of their own, though mini-turbos can still be built from entering a power slide with the tap of the brake pedal. While I do get a kick out of the core gameplay, the course design is deliberately very straightforward to accommodate for the controls, and the items in these games generally feel pretty haphazard and chaotic, with little strategy to speak of. Currently, the most common version of the game in circulation is Grand Prix Deluxe, which, in my experience, you can find in virtually any arcade or Dave & Buster's under the sun. Personally, I think this is the worst of the 3 installments I've played. The core gameplay might be the most refined in this one, but the item system is awful. Get this, both the items and cart you use throughout each race are selected via a roulette, so any element of strategy is immediately contingent on dealing with the 3 items you've been given. No thanks, I'll just play Mario Kart at home. While I was in Japan, I did try to capture footage of Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix VR, but I unfortunately didn't get a chance to play it. Although this game does seem like a pretty cool ride, it is pretty much only playable in any capacity at Bandai Namco's VR Zone, or if you're lucky enough to be around while it's set up in specific cities. That said, I did get to experience Mario Kart Bowser's Challenge, or Mario Kart Koopa's Challenge if you're in Japan. This is an augmented reality ride at Super Nintendo World, and it was pretty much the reason to visit Super Nintendo World in the first place. I'll just get this out of the way now. The sense of scale at Super Nintendo World is unreal, and to say that it feels like you've stepped into the game world would be a gross oversimplification of what it feels like to stand in this park. The entire park is interactive if you have the app, meaning that you can compete for high scores and look for all the park's secrets in the same vein as looking for hidden Mickeys in Walt Disney World, to those of you that ever actually attempted looking for those things on your own. This element is especially important not just as an adaptation of, an interactive form of media, but it's also important because of the park's currently limited amount of space. Though with the Donkey Kong expansion coming soon, I imagine Super Nintendo World has a lot of life left in it when it comes to realizing the worlds of games in a theme park setting. Eiji Aonuma was recently spotted observing construction at the park, and people are beginning to wonder if Zelda is part of the plan for the park simply because he was there. This is all obviously speculation, but if Zelda actually happens, I'm going back. Anyway, the queue for Bowser's Challenge is an extension of this sense of immersion, which is important for a theme park ride, as the queue is where you'll likely be spending most of your time. Bowser's Castle packs in so many details and Easter eggs alone, making the line feel like a genuine part of the experience. The ride itself is akin to Buzz Lightyear's Astro Blasters, in which you are in a slow-moving dark ride and you have to compete for a high score by hitting as many racers as possible. While the augmented reality aspect looked way better in person, I couldn't help but expect a Mario Kart ride to be, fast? I don't really feel like the ride translated the feeling of the games at all. I feel like a coaster of some kind would have been better at the very least. Or some kind of actual kart racing experience with augmented reality, allowing racers to use items while they race. And when hit with an item, maybe the kart would briefly slow down or stall. I don't know how practical that would be, and maybe I'm envisioning something that's impossible with current technology. Maybe something more robust wasn't in the cards for Super Nintendo World's opening, or perhaps they just had a limited amount of space to work with. But you know what? I did enjoy the ride as a whole. It doesn't give Astro Blasters a run for its money, and I wouldn't visit the park exclusively for this ride, but as a part of your trip, it is absolutely worth experiencing, if only for the immersion provided by the beautifully crafted architecture and design of the park. Just don't go to Universal Studios Japan in the summer like I did. Japanese summers are gorgeous, but they do not mess around when it comes to humidity. Stay hydrated and out of the sun when you can. Alas, we are still not done. Another spin-off, Mario Kart Live Home Circuit, gives you the ability to construct your own flat Mario Kart courses in your living room, and drive around in them with a remote-controlled car. The game then brings these courses to life through augmented reality on the Nintendo Switch, and it plays like an actual Mario Kart game. It translates surprisingly well. I imagine I would have got a lot of mileage out of this game as a kid. That said, there was only so much we could do with flat course designs, and my ideas for more perilous courses ended with Mario falling onto the floor. Ramps and slopes kind of work, but you have to rely solely on the game's ability to chart the course correctly when you use them, and it can't really do that reliably each time. Other than that, I don't have much else to say about this game. Not really worth the price you pay for it, that's for damn sure, but hilariously enough, It's the best job any of these spin-offs ever did of adapting Mario Kart's core gameplay into a new context. The final spin-off I'll be talking about is Mario Kart Tour. After remaining staunchly against entering the mobile gaming market for many years, Satoru Iwata finally gave the go-ahead in one of his final major movements as president of the company. This was done out of concern for Nintendo's dwindling performance numbers each year as they attempted to support the Wii U, as well as the hit they took when smartphones inevitably took the casual market they once held with the Wii. While the mobile games that came out since have varied in terms of quality, I think Mario Kart Tour is possibly the worst of the ones I've played from them. It might be free to play, but I can think of plenty of other free-to-play games that are more worth your time than this one. Imagine taking the core elements of the Mario Kart series and stripping them down to their absolute basics, with several control schemes that all suck, and yet in the end, it doesn't matter because the game plays itself. The entire game feels automated if you input the bare minimum requirement for any race, and it has the audacity to pretend that you are playing with other people, when it's merely just bots that carry names for other users. There is an actual multiplayer mode, but I never got it to work. It's also a gacha game, with all of the connotations that might carry for you. I didn't bother with this game for very long, but seeing as it's free, I don't feel the need to complain much about the game. But I figured Nintendo would at the very least try to bring something unique to the medium of mobile games, with a flagship series like Mario Kart. Instead, it feels more like a money-printing piece of software that just exists. I guess this kind of puts my critiques of the main series games into perspective. With Tour, I can't even be bothered to give it the time of day. Well, this break took kind of a dour turn at the very end, but hey, things are looking up for the main series. Let's take a look at Mario Kart 7. By this entry, I think Nintendo realized that something needed to be done about the massive gaps in playstyles between casual and advanced players, and Mario Kart 7 reeled things in massively. Perhaps a little too much, as it doesn't really have much of an identity of its own, but it did at the very least pave the way for Mario Kart 8 in a few ways. While I didn't find the gliding sections to add a whole lot to the core gameplay at all, it did at the very least make certain sections and older levels feel cooler when you'd go off the jumps. The customization unfortunately took away the bikes and instead restricts you to just karts, probably because Nintendo wanted to reevaluate game balance after the whole Funky Kong Flame Runner situation, and it really does feel like you can create a build that suits your playstyle. This mechanic would also be greatly expanded in the sequel, but because of the restrictions placed on both vehicle types and the tech you can learn, Mario Kart 7 is a pretty safe and standard Mario Kart game in my eyes. They also scaled the amount of players back to 8 from 12, which I'm guessing was due to hardware restrictions, but a lot of these changes made me want to go back to Mario Kart Wii, especially at the time. It also scaled back its character roster in comparison to that game, with the only real noteworthy additions other than good old Wiggler and Lakitu being the Honey Queen from Super Mario Galaxy. Gotta say, I didn't see this coming. And yeah, she never came back. That being said, I have to give credit to this game for its strongest asset, the track design. There are a ton of genuinely excellent tracks in Mario Kart 7, with many of them throwing a wrench in your typical racing habits. In terms of theming, DK Jungle is a great way to honor Donkey Kong Country Returns. Music Park's simple design is heightened by its melody-fueled gameplay, and Neo Bowser City's concept is cool enough on its own, but the added threat of rain-reducing traction on these difficult turns make it a highlight as a test of your driving skills. And I adore the 2 Woohoo Island tracks. Wii Sports Resort's cohesive island connecting each of its sports was a welcome setting, but I was not expecting them to create tracks based around them in a Mario Kart game, and they rock. To my knowledge, this is the first Mario Kart game to introduce tracks with laps being divided into sections, meaning that tracks with this structure can be more diverse and varied around a central theme as you speed through them, and the Woohoo Island tracks use this to great effect. You can also drive underwater in this game, which is used in tracks like Cheep Cheep Lagoon and Wario's Shipyard. Some other tracks I love include Rock Rock Mountain, solely for its massive off-road portions that you can speed through if you have the mushrooms and game knowledge to spare, as well as Rosalina's Ice World for being an ice level that isn't overly focused on slippery controls and wide-open terrain, instead wanting you to do some tight drifting. Plus, it's a level named after Rosalina, so that automatically makes it good. And to top it all off, Mario Kart 7 has my second favorite Rainbow Road in the entire series, right behind Mario Kart Wii. It takes the single continuous lap concept and runs with it here, implementing so many different fun ideas all themed around an interstellar race above the planets, along the rings of Saturn. It's a beautiful interpretation of Rainbow Road, and one that thrives in spite of Mario Kart 7's simplicity, solely through its inspired and creative design. I have to give credit to Mario Kart 7 for recapturing the simplicity of the series, whilst maintaining both its evolution in terms of mechanics and its stellar track design. It may not be known for its wild tech, but that just means more people can pick it up and play it. And that's always what Mario Kart should have been about. In many ways, Mario Kart 7 got the series back on track, and set up what I believe to be the definitive game in the series, Mario Kart 8. To me, Mario Kart 8, and especially its Switch port Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, give all of the questions I asked at the beginning of this video a satisfying answer, all the while addressing problems with previous Mario Kart games. And one of the best ways the game signifies this is with its main theme, both in introduction to the jazz fusion soundtrack of Mario Kart 8, but also a revisitation of Super Mario Kart's main theme. Ever since the original game, Mario Kart has carried a leitmotif, which has been embedded in every single game's main theme. Mario Kart 64 welcomed you in with its main theme, and it chose to draw out Super Mario Kart's lead melody, which would eventually become standard for each game's theme. Double Dash's theme is frantic and unrestrained, but it eventually circles back to that lead melody. Mario Kart DS, Wii, and 7 all carry that melody as well. But with Mario Kart 8, they decided to go right back to the way Super Mario Kart delivered that melody, as a representation of how Mario Kart 8 returns the series to its roots. Rather than boxing players into specific playstyles if they want to get good at the game, I believe any advanced play in Mario Kart 8 is connected to the core gameplay of drifting, item strategy, and knowing when to take shortcuts and collect coins. It's about creating a build and playstyle that you're happy with and going for gold. Bikes are back, and the game introduces ATVs as well, and with this decision came an actual push from Nintendo to balance the game accordingly. In the Mario Kart 8 Direct from April 2014, there was a segment that deliberately brought up time trials and how much the vehicle you choose matters. They made it a point to demonstrate that between karts and bikes, in Mario Kart 8, it depends primarily on the course. They even outright said that they wanted to avoid a situation where one vehicle was clearly better than any other. Just like Super Mario Kart, it all depends on the course you pick. What matters most in Mario Kart 8 is how fast you can charge mini turbos, and whatever vehicle allows you to do that comfortably is good enough. Inside Drift is no longer a requirement, it is an option with its own benefits depending on how you like to play. Let's talk about Mario Kart 8's central mechanic, anti-gravity, and how it impacts both racing and track design. For one thing, you can now bump into other racers for a quick burst of speed in these sections, as well as these spinning posts, but it also allows tracks to be these mind-bending, physics-defying feats, with the signature track of the game being a straight-up Mobius strip, a track represented beautifully right in the game's logo. Bumping into players and cutting corners in these sections can often be a viable strategy for a comeback, and it introduces plenty of variety into how tracks are designed. Tracks have ripples that you can trick off of, they have anti-gravity sections that impact the physics of your kart, as did the underwater and gliding sections of Mario Kart 7, and they completely reinvent the retro courses, making Mario Kart 8 at times feel like it has 8 original cups, rather than 4 new cups and 4 old ones. Take the Super Circuit levels for example, which were designed essentially from scratch for this game to take advantage of the anti-gravity mechanic. Mario Circuit is transformed because of its giant anti-gravity curve in the center of the track, Toad's Turnpike maintains the traffic of its predecessor, but it now has a section where you can get out of the way and collect coins if you need to increase your speed. That's also another element that restores balance to Mario Kart 8. Coins. Mario Kart 7 was technically the first game to bring these back, so credit to that game once again, but now you can get them in first or second place from item boxes. You need 10 to reach your top speed, but you can no longer go over that cap. In a match where one player is better than another at driving, they will need to take wider and slower lines in order to replenish their coin count, which automatically slows them down while they make that time investment. Some coins are placed along the main path, of course, but racers will often be fighting for them, giving races these intrinsic elements of both strategy and balance, especially when the items begin to fly. And Mario Kart 8 accounts for coins through incredibly layered, strategic, and varied track design. Mario Kart Stadium kicks things off, and immediately it gives players 3 choices. Take a wide turn to collect coins, use a mushroom to cut through the off-road, or stay down the middle and try to drift as tight as possible. This is how a lap starts and ends, with the middle anti-gravity section having a similar dynamic that you can switch between, depending on the situation, and if you're getting blasted with items. This is the kind of strategy that makes Mario Kart such a compelling game, and this is only the first level. Toad Harbor, for example, has multiple paths to take depending on the level of risk you want to take for a reward, as well as hazards, the multiple path philosophy for Mario Kart Stadium, and shortcuts aplenty. Thwomp Ruins is the same way, as is Twisted Mansion, Water Park, and Sunshine Airport. They are all designed with this split-second decision-making in mind. And Anti-Gravity just opens up Pandora's box to possibilities for brilliant course design. Dolphin Shoals implements underwater and anti-gravity racing, while giving each section of the level identity and utility. Not to mention, the music is amazing. Each section utilizes different instrumentation to reflect your surroundings, and as you emerge from the water, you're treated to an absolutely killer saxophone solo. Just as an aside, Mario Kart 8 has one of the greatest soundtracks I've ever heard in a video game, to the point where its jazz fusion direction feels like it has defined the series' sound ever since. It was all recorded live, meaning that each race feels larger than life thanks to that big band sound. Mario Kart 64's Rainbow Road has never felt this good to race in, and it might be much shorter than before with not a lot going on, but man does it make me want to cry tears of joy. Mario Kart 8 also has continuous lap courses, though they aren't as common as Mario Kart 7, sadly. That said, Mount Wario is awesome. You have to race down a snowy mountain with all the things that entails. Icy roads in lap 1 as you're trying to collect coins, a cave with a running waterfall and multiple paths to take, as well as a clear shortcut if you're looking to get through as fast as possible, a forest full of trees that will mess with even the very best of players due to their pattern, and a ski slalom that wants you to drift as tightly as possible to optimize your run through these turns. In time trials, I basically drift in a straight line through this section. Dude, every single track in the Star Cup is perfect. Sunshine Airport kicked things off with its strategy and fun race lines, Dolphin Shoals letting the environment impact how you race, Electrodome for its focus on drifting and bumping into players, and finally Mount Wario as an endurance run to round things out. I think the Star Cup in Mario Kart 8 might be the best run of courses the series has ever had. I mean, Bowser's Castle in the Special Cup is fantastic for its use of the game's central mechanics in a grueling test of skill, and I enjoy the space station concept in Rainbow Road, and especially its use of anti-gravity for shortcuts and drifting, but the Star Cup is on another level of pure fun and adrenaline. Rainbow Road was a great way to round out this game's run of original courses, though, and it implements all of Mario Kart 8's signature elements beautifully. But how do vehicle parts factor into this? Is there a clear best option this time? Well, let's take a look. All of my points of discussion are based on what is presumed to be the final balance update for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. The Wii U version has its own metagame that complicates things further, but will keep things simple with the version of the game that most people play. There are 4 kinds of vehicles in Mario Kart 8. Karts, bikes, sport bikes, and ATVs. Sport bikes are the only vehicles with inside drift, and as I mentioned, They invite their own way to play through sharply cutting corners in your drift. But the learning curve and overall tweaks the developers made to inside drifting don't immediately make it the best option. All other vehicles use outside drift, which wipes away the metagame of Mario Kart Wii that felt so alienating to casual players. Frustratingly, Mario Kart 8 once again opts to hide the mini-turbo stat, and there are a couple of other hidden stats as well, but the mini-turbo stat is once again the most important, and I wish it wasn't hidden. You can view your build's stats in a comprehensive and digestible manner by inputting your parts and character on Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Builder. This time around, mini-turbo governs how fast your mini-turbos actually build, and they usually build fastest if you're using the roller wheels, which looks stupid, but add a huge mini-turbo and acceleration bonus to any build you use. You can also get a massive boost to your mini-turbo stat by playing as one of the lighter characters, like the babies. This also massively boosts your acceleration, and as such, the heavier the character, the higher their speed, but the lower their acceleration will be. Currently, the best combo in the game is viewed as Yoshi, Teddy Buggy, Roller, and Paper Glider for its excellent mini-turbo, acceleration, and handling. The Cat Cruiser has the same stats with higher invincibility, but ATVs drift better. It's not the fastest in terms of top speed, but it's decent enough, and it makes up for that in all other regards. I mean, with certain mini-turbo and handling-oriented builds, you can essentially negate the speed stat from drifting as frequently as possible to build constant mini-turbos, kind of like Mario Kart DS if it wasn't as sweaty. Therefore, is joining the Yoshi hive mind something you should do because of its ease of use? Well, to be honest, no. It is very good, but as well-rounded as this combo is, and despite its usage in high-level play, if you have an alternative build that suits how you like to play, or you just want to look cool, you can always create a build that prioritizes what you like most. My current favorite build, Rosalina, the Duke, Azure Rollers, and the Cloud Glider, doesn't sacrifice too much acceleration or mini-turbo, and its top speed is a decent chunk faster. Plus, I get to rep my favorite character in the process. I've also used Kamek in the Biddy Buggy because he can not only build mini-turbos almost as fast as the babies, but he doesn't sacrifice a whole lot of top speed either, meaning that you can snake back and forth and get a decent boost from the mushrooms. Even the basic Mario build isn't that bad. While its mini-turbo and acceleration leave a lot to desire, it balances both high top speed and handling, which is rare for speed builds in this game. The point I'm trying to get at here is that all of those advanced playstyles in previous games are now entirely optional if they tickle your fancy, as are seemingly endless combinations that you can specifically tailor to how you like to play. All the while, the game is focused on those core elements of driving well, knowing the tracks, and using items strategically. This is what Mario Kart should have always been about, and I believe Mario Kart 8's focus allows anyone to not only have a great time, but enables them to play the game at a high level if they so desire. The difference between inexperienced and seasoned gameplay simply boils down to those three elements I keep mentioning. Speaking of which, let's talk about items. First of all, the blooper doesn't just ink your screen. It now causes everyone hit by it to lose traction, making turning much more difficult for a short period of time. New to this game, the Piranha Plant chomps players and coins in its path, giving you a boost every time it chomps. The Boomerang Flower gives you 3 chances to hit something in your path, but you have more control over its trajectory than a green shell, and it's much faster. The Crazy 8, which adapts a similar item from Mario Kart 7. You have to be lagging behind significantly to obtain this, and I really only ever use the star in case I get hit by a shock and lose everything, but it's nice to have the items on hand. And finally, the most important item of all. Though you could actually escape the Great Equalizer in a few of the games by timing a mushroom boost correctly, or by getting hit by something and taking advantage of the invincibility frames, Mario Kart 8 introduces the ability to easily destroy the blue shell before it hits you with the Super Horn. Finally, you have a way to deal with the Great Equalizer, and though it is hard to obtain in first place, I tend to hang on to it whenever I'm front running and come across it, just in case. You can also use it to deal with any other items and players coming your way, but it's all about strategy, so use it wisely. Something that Mario Kart 7 introduced that is brought to the forefront in 8 is the distance-based item distribution. Depending on how far away the rest of the racers are from first place, more powerful items can appear in higher places. This right here was an essential move in closing the gap in skill. It discourages players from front running for too long, as they need to either hang on to the right items by cycling through them at item boxes, or close the gap between each player. This inherently gives other players a chance to catch up, even if they aren't that good at the game. It restores that original philosophy for Mario Kart that gradually fell by the wayside, all the while not sacrificing the fun of being skilled at the game. Some may disagree with this change, but many of the changes made with this game are a huge reason why I find myself coming back to it more than previous games. It feels like it was truly made for everyone. With all of this in mind, I was ready to consider Mario Kart 8 my favorite game in the series. But the original Wii U version of the game had the stinkiest battle mode in the entire series. What the hell is this? You have a selection of racetracks to play on, and you can only play Balloon Battle. Then you have to drive all around and look for other players to hit. There's a reason the battle arenas of past games were boxed-in arenas. Driving a lap around Toad's Turnpike to find people is not fun. Yoshi Valley makes for a surprisingly good battle arena thanks to its multitude of paths, but it doesn't make up for an overall lackluster battle mode offering. This would eventually be rectified in Deluxe, but we'll get to that. Shortly after the game's release, Nintendo released 4 additional cups as DLC for only $14.99. It came out in 2 waves, and these tracks brought their own innovations to the game. The first wave surprised everyone by including a track based on The Legend of Zelda, and making Link a playable character. I was flabbergasted when this happened. What is this, Super Smash Kart? It was a common talking point at the time, but really, I was just excited for this level to come out. The level has all sorts of fun Easter eggs, like the piranha plant being Boko Baba plants, the coins being rupees, and all that good stuff. But really, it was all worth it just to see Link ride a motorcycle. Wave 1 also brought a few original tracks like Excite Bike Arena, which was essentially a dice roll in the same vein as Baby Park. Funny considering they added Baby Park to the game in Wave 2. Dragon Driftway, which I absolutely love as a fan of tracks that encourage continuous drifts. Ice Ice Outpost, which I never got the hang of, but once you master it, you have plenty of options for routes. And Mute City. Yeah, instead of making a new F-Zero game, Nintendo would rather honor the series with a track or 2 in Mario Kart, the game that some have cited as the reason F-Zero is dead. And you know what? This track is awesome. It adapts the gameplay of F-Zero into the game surprisingly elegantly, with the energy replenishers now giving you coins, and a consistent sense of speed being the central theme, what with all the boost pads and anti-gravity sections. It emulates the gameplay of F-Zero well, and naturally, the music is kick-ass. It flows like a jazz song thanks to its percussion, it reflects the aggressive driving of F-Zero with its guitar, and the saxophone sits pretty with that guitar, all the while welcoming the melody of Mute City into the Mario Kart universe. When they added Big Blue in Wave 2, I was happy not just because it was a continuous lap track that was incredibly well designed, carrying the hallmarks of Mario Kart 8's level design, but also because the music let the composers have even more fun. You have a splashier bass guitar to drive how groovy this piece is at its core, and the guitars and saxophone dueling constantly. Yeah, I wasn't kidding about Mario Kart 8's soundtrack, man. This is some of the best music I've ever heard in a game. Wave 2 introduced Wild Woods, Super Bell Subway, and a level themed around Animal Crossing, if you can believe it, as well as the Villager and Isabelle as playable characters. We're really stretching the Mario Kart name at this point. A selection of retro courses were also included in the DLC, like SNES Rainbow Road, which I actually prefer to Mario Kart 8's original Rainbow Road level, thanks to how the ripples and jumps transform the way you drive around this level. All the while, the core gameplay that made it so cool in Super Mario Kart has been preserved. In 2017, Nintendo released Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, which contained all of the content from the Wii U version, new characters and vehicles, and a revamped battle mode. It also gave the item systems even more depth by bringing back 2 item slots, though their functionality has been altered to make the game less chaotic than Double Dash. You cannot switch between them anymore, meaning that you have to choose whether or not to use your main item sooner rather than later. Also, a boo cannot steal from your secondary item slot, which gives you insurance. As for the battle mode, it is the best in the series. Every single battle mode returns, there are plenty of stages to choose from, and you have a new mode that is essentially cops and robbers. With randoms, this mode is heavily unbalanced, but with a coordinated group of friends over voice chat, this mode can be an absolute blast. All of these things finally pushed me over the edge and made me consider Mario Kart 8 Deluxe my favorite, and one of the greatest racing games of all time. It felt like they could never top this game. And I think they realized that. Mario Kart 8 reminded me why I fell in love with the series to begin with, and it bridges the gap in skill seamlessly as you journey to the higher ranks. It has everything the series was built on, and it's fun to play no matter your skill level. It is the definitive Mario Kart game to me. But really, that means something different to everyone. One of the brilliant things about this series is that each entry is distinct for its own reasons. I once thought that each subsequent Mario Kart game rendered the previous one obsolete, but after going through each game once again, that is far from the case. Each game has its own merits, its own identity, through its mechanics and design, and they are all going to appeal to different people. Like I said at the end of the Mario Kart Wii discussion, I do believe in creating something that everyone can enjoy, but I also feel like there is merit in designing a game for a specific crowd. Think about when Mario Kart and F-Zero coexisted, for example. They offered two completely different experiences for different kinds of players, and while Mario Kart Wii's imbalance may have impacted it at the time, its current player base has adapted to what this specific style of play has to offer. The same goes for Double Dash and Super Mario Kart and every entry in the series. As each of these games stand today, they are wildly different from one another, and that is beautiful. Whenever Mario Kart 9 comes out, I can only hope that it strives to be different and wonderful in its own weird way. In examining this series, I've learned a lot about Mario Kart, more than I ever thought I could learn about Mario Kart. But it was also some of the most fun I've ever had making a video for this channel. It ignited some friendly competitions, like a time trial challenge on Mount Wario, a tournament for fans of the channel, several get-togethers with my friends, and heated discussion over the benefits of each game's mechanics. These games brought people together from all walks of life, and all levels of skill. That, to me, is the true power of Mario Kart. Its ability to bridge that gap in skill, coupled with each game's appeal to different wants and needs, make it one of the most important video game series of all time. So, to briefly answer my questions, that is why Mario Kart has endured for so long. It is simply one of the finest and most creative racing games you will ever play. And it's a default for so many people because of its simplicity, its hidden depth, and its ability to allow everyone to have a good time. This is why I so desperately wanted that sense of balance that Mario Kart 8 eventually found. But this is also how I came to acknowledge the uniqueness of each entry. Long story short, no, Mario Kart is not a dice roll. It's a damn good game, and I'm glad I grew up playing it.
I hate this game stream. Oh, no mind. I thought you said something else. Alright, we're switching. We're live.